Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Good. Feng Heng and Tan Guangbin quietly left the crowd and left the 5th floor of the research building. They went to the project team's research room on the 7th floor. This was the real headquarters of the project team. Feng Heng, the final compound we studied is a special medium. It can act as an intermediary and cause a large part of the worm body to react. Tan Guangbin brought Feng Heng to a glass cover and pointed at a part of the compound inside. Junior, what you see is only a semi-finished product of the compound. The real finished product was destroyed in the last exhibition. We can't complete the subsequent physical experiments, so the most important thing now is to find a way to replicate it. 1768 passed. Feng Heng nodded and asked, how's the progress of the repetitive research? Which step are we stuck at? To be honest, the situation isn't looking too good right now. Actually, the compound that we first developed was an accident. We tried to replicate it twice but failed. Other than the fruit that you have, there are a few other special materials that require specific steps to be produced. We must have neglected some steps during the fusion process, so we kept failing. Tan Guangbin believed that there was no problem with the area he was in charge of. There are also some materials that need to be brought out of the game as scientific research items. You know, the Federation needs to go through the process, and this process is usually very torturous. Feng Heng nodded and observed a small part of the semi-finished product in the glass window. He could not help but think. The internal information of the research project team was not confidential to the project researchers. They could easily obtain it after staying here for a few days. As long as he could find a way to get the information and bring it back to the game world to give to Kaiyu Kang, he would most likely be able to replicate it. If he wanted to mass-produce it, the biggest problem was still the production of raw materials. Even the project team could not determine the specific materials level and requirements. But don't worry. The team leader is competent. She will have a way. Moreover, with you joining us, our efficiency will increase a lot. We will definitely be able to make it in time for the midterm report. Dan Guangbin encouraged himself. Yes. Feng Heng, like his team, hoped to obtain the compound as soon as possible. He raised his head and asked, is there no other way to speed up the research and development? It's not that there isn't, unless... Dan Guangbin opened his mouth and changed his words, forget it. Senior, you have a way? If you don't say the second half of your sentence, I won't be able to sleep at night. Dan Guangbin smiled bitterly, shook his head, and explained, it's not that we're talking about rapid research and development. To be honest, our research team initially produced a large piece of compound. The one sent to the exhibition last time was only a small part of it. Feng Heng's interest was piqued. He asked, what about the rest? Over at the Federation. Dan Guangbin's dissatisfaction with the Federation grew as he continued, according to the requirements of the Federation, the safety of the newly discovered special compound must be ensured. A portion of it must be handed over to the Federation for proper placement. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, you handed it over to the Federation? Can't get it back? Couldn't you find a way to get a small portion back? TSK, the Federation doesn't care about the life and death of our project team. We've already applied in the name of the school. After being rejected, we applied again and again. Feng Heng pondered for a moment and asked softly, do you know where the Central Federation keeps their things? Can we find it? Are you crazy? When Dan Guangbin heard Feng Heng's question, his first reaction was that Feng Heng had gone crazy. If he was found out, Feng Heng would be sent to the sewing machine and trampled to death. Junior, I know you're anxious, but there's no need. You're still young and don't understand. Really, there's no need. Haha, I was just asking. Feng Heng also laughed. Indeed, there was no need. So what if he obtained the compound in advance? If he lacked production methods, it would be a smear in the end. Feng Heng said jokingly, isn't our project rated C? The supervision of items isn't very strict, right? We need to find a way to sneak in and replace some of the items. The people from the Federation don't understand at all. They don't know what the chemical compound does. Dan Guangbin listened to Feng Heng and opened his mouth again. He felt that this junior was really bold and reckless. He even dared to scheme against the Federation. How is it? Senior, am I right? Stop. Dan Guangbin quickly stopped Feng Heng from continuing, afraid that Feng Heng would say something disgraceful and be dragged into the Federation to be trampled on the sewing machine. Indeed, it was a pity that the project team was disbanded, but it was not necessary to take such a big risk. Besides, the project team had not been disbanded yet. Junior, I know you want to help, but this is not the right way. Just focus on taking care of the ancient bronze wood. Leave the rest to us. All right then. Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and did not continue to mention this matter. He thought about memorizing the compound production blueprint first and thinking of a way to bring it back to Kaiyu Yoking's research team for analysis. When Feng Heng logged back into the game, it was already after his spatial science class at night. Before he went online, he had been on the phone with Mojai Ai for more than half an hour. The situation outside the mausoleum was generally stable. Bad news. The Federation has already begun to explore the main mausoleum. They're speeding up the restoration of the mausoleum where the space collapsed. They're also investigating the entire world. As for Black Castle, they have completely retreated, so there's no problem. Feng Heng returned to the main hall of the mausoleum and took 2 steps to the side. He came to find Charlene, who was farming monsters, and could not help but sigh. The Federation's investigation of the mausoleum world had directly led to the teleportation passage that he had secretly opened near the camp being completely exposed. It could no longer be used. Starfish Company could no longer use the passage to transport ore materials and was forced to cooperate with the Federation. They were still in communication. The situation was not good. It was estimated that the Federation would take a large share of the income. There was no news about the people Old Black sent. He didn't know what they were up to. Yes, I can foresee it. Charlene nodded, not surprised. Feng Heng pointed at the ceiling and said, so we need to hurry up. We have to get rid of those guys up there before the Federation finds us. Yes. Let's go up and take a look at the maintenance. The 2 of them returned to the 2nd floor. In just one afternoon, a portion of the research room on the 2nd floor had been restored, and it had once again expanded a distance. The space-staring stabilizing device was very effective. The zombie clones moved very quickly. They gathered in front of the machine and stood there in a daze. Had all the repairs been completed? Feng Heng looked at the game notification and was a little surprised. He had thought that it would take a long time. Feng Heng once again walked to the large instrument next to the tempered glass laboratory and squatted down to check for a moment. The alloy materials used by the alien spawns were of a higher grade, so the damage to the entire machinery was actually very low. Moreover, a large portion of the damaged parts were replaced, and they could be used after simple replacement. The difficulty of maintenance was actually very low. This was good news. Charlene was a little surprised and asked, "It's done? So fast?" "Yes, that's right." After confirming that there was no mistake, Feng Heng immediately cleared out a small area and began to set up an energy conversion alchemy magic array on the floor. The energy supply area of the entire second floor was located in the power supply central room. The central control room was still in the area of the spatial collapse. It would take at least another 2 days for the entire power supply system to be restored. He might as well use an alchemy magic array to replace the energy source. 1769 Broken Finger. A moment later, the energy conversion magic array was set up, and Feng Heng stood up again. "It should be fine. Let's give it a try." Feng Heng nodded at Charlene. Charlene's expression also became serious. "All right." The two of them immediately went forward together. Buzz. Feng Heng activated the energy conversion alchemy magic array. A steady stream of energy was converted from the magic array, and the supply was activated. The lights in the research hall on the second floor gradually lit up, and the experimental equipment in front of them was activated. The experiment cabin behind the tempered glass door also emitted a faint yellow light. Ka. A slight noise came from the experiment cabin. The mechanism on the stone box was unlocked. Charlene stood beside Feng Heng and placed her hands in front of her, forming a hand seal. The lid that was originally tightly covering the stone box slowly rose into the air under the control of Charlene's psychic power. Feng Heng could clearly see a small finger inside the stone box. Remains. Feng Heng and Charlene turned to look at each other, and they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "Okay, let's begin." Feng Heng pressed the start button on the mechanical device. PFFT. White gas immediately spewed out of the completely sealed experiment cabin. The gas filled the entire sealed experiment cabin. The severed finger was also exposed to the gas. The situation doesn't seem right. The gas was maintained for a while. Charlene kept flipping through the laboratory notes in her hand, looking up from time to time to compare the state of the remains. Finally, she shook her head and signaled Feng Heng to press the stop button of the instrument. Feng Heng stopped the gas and turned to look at Charlene. He had long found it strange. Why wasn't there any movement after spraying the gas for a long time? The analysis data on the other instrument had been displaying nil fluctuations. It was obviously abnormal. He was sure that the problem was not with the instrument. "Is there a problem with the operation steps?" Charlene shook her head. The experiment steps were very simple and no problems could occur. In theory, they only needed to release special gases. This gas could quickly awaken the virus residing in the severed finger. Why was there no movement at all? Either the gas had lost its effect because it had been too long, or... She looked up and observed the broken finger in the stone box through the tempered glass. She said, "Feng Heng, based on my judgment, there is no problem with the operation steps and the mechanical operation. I am afraid the problem lies with the severed finger. Too much time has passed. The virus on the broken finger might have entered a dormant state. It's even possible for it to die completely." "I understand. The virus has entered a dormant state, so the machine is unable to identify the active virus in the corpse." Feng Heng looked at the large experimental machine at the side, thought for a moment, and then suggested, "Speaking of which, both of us have the hylovirus in our bodies. Why don't I lie down and try?" "It's useless." Charlene shook her head and said, "The various adjustments of the instrument are all aimed at the virus of the corpse. If we go in, the data will definitely be wrong." Feng Heng scratched his head, feeling a little lost. "There is another way." "What?" "The compound that caused the virus to react. The corpse virus in the sarcophagus also fell into a dormant state due to the passage of time. We used the compound to awaken the virus." Charlene nodded and continued, "There should still be some left on the members of the Black Castle." Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he replied, "Understood. I will go offline and ask." 3 hours later, Feng Heng returned to the game with the compound fragments he had obtained from Black Castle. The two of them restarted the experiment. Through the glass screen in front of her, Charlene used her psychic power to control the compound fragment to float in the air, slowly approaching the severed finger in the stone box until the entire compound touched the corpse. Still no effect. The severed finger was motionless and it lay quietly in the stone box. Feng Heng frowned and asked, "Still not working?" "Not enough." Charlene glanced at the slight numerical fluctuations on the mechanical instrument and revealed a regretful expression. "There was a slight fluctuation of data on the device just now. I think it's because this portion of the corpse is too small, and the number of viruses in it is relatively small. In addition, too much time has passed, and the viruses have fallen into deep hibernation and cannot be fully activated. You mean we need more compounds? Yes, at least double. Charlene said as she sighed in her heart. I am afraid I can't do it. The difficulty of the game was obvious. It took a long time for Black Castle to find Tongjia's project team in the real world to study the compound. It was impossible to find other ways. Of course, if they were given more time, they might be able to find other ways to obtain it. But now, there was not enough time. The Federation would arrive soon. What a pity. However, Charlene felt that it wasn't a loss. At least after this experience, she got to know Feng Heng. Charlene's gaze returned to its usual coldness and said, Feng Heng, give up. We've already tried our best. Before we leave, can you dismantle the machinery here and bring it out of the game? We can think of another way after we leave this place. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Good idea. He might as well move the entire device back to the real world. However, he still needed to go back and forth between reality and the game. It was a very physically exhausting job. Other than that, the machinery would definitely be damaged during the process of dismantling and reassembling. Most importantly, the disassembled machinery was still alright. It could be transported back and forth through the war backpack. But the corpse was very likely a special item that could not be placed in the backpack. That's possible, but I still want to try one last time. Charlene looked at Feng Heng in surprise. There were other methods? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the instrument. He asked, what if I have a way to get more simulators? You can? Yes, from the Federation. Feng Heng happened to have heard Tan Guangbin mention that the Federation had stored a portion of stimulant compounds. He quickly relayed what Tan Guangbin had said to Charlene. No, Feng Heng, the risk is too great. Charlene shook her head and rejected Feng Heng's idea. The Federation has strict risk control over items. Even if it's only a C-level item, they will definitely investigate it. It wasn't stolen, and the Federation probably doesn't know the specific function of the simulator either. So, I will think of a way to find a replacement. Charlene frowned. She felt that Feng Heng had underestimated the Federation. Sneaking into the Federation's research institute to steal experimental materials? How could it be so easy? I don't recommend you to do that. Feng Heng calculated in his heart and nodded. I know the risks. If you insist on doing it, you must be careful. It's best to contact the Black Castle and ask them to assist you. Indeed. Feng Heng nodded. Asking for help from the Black Castle would naturally help him share some of the pressure. However, it would also easily expose his ability to enter and exit the game. He had to choose carefully and as soon as possible. The Federation had already begun to repair the spatial collapse. It would be best if he could complete it tonight. 1770 search late at night. The school's research campus was brightly lit. Feng Heng left the research room on the 7th floor and swiped his card before closing the door. An electronic synthesized voice sounded. Goodbye, Researcher Feng Heng. Please make sure you bring your belongings with you. Feng Heng stepped forward expressionlessly and walked into the elevator. The research room was equipped with a detection device that could detect if any items had been taken out of the research room. However, the detection effect was average. For example, items placed in the game's warp backpack could not be detected. Just now, Feng Heng had successfully placed the semi-finished product into the game warp backpack. Before entering the lab, he had already communicated with the Black Castle. Black Castle had sent him information about the collaboration between Haines School and the Federation. Simply put, the Federation had invested in the establishment of a high-level research institute in the school. The research institute had many collaborations with the school. All new research products that were A level and above would be sent directly to the Federal Department for exclusive protection. It was not necessarily the case for C-level items. It depended on the situation. Some of them might be stored in the Federation, while others might be stored in the Haines School's research department. Tongjia's research item number was C53279. He was very lucky. After an internal investigation, the Black Castle found that it was stored in the high-level laboratory of the school. The target had been confirmed. Next, he only needed to obtain it. The best-case scenario was to find C53279 and replace it with a semi-finished product. 5 minutes left. Black Castle had already made emergency arrangements. At 1:10 a.m. they would cut off the power supply to the entire Haines School. At that time, the entire school, including the research campus, would be in a state of power failure. After that, they would launch an attack on the staff dormitory in the school. Assassinate the researcher, Pu Kang. He had always been on the assassination list of the Black Castle. In the exchange event 2 days later, Pu Kang would appear and host an academic report. Tonight, Black Castle's assassination operation was brought forward. Only the core members of the Black Castle knew that this operation was to give Fang Heng a chance. After Fang Heng left the research building, he slowly walked toward the Federal Building, counting the beats in his heart until he arrived at the Federal Research Building. Fang Heng stepped into the research building and walked to the counter on the first floor. "Hello, this is the Federation headquarters. How can I help you? I am here to apply for the investigation report. It's my first time here. May I know which floor it is? The electronic reading room on the 5th floor can furnish you with the information." "Yes, thank you." Fang Heng nodded and took the elevator to the large electronic reading room on the 5th floor. The reading room was only open to researchers. Due to the internal network system, all kinds of information could only be accessed internally, so there were many researchers coming and going. The layout of the entire reading room was a little like an internet cafe with only one private room. Each room was separated. Fang Heng found a single room near the door and entered. Ka. Soon, the lights on the 5th floor suddenly flickered and then completely dimmed. The sudden blackout plunged the entire building into darkness. It was here. In the darkness, Fang Heng heard impatient footsteps and the sound of the door opening. Fang Heng put on his mask and left the room. Due to the power failure, many researchers walked out of the private room and were talking softly. They were holding their phones to illuminate each other. Fang Heng covered his face and quickly left the electronic reading room. He held a section of the compound Eye of Hellfarum in his hand and ran up the stairs. "Who is it?" "Stop." On the 17th floor, the two guards on the corridor saw a black shadow suddenly appear in the corridor and walked towards them. They immediately looked nervous and took out their guns to point at the other party, indicating for the other party to stop immediately. Whoosh! The next moment, they realized that the mask on the intruder's face was expanding rapidly. A strange gray vortex appeared in the middle of the mask. Their attention was unconsciously drawn by the vortex as they stared at it. The vortex seemed to have endless magic power, slowly pulling everything in its surroundings into it. Even time and space were distorted. Bang! Bang! The two of them felt a sharp pain on the back of their necks and fainted at the same time. Fang Heng put away the Eye of Hellfarum and opened the door behind them. Room G-1203. It was one of the storage rooms of the Federation's special items. According to the information given by Black Castle, the compound should be hidden here. Fang Heng opened the door and glanced around. The room didn't look small. It was filled with large wooden shelves. Fang Heng had just taken a step forward and closed the door behind him when he suddenly frowned. Not good. It was an alchemy magic ray. There was an alchemy magic ray in the room to defend against intruders. Fang Heng raised his head and shifted his gaze to the alchemy magic ray carved on the ceiling. The reflection of the rapidly spinning magic ray appeared in his right pupil. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! The defensive magic ray on the ceiling was instantly activated. It operated at an extremely fast speed until it reached its peak. In the end, it exploded with a bang and completely lost its effectiveness. Done. Fang Heng expressionlessly took 2 steps forward and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Swoosh! A figure dressed in the uniform of a federal guard emerged from the shadows and slashed a sharp dagger at Fang Heng's neck. Ellie's pupils constricted. He actually dodged it. She realized that the person in front of him seemed to have predicted this and avoided this fatal blow in advance. What? Was it a trap? Ellie panicked to the extreme. Bang! The next moment, Ellie suddenly found herself in darkness. What was that? A dark golden eye appeared in the darkness. She realized that her body was uncontrollably attracted to the eye. Ellie felt a great sense of danger, but no matter how she struggled, she could not escape the attraction until she was completely swallowed by the eye. Everything before her was pitch black and chaotic. Whoosh! Fang Heng appeared behind Ellie and gently held her body that was about to fall, slowly putting her down on the ground. In order not to cause a huge commotion, he had used up 5 of the compound Eyes of Hellfarum. It was only a sea-level defense, and there were hidden federal guards. Was there a need to be so careful? The expenses were too high. Fang Heng looked at the woman who had fainted on the ground and could not help but curse in his heart. Even though the woman was very careful and tried her best to conceal her aura, the fluctuation of her blood still attracted Fang Heng's attention. It was simply too dazzling and could not be ignored at all. Fang Heng tried to sense it again. After confirming that there was no one else in the room, he continued to search the room. What happened next was very simple. Rows and rows of shelves were filled with drawers. The Federation was very considerate to stick a number on the drawer. Undoubtedly, it brought great convenience to Fang Heng. 1771 success he found it. C53279. Fang Heng easily found the bottled compound in the drawer with the corresponding number. It was a large piece the size of a bowl. Fang Heng immediately took out the compound from the bottle and put it in his backpack, replacing it with the semi-finished product he had brought. Done. Time to leave. Feng Heng immediately turned around and left. He had just taken 2 steps forward when he realized that something was wrong, so he retreated. Since I am already here, Feng Heng muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then, he flipped through a few drawers and he sensed some spatial fluctuations. He didn't care what kind of experimental subjects were in the drawer. He just stuffed them into his backpack until all the warp backpack slots were filled. Done. Leave. Feng Heng left the room and opened a window to look outside. No one was guarding it. Now. Whoosh. Feng Heng simply jumped forward through the window and flew down. Bang. The moment he landed, Feng Heng rolled forward to reduce the impact. Even so, the huge impact made Feng Heng feel as if his internal organs had been compressed together. He almost could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ho! Feng Heng propped himself up and stood up again. At the same time, the bones in his body could not help but make cracking sounds. His severe injuries were rapidly healing with the help of his undying body. Feng Heng looked up at the building again. It had only been less than 5 minutes, including the time taken to make the move. The staff in the research building had already begun to evacuate. Let's go. When Feng Heng left the research institute, there was a commotion in the staff dormitory area. The WeChat group chat of the various classes became lively. Feng Heng casually flipped through a few pages. The group was discussing the terrorist attack on the staff dormitory area. It seemed that the commotion caused by the Black Castle was quite big. Feng Heng quickened his pace and returned to the dormitory building. He revealed his face in front of the dormitory manager and quickly hid in his room. Back to the game. Go online. In the game, Charlene had always been worried about Feng Heng. It was indeed as Feng Heng had said. The Federation was very lax in guarding sea-level items. Moreover, with the help of the Black Castle team, it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. But Charlene didn't know why she was so nervous. Suddenly, a spatial magic array appeared in the open space in front of her. Charlene took 2 steps back. Only when she saw Feng Heng appear in front of her again did she feel relieved. Is everything going well? Did you encounter any danger? Hee, I didn't fail you. Feng Heng was in a good mood. He chuckled and showed the compound fragment he had just obtained. It was a huge piece. Charlene's eyes lit up. He really succeeded. Feng Heng rubbed his fists and glanced at the passage above. He said, let's hurry up and do it. I am worried that there might be trouble offline. Alright. Charlene and Feng Heng returned to the research hall on the 2nd floor and once again loaded the compound obtained offline into the sealed research experiment cabin. Feng Heng pressed the start button and signaled Charlene with his eyes. Charlene formed a hand seal in front of her. Whoosh! The compound placed in the sealed research experiment cabin was controlled by spiritual power and slowly approached the stone box. D-Day. Suddenly, the large instrument on the right side of the experiment module beeped. At the same time, the test data on the screen began to fluctuate. A signal appeared. The corpse was reacting. Seeing this, Charlene's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, and her voice became a little excited. Feng Heng. The signal appeared. It's ready. The next step. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and pressed a green button on a large mechanical device. PFFT. White mist spewed out from the various exhaust ports in the isolated research room. All sorts of data appeared and refreshed on the mechanical screen. Charlene stopped controlling the chemical compound and walked to the side of the instrument to start analyzing the data. The output signal was stable. The Avira chip began to update the data. As long as they could collect all the data signals and update the data through the preset program of the spawns, they would be able to complete all the data of the Avira chip. After they left this place, they could completely replicate the Avira chip through the data. Feng Heng could not help at all. He could only stand in front of the tempered glass and watch Charlene operate. Suddenly, Feng Heng frowned. He looked up at the tempered glass. Kai. A small part of the broken finger in the stone box had mutated. Countless tiny red tentacles emerged from under the skin of the severed finger and quickly wrapped around the entire finger. A large number of tentacles were tangled together, forming a small worm that looked like it was wriggling, just like the remains he saw in the sarcophagus below. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It didn't seem good. At the same time, the game prompt flashed quickly on his retina. Ding! The player has restarted the special item large data analysis device and attempted to analyze the unknown remains of the virus. The player has obtained some information about the unknown infected virus. The player's mission exploration of the mausoleum has been completed to 240%. His completion rate had increased again. Before Feng Heng could read the game notification, the red worm body behind the tempered glass expanded rapidly. Under the white gas's influence, the speed of the worm's mutation increased by a lot. Squeak. All of a sudden, the worm let out an extremely sharp cry and rushed toward Fang Heng. Bang! The tempered glass was extremely sturdy, and the worm was knocked back. The worm struggled a few times on the ground after landing. It seemed to be extremely uncomfortable under the effect of the white gas. It bumped around in the room and finally continued to flip and crash into the tempered glass in front of Fang Heng. Bang! Bang bang! Under the continuous impact, cracks gradually appeared on the tempered glass. Fang Heng suddenly had a bad feeling. Charlene, how much longer will it take? The last 5%, we are almost there. Charlene was even more nervous than Fang Heng. She stared at the data on the screen and controlled the instrument to update the data. Alright. Fang Heng. Begin clearing. Charlene shouted and quickly pressed the button on the device to collect and update Avira's data and copy the magnetic card. Fang Heng heard the shout and immediately slapped the red button on the instrument. Kai kai kai. Instantly, the white mist that had been spewing out of the exhaust port stopped. After a pause of half a second, another gray frost-like gas was ejected from the exhaust port. The red tentacles covering the worm's body began to curl up and return to the underlying tissues under the effect of the gray frost mist. Fang Heng was curious. What was this gray frost aura? It seemed to have the opposite effect of the compound. Could it temporarily suppress the virus? 1772 Poisonous gas. Charlene walked to Fang Heng's side and whispered, "It's a poisonous gas that the spawns discovered in their research. It can cause extreme damage to the virus, but it only targets the form of the infected spawns. Moreover, the virus is constantly regenerating, so this virus can't be used as a conventional weapon." In fact, Charlene had seen the battle information between the spawns and the mutant worms in the past. The spawns had developed several weapons to deal with the mutant worms. Unfortunately, the mutated worm's self-evolutionary ability was too terrifying. In the beginning, targeted weapons were very effective. However, after experiencing a few large-scale battles, the mutated worms relied on their powerful mutation ability to quickly complete their self-regeneration and mutation and soon evolved resistance to the poisonous gas. As a result, in the later stages of the war, the spawns rarely used poisonous gas on large-scale battlefields. This virus was only used in experiments. Fang Heng nodded lightly. However, the poisonous gas had only been released for half a second when it suddenly stopped. What was going on? As the release of the poisonous gas stopped, the already dying body gradually recovered its life. The sharp red tentacles that had fallen off began to gradually spread and cover its body. Charlene returned to the instrument and quickly pressed the buttons on the instrument. She observed the various data that appeared on the screen and guessed, perhaps because the time interval was too long, the virus stock gradually decreased and disappeared. PFFT. Tiny red tentacles emerged from the finger again and quickly wrapped around the entire finger. The poisonous gas just now had stimulated the worm's body even more. The worm's body expanded at an even faster speed. As if it realized that it did not have long to live, the worm's body instantly erupted with tenacious vitality and slammed into the tempered glass with all its might. Bang! There was a loud crash. Boom! The tempered glass, which was already full of cracks, finally could not withstand the violent impact and shattered. Retreat! When Fang Heng heard Charlene's shout, he jumped back immediately. Charlene's hands quickly condensed a mark in front of her. Gathering. The huge spiritual force crushed the heavy red worm from all directions. Originally, the red worm had immediately pounced towards the right side after breaking through the tempered glass. It was still in midair when it suddenly felt a huge pressure from all directions. It immediately fell from midair and twisted and rolled on the ground in pain. After Fang Heng jumped away and landed on the ground, he quickly took out his sniper rifle from his backpack and aimed it at the worm. Bang! A bullet shot out from the muzzle. Ding! The player has dealt 58,318 damage to an unknown life form. The game indicated that the damage was high, but it seemed that the worm was not affected at all. It was still slowly expanding. Charlene used her spiritual power to suppress the worm and said in a deep voice, "Fang Heng, it has mutated under the influence of poisonous gas. You must be careful." Yes. Fang Heng observed the worm. At first glance, the twisted worm body had been suppressed to the limit and did not possess any offensive power. It seemed to be in a special state of mutation. Charlene concentrated and tried to completely suppress the worm. Fang Heng saw that the worm did not seem to have any reaction to attack, so he whispered, "Charlene, can you continue to suppress it for a while?" Charlene frowned. She was thinking about how to get rid of the worm completely. After hearing Fang Heng's words, she took a few steps back and came to his side, signaling to him with her eyes what she wanted to do. "I want to take something from it." While speaking, Fang Heng immediately controlled his zombie clones to rush toward the writhing worm on the ground. The zombies surrounded the bug. The worm's body kept twisting under Charlene's suppression, trying to break free, but it was tightly controlled. Fang Heng took out a bunch of living sample collectors from his backpack, raised his hand, and threw them at the place where the zombie clones were gathered. Charlene was surprised. What was that? The zombies picked up the living sample collectors from the ground and aimed them at the struggling worm. A long loading bar appeared above their heads. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, is extracting a live sample. This state has a chance of being interrupted. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has successfully obtained an unknown live sample. Success. Although the worm was still struggling on the ground, it did not have any offensive ability. This distortion made it difficult to interrupt the sample extraction. Charlene looked at Fang Heng in surprise and reminded him, Fang Heng, it's in a very dangerous situation right now. Its current state should be some kind of transformation. Once it completes its transformation, we might not be able to deal with it with our current abilities. Yes, I understand. Give me 1 more minute. Alright, help me later. We will place it into the spatial turbulence. Fang Heng was also staring at the worm. After half a second of silence, he asked, is there any other way to get rid of it completely? Charlene looked at Fang Heng in surprise. Fang Heng didn't say anything either. He quickly thought of a response plan. He wanted to give it a try. Throwing the worm into the spatial turbulence could solve the problem completely, but at the same time, he could not obtain more rewards. Creatures that were thrown into the spatial turbulence would not drop anything. It was very likely that the worm was a commander-level creature. After killing it, it would drop a high-level mutant crystal. Secondly, Fang Heng had a premonition that there might be a follow-up mission after killing the worm. At the very least, it could increase the completion rate of the main mission. His main mission completion rate had increased to 240%. The entire mausoleum was almost fully explored. If there was still room for improvement in mission completion, it was most likely related to killing the worm. Considering that he had a big move and the powerful Charlene was cooperating with him, the success rate of completely killing the worm leader was not low. Charlene saw the obvious desire to fight in Fang Heng's eyes and could not help but be puzzled. Was he going to do this? She could feel that the power of the worm's body was rapidly being withdrawn. This was a sign that its power was gradually being controlled. This meant that the worm would soon complete its mutation. Fang Heng, I can't estimate the strength of the mutant worm body. It might not be something we can deal with now. Try it. Charlene looked into Fang Heng's eyes to confirm his intention. She was sure that Fang Heng was serious. She was extremely curious. Why was Fang Heng so confident that he could deal with the mutant? Are you confident? No, I am not. Charlene did not expect to hear this answer. Don't be afraid. There's a special space anyway. If we can't defeat it, we will just hide. Fang Heng looked excited and did not panic at all. He shrugged confidently and said, aren't the people from the Federation already on their way here? If we can't beat the mutant, we can treat this as a greeting gift to the Federation. 1773 mutation. Charlene immediately understood what Fang Heng meant and nodded her head lightly. Then let's give it a try. Once the situation went out of control, they would return to the special space. Fang Heng felt that he had a good chance of winning. Previously, he had obtained a skill cooldown reset potion from the Federation which allowed him to use the ultimate skill, the Everlasting Moon, twice in a row. In the worst-case scenario, even if he couldn't kill the mutant worm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide in the special space with Charlene. Charlene didn't know where Fang Heng's confidence came from. Since he had already made his decision, he would definitely do his best. Kai Kai. Kai Kai. The red tendrils that had been coiling around the red worm's body quickly retracted. The appearance of the worm curled up on the ground had completely changed. It was no longer a broken finger, but a strange reptile form. Perhaps because the original body was only a small finger, its body became very short after mutation. It was less than 10 centimeters above the ground. It was a little like a large spider-like creature. Its base was very low, and its limbs extended from various parts of its body. Whoosh! The worm's limbs suddenly exerted strength, turning into a scarlet shadow in the air, flying straight at Fang Heng. Charlene caught the movement of the insect and shouted, Fang Heng. Be careful. The red worm instantly closed the distance of 100 meters. It was right in front of Fang Heng. Its speed was too fast. Fang Heng's eyes could not capture the whole picture. He could only see a shadow flying rapidly in the air, so he immediately raised the metal rod. Whoosh! Fang Heng relied on his perception ability to estimate the speed and angle of the worm's attack, then swung his rod forward fiercely. Puff! What the hell? Fang Heng's pupils contracted. The rod accurately hit the worm that was attacking him in midair, but the alloy rod in his hand gave him a strange feeling. It felt like a rod hitting the water. It was so soft as if he did not exert any strength at all. Phew! The red worm body twisted abnormally. Its entire body split into two from the middle like a stream of water. After passing through the rod, It quickly condensed and appeared in front of Feng Heng. It actually managed to penetrate through the rod attack. Kai. In the next moment, countless tiny spikes exploded from the mutant worm's body. The entire process of the spikes extending to the attack was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Feng Heng only felt several black shadows flying past his eyes, followed by a sharp pain from being pierced through his body. Dong. Dong dong dong. Feng Heng stared at the monster in front of him. The sharp spikes that were as hard as iron pierced through his body and then into the ground. At the same time, more than 10 game notifications appeared. Ding. The player has received a piercing attack. The player has received 32,944 damage. The player has received a special fixed piercing effect. The player has entered a bleeding state. The player has entered a poisoned state. Ding. The player has received a piercing attack. Blood kept dripping down from the wounds. Oh no. Feng Heng gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He realized that his movements were completely restricted. He was nailed to the ground by more than 20 sharp spikes that were like steel thorns, making him unable to move. Kai. The worm slowly moved its body with the help of the spikes. Its main body approached Feng Heng. Its core body, which was originally less than 20 centimeters long, gradually expanded, like an octopus that had opened its mouth, revealing countless tiny spikes in its mouth, as if it wanted to devour Feng Heng completely. Feng Heng. Charlene shouted and condensed a mark on the spot. Boom. Invisible spirit force exploded, pushing the worm body that was pressing down on Feng Heng to the side. The worm was instantly sent flying to the right, and then spikes rapidly extended from its body again. The sharp spikes pierced into the ground, stabilizing its flying body. Kaka. Only when the worm stopped retreating did the spikes slowly retract into its body. The worm body returned to its original small spider form. PFFT. TSK. The spikes on the worm body exploded once again. The surrounding lickers that attempted to pounce on the worm were instantly pierced through the heart by the spikes. Ho. Phew. The mutant worm used its spikes to throw away the pierced lickers. After a few tests, the mutant worm had a complete advantage. Charlene stared at the worm body with a serious expression and whispered, Feng Heng, it's very dangerous. I will take you back first. Help me one more time, let's try one last time. Feng Heng's expression was also solemn. As he spoke, his hand slowly condensed a mark in front of him. After a short exchange, he had already realized it. The other party was a commander-level creature. He was not its match at all. If it wasn't for Charlene's help just now, he would have almost lost. He would give it one last try. He would directly use his ultimate move now. If he didn't succeed, he would just run away. Everlasting Moon. When the skill was released, a hole seemed to have opened in his sea of consciousness. The surging mental power was quickly drawn into the hole. Game notifications flashed across Feng Heng's vision. Ding. The player has used skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Detected that player is currently in an unknown sequential world. Ding. Fusing with the current world, the player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. The player's current status detected spatial science. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player's current environment has been detected. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player and teammate have entered the state of reincarnation. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill. Spatial worm machinery. Creature. Spatial worm machinery. Description. A mechanical life form created by a highly intelligent species that mimics an ancient spatial worm. It can move in a fixed location in a time passage. The activation of this spatial worm requires a large amount of energy. Creature's additional skills, spatial travel, spatial absorption. Charlene suddenly felt a terrifying spatial energy fluctuation from Feng Heng. What was that? Whoosh! The mutant worm boss, which was once again leaping towards Feng Heng, suddenly stopped in midair. Charlene felt extremely awkward. The boss was clearly leaping forward at high speed in the air, but the reality was that the distance between it and Feng Heng could not be reduced by even a little. It was as if the boss was trapped in a spatial trap. A spatial passage? Charlene stared at the space fluid around the worm that was gradually distorting, and her eyes revealed a look of surprise. Kai. Tiny silver water droplets spilled out from the spatial fluid passage. What was that? Charlene's expression was solemn. Silver water droplets flowed out from the walls of the spatial passage, slowly condensing into a silver mechanical life form the size of a reptile. 1774 Killing Paw. The life form suddenly jumped and climbed onto the body of the mutant worm boss. Throughout the whole process, the mutant worm leader maintained its posture of charging forward in the space, as if it had no ability to resist. That was. Charlene's eyes were filled with surprise. She saw that the recovering mutant worm leader was actually aging rapidly under the effect of the mechanical worm. The worm leader's appearance gradually rotted. Layers of broken and decayed skin fell from its body. From Charlene's player perspective, she could see that the upper limit of the worm's health point was rapidly decreasing. Charlene suddenly turned to look at Feng Heng, her eyes full of surprise. What exactly was that? A special ability obtained from the zombie apocalypse game? Feng Heng's expression was solemn, and sweat kept dripping down his cheeks. At this moment, there was a huge hole in his sea of consciousness that was crazily extracting his mental power. It was unknown what level the spatial worm was, but just by giving it the order to attack, the speed of the breach in the sea of consciousness increased by more than 10 times. Just the operation of the control skill had already consumed all of his mental strength. He didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to other changes in the outside world. He maintained the position of his hands forming a mark in front of him and stared at the mutant worm creature surrounded by the mechanical spatial worm. His spiritual energy was being devoured rapidly. The rate at which his spiritual power was being consumed was completely beyond his expectations. Not good. It had been sucked dry. The little remaining spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Without the support of spiritual power, the effect of the everlasting moon was forcefully withdrawn. However, the mutant worm boss was not completely killed. Feng Heng endured the backlash from his sea of consciousness. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Charlene!" Charlene had already made her move before Feng Heng shouted. She charged at the mutant worm leader. Whoosh! Charlene's sudden burst of speed caused Feng Heng's pupils to shrink. He had completely lost sight of Charlene. Just as Charlene's figure disappeared, Feng Heng vaguely saw a long sword appear in her hand. As the long sword slashed forward, Charlene's figure completely disappeared from Feng Heng's sight. Whoosh! When Feng Heng used his perception to capture Charlene's figure again, she had already passed by the mutant worm leader and appeared in another place. A fine white spatial rift appeared in the space behind Charlene. Ka-ka-ka. Boom. Countless fine spatial rifts made a cracking sound and quickly connected into one, wrapping the mutant worm boss inside and exploding in front of Feng Heng. Hoo. The mutant worm's body was completely torn into pieces by the spatial power and fell to the ground. Then, blue flames rose and burned all the flesh and blood at an extremely fast speed, leaving only small pieces of ashes. Feng Heng saw the entire battle clearly. Charlene's last move. It was actually close combat. When the mutant worm had 30% health point left, she killed it in one move. In the past, Charlene had always used her psychic ability to attack from a distance and her spatial ability to move around in search of an output point. This gave Feng Heng an illusion. Charlene was a player who specialized in long-range attacks. Thus, Charlene's move just now was completely out of his expectations. It was a powerful attack that combined close combat swordsmanship and spatial science. It was very likely that such powerful melee explosive power was obtained from Hyla's tissue. It made people mistakenly think that her combat mode was long range. Actually, her greatest hidden killer move was her powerful close combat ability. What a terrifying woman. Fortunately, they were teammates. As Feng Heng thought about it, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. He suddenly realized that the second wave of intense backlash was about to surge into his sea of consciousness. He quickly poured a large mouthful of spirit recovery potion into his mouth. Feng Heng's pupil shrank and he looked at Charlene again. After releasing that attack, Charlene stood still. Drops of blood dripped from the gaps in Charlene's mask, and tiny cracks appeared on her exposed skin. Cracks kept appearing and healing themselves. Hyla's tissue cells. Feng Heng stared at Charlene and whispered, "Charlene." Obviously, she had fallen into an unstable state again. Charlene slowly raised her head and looked back at Feng Heng. She gave him a look and then, as if she had spent a lot of effort, slowly reached out and pressed her hand on the necklace in front of her chest. Whoosh! Charlene disappeared on the spot. Feng Heng looked at the place where Charlene disappeared and fell into deep thought. It seemed that this move was also very taxing on Charlene. Based on what he had just seen, the power that Charlene obtained from Hyla was not weaker than his. He remembered what Charlene had said about the limits of power that she pursued. The fusion of physical strength, spiritual strength, and spatial strength. So that move just now was the fusion of the three powers that Charlene had expected? It seemed like Charlene hadn't completely mastered this move. Although it was only a half-finished killer move, it could still instantly kill the mutant worm leader with less than 30% health point. If one day, Charlene could think of a way to completely resolve the backlash of Hyla's tissue cell body, her strength would be further improved. What about him? Feng Heng could not help but think of himself. How should he choose his path? To be honest, the things he had learned were too complicated. With the omniscient eye, he knew a little about almost everything. Not to mention that he had the special bloodline of the vampires and the demonic seed. However, Feng Heng was also a little confused about which path he would eventually progress on. Let's wait and see. He would first increase his attributes. The demonic seed pollution in his sea of consciousness had not been resolved yet. He was already in a life and death crisis, so how could he care about this? Everything would be decided after the pollution was resolved. Fang Heng stopped thinking and slowly walked forward to the ashes left behind by the blue flames. There were still some spatial energy fluctuations in the ashes. This was? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he raised his hand. A colorful crystal flowed into the mark on the back of Fang Heng's hand. Ding. The player has obtained a rainbow crystal. Ding. After checking, the player's level has not increased to level 40. Ding. The current player can decompose and exchange for the rainbow crystal. The rainbow crystal can be exchanged for 10 tier 3 mutant crystals, 10,000 tier 2 mutant crystals, and 1 million tier 1 mutant crystals. This decomposition is irreversible. Rainbow crystal. Fang Heng was overjoyed. One of them was worth 10 tier 3 mutant crystals. It seemed that the rainbow crystal was a higher level crystal required to level up after level 40. Big profit. Fang Heng sighed in his heart. He took out a reagent bottle from his backpack, squatted down, and tried to collect the ashes left behind by the mutant worm body on the ground and put them into the reagent bottle. The game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has received unknown ashes. Ding. The player's current party kill contribution is 37%. The player has obtained 370,000 King of Gods points, 1775 drawing. Ding. The player has killed a legendary level leader creature in an advanced game world for the first time. If the contribution of the kill is higher than 30%, the player will receive a random A+ level skill. Ding. Drawing skill. Ding. Player has obtained a skill book double leap. Unable to trade. Fang Heng looked at the game notification. His kill contribution was only 37%. This time, he was assisted by Charlene. Thinking about it carefully, even though Charlene had only provided the last attack, if it wasn't for Charlene, he wouldn't have had the chance to use the Everlasting Moon. Moreover, as the duration of the Everlasting Moon skill ended, the health point of the mutant worm body would rapidly increase and recover. It would be even more difficult to kill the boss. There was no problem with the game's evaluation. It was indeed a gamble this time. As for the follow-up reward skill, it was a pleasant surprise. Fang Heng found the description of the mission reward and opened it. Skill double leap, skill level, A+ description, bound to the player, unable to trade. Description: when the player is in midair, the player can use spatial strength to form a short pedal under his feet and quickly use the pedal to jump twice. Skill cooldown time, 0.1 seconds. You cannot use the second jump twice in one jump. Learning requirements: intermediate spatial science, agility greater than 200, physique greater than 100. Consumption, vitality points. Good stuff. Fang Heng's eyes lit up when he saw the skill description. At first glance, the name sounded like an ordinary two-step leap skill, but in reality, the effect of the observation skill was much higher than jumping twice in a row. He was able to make use of the double leap skill to change direction in the air. Other than that, the next time he was in the flying state, as long as he was not controlled, he could still make a second jump in the air. It was extremely flexible. Of course, this skill was undoubtedly a scam for ordinary players. After all, the prerequisites for learning were too harsh. The players had spent so much effort to meet the prerequisites to learn the skill. In the end, the effect of the skill could only be said to be okay, far from achieving a qualitative change. There was no need to learn at all. However, the skill book was still bound and could not be traded. It was too useless. Therefore, the probability of randomly drawing skills was relatively high in most cases. Fang Heng slapped the skill book on his head. Ding! The player has met the requirements to learn the skill. The player has obtained the skill double leap. Ding! The player has completely eliminated the remains of the life form. The current mission main mausoleum exploration mission completion rate has increased to 300%. Ding! The player has completed the mission. The player has reached the maximum completion limit of the mission. The player is forced to enter the mission settlement stage. The player can choose one of the following rewards. Mission reward option 1, 2 random skill book, level C2S bound. Mission reward option 2, 1 million King of Gods points. Mission reward option 3, 2 advanced academic skill advancement book, tradable. After completely dealing with the corpse life form, the completion rate of the exploration of the main mausoleum had also increased to 300%, entering the forced settlement stage. The mission reward had increased greatly again. Which one should he choose? Fang Heng quickly checked the mission reward. The random skill book was too random. It was easy to encounter scammers. He would not select this. The 1 million King of Gods points could help him resolve his urgent situation, but it was still far from enough. Fang Heng thought about it and chose the third option, which was to obtain 2 advanced academic skill advancement books. academic skills needed to go through some extremely troublesome missions before leveling up. Some missions were triggered without knowing where to go and often required a lot of effort. He had too many academic skills on him now, so using the skill book directly could save him a lot of time. Feng Heng immediately chose the third option and exchanged it for the Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book. Ding! Player has obtained 2 Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Books. Item: Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book. Level: S. Description: if the player's current academic level is at the maximum intermediate level, the player can use the Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book to upgrade the skill to Advanced Level 1. This item cannot be used on Bloodline skills. Description: can be traded, limited to 1 trade. Disappears after 1 use. After Feng Heng got the skill books, he opened the character skill bar to check. Soon, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the intermediate natural science. Currently, his natural science level reached the intermediate level. Considering that the advanced game world left behind by the vampires, the world of forests, was an extraordinary forest world that was closely related to natural science. Naturally, he would have to upgrade the skill sooner or later. The sooner you increase the level, the sooner you enjoy the benefits. Increase. The game prompt quickly flashed across his retina. Ding! The player has used the Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book. The player's current skill, Intermediate Natural Science, has been forgotten. The player has obtained Advanced Natural Science, Level 1, Skill, Advanced Natural Science, Level 1, Skill Description, Advanced Skill of Natural Science. Through this skill, you can sense and control the natural energy more clearly. You can gradually sense the power of life. Skill Description: increases physique by 20 points and perception by 50 points. Every time the skill level increases, it will increase 2 points of perception, 0.5 points of physique, and 1 point of health recovery per second. Skill Description: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 30. As for the second book, Feng Heng repeatedly scanned through the existing skills a few times before finally stopping at the Sacred Study. The Sacred Study was closely related to the Holy Court. Under normal circumstances, if he wanted to level up, he would probably have to be in contact with the Holy Court's missions. For him, the difficulty of learning the mission had increased by 1,000 times. He couldn't possibly go to the enemy's side to receive an enemy mission, right? He reckoned that he would have to continue fighting with the Holy Court in the future. With the Sacred Study, it was always good to know more about the enemy. Of course, apart from this, there was also the sacred great sword that he had obtained from Panos. That thing was definitely a holy weapon. Unfortunately, he was still unable to control it. Would there be any changes after advancing to high-level Sacred Study? If he could get his hands on the holy weapon, his strength would also increase. He would learn it. Feng Heng slapped the skill book on his head again. A gentle dark golden light enveloped Feng Heng. The game notification appeared again. Ding! The player has used the Advanced Academic Skill Advancement Book. The player's current skill, Intermediate Sacred Studies, has been forgotten. The player has obtained Advanced Sacred Study, Level 1, Skill, Advanced Sacred Study, Level 1. Skill Description: high-level skill in Sacred Study. Through this skill, you can use most of the tools related to Sacred Study and learn related skills. You can sense the weak power and calling from the Holy Realm. Skill Description: your spirit and will attributes will increase by 55 points. Every time the skill level increases, it will increase 2 points of spirit and 1 point of will. Skill Description: this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 30. After upgrading his skills, Feng Heng sensed the changes in his body. There were weak attributes in all the character attributes. The main thing was that the skill level was still relatively low. 1776 Investigation: he would use the zombie clones to farm for a while and think of a way to level up his skills. Only then would there be obvious changes in his attributes. After upgrading his innate skill, Feng Heng raised his head and looked around again. After the battle just now, a large area of the surroundings had been destroyed. Due to the huge spatial fluctuations caused by the spatial collapse, the spatial teleportation hub in his backpack was still in a state of spatial fluctuations and could not be used. Feng Heng sized up the large amount of the spawn's laboratory equipment left on the second floor of the mausoleum and could not help but narrow his eyes. Before the people from the Federation arrived. Move them all away. Last night, Payne's school was attacked by terrorists. Researcher Pu Kang was killed in the attack. It has been confirmed that it was done by the Black Castle team. This vicious incident has attracted widespread attention from all walks of life. Researcher Pu Kang was a famous voice in the Federation. Last night, Pu Kang's death caused quite a stir in the academic world. On the surface, in order to appease the researchers and maintain the stability of the situation, the Federation set up a special investigation team to investigate the time of Pu Kang's death, and the case was closed within 10 days. In fact, the focus of the investigation was on the demi-humans. Coincidentally, at the same time as the attack, an important item was stolen inside the A-level research building. An important item of SS level has been stolen. At this stage of the investigation, we believe that the theft is closely related to the demi-humans. Following the instructions of the higher-ups, I will lead a special investigation team to investigate this incident. During the meeting, Kleinman quickly went through the events that happened in the school last night. Kleinman was the leader of a special investigation team with 30 years of experience. He was responsible for investigating all kinds of difficult cases. He had been urgently recruited last night and had just arrived at Haines School this morning with 5 team members. The 10 people gathered around the conference table were the local investigation team assigned to him by his superiors. The entire investigation team consisted of 16 people, led by Kleinman. Kleinman looked around. Everyone, share your opinions. Everyone in the conference room fell silent. Kleinman shifted his gaze to the young woman sitting at the back. Kiawe, what do you think? Kiawe was the granddaughter of an old friend of Kleinman's. This time, he was entrusted by his old friend to take care of her and the investigation team. Team leader, the murder of researcher Pukeng and the theft of the SS-level device happened at the same time. I don't think it's a coincidence. After being called out, Kiawe stood up calmly and said seriously, before you came, our on-site investigation team had already conducted relevant investigations. I believe that the criminal is an insider of the school. Moreover, there were more than 2 incidents last night. At the same time as the 2 incidents, there was also a theft in the research institute in Area C. Some spatial-type items were stolen. Kleinman and the 5 members of the investigation team whispered to each other. This theft was also recorded in the case records, but it was a little strange. First of all, there were no casualties during the entire theft incident, and the value of the stolen items was not high, so they were not focusing on this investigation. I think there's a possibility in these 3 cases. I know Haines School quite well. This is the list of suspicious people that I have combed together with the members of the on-site investigation team. We can start investigating from this part. Kleinman took the list of suspects from his assistant and looked at them one by one. His eyes revealed a satisfied look. On the way here, he had already started investigating. Most of the people on the list coincided with the list he had made. There was still a large portion that he had overlooked. Suddenly, a hint of surprise appeared in Kleinman's eyes. Feng Heng? He couldn't be more familiar with this name. The young man who had recently taken control of the entire world of the vampires had forced the Federation to retreat and choose to cooperate with him. Was it him? Kleinman put down the list in his hand and praised, very good. I also think that investigating from within the Haines School is a good direction. I have a list of names here as well. In 3 days, we will conduct a preliminary screening to screen out suspicious people. Remember, the enemy we are facing has the ability to break through the Tier 3 lock, and may even be a demi-human. This means that they are extremely dangerous. During the investigation, you must protect yourself. Understood. After the meeting ended, Kiawe stayed behind alone. Team leader Kleinman, I would like to apply for an investigation on the suspect, Feng Heng. Kleinman looked up expressionlessly, I need a reason. Feng Heng is very suspicious. A few days ago, he just joined a research team and obtained the group's permission to enter the C-level research institute. Last night, Feng Heng also appeared at the Area C Research Institute, and he's an elite in spatial science. What's suspicious is that Feng Heng left school early this morning. Kleinman narrowed his eyes and asked, he left? Yes, he rented a villa outside the school. He returned to the school once in the past 2 days to go to the research institute. Go, be careful. Kiawe took a deep breath and said, thank you. Feng Heng did not know that he had been marked by others. After completely dealing with the mutant worms in the game world, he only needed to continue hacking and wait for the space to completely heal. After that, considering that he couldn't leave the research equipment on the 2nd floor of the mausoleum to the Federation for no reason, Feng Heng asked Mojai Oi to help him rent a large villa near the school that night. He specifically pointed out that it had to have a huge basement. The next morning, Feng Heng returned to the villa and started to travel back and forth between the game and the real world. He was purely relying on the physical body to move it. After receiving the backlash, Charlene also recovered the next afternoon and left the special space. Once she returned to the research hall on the 2nd floor of the mausoleum, she saw the broken mechanical parts that were dismantled by the zombie clones and Feng Heng, who was busy moving them back and forth between the game. Charlene could not help but open her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything and quietly returned to the 1st floor to continue farming monsters. She originally wanted Feng Heng to move some of the important research items and machinery on the 2nd floor, and destroy the rest before the Federation arrived. Now, it seemed that Feng Heng had done it more thoroughly than she had expected. It was as if he wanted to move everything on the 2nd floor away. That was good too. They couldn't leave any clues to the Federation. As the collapsed space gradually recovered, the number of Void Stalkers on the first floor increased exponentially. Charlene returned to the first floor and continued to farm monsters as usual, while slowly recovering. 1777 Testing Fang Heng was busy transporting supplies back and forth and did not have time to chat with Charlene. He simply greeted her and continued to transport supplies. The Splan's research rooms were all high-level machines. If they were all dismantled and sent back for research, the research and construction capabilities of the entire Zombie Apocalypse Research Institute would be further improved. This was not a loss. Unfortunately, he could only move supplies to and from the real world by himself. The zombie clones could not help. After moving for 2 days and 1 night, Fang Heng was still tidying up the basement when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Eh? Did someone come to visit? The person did not leave after pressing the doorbell a few times. After a pause, he continued to press the doorbell. Fang Heng frowned and left the basement to welcome the guests. Through the peephole, Fang Heng saw a middle-aged man in his 60s and a young woman standing at the door. The woman was wearing light makeup and looked very beautiful. Fang Heng recognized her at a glance. Kiaowei. Fang Heng had seen her a few times in the elemental science class. Fang Heng had a deep impression of Kiaowei due to her outstanding appearance and her proud figure. He had also heard Dan Guangbin from Tongjia's research department talking about Kiaowei's explosive figure more than once. Indeed, Kiaowei was quite eye-catching. If it was just based on appearance and looks, Kiaowei had an absolute advantage over her peers. The middle-aged man standing beside Kiaowei looked unfamiliar. He had probably never seen him before. It was very strange. Why did they come? Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Is this student Fang Heng? Fang Heng opened the door and looked at the 2 people outside. He asked curiously, "You are? Hello, student Fang Heng. I am Kiaowei. We should have met in the elemental science class. I am sorry to have come to visit you. This is Teacher Cheng from the Federation's research department. I am here to assist Teacher Chen. Did you off your mobile phone?" "Yes, I have set Do Not Disturb on my phone." "How did you know that I live here?" "You left your contact information with the dormitory manager. We found this place through the Federal Register." Kiaowei looked very enthusiastic and asked, "Student Fang Heng, is it convenient for us to go in and have a chat now?" Fang Heng immediately became more vigilant. These 2 people seemed to have ill intentions. It was very likely that they were here for the matter of him stealing the compound a few days ago. He had to be careful. In the past few days, Fang Heng had not seen any reports of theft. Instead, there was more news about Dr. Pu Kang's assassination. It was overwhelming. "Please make yourself at home. The room is a little messy." Fang Heng stepped aside and led the 2 of them into the hall on the first floor of the room, inviting them to sit down. "Fang Heng, why did you suddenly move here? We took some time to find you. Actually, the environment in the school is quite good. It's also very convenient to live in the school. However, I encountered some troublesome things in the past few days and felt that it was not very safe. After thinking about it again and again, I decided to move out." Fang Heng stood up and made a cup of water for the 2 of them. After Kiaowei entered the room, she had been quietly sizing up Fang Heng, trying to find out something from him. The first time she knew about Fang Heng was related to Tongjia's project team. Kiaowei was an elite investigator trained by the Federation. She was currently studying at Haines School as a student and was responsible for intelligence gathering. In the beginning, during the attack on the exhibition hall, Tongjia's project team entered her line of sight and also her investigation list. In order to better investigate, she chose to move Tongjia's project team into the Federation's annual review list. During the investigation, she found Fang Heng, who had suddenly been recruited. He was an elemental science scholar who had only been in school for less than a month, yet he had already participated in Tongjia's research. Moreover, he was doing natural science? Kiaowei keenly sensed that something was wrong. Then, she found out that Fang Heng was also present on the day of the exhibition hall attack. Furthermore, he had signed up for the exhibition hall with the spatial science teacher that day. After that, something even more surprising happened. Kiaowei didn't expect Fang Heng to pass the Federal Review Team's qualification review so easily. The entire review team even gave Fang Heng a very high evaluation. The review team evaluated Fang Heng's natural science ability to be extremely strong and very suitable for scientific research missions. Kiaowei even read a hint of a sigh from the report. It seemed that Fang Heng joining Tongjia's project team was a waste of his talent. Kiaowei became even more curious about Fang Heng. That was why she tried to get close to Fang Heng last time, wanting to talk to him. She did not expect that he would completely ignore her and brush past her. This made Kiaowei feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. The school's security work is still very good. These few days. Sigh. You've caught up with me these past few days. Teacher Ching sighed and shook his head. He said, don't worry, the Federation is already investigating the case. I believe there will be a result soon. Feng Heng quickly got to the point and asked, Teacher Ching, why did you come all the way here to look for me? Oh, it's like this. Last time, you passed the review of the Federation's review team. The review team gave you a very high evaluation. Coincidentally, I also have a research project that I am collaborating on with the Federation. The project is urgent, so they recommended you to me. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. It was related to the project team? They were not here to investigate him? Speaking of this, Teacher Ching became even more enthusiastic and said, Feng Heng, I've seen the review report. You're really talented in natural science. We're here with sincerity to invite you to join our project team. You can rest assured about the benefits. This. Feng Heng didn't want to complicate things, so he showed an apologetic expression and said, Teacher Ching, I am very sorry. I have no intention of leaving the project team now. It's fine, it's fine. There's no need to leave the original project team completely. Don't be in a hurry to decide. Teacher Cheng opened his briefcase and took out a few documents from it, handing them to Feng Heng. Our project team works closely with the Federation. Other than the bonuses provided by the project team, the conditions given by the Federation are very generous. Kiaowei observed Feng Heng's every move. Seeing Feng Heng take the document from Teacher Ching, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. This was a special paper made by the Federation. It would react to hundreds of passive skills. If the player had the ability to unlock the second stage of the lock in the real world and had mastered any of the corresponding skills, a subtle mutation reaction would appear on the paper. What a pity. There was no change in the paper after Feng Heng touched it. Based on their current analysis, they could confirm that the attacker in the SS-class theft incident was very powerful. From the descriptions of the witnesses at the scene, the other party was definitely a player who had broken through the Tier 3 lock ability. Of course, there was another possibility. If Feng Heng was a demi-human. The paper did not react to Feng Heng at all. 1778 application. Feng Heng didn't know if they were testing him, so he took the document and started to read it. Kiaowei stood up at this time and said, Sorry, Feng Heng, can I borrow your bathroom? Okay, it's at the end of the corridor. Feng Heng nodded and pointed to the right aisle. He continued to look down at the relevant benefits of the project team. What Teacher Ching said was true. Just the salary alone was much higher than Tongjia's project team. Moreover, he only needed to go there twice a week. It wouldn't take too much time. However, Feng Heng was still not interested. All his energy was focused on leveling up in the game. Where would he find the time to do research? Suddenly, Feng Heng stopped. This is... Feng Heng flipped to the next page, and his face couldn't help but reveal some surprise and doubt. Teacher Ching saw Feng Heng's expression and nodded with a smile. Feng Heng, there are many benefits to joining the Federal Project Team. For example, the Federal Training Application form in your hand is an additional benefit. We know that your academic level in natural science is very high, but you haven't received the formal training of Tier 2 lock in the real world, right? If you can break through to Tier 2 lock in the real world, it will be very helpful to your scientific research path. Recently, the new batch of Tier 2 lock breakthrough training in the Federation is open to the public. If you are willing to join the project team, we can provide you with a training application quota. Of course, I can't guarantee that the application will be approved in the end. I also have my selfish motives. If you can unlock Tier 2 lock, it will also be beneficial to our project team. The project will progress faster. Feng Heng felt his heart heat up when he heard that, and his interest was immediately piqued. Tier 2. There were many stages to mastering and using the abilities in the game in the real world. The Federation referred to each stage as a corresponding lock. After the first phase was fully opened, the players would completely have the additional attributes and a small number of passive skills in the game. The second stage consisted of most passive skills and a few active skills. As for the third phase, players could use all the active skills and innate skills in the game in the real world. Since the second and third stages of unlocking the lock ability were considered extremely dangerous in the real world, the method of unlocking it had never been announced to the public. It was firmly controlled by the Federation and some anti-federal forces. Any act of breaking through without permission or learning, imparting, training, etc. would be considered a serious crime. Feng Heng looked down at the information on the application form. In the real world, his combat ability was very limited. If he could unlock a Tier 2 lock, his combat ability would undoubtedly increase greatly. He was a little tempted. After all, there were no additional requirements to join Teacher Ching's research team. He only needed to assist in scientific research missions every week, which required 2 days. 2 days a week in exchange for a spot. Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. He put down the form and looked at Teacher Ching. Feng Heng, we are very sincere. Don't worry, we have already communicated with team leader Tong Jia. You only need to come 2 days a week, and it won't affect your daily studies. Believe me, this is a good opportunity. Teacher Ching handed a pen to Feng Heng. Yes, alright. Feng Heng thought for a moment and couldn't resist the temptation. He reached out and took the pen. TSK. Suddenly, just as his finger touched the pen, Feng Heng felt a faint sensation on his finger. He raised his eyebrows and looked down. There was nothing on the pen. Illusion? Feng Heng quickly signed his name on the paper. That's great, Feng Heng. Welcome to our project team. We will contact you immediately after the procedures are completed in these 2 days. Yes, alright. Feng Heng agreed and yawned. Suddenly, he felt extremely sleepy. His eyelids were twitching. Something was wrong. Feng Heng realized that this sleepiness was very strange. However, in the next moment, a warm current flowed out of his body and instantly dispelled his sleepiness. Even though there were no game notifications, Feng Heng immediately realized that the passive effect of the undying body had taken effect. He had been drugged. When did this happen? That pen? As expected, they came with ill intentions. Had he been discovered? Should he solve the problem immediately? Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. For a moment, he couldn't make a judgment. He pretended to faint and fell on the sofa. When Teacher Ching saw Feng Heng fall, the smile on his face disappeared. He stood up from the sofa and looked around. Kiaowei strolled back from the corridor with a puzzled and solemn expression. Have you checked? I've roughly looked around. Kiaowei shook her head and said, I didn't find anything. The rooms on the first floor are all empty. The doors of the rooms on the second floor are locked. It took some time to open them. I checked carefully and there were no problems. What about the basement? The basement is very messy. There are a lot of abandoned things. So he's not the one we're looking for? Kiaowei stared at the unconscious Feng Heng on the sofa for a long time and said, let's leave first. We will talk when we get back. When the two of them left, Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Fortunately, they did not discover the secret of the basement. When the villa was rented, the basement was already piled with a lot of junk. He just piled more parts dismantled from the high-level machinery of the spawns. Kiaowei couldn't tell those things apart. Otherwise, they would have to fight with the Federation. It seemed like the Federation had its eyes on him. This is troublesome. Feng Heng thought to himself. He wanted to run away tonight and leave this ghostly place. However, considering the large number of high-level mechanical parts that had just been moved from the game to the basement, there was also the formula for stimulating the original devouring body compound in Tong Jia's laboratory and a large number of synthetic materials that he had yet to obtain. It would be a pity to leave now. He couldn't bear to. The Federation was conducting a secret investigation this time, so there shouldn't be any evidence yet. They were only suspicious of him. It was still safe for now. He would make some profits before leaving. Feng Heng took a deep breath and made up his mind. From the conversation between the two of them earlier, they were just testing the waters. Tong Jia's laboratory was progressing very quickly. He had to persevere for another half a month. He would only consider leaving after he obtained all the materials in the laboratory. He had to speed up and continue to work hard. Feng Heng was no longer sleepy. He got up from the sofa and returned to the basement. He went online and continued moving the mechanical parts. 1779 Not good. At the same time, Kiaowei strolled out of Feng Heng's residence and walked down the street with a heavy heart. Everything was normal. She focused on investigating a few locked rooms, but she could not find anything suspicious inside. However, she had a strong intuition that Feng Heng was hiding something. Teacher Ching saw that Kiaowei was in a daze all the way and couldn't help but ask, Kiaowei, do you still have doubts about him? Yes, it feels strange. Kiaowei pursed her lips as she spoke. She did not know that the problem was in the basement, nor did she know that she had just wandered around the gates of hell. She just felt that Feng Heng's attitude towards her was very strange. When they first met, he wasn't attracted by her appearance. He just sized her up indifferently. So your conclusion is? Kiaowei took out the application form that Feng Heng had just signed and asked, can we compare the handwriting? You know, this kind of comparison is meaningless. Kiaowei shook her head and said, I will apply for a further investigation on him. Feng Heng, you're quite something. Even the Federation's research lab has sent you an invitation to collaborate with them. The next day, Feng Heng returned to the research lab and sat down. Dan Guangbin came after him to the lab. How is it? I also heard that Kiaowei brought the project team's teacher Ching to look for you last night. Dan Guangbin's gaze was rather eager as he asked, tell me, isn't Kiaowei much better looking in person than in the photo? Did you add her on WeChat? Come on, let me take a look at your moments. I am not familiar with her. Fang Heng was initially a little annoyed, but he was a little surprised to hear Tan Guangbin say this and asked, "You're so interested in Kiaowei?" "Interested? Hee, of course. TSK, TSK, TSK. Her figure is really amazing." Tan Guangbin's eyebrows showed a expression as he said it excitedly. He took out a form from the side and said, "You're a boring kid. If you like her, just admit it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Here, your application for project team assistance has been approved. This is the handover list." Fang Heng took the handover list and thought to himself, "You're the one who's being coquettish, right?" The application to join Teacher Cheng's research team was approved. After that, he would go to the project team twice a week to be responsible for related work. Nominally, he was still a member of Tongjia's project team. The Federation's project team was only a sideline. The actual workload he was responsible for was very small. Fang Heng took the transfer application and glanced at it. Not bad. The federal subsidy was 3 times that of a normal project team. "Junior, you're really our lucky star. I heard that the Federation has specially approved a lot of emergency research materials for our project team this time. Otherwise, team leader Tongjia wouldn't have let you go so easily." Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. He turned his head and asked, "Have the project materials been approved?" "That's for sure. Who do you think Tongjia is? Would she want to suffer a loss? The first batch will arrive today. Very soon, we would be able to get all of them in 2 days at most. We will be busy for the next 2 days," Tan Guangbin said with a beaming face. He was obviously in a good mood. Fang Heng thought to himself that it was not bad. In this way, he could also find a way to obtain the basic raw materials for the original devouring body compound as soon as possible. With the basic raw materials, it would be much more convenient for Kaiyu Yaoking's research team to find substitutes or directly replicate the raw materials. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Heng looked down. It was Kiaowei. Kiaowei sent a message saying that his application had been approved and asked him to meet her in 10 minutes under the Federation's building. A Fang Heng skillfully replied with an OK emoji and stood up to look for Kiaowei. Junior? Why are you leaving after saying a few words? Tell me about Kiaowei. We will talk when we get back. I will go find Kiaowei first." Tan Guangbin blinked as he watched Fang Heng leave the lab in a hurry. Fuck. Good fellow, he still said he was not familiar with her? If they weren't close, why would he run over to meet her? The Federation's actions were unusually fast. In just half a day, they had settled Fang Heng's application for the research project team and he became an auxiliary researcher for Cheng Zubin's project team. Downstairs at the Federation's Research Institute, Kiaowei stood alone at the door. When she saw Fang Heng, she smiled and went up to him. "Fang Heng." "Yes, sorry for the wait." As Fang Heng walked over, he saw Kiaowei's attire and was stunned. To be able to make Tan Guangbin admire her so much, she was indeed quite beautiful. Kiaowei knew how to make use of her own advantages. The small suit on her upper body had a tight wrapping feeling, making people worry that the buttons would accidentally burst. Paired with the lower professional skirt, her figure was even more obvious. The students passing by looked over and could not help but take a few more glances. What? Was she playing a honey trap? The Federation still liked to play such tricks? Fang Heng restrained his gaze and his eyes moved away from Kiaowei. "It's all right. I just arrived. This is your first time coming to the Research Institute, right?" Kiaowei leaned toward Fang Heng, looking very enthusiastic. "Yes." Fang Heng agreed. He felt a refreshing fragrance enter his nose. He couldn't help but take another look at Kiaowei. Kiaowei caught the subtle change in Fang Heng's expression and was secretly pleased with herself. It was not in vain that she woke up early this morning to put on makeup. Fang Heng forced himself to look away once. Why couldn't he control his eyes? That was not right. Could it not be his problem? Was it possible that the demonic seed in his body was lust? That's right, it must be the demonic seed's fault. Fang Heng tried his best to calm himself down. He looked straight ahead and followed Kiaowei into the elevator. Kiaowei pressed the elevator button. The elevator shook slightly and then quickly climbed up. Kiaowei deliberately moved closer to Fang Heng and asked in a low voice, "Fang Heng, you don't seem to like me very much. Did I do something wrong to make you misunderstand?" "Not like you? No, it's not that. Then why don't you take the initiative to talk to me?" Fang Heng fell into silence, his eyes fixed on the front. In the narrow space, the fragrance from Kiaowei's body kept coming into Fang Heng's nose. "Fang Heng, I just joined the project too. In the future, we will be members of the same project team. Teacher Cheng asked the two of us to interact more. Moreover, we are considered newbies, so we should work together." Kiaowei winked at Fang Heng and asked, "All right?" Fang Heng unconsciously met Kiaowei's weak gaze again. "I don't believe you." "Yes, all right. Yes, yes, thank you. Kiawe smiled in satisfaction when she heard Feng Heng's agreement. She led Feng Heng out of the elevator and into the botanic garden on the 8th floor of the Federation's experimental building. The project team leader, Teacher Ching, was already waiting for the two of them in the botanic garden. Teacher Ching smiled and welcomed the two of them. You're here. I was in charge of the project team's botanic garden in the past. It's good that both of you are here now. From now on, the two of you will be in charge. 1780 Absorb. After putting on the lab coat, Teacher Ching brought the two of them into the built-in botanic garden. The Federation's built-in botanic garden was several times larger than the campus rented by Tongjia's research institute. It was divided into 3 floors. As soon as he entered the campus, Feng Heng immediately sensed the surging power of nature and could not help but raise his eyebrows. The natural energy of the campus was extremely abundant. This was very abnormal. It should be some kind of plant that could release a large amount of natural energy. The Federation was still rich. Feng Heng looked around and sighed in his heart. Cultivating such plants was time-consuming and resource-consuming. Ordinary companies could not afford to spend money on maintenance. Feng Heng, this is your first time here, right? Let me introduce you. This is an indoor plant cultivation campus fully funded by the Federation. Teacher Ching led Feng Heng forward and introduced, in addition to the plants cultivated by our project team, there are also a large number of plants cultivated by other related project teams. There are many high-level plants obtained from the game world. We try not to touch other people's things. Feng Heng nodded and replied, yes, I understand. Teacher Ching brought Feng Heng and Kiawe to the back of the park. A few plants were growing alone in a space. Teacher Ching brought the two of them 2 meters away from the plants and pointed at a few plants on the empty ground. The shadow fog begonia hasn't bloomed yet. After it blooms, its color changes like a shadow fog, hence its name. Flowers can emit a unique fragrance after they bloom. The fragrance will cause people to fall into a hallucinatory state. Shortly, our project team will need the flowering shadow fog begonia for experiments. However, Feng Heng, you have to be careful when cultivating it. Be careful not to be affected by the fragrance of the flowers. This was the first time Feng Heng had heard of such a strange flower. He nodded and said, alright, I will be careful. Alright, your main job for this period is to take care of these few shadow fog begonias. Teacher Ching handed a thick training log to Feng Heng and said, there are relevant training instructions in the log. Your natural science level is above mine, so you should know more about training than me. Remember to fill in the training log after each training. You're a professional researcher, so I won't say anything more. Also, Feng Heng, your student card has been bound with permission. You can enter and exit here in the future. Teacher Ching turned to look at Kiawe and said, Kiawe, there are some special arrangements for your work. Come with me first. Alright. Kiawe left with Teacher Ching. She took 2 steps forward, turned her head, and winked playfully at Feng Heng before continuing to leave. TSK, woman. Feng Heng whispered to himself as he watched the two of them leave. He turned his head to observe the plants on the ground. Shadow fog begonia. Feng Heng stretched out his hand. The surrounding natural power quickly gathered in his hand and poured into the few shadow fog begonias in front of him. After pouring in a small portion of the natural energy, the shadow fog begonias quickly stopped absorbing. Feng Heng opened the cultivation log. The cultivation log stated that there was a limit to the amount of natural energy that the shadow fog begonia could absorb every week. The Federation had tried many methods but failed to break through this limitation. Feng Heng took a few steps forward and tried to observe. What caused the absorption restriction? Forget it. Feng Heng thought for a moment and then retreated. He had no interest in helping the Federation improve plant breeding. Since the mission had been completed, there was no need to meddle. It was better to maintain the progress of coming twice a week. If the modification was successful, there would be more trouble. However, Feng Heng looked around and pondered. The botanic garden was filled with natural energy. The energy density was close to saturation. Wasn't it a little too wasteful? In the game, he had never encountered such a place where natural energy gathered. Coincidentally, the skill advancement book he had obtained previously had yet to increase his level of natural science. It was better to absorb it. After advancing to intermediate natural science, players could also directly absorb the power of nature to increase their natural science experience points. Of course, it couldn't be absorbed directly. It needed to go through some simple conversion. As he thought about it, Feng Heng plucked a branch from the side and used it to carve a small alchemy magic array on the mud. Then, he sat in the middle of the magic array. Swoosh! He poured his mental power into it, and a faint light immediately appeared on the alchemy array. The natural force quickly gathered and transformed into a force that was easier to absorb through the alchemy magic array. It was quickly absorbed by Feng Heng. An extremely faint game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has absorbed special natural power through alchemy, occultism, and natural science. The player's natural science experience points plus 12,891, very good. He had succeeded. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately increased the speed of his circulation. If any players were proficient in the study of natural science in the campus, they would have been able to sense that a large amount of natural energy had formed a vortex and was rapidly surging toward Fang Heng, who was sitting cross-legged. At the same time, in the monitoring room not far away, Teacher Cheng and Kiaowei were watching Fang Heng's every move through the surveillance screen. Not only were there shadow fog begonia in the botanic garden, but there were also many high-level plants needed for the Federation's scientific research projects. Among them, there were some special types of rare plants. For example, the dragon crygrass. The Federal investigation team believed that demi-humans would be interested in it. Inviting Fang Heng to the campus this time was the second test. They deliberately gave Fang Heng this opportunity. If Fang Heng was related to the demi-human incident, then he would take action. This was a trap that Kiaowei had deliberately left for Fang Heng. However, they were disappointed again. From the beginning to the end, everyone stared at Fang Heng's every move on the screen. They saw Fang Heng draw a circle on the ground and then sit down cross-legged as if he was sensing something. Everyone looked at the motionless Fang Heng on the monitor screen, and the entire monitoring hall fell into a moment of silence. Teacher Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What is he doing?" In the monitoring hall, a high-ranking player from the Federation stared at Fang Heng's every move on the screen and said with uncertainty, "If I am not mistaken, he might be absorbing natural energy." Cultivation? Kiaowei turned to look at the player behind her in surprise. The latter nodded. Kiaowei stared at Fang Heng on the screen. It seemed to be the case. What was the meaning of this? Was he treating the botanic garden as a training ground? Everyone looked at Fang Heng's actions on the screen and suddenly felt like they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Heng knew that there were surveillance cameras in the room, but he did not know that so many people were watching his every move. In just half an hour, he had absorbed most of the natural energy in the Federation's botanic garden. It was almost time. Fang Heng opened his eyes. 1781 settled. If this continued, the other cultivated plants in the botanic garden might die due to the lack of natural energy. It was better not to cause trouble. Fang Heng stood up. The absorption efficiency in this half an hour was very high. If it was converted to hacking, he would need to let all the zombie clones hang in the zombie apocalypse for a week to achieve this effect. Not bad. Fang Heng looked at the time again, hurriedly filled in the cultivation log for the day, and then left the botanic garden leisurely. He would come back in a few days when the natural energy was abundant. As for the other special plants in the botanic garden, Fang Heng was not interested either. He did not even look at them and left the laboratory. On the surveillance screen, everyone fell silent again when they saw Fang Heng leave without even looking back after he finished his cultivation. Somehow, a sense of defeat rose in Kiaowei's heart. She was the one who suggested the probing operation. It seemed like she had completely failed. The other party did not take the bait at all. Was he on guard? A federal investigator asked, "Is it because we were too radical and he found out something?" Kiaowei thought about it and pondered about Fang Heng's attitude towards her previously. She immediately felt that it was very possible and nodded, "Indeed, we can't rule out this possibility." Teacher Cheng nodded and replied, "There's no need to be anxious. If he's really related to the incident, he will definitely reveal his foxtail." Fang Heng did not know that he had been mistaken for being related to the demi-human race. He even considered rejecting the invitation from the federal project team. Considering that doing so would arouse suspicion, he decided not to waste any more time. Other than that, he was indeed very interested in the training of breaking to Tier 2 lock in the real world. Fang Heng was not in a hurry. In the real world, he would just have to wait for the Federation's arrangements. Right now, the most important thing was still the game. After leaving the research lab, he went back to Tongjia's project team's botanic garden. After taking care of the ancient bronze wood, he returned to the villa as usual and continued to frantically travel between the game and the real world, frantically moving equipment parts into the warehouse. Fang Heng's days returned to their former fullness. During the day, he worked and studied in school, and at night, he spent his time moving supplies in the game. 2 days later, when Fang Heng had emptied the entire second floor of the mausoleum, he finally received the exact news from the Black Castle. "Charlene, we can prepare to retreat. I just received news from the Black Castle that the Federation is very close to us. Today would be the day to break through the spatial collapse." "All right." Charlene nodded and slowly put down her hand. Bang. Bang 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 bang. The dense void stalkers in front of him instantly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. During this period of time, Charlene had been farming monsters. She was already used to this kind of cultivation method. Every time she completed her cultivation, her spiritual power would improve slightly. With continuous training, there would eventually be a qualitative change. During this period of time, Fang Heng looked at Charlene and was about to say something when he saw the coldness in her tone. He changed his words and said, "Anyway, thank you. You're welcome." After leaving this place, Charlene said, "I will return to the Black Castle after I leave here. I will give you a copy of the chip's information. I will contact you if there are any further developments." Fang Heng just wanted to ask Charlene if there was still a chance to cooperate in the future. Hearing her say this, he shrugged and said, "All right." Charlene said, "What about you? It's not difficult to level up to level 40 in a short period of time. You need to kill higher level creatures to obtain the tier 3 mutant crystals. These types of creatures can only be found in advanced game worlds." "Yes, I will stay in the mausoleum world for a while and continue to look around. I will think of a way to find a commander level creature to level up. The Federation's elite team will be staying in the mausoleum world for a period of time. You must be careful." "I understand." Fang Heng took a deep breath and waved his hand. A thick layer of mutant crystals that had accumulated on the ground of the mausoleum's hall slowly flew into Fang Heng's palm and fused into the mark on the back of his hand. Because there were too many of them, the absorption process lasted for more than 10 minutes before it completely stopped. A game notification appeared on Fang Heng's retina. "Ding! The player has obtained 6,215,120,000 Tier 1 mutant crystals, 21,330,000 Tier 2 mutant crystals, the terrifying Charlene. He had obtained so many mutant crystals in 2 days. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutant crystals were enough for him to reach level 40. Fang Heng was secretly speechless and couldn't help but glance at Charlene. He was really reluctant to part with her. Why couldn't he just ask and continue to cling to her thigh? Fang Heng was just thinking about it and waved his hand. The surrounding zombie clones gradually merged into the surrounding space and committed suicide in the secondary space projection, completely disappearing. Charlene nodded and grabbed Fang Heng's wrist, her left hand pressing on the necklace in front of her chest. Whoosh! The two of them were sucked into the special space at the same time and disappeared on the spot. About an hour after the two of them disappeared, the broken space in front of them slowly healed. The high-level elite team of the Federation gathered in front of the entrance of the passageway. They looked at each other for a moment before dispersing and maintaining a vigilant posture. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A large number of Void Stalkers surged out from the healed tunnel. The elite team was prepared in advance. As the Void Stalkers surged out, various small-scale spells were thrown at them. A few hundred Void Stalkers were unable to affect this elite team. Soon, all the Void Stalkers were cleared out. Arnold tried to sense the depths of the passage and looked behind him. Anku, the trader of Black Castle, was also in the team. He noticed Arnold's gaze and nodded. "There's a straight path after the corner. After passing through the straight path, you will reach the central hall of the mausoleum. The sarcophagus is there." Arnold nodded at his team and instructed, "Be careful. Let's continue." Led by 2 elite players from the Federation, the party continued to advance along the passageway. After clearing out the first batch of Void Stalkers, no other creatures appeared. When everyone returned to the central hall of the mausoleum and saw the scene in front of them, Arnold's eyes revealed a solemn expression. The sarcophagus in the middle of the hall had completely disappeared, leaving only a small hole in the ground. The light from the hole extended high up and fell on the ceiling. Everyone followed the light and looked up. They saw an entrance passage appear on the ceiling. Arnold looked at the entrance and frowned. He raised his hand to signal. "Go and investigate." The 2 elite players on the team immediately leaped onto the second floor to explore. 1782 Getting out of trouble. Arnold turned back to Anku and said in a deep voice, "You didn't tell me that there's a second floor." When Anku first saw the second floor, he was also surprised. Faced with Arnold's question, he gritted his teeth and snorted. "I didn't know that there was a second level here. Charlene did not mention this to us." Arnold said no more. Soon, the 2 elite members who had entered the second floor to investigate returned to the first floor and reported, "Team leader, we've checked. There's a hall on the second floor. It's very messy. There are traces of recent fierce battles." A serious look flashed across Arnold's face as he nodded. He said, "Let's go in and take a look." Everyone followed the passage on the ceiling and entered the research hall on the second floor. The floor was littered with fallen tables and chairs, as well as all kinds of broken wooden blocks and metal plates. It was impossible to tell what place this was just by looking at these things. From all the signs, it could be confirmed that an intense battle had taken place here. A player checked the surroundings and said, "There should have been a lot of things here in the past, but they're all gone now. They should have been taken away." "Yes, I also noticed that there are traces left on the ground." While everyone was discussing, a line of game notifications appeared on the retina of all the players. "Ding! The players' party has discovered a special area. The player's current mission exploration of the main mausoleum has increased by 5%. The player can search in the secret area to find more clues and increase the mission completion rate. Arnold looked at the game notification, and his expression froze. Exploration? This place had already been fucking emptied. Exploration my ass. What could he discover? Arnold turned around and stared at Anku with anger. This was also the first time Anku knew that there was a second level here. He was silent for a moment before his lips moved. This is also the first time I know. Tell the Federation's operations department to handle the follow-up. Let's go. Arnold interrupted Anku and left in anger. They were already making huge progress with the plan, but they were eventually played by the Black Castle. And this spy in front of him didn't even have the most basic information. He even had a suspicion that the thing that was secretly set up on the second floor was Charlene's true goal. Feng Heng and Charlene had been hiding in the special space. It was not until the next morning that Feng Heng confirmed from the outside world that most of the Federation's personnel had left, that he left the special space with Charlene. Charlene easily took care of the two federal guards. The two of them used the power of the secondary space projection to quickly evacuate from the mausoleum area. As they arrived outside the mausoleum, Charlene looked at Feng Heng again and said, "The Federation's high-level team will stay in this world for a while. You will be in danger. I can take you with me." "No need. I have a way to leave. I also have to think of a way to complete the time limit mission. It's not a big problem if the people in the Federation don't know my identity." Feng Heng waved his hand and declined Charlene's kindness. After all, it was not easy to find an advanced game world. He was still planning to find the Tier 3 mutant crystal to upgrade. Being trapped in the special space for 6 days had consumed a lot of his time. The good news was that Charlene was a super powerful person. Psychics had terrifying destructive power against void stalkers. Her farming speed was astonishing. It was a pity. Now, his thigh was about to leave. Feng Heng looked at Charlene and felt a little reluctant. "Goodbye." Charlene noticed the reluctance in Feng Heng's eyes and felt a strange emotion that she had never felt before. Under the mask, Charlene smiled and said, "We will meet again next time." "Yes." After watching Charlene leave, Feng Heng thought for a moment, then turned around and rushed toward the federal camp. He had contacted Mojai Oi when he first entered the game. Ever since the Black Castle retreated from the Mausoleum world, the Federation had gradually gained control of the entire world. They had begun to expand and explore the outside world with the camp as the center. At the same time, the Federation also issued a large number of missions to the outside world. This was thanks to Charlene's terrifying farming efficiency. Now, he did not lack the Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutant crystals he needed to level up. What he lacked was the Tier 3 crystal. First, he would go to the camp to take a look and confirm the situation of the federal camp. At the same time, he would also see if there were any missions that were suitable for him to farm crystals. Soon, Feng Heng arrived outside the federal camp. He returned to his human form and walked into the camp through the gate. Unlike the last time he came, most of the sentry towers outside the federal camp had been removed. The originally dense guard teams had also been evacuated, leaving only some of the basic guards. The internal commission collection hall had also undergone a complete transformation. It was no longer a simple warehouse. Even though it was still early in the morning, there were still people coming and going in the mission hall. The Federation displayed most of the open missions on the large electronic board in the commission office. Feng Heng's gaze quickly swept across the screen. Most of the commissions issued by the Federation were related to exploration, and the collection of mineral resources accounted for a large part of it. However, such commissions had very high requirements and required the Federation to supervise the entire process. The Federation's commission was also very high. After a rough scan, he did not find any missions related to the Tier 3 mutant crystal. He had forgotten to ask when he was parting with Charlene. He wondered where the 2 commander-level half-mechanical transformed creatures that Black Castle had managed to control came from. Feng Heng was pondering when he heard footsteps behind him. He glanced behind him warily. "Mr. Feng, I didn't expect you to come back safely from such a dangerous place." "You're really?" When Lu Yanlong saw that Feng Heng had returned safely, he immediately came over to receive him. His tone carried a hint of admiration. "You're really too strong." Initially, when they heard that Feng Heng was surrounded by the main elite team of the Federation, Starfish Company was worried for him. There was nothing they could do. The opponent was the Federation. If Starfish Company secretly used some strength, they wouldn't be able to help in a head-on battle. He did not expect Feng Heng to escape so easily. That was the Federation's elite team in the high-level game world. God knew how Mr. Feng did it. It really surprised Starfish Company. When Feng Heng saw that it was Lu Yanlong, he was relieved. He continued to shift his gaze to the commission screen and said, "It's just luck. You guys came quite quickly. You're an important partner of ours. We have people watching over you 24/7. Once there's news, they will inform me. Did I disturb your sleep? Look at what you're saying. The Federation has started to stir up trouble. Our days are not good either. How can we have a good day to sleep in? What's wrong? The situation outside isn't good? 1783 Taking advantage, Lu Yanlong chuckled and said, it's not just bad, it's terrible. However, it's different now that you're back. Our boss is looking forward to when you will be back. Lu Yanlong wasn't lying about this. Ever since Feng Hang was trapped in the main mausoleum, the obelisk teleportation channel could no longer be maintained. In addition, the Federation had conducted strict inspections on the various transmission channels. Therefore, even if the Starfish Company found a few new rich mines and completed the mining, they still had to transport them back through the Federation's channels. When they passed through the teleportation channel, they would be extorted by the Federation. During this time, besides the Black Castle and the prison, Starfish Company was undoubtedly the most eager for Feng Hang to come back. Those bastards from the Western District Federation, apart from occupying a few necessary large-scale teleportation points, actually destroyed all the other small-scale teleportation points as soon as they found them. They really think that this world is their own. Lu Yanlong was quite unhappy and complained softly, small companies like us don't have a way out. Feng Hang glanced at Lu Yanlong. Your Starfish Company is considered a small company. He felt that the Federation's actions were considered normal. They were all fighting for resources. There was nothing wrong with that. If he was not convinced, it was just a matter of whose fist was bigger. Starfish Company couldn't beat them and didn't dare to fight, so they could only earn meager profits. Halfway through his bitter words, Lu Yanlong changed the topic and looked at Feng Hang with a flattering smile. But things are different now that you're back, Mr. Feng. We found a small, hidden teleportation point that the Federation hasn't found yet. It will probably last for a while, and there's a huge mine near the teleportation point, which will make it convenient for us to transport supplies. It's just a little far from here. How far? Lu Yanlong smiled honestly and replied, about 300 to 400 kilometers away. PFFT. Feng Hang almost choked, damn. It's so far. Even if he flew over in his bat form, it would still take some time. Haha, it's alright. In order to earn money, we can only travel a longer distance. You know the situation now. The Federation is pressurizing us and the economy is not good, we can only endure for now. Lu Yanlong chuckled and said, right, Mr. Feng, the lake area that we spent a lot of effort to drain was discovered by the Federation 2 days ago and is now occupied by them. However, I've already found a way to move the barrier-destroying devices in advance, so we didn't suffer a great loss. As for the defensive barrier left behind by the spawns over there, it has been completely destroyed by the Federation. The Federation has also entered the mausoleum to explore. The specific exploration situation is not clear. Yes. Feng Hang had expected this. After so long, it was normal for the Federation to expand its search. It was reasonable that they would find the lakeside mausoleum. Feng Hang asked with a bitter smile, after saying so much, is there no good news? There really is one. Lu Yanlong tapped his finger and said with a beaming face, do you still remember the captain of the Central Federation who worked with us last time? You mean Captain Dormer? Yes, that's him. This big brother is quite reliable. Although they returned after the mission, he helped us settle the matter of the mutant crystal conversion device before it ended. With the special approval of the Central Federation, the Western District Federation won't dare to stop us in this area. Feng Hang's eyes lit up. This was great news. He had stayed in the mausoleum world to grind for the Tier 3 mutant crystals. The conversion device would help to solve this problem. He would first try the Federation's mutant crystal conversion device. The device required a large number of monsters to recharge. At that time, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. It was best to not let the Federation find out about this and find a place further away from them to farm monsters. Feng Hang thought about it and turned his head to ask, by the way, the location of the mine you mentioned earlier is. Please wait a moment. Lu Yanlong quickly took out a map from his backpack and showed it to Feng Hang. Then, his finger slid to a place far away and compared it to a point on it. It's here, Mr. Feng. There's a mine here, and it's located in the periphery of a mausoleum. When we mine it, we will be attacked by the mutated beasts outside the mausoleum, and we're still trying to figure out how to deal with it. There's also good news. The teleportation point we found is here. Look, the teleportation point is very close to the mausoleum and the collection point. It's less than a kilometer away. It's very convenient to transport resources out of the mausoleum world. Ah, right. As Lu Yanlong spoke, he thought of something and added, there's one thing we need to pay attention to. We've confirmed that there's a commander-level creature in that place, so Mr. Feng, we have to be extra careful. Feng Hang listened and his heart moved. Commander level? There was such good news? Wasn't he just looking for a commander level monster? What a treasure land. Moreover, the location of the farming point was very close to the teleportation point, and it was also very close to the mausoleum. He could also farm a wave of mausoleum monsters while working in the mine, and test the effects of the Federation's mutant crystal conversion device, satisfying multiple needs at the same time. Feng Heng observed the location pointed out on the map and pondered for a moment before asking, how long will it take to send the mutant crystal conversion device over and complete the preparations? Hey, as long as you say the word, we will set off now. We will be done before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Feng Heng looked at the time and immediately made a decision. Alright, let's do it first. While farming monsters, he also had to take care of mining. Cosmic crystals were a very high-quality energy source. Apart from the large number of alchemy magic arrays that needed to provide energy, his zombie clones also needed energy to transform. With the help of the Black Castle, it was always good to save more. Understood. I will make the arrangements now. Seeing Feng Heng agree, Lu Yanlong excitedly agreed. He called the player over and quickly whispered a few words into his ear. It would take some time for the Black Castle team to prepare. Feng Heng did not stay idle either. He raised his head and continued to look at the list of commissions issued by the Federation. He continued reading. Amongst all the missions that the Federation had given out, the only ones that could possibly have a commander-level mutated beast were a few scouting missions. A special commission? Suddenly, Feng Heng's gaze focused on a special mission on the list of commissions. The person who accepts the commission must have the ability of intermediate spatial science or above. Feng Heng focused his attention on this mission. He roughly scanned the contents of the mission, noted down the mission number, and patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder. Mr. Feng, the supplies are ready to be shipped over. They will be ready by 3 p.m. Okay, let's not talk about this first. I found something I'm interested in. Accompany me to take a look. Alright. After Lu Yanlong finished explaining the details to his companion, he brought Feng Heng to the counter to check the relevant details of the commission. 1784 A mission. After verifying Starfish Company's mission authorization, the federal teller handed over a special mission authorization contract. Hello, this is the contract for the details of the commission. Please do not disclose any details about this commission to the public. Mission commissions required an S level or above party qualification to view and receive. It was one of the most demanding missions. Feng Heng took the contract and immediately opened it to check. He quickly realized that while he was trapped in the main mausoleum, the Federation had been exploring the other mausoleums at the same time. The Federation had broken through several small mausoleums and discovered that there were spatial traps around the central sarcophagus of the mausoleum. Right now, the Federation was mobilizing its members to break the spatial traps and attempt to move the sarcophagus away from the various mausoleums. Based on a mission description alone, the players recruited by the Federation needed to assist in clearing the spatial traps and moving the sarcophagus. The reward was very good. After reading the description of the mission, Feng Heng could not help but rub his chin. Interesting. There was a mole within the Black Castle. The Federation should know that the remains hidden in the coffin were related to the main storyline of the spawns. Judging from this, the Federation's decision to move the sarcophagus was likely to carry out the next step of research. However, it was very strange. The mission commission stated that the destination of the sarcophagus was not the federal camp, but another mausoleum that had been cleared and safe. So the Federation was not prepared to transport the sarcophagus to other safe game worlds for research? Did something happen? Could it be related to the main mission of the mausoleum world? Feng Heng vaguely sensed that something was amiss. He carefully recalled the scene he had encountered when he opened a small mausoleum sarcophagus last time. That's right. Feng Heng suddenly remembered something. Regardless of what the Federation wanted to do, the last time he opened the sarcophagus, he found the remains of a spawn infected by the virus. Moreover, the remains of the spawn were stimulated and revived. At that time, the spatial trap was triggered, and the remains were completely swallowed by the spatial trap. What if they removed the spatial trap before opening the sarcophagus? Would the corpses be the same as the corpses in the main mausoleum, forming a creature with commander-level power? It was very possible. Thinking about it carefully, the mutated remains in the main mausoleum were the products of the queen bug's infection. Their strength was much higher than the creatures infected by ordinary worms. The strength of the ordinary infected corpse was not as high as his. He should be able to handle it. Feng Heng thought that if he used this method, he would have the tier 3 crystals he needed to level up. Lu Yanlong was also looking at the mission commission report in Feng Heng's hands. After taking a few glances, he suddenly felt strange. A sarcophagus escort mission? What the hell was the Federation doing? When he raised his head, he saw a malicious smile on Feng Heng's face. His heart could not help but thump, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Mr. Feng, you. There are still more than 10 hours before the supplies are sent over. I think this mission from the Federation is quite interesting. Are you interested in coming with me and completing the mission? When Lu Yanlong heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He gulped carefully and thought to himself, it's fine if others accept this mission, but Mr. Feng, are you sure you want to receive it? Are you confident that you won't be chased away by a sea of void stalkers in the mausoleum? Feng Heng saw Lu Yanlong's gaze and thought that there would be trouble accepting the mission. He asked curiously, would there be trouble? Is there a new restriction for the Federation to accept missions? No, no. Lu Yanlong came back to his senses and waved his hands. Mr. Feng, I am fine. When are we leaving? Feng Heng said, let's go, now. Lu Yanlong was proficient in spatial science. With him around, he could take care of both of them and help out. The two of them immediately received the commission in the name of Starfish Company and drove the off-road vehicle all the way to the mission rendezvous point. It was located about 40 kilometers south of the Federal camp. The Federation team gathered at the entrance of a small mausoleum. To the Federation, breaking through the first small mausoleum that was discovered was more troublesome. However, after the first experience, it was completely a standard assembly line operation. The first was to clear out the outermost layer of mutated beasts. They directly used brute force to fight back. After cleaning up the outer layer, they used the destruction device to break through the large space barrier outside the outer layer of the mausoleum. The destructive device was already there, and they only needed to move it over and reassemble it. After entering the mausoleum, one could easily open the entrance to the subsequent mausoleums by relying on the key found in the first mausoleum. For safety reasons, the Federation would also use an alchemy magic array to seal the void stalkers in the mausoleum and use spatial transmission teleportation. They were stuck at the last part. The Federation had encountered some trouble when dealing with the sarcophagus in the middle of the mausoleum. There were spatial traps around the sarcophagus. It was very troublesome to set up a spatial trap, and it was not easy to remove it. As there weren't many players with spatial abilities in the Federation team, it took them half a day to clear the spatial traps. After all, players were not machines. After clearing the spatial traps, they would need a long time to recover. There were still a large number of small mausoleums in the mausoleum world. In order to hurry, the Federation had no choice but to recruit players with intermediate spatial science skills to help. It was still early when Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong drove their off-road vehicle to the assembly point of the Federation's mausoleum. The Federation team was outside the mausoleum dealing with the void stalkers that kept coming out from the depths of the mausoleum. Sensing Feng Heng's appearance, the void stalkers instantly became irritable, and their numbers increased rapidly. The commander of the Federation team didn't know what had happened, and the pressure on him increased greatly. He hurriedly ordered his team to guard the area. Seeing this, Lu Yanlong stole a glance at Feng Heng, thinking that there was indeed something wrong with Mr. Feng, so he quickly pulled Feng Heng away. After losing the ability to sense the virus in Feng Heng's body, the void stalkers became restless and the Federation quickly took control of the situation. It was only when the Federation team used a special runic alchemy magic array to completely seal off the void stalker's spatial transmission passage that Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong showed their mission authorization letters and were allowed to continue entering the mausoleum to find the person in charge of the mission. Inside the mausoleum, most of the Federation players knew about the spatial trap. After they sealed the outer passage, they stayed far away, afraid that they would accidentally trigger the trap and get sucked into it. Lu Yanlong found the team commander and handed over the letter of authorization. He said, "Hello, we are from Starfish Company. We have accepted the commission and are here." The commander in charge of this part of the mausoleum's raid verified the commission and took out a notebook to match it. Then, he pointed at the depths of the mausoleum. "The mission requires us to remove the spatial traps around the sarcophagus. After that, we need to send the sarcophagus away. The person in charge of the mission is team leader Nesto. He's inside now, he's the tallest one. He will be in charge of the assessment of the subsequent missions. You just have to listen to him." 1785 transfer. Thank you. Lu Yanlong nodded and thanked him. He followed Feng Heng through a passage and entered a room in the depths of the mausoleum. Feng Heng sized up the layout of the room. There was a sarcophagus in the middle of the room, and behind the sarcophagus was a familiar metal frame and dark purple spatial crystals floating in the air. It seemed that the sarcophaguses in all the small mausoleums were the same. There were also corpses left behind by the spawns in the sarcophaguses. The 5 people in the room turned to look at Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong. 3 of them were wearing Federation uniforms. They were all from the Federation. Just as the captain of the federal team said, Nesto was 1.9 meters tall and stood out in the crowd. Nesto and the others had just entered the room and were still checking the status of the sarcophagus and the spatial trap. "Welcome." Nesto stood up and clapped his hands. "It seems that everyone is here." Lu Yanlong nodded at the people in the room. "We're from the Starfish Company." We're here on behalf of the Federation. A Federation player standing beside Nisto nodded and said, I know. The Federation's commission department is looking for someone. Did Colonel Brand tell you about it? This is not an ordinary mission. We are here to clear the spatial trap. You should know the risks. How long have you been learning spatial science? Are you strong enough? Before Fang Heng came here, there were already 2 or 3 groups of players who had came to report. Without exception, they were all chased away by them. This was not something that players who had just advanced to intermediate spatial science could do. I know. This is my apprentice. He came here to learn. I'll take care of him. There won't be any problem. Lu Yanlong looked at Fang Heng worriedly. Theoretically, the removal of a spatial trap would require at least intermediate spatial science. It was only limited to theory. If it was a beginner who had just leveled up to intermediate spatial science, the margin of error would be too low. If he accidentally failed, the entire space would collapse under extreme circumstances, and everyone would be in trouble. It was necessary to be cautious. Ahem. Lu Yanlong saw the suspicion in everyone's eyes and couldn't help but cough lightly. He added, he can observe at the side. Nisto looked at Fang Heng and said, if it's just observing, it's safer to stay outside. I am not just a mere apprentice, I can help. Fang Heng said as he took a small step back. As he retreated, Fang Heng's figure slowly faded and merged into the secondary space projection. A few seconds later, the space around Nisto began to distort. Fang Heng stepped out of the secondary space projection and appeared beside the sarcophagus. Everyone looked at Fang Heng in surprise. This move. He easily entered the secondary space projection and completed a distance transfer. He looked very calm and at ease. Everyone present was proficient in spatial science, so they nodded inwardly. It was already very good for him to be able to display this ability. He was even stronger than most of them. Lu Yanlong was even more surprised when he saw this scene. He stared at Fang Heng in a daze as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? When did he? What happened to Mr. Fang? A week ago, he was still a player who knew nothing about spatial science. What happened to him after he was locked in the main mausoleum for a week? He was actually able to control the secondary space projection so skillfully, and he could even shuttle through it freely. Judging from what he had just displayed, it was definitely not a low-level spatial science. Lu Yanlong stared at Fang Heng for a long time, and suddenly, an indescribable sense of defeat rose in his heart. He suddenly felt as if he had lived his life like a dog for so many years. He spent more than 10 years honing his skill, yet Fang Heng managed to catch up to him in one night. It was hard to accept. The other players could not help but fall silent when they saw Fang Heng's move. They looked at Lu Yanlong again. Was he pretending? His apprentice was at least an advanced spatial science scholar. What about him? Grandmaster level? Or was he at demigod level? Lu Yanlong noticed that everyone was staring at him. He couldn't help but think of what he had just said. His face instantly heated up. He didn't think too much about this nonsense and quickly changed the topic. Everyone, if you don't have any objections, let's start now. Everyone nodded and took a few steps back to get down to business. Other than Nisto, the highest level among this group of players was only advanced spatial science. There was still a distance from master level. Nisto was the person in charge of the mission. He felt that it was not bad. It seemed that Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong were very powerful. With their help, the entrusted mission could be completed more easily. Alright, I'll repeat myself. We'll first cut off the spatial traps around the sarcophagus. As for the spatial traps inside the sarcophagus, don't touch them for the time being. Nisto looked at the time and added, do it as soon as possible. I hope we can complete the mission before noon. Everyone gathered around the sarcophagus and began to move it. Fang Heng also stepped forward and pressed his hand on the edge of the sarcophagus. After leveling up his spatial knowledge to the Grandmaster level, his spatial sensing ability greatly improved. Fang Heng could easily sense the layout of the spatial traps around him. Then, he injected his mental power into his palm and used his spatial power to dissolve and cut off the spatial traps left around the sarcophagus. The efficiency of cutting the spatial barrier was very slow. The 7 of them worked together and spent a total of 6 hours on and off until a light clicking sound came from the outside of the sarcophagus. It worked. Everyone's tired faces finally showed a hint of relief. The spatial traps on the outside were completely cut off from the sarcophagus. The time was too short for them to remove the entire trap. They had only removed the connection between the trap's detonator and the trap in the cave. There were still spatial traps left in the room and the sarcophagus. Of course, for players like Fang Heng who were proficient in spatial science, the spatial traps left in the sarcophagus were no longer a threat. It wouldn't be a problem to ensure his own safety. Nisto heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around at everyone and paused for a moment on Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong before continuing, everyone, you've worked hard. The most dangerous part is over. Let's rest for half an hour to recover. We can relax a little after that. We just need to help complete the transportation of the sarcophagus. Understood. Feng Heng, like the others, found a protruding rock around them and sat down. While everyone was resting and chatting, Feng Heng was observing the sarcophagus in front of him without saying a word. When he was trying to remove the spatial trap around the sarcophagus, he had already sensed that the corpse inside the sarcophagus had an abnormal fluctuation. Chapter 1786 Gathering. Could it be that the corpse in the sarcophagus had begun to revive because it sensed the aura of the virus in his body? The spawns should have set some restrictions in the sarcophagus, and they should be able to suppress it for a short period of time. The people from the Federation did not sense the changes in the sarcophagus. After resting for a while, the leader of the Federation team led more than 10 soldiers into the room. The soldiers worked together to lift the sarcophagus from the ground and load it into the military truck at the back. Nisto took the lead and followed. Let's go. We will follow and escort the sarcophagus. Feng Heng was worried that getting close to the sarcophagus would speed up the resurrection of the corpse, so he and Lu Yanlong boarded another truck and left with the team. Lu Yanlong had been working continuously for 6 hours using his spatial science ability. Moreover, it was a high-intensity concentrated work. Lu Yanlong couldn't help but feel a little sleepy. He kept yawning along the way. Feng Heng was still in good spirits. He secretly memorized the truck's route along the way. Soon, the vehicle and the sarcophagus arrived at the outskirts of another large mausoleum guarded by the Federation. This mausoleum was not as big as the central mausoleum, but it looked very strange overall. It was built on a mountain range, and most of the mausoleums were located inside a cave. The entire mausoleum had been cleaned up by the Federation. The truck stopped at the entrance of the mausoleum. Immediately, a team from the Federation surrounded them. Nisto got out of the car and briefly communicated with the federal team. He waved to Feng Heng and the other players who had accepted the commission and said, "Wait, let's escort the sarcophagus into the mausoleum together. It's an important place guarded by the Federation. Don't wander around." Everyone nodded in understanding. Soon, under the arrangements of the federal team, the sarcophagus was transported into the cave mausoleum area. Feng Heng followed behind the team. The mausoleum was built on the mountain range, and the space inside was several times larger than a normal small mausoleum. There were also many forks inside. Feng Heng followed them all the way until they passed through a long corridor. A vast cave appeared before his eyes. Cave? Feng Heng was curious. This place was different from the mausoleums he had seen before. On the walls of one of the caves, there were special patterns, murals, and inscriptions. Interesting. Feng Heng muttered softly and took a few more glances at the stone wall. Previously, he had never encountered such a stone wall even in the main mausoleum. There was no doubt that the words carved on the stone wall were the words of the spawns. Unfortunately, the Black Castle team was not around, so they could not decipher the meaning of the words. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the center of the cave. There were 3 stone sarcophagi on the ground. A few federal soldiers carried the sarcophagi that had just been escorted in from outside the cave and carefully placed them together with the previous 3. Feng Heng stared at the sarcophagi on the ground. He had a vague feeling that the 3 sarcophagi contained the same remains. Nisto clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the players in the cave. He continued, "Thank you for your hard work. Today's mission has been completed. The Federation team will bring you back to the federal camp. In addition, this is the Federation sealed control area. Everyone, please forget everything you saw and heard here today. Please do not disclose it to the outside world. There will be similar commissions in the future. If you are willing to receive commissions for a long time, you can contact me." Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong looked at each other, feeling strange. The commission was completed just like that? Before they could figure out why the Federation had gathered all the sarcophagi here, the Federation had already started to chase them away. Did he really just come here to be a coolie for nothing? Feng Heng asked in a deep voice, "Long-term commissions? Are they all similar to clearing the spatial barrier and moving the sarcophagus?" Nisto glanced at Feng Heng. This was the first time Feng Heng had taken the initiative to ask. "Yes." Feng Heng frowned, feeling even more confused. So the Federation seemed to be preparing to gather more sarcophagi here? What were they trying to do? That's all for today. I hope we can continue working together next time. Nisto waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to take Feng Heng and the others away. Soon, other than the 3 Federation members, the rest of the people left the Federation base under the escort of the Federation soldiers. They boarded the truck and returned to the federal camp. Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong were silent all the way. They got off the truck halfway to the federal camp. After watching the truck drive away, the 2 of them exchanged glances. Feng Heng asked, "You also think there's a problem?" "There's no need to look. The Federation is so careful. They even sealed off the outer area of the mausoleum to prevent anyone from approaching. Lu Yanlong pursed his lips and continued, based on my many years of experience dealing with the Federation, there is most likely some hidden special side mission here. The blockade is just to keep the things for themselves. Yeah, I think so too. Feng Heng nodded in agreement and looked in the direction of the mausoleum. He was even more curious about what the Federation was up to. Theoretically, the remains of the central mausoleum had been completely destroyed, and the secret research room on the second floor of the mausoleum had been mostly moved by him. The main mission had come to an end. Was there anything else that he had overlooked? If he could think of a way to get Dodd's team to come over and analyze the spawn's language in the mausoleum's cave, he should be able to find some clues. Lu Yanlong noticed that Feng Heng was looking at the mausoleum with a malicious gaze again, and he couldn't help but shiver. Ahem, Mr. Feng, are you trying to sneak in? Why don't we go back first? It's not easy to deal with the Federation. Feng Heng retracted his gaze. It made sense. The guards in the mausoleum were not weak. Moreover, he still did not know what the Federation's goal was. If he rushed in rashly, it would be very difficult for him to discover anything if he searched aimlessly. Seeing Feng Heng's hesitation, Lu Yanlong quickly changed the topic. Right, Mr. Feng, the preparations at the mine are almost done. Why don't we go back first? Don't bother about the Federation. Earning money is more important, don't you think? Feng Heng's attention was attracted again when he heard the words earning money. It made sense. Earning money was more important. There were still many mines waiting to be mined. Moreover, the main goal of the current mission was to level up. There was no need to continue wasting time with the Federation. There were still commander-level mutated beasts in the mining area. The mutant crystal conversion device provided by the Federation also needed to be tested on the spot. Thinking of this, Feng Heng no longer hesitated. You're right. Let's go back and take a look. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two lickers that had been following the truck all the way came out from the bushes at the side. They quickly formed two meat cocoons on the spot and quickly mutated into fusion tyrant forms. Feng Heng skillfully jumped behind the fusion tyrant form and called out, "Lead the way, let's go." Chapter 1787 Border Mining Area. It was located in a forest about 500 kilometers away from the federal camp. By the time Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong rushed over, a large group of lickers were already following them. More zombie clones were still on their way. Starfish Company occupied this place about 2 days ago. It was a small teleportation point on an obelisk. As this place was too far away from the federal camp, without Feng Heng and the others, they would not be able to open the teleportation passage. Therefore, it was very inconvenient for Starfish Company to travel here. For the time being, they only placed 4 guards here. The remaining mining team of Starfish Company was still guarding the mine 1 kilometer away. Mr. Feng, we've checked. No players have explored this area for the time being, and we were the first ones to discover it. Alright. Feng Heng jumped down from the fusion tyrant form, squatted down, and began to check. The magic array of the teleportation passage on the obelisk was intact. He only needed to construct a simple passageway. Feng Heng did a rough check and immediately started to build a passage to the zombie apocalypse. The Federation has set up a spatial fluctuation sensing tower in the main camp. They will most likely be able to sense the spatial fluctuations in the teleportation passage here. However, this place is far from the camp. It will probably take a long time for them to come and investigate. I have already sent people to guard the periphery. If there is any situation, they will report it in time. Lu Yanlong explained and pointed at a dense forest on the right side of the teleportation point. Mr. Feng, look over there. The mine I mentioned to you is over there, about 1 kilometer away. On the right is a swamp, and there is a small mausoleum in the center of the swamp. Lu Yanlong sighed and continued, we've tried a few times. As long as we get close, we will attract the hatred of the mutated forms in the swamp. Therefore, we haven't been able to mine normally. It's very troublesome. Yes, I roughly understand. Feng Heng was almost done with his preparations. He raised his head and looked at the forest in the distance. It seemed that it would be difficult to complete the mining in a short period of time by relying on Starfish Company alone. Feng Heng lowered his head again and guided the energy of the cosmic crystals into the teleportation magic array. He then pressed his hand on the magic array. Buzz. The magic array was activated smoothly, and the obelisk emitted a faint light. A blue teleportation portal opened before everyone's eyes. The few players from Starfish Company who were guarding the side immediately retreated to the side and kept a close watch. Lu Yanlong looked at the completed teleportation passage and felt a little excited. Mr. Feng was amazing. He took care of the teleportation passage with one move. With the teleportation passage, the follow-up support from Starfish Company could arrive quickly, especially the transportation of resources. They could use Mr. Fang's teleportation passage to deliver the goods and avoid the high customs duties of the Federation. Seeing that the teleportation passage was running smoothly, Fang Heng clapped his hands, stood up, and asked Lu Yanlong, "By the way, did you mention that you encountered a commander-level creature in the swamp?" "Yes, I found it when I was exploring the mine. It's just outside the mausoleum. Let's go and take a look." "Alright." Lu Yanlong said a few words to the 2 Starfish Company players who were guarding the mine, then brought Fang Heng to the mine area. About a kilometer away, a small forest area was cleared out, and there were more than 10 large machines piled up in the empty space. A mining team of about 30 people from Starfish Company was currently guarding the surroundings. The team had been tormented by the swamp creatures for the past 2 days. There was clearly a mine that could be mined not far ahead. However, mining ores would pass through the swamp. Every time the party tried to pass by, they would be attacked by the swamp-mutated lizards. The player team had tried several methods to avoid the attack of the swamp-mutated lizards, but the effects were very limited. With no other choice, they could only use the dumbest method. They used the swamp cleaning machine to move forward bit by bit, trying to slowly deplete the number of swamp-mutated lizards. Seeing that Lu Yanlong had brought Fang Heng over, the head of Starfish Company, Mick, who was in charge of guarding the site and the exploration work, also came over with his subordinates to welcome him. "Mr. Fang, nice to meet you." Mick was in his early 50s. This was the first time he had seen Fang Heng. He sized up the young man curiously. He had heard many rumors about Fang Heng. "We've been waiting for you to come." Mick gave Fang Heng a brief introduction to the situation and then looked troubled. He was very curious about the special abilities of the young man who was so admired by the boss of Starfish Company. The boss even gave up 80% of the profits. One had to know that the boss was not a good person. Fang Heng rubbed his chin after listening to Mick's rough description. He then glanced at the large mechanical devices piled up in the open space. "Mr. Fang, these are the mutant crystal conversion devices." Lu Yanlong saw Fang Heng's gaze and immediately explained. As he spoke, he pointed to a few large instruments on the right and said, "The other ones are swamp purification devices. The swamp-mutated lizards can use the terrain advantage to hide in the swamp. This kind of machine can clean up the swamp area." "Alright." Fang Heng nodded and looked at the equipment area in the distance. In short, he wanted to test the strength of the swamp-mutated lizards first. "Everyone, step back a little and make way for an empty area. We're ready to begin." Mick frowned. "Mr. Fang, this small area that we've cleared in the past 2 days is an advantageous terrain. The swamp-mutated lizards can smell human beings. Once we retreat, they might launch a surprise attack, and the machines might be affected." Lu Yanlong winked at Mick, signaling him to stop talking. Everything was under Mr. Fang's control. "Don't come up with any ideas." "Alright, I am sorry. I spoke too much." Mick noticed Lu Yanlong's expression and shut up obediently. He waved his hand and signaled for the team to retreat. Of course, to be on the safe side, he didn't let the team retreat too far away and firmly guarded in front of the mechanical device at the back. Before Mick's team could completely retreat, a swooshing sound came from the dense forest behind them. Immediately after, a group of red creatures dashed out from the dense forest behind them. Mick and his team members' expressions changed when they saw this. They were lickers. In the blink of an eye, a large group of lickers emerged from the dense forest behind them. They quickly dashed forward and pounced on the swamp area. The lickers quickly entered the swamp, and their movements were hindered. Whoosh! A large number of swamp-mutated lizards appeared from the bottom of the swamp, pouncing at the lickers. Under Fang Heng's control, the licker began to retreat again, trying to lure the swamp-mutated lizards onto the shore. The swamp-mutated lizards did not realize the danger and followed him to the shore. Chapter 1788 Advantage. Let's fight. For a moment, the lickers and the swamp-mutated lizards collided, biting and attacking each other. It was a bloody scene. The lickers actually had the advantage. Mick and the others looked at the scene in front of them, their eyes flashing with surprise. The lickers in the low-tier game world could actually fight the swamp-mutated lizards in the advanced game world? The players from Starfish Company were shocked when they saw this. Then, they heard heavy footsteps coming from the dense forest behind them. The fusion tyrant forms raised their beam weapons and aimed at the spot where the lickers and swamp-mutated lizards were gathered. Boom. Boom boom boom. The concentrated beams of light landed on the monsters, causing intense explosions. Mick's party was even more surprised when they felt the violent vibrations coming from under their feet. Tyrant creatures. Moreover, it was a tyrant creature that could use super heavy beam weapons. Only then did they realize why Fang Heng had asked them to retreat further. They had to leave some space for the beam weapons that had fused with the fusion tyrant forms to bombard the enemies. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has dealt 12,332 explosion damage to the swamp-mutated lizards, Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has killed the swamp-mutated lizards. The player has obtained 44 survival points. Many game notifications began to appear on Fang Heng's retina. At the same time, after the swamp-mutated lizards were killed, a faint red light condensed and was absorbed by the mutant crystal conversion device running behind Fang Heng. The artillery fire continued for more than 10 minutes. The swamp-mutated lizards suffered heavy casualties and gradually began to retreat, hiding in the depths of the swamp. Fang Heng also controlled the fusion tyrant forms to temporarily stop attacking and switch their magazines. Lu Yanlong said to Mick, "Brother, it's almost time. We can continue to push forward." "Yes, alright." Mick carefully looked at the swamp area in front of him and agreed. In less than 10 minutes, the zombie army had almost zero casualties, except for the consumption of beam weapons and ammunition. Mick immediately signaled for the team behind him to follow. They lifted the heavy suction pipe that extended from the large swamp cleaning machine and threw it into the swamp in front of them. Boom 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 boom. The swamp cleaning machine let out a series of roars as it operated at full speed to clean up the swamp sewage. From the looks of it, the swamp area was easier to deal with than the desert and lake water. Fang Heng estimated the intensity of the battle just now and shifted his gaze to the distance. He could vaguely see the shadow of a building in the deeper part of the swamp. It should be a mausoleum. Soon, as the swamp area in front of them was cleared, the zombie clone slowly moved forward, and the second wave of swamp lizards emerged from the swamp. The lickers swarmed forward once again. Go. Continue. Fang Heng's team continued to push forward. By the time the sun set, they had already advanced more than 300 meters. The player team slowly moved forward with their machines. At this moment, a tunnel leading to the mine on the right was finally opened. Success. Mick felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. They had spent 2 days fighting the swamp-mutated lizards with wits and courage before they could advance not more than 50 meters. The people hired by the boss only took a few hours to move forward more than 300 meters. They directly solved the problem. The boss was the boss after all. He found a thigh. This money was well spent. Mick couldn't help but give the boss of Starfish Company a thumbs up in his heart. When he was about to contact the offline team to send a professional excavation team over, he suddenly paused. What was going on? Mick saw something that shocked him even more. Following that, a large number of zombies hiding in the dense forest staggered out of the dense forest and slowly entered the mining area. Following that, the zombies took out pickaxes from their waists and started digging. Zombies could help with mining? This was the first time Mick had discovered that a summoned creature could have such attributes. It was eye-opening. Dong, dong. For a moment, the entire mine was filled with the sound of mining picks striking. The zombies casually threw the ores on the ground. Mick was about to call the players to collect the ores and prepare to move when he saw another group of zombies staggering over. They carried a basket on their backs and kept collecting ores from the ground. After filling a basket with ores, they left without looking back and walked toward the teleportation passage of the obelisk. As the zombies were moving too slowly, the zombies with baskets on their backs soon formed a curved line in Mick's sight and gradually disappeared from the end of his vision. They could even help transport supplies. That was not all. On the other side, a group of zombies had already begun cutting down trees, clearing the road, and laying stone roads. Mick had never thought that he would see such a scene one day. He stared at the zombies for a while before gradually coming back to his senses. It looked like the zombies seemed to be preparing to clear out a tunnel that was 1 kilometer away from the teleportation point of the obelisk. Mick couldn't help but look at Mr. Fang. He finally understood his boss's intention and why he chose to give Fang Heng such a generous share. With Mr. Fang's help, wasn't his a bloody profit? Fang Heng stood at the side and focused on controlling the zombie clones to complete the digging closed-loop hack operation. The mining itself was not a big problem. The follow-up transportation and road cleaning could be improved. After transporting the supplies through the obelisk's teleportation passage into the zombie apocalypse, there would naturally be someone to help deal with the aftermath. The problem now was that the efficiency of clearing the swamp area did not meet his expectations. He thought that he should ask Starfish Company to mobilize more swamp cleaning machines to speed up the pace of swamp cleaning. Soon, Mick and Lu Yanlong were dragged into the discussion. When he heard Fang Heng's suggestion, he did not dare to make a sound for a moment. Did he still think it was too slow? In less than half an afternoon, they had already advanced more than 300 meters. This efficiency had already broken through the sky. Lu Yanlong patted his chest, indicating that he would take care of it. He would immediately apply for the mobilization of resources. If everything went well, he would be able to obtain the first batch of machinery later. The efficiency would be doubled by midnight. Mick listened for a long time. So after the talk, he realized that his team didn't need any help. There was no need to farm monsters or transport ores. He only needed to help maintain the operation of the swamp cleaning machine. This job was easy. As the few of them were talking, Feng Heng noticed that the rumbling of the swamp cleaning machine behind him had stopped. He could not help but be curious and turned to look at the player team behind him. Chapter 1789 Entrapment. The players of the Starfish Company stopped the swamp cleaning machines and began to set up the camp. What was the meaning of this? Why did they go and rest? What time was it? Even the production team's lackeys wouldn't dare to rest like this. Wouldn't they have to stay up all night to work? Feng Heng looked at Mick and asked, why did they stop? Ahem, Mr. Feng, Mick coughed and explained, the commander-level creatures lurking in the swamp will appear at night. For safety reasons, we usually don't operate our machinery at night. Mick wasn't spouting nonsense. The team had learned this painful lesson before. The roar of the machine would attract the attention of the semi-mechanical swamp-mutated lizard leader. The leader creature was attracted by the sound and went ashore to destroy the swamp cleaning machine, causing everyone to work for nothing. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. A commander-level creature. Just in time. It's okay. What's supposed to come will come. I also want to test the strength of a commander-level creature. Mick's heart skipped a beat as his expression changed. What? Was he crazy? He knew that there was a leader monster, but he still wanted to charge forward? Was it necessary? Lu Yanlong knew that Feng Heng's goal this time was not just to mine. He immediately said, Captain Mick, go and make the arrangements. Mr. Feng has plans. Okay, I understand. Mick felt that Mr. Feng was unfathomable, so he nodded and told his team to continue working. Soon, the mechanical roar sounded again. Feng Heng observed the lake in the distance, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Commander-level creature. He wondered if the zombie clones could handle it with its current strength. The players of Starfish Company had seen the power of a commander-level creature. After operating the machine, they carefully retreated to the side to avoid being affected. Soon, as the swamp was gradually purified, another wave of swamp-mutated lizards appeared from the swamp area and flew towards the lake. The lickers waiting at the edge of the swamp also rushed forward. The two sides once again clashed and fell into a chaotic battle. Boom. Boom boom. The fusion tyrant forms behind him continued to raise its high-energy beam weapons and attack continuously. The swamp was soon covered in a layer of scarlet blood. Feng Heng stood not far away, staring at the swamp water in the distance. It was coming. The vampire bloodline sensed a powerful life force in the depths of the swamp. There was no doubt that it was a commander-level creature. It was rapidly approaching the edge of the swamp. Far away from the shore of the swamp area, half of the giant mutated swamp lizard beast's body was exposed from the surface of the lake. A red light shot out from the swamp lizard's mouth. Boom. Boom boom boom. A few consecutive molten energy cannons landed on the zombie crowd and exploded. Several lickers with low health point were instantly killed by the explosion. The giant swamp-mutated lizard leader could not use its long-range explosion skill continuously. After a few long-range explosions, it saw that the effect was limited, so it continued to move forward. Its figure surfaced from a swamp and crawled along the swamp area to the shore. Under Feng Heng's control, the surrounding lickers immediately pounced on the leader monster. Phew. The swamp-mutated lizard leader swung its tail and sent a large group of zombies flying. However, there would always be lickers who were lucky enough to escape from the gaps in the attacks. They pounced on the swamp-mutated lizard leader and used their sharp claws and teeth to bite it. The game notifications on Feng Heng's retina started to spammer crazily again. Ding. The player's zombie clone, licker form, has received collision damage. Ding. The player's zombie clone, licker form, was attacked and has been poisoned. Ding. The player's zombie clone, licker form, passive skill Undying Body has been activated. Unknown poison effect removed, poison feedback. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he observed the swamp lizard leader. The skin of the swamp lizard leader was purple and could secrete a poisonous substance. When players dealt melee damage to it, they would be poisoned with an effect similar to anti-damage. However, the swamp lizard leader's survival skill was countered by the zombie clone's Undying Body. The Undying Body was completely immune to the passive poison effect of the swamp-mutated lizard leader. As more and more lickers pounced on the swamp-mutated lizard leader's body, the latter's movement speed gradually slowed down. Even the zombie clones in the back row slowly approached the swamp-mutated lizard leader, trying to surround it. Mick and the other party members hid in the back, carefully observing the battle. They were surprised to find that even the commander-level swamp-mutated lizard was firmly entangled by the zombie creatures, unable to break free. The swamp-mutated lizard leader struggled to attack a few times before rolling on the ground to break free. After a portion of them broke free, more lickers charged forward fearlessly. The number of little brothers around it was decreasing, and it was almost completely surrounded by the zombies. The swamp-mutated lizard leader seemed to have realized that something was wrong and actually began to slowly turn around. Was it trying to escape? Fang Heng stared at the swamp lizard leader and quickly condensed a mark in front of him with both hands. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Undead bones. 4 rapidly spiraling magic arrays appeared on the path that the swamp lizard leader had to take to retreat. Frost visible to the naked eye overflowed from the rapidly spinning magic arrays. The frost even froze the swamp around the magic array. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 4 undead bones revealed themselves from the spiraling magic array one after another. They stood in a row and blocked the escape route of the commander-level swamp-mutated lizard. What a coincidence. Skeleton creatures were also immune to most poisons. Phew. The undead bones stepped out of the magic arrays and entered combat mode. It immediately slashed forward. Bang. The ice soul-slaying blade hit the swamp-mutated lizard leader's hard dark purple skin with a loud bang. It sounded more like a violent collision. The swamp-mutated lizard's leather armor had a terrifying defense. This attack only caused less than 1,000 damage. A layer of frost immediately covered the spot where the ice soul-slaying blade had struck. The swamp-mutated lizard leader's movement speed was unknowingly reduced. Following that, the lickers continued to pounce at the swamp-mutated lizard leader, hanging on its body and continuously attacking. -29. -39. -77. -17. Fang Heng could see the small damage numbers constantly appearing above the head of the swamp-mutated lizard. Very few damage figures could exceed 100. However, the damage numbers were extremely dense. Seeing that the swamp-mutated lizard beast was still moving slowly into the swamp despite the undead bones leader's attacks, Fang Heng put his palms together in front of him. Whoosh! The Dark Book of the Dead appeared in front of Fang Heng. Several black soul chains emerged from the Book of the Dead in front of Fang Heng and dashed toward the undead bones. PFFT. TSK TSK. The solidified soul chains bound the swamp lizard leader tightly. Chapter 1790 Gene Body. The 4 undead bones leaders used their bodies to block the swamp-mutated lizard's path, continuously slashing at it, using the frost effect of the ice soul-slaying blade to control the swamp-mutated lizard, firmly controlling it in place, making it unable to escape. Fang Heng focused on controlling the Book of the Dead. When his spiritual power recovered to a certain state, he once again used his hands to change the seal in front of him. 4 magic arrays appeared once again. Another 4 undead bones leaders were summoned to join the battle. In his current state, Fang Heng had reached his limit in controlling 8 undead bones leaders to fight at the same time. It was not impossible to summon more, but Fang Heng could not control it at the same time. It was very easy to lose control. 8 was enough. The players watching from the side did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who on earth was this Mr. Fang? Other than controlling a large number of zombies, he could also summon a commander-level skeletal creature. Moreover, he could summon 8 of them. There was actually a player who could control a swamp-mutated lizard by summoning a creature. The lizard leader tried to break through from left to right, but every time, it was blocked by the undead bones leader. By default, the players were teammates, and the players could see that the lizard leader's overall health point was decreasing at a very slow rate. If this continued, Mr. Fang might really kill the leader creature. The swamp-mutated lizard leader seemed to have realized that its life force was gradually depleting. It attacked even more crazily as it was on the verge of death, constantly trying to break through the encirclement. Fang Heng focused on controlling the summoned creatures to block it. The attack lasted for more than an hour. The good news was that the swamp-mutated lizard leader's health point was only left with 10%. Mick and the other players saw the lizard leader's health point drop bit by bit. The anxiety in their hearts was no less than Fang Heng's. The players were looking forward to the final result and seeing if Mr. Fang could kill the boss alone. Suddenly, the lizard leader's eyes turned red. Not good. Fang Heng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He immediately controlled a few undead bones in front of him to block the lizard leader's path. Boom. A powerful lifeblood burst out from the swamp-mutated lizard leader's body. The soul chains that were wrapped around its body instantly exploded. It wanted to break through by force. Boom. The swamp-mutated lizard leader felt that death was approaching. It erupted with its life potential and charged forward with its body. Bang. The 2 undead bones leaders were knocked away. At the same time, the undead bones leader's ice soul-slaying blade slashed at the lizard leader's body, leaving a deep wound that revealed the bones. The wound was instantly frozen. Seeing that the swamp-mutated lizard leader was about to enter the swamp area, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the undead bones leaders. Swoosh. Fang Heng was one step ahead of the swamp-mutated lizard, blocking its path. He swung the alloy metal rod in his hand forward. Bang. The alloy metal rod smashed heavily on the lizard leader's forehead, causing its movements to slow down again. Fang Heng's hands went numb, and a huge force surged over, sending him flying. However, while he was still in midair, Fang Heng tapped the tip of his toes lightly in the air and used the double leap skill to quickly change direction to regain control of his body. He turned into a bat and circled in midair before flying back. After Fang Heng's move, the swamp-mutated lizard leader's escape was delayed again. The Undead Bones leaders on both sides immediately surrounded it and trapped it firmly. Fang Heng was even more careful. He simply controlled the zombie clones behind him to gather together and use the vine skill to bind them tightly together, forming a thick zombie wall that blocked the swamp-mutated lizard leader's escape route. A hint of despair appeared in the eyes of the swamp-mutated lizard leader. In the end, it could not break free even after trying its best. Its remaining struggles were futile. Soon, under the devouring of the liquors, its eyes gradually lost their luster. When its health point hit rock bottom, it fell heavily to the ground. A line of game notifications appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! The player has successfully killed the swamp-mutated lizard leader. The player has obtained 300 King of Gods points. The player has discovered a Tier 3 mutant crystal. The player has discovered the alienated mutated creature's gene body. It was here. Tier 3 crystal. Looking at the game notification that popped up, Fang Heng's spirits were lifted. He got it. Mixed team looked at Fang Heng in a different light. He really succeeded. Boss Fang Heng. This was a ruthless person who could single-handedly defeat a boss. Fang Heng raised his hand forward and kept the Tier 3 mutant crystal into the mark on the back of his hand. He then glanced at the description of the special gene body of the mutated form. Item: Alienated mutated form's gene body, level S. Description: a gene extracted from the body of a mutated form. After injecting it, it can increase defense by 50% for 30 minutes and permanently increase vitality by 3 points. It can also be used for scientific research. This type of item can be used up to 3 times. If it is used for scientific research, it will be consumed. It even dropped a decent potion. Fang Heng had heard people from the Federation mention it before. After killing the Mausoleum World's leader, there was a chance that it would drop a gene body that could be injected. Each player could only use it 3 times, which was equivalent to the additional 9 constitution points. Since this thing was a tradable item, it could definitely be sold at a high price. Fang Heng immediately poured the potion into his mouth. He looked around. At the moment, it was still a little difficult to deal with a commander-level monster. The swamp-mutated lizard leader's strongest skill was passive poison feedback, which was completely countered by his undying body effect. Even so, it took a long time to get rid of the leader. Lu Yanlong walked over and asked, "Are you alright, Mr. Fang? You look very tired." "I am fine. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high." Fang Heng waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He heaved a sigh of relief and continued to control the zombie clones and fusion tyrant form to continue advancing toward the swamp area. Mick walked up with 2 guard players. "Mr. Fang, the leader creature's gone. Leave the rest to us. We will stay here and contact you if there's any problem." After clearing out the leader creature, they only needed to clear out the swamp area step by step. With the protection of the zombies controlled by Fang Heng, the threat of hacking and clearing was not big. "Alright, sorry to trouble you. The summoned creatures will cooperate with you to continue clearing the swamp. If you encounter any trouble, you can contact me offline." Fang Heng nodded. After such a fierce battle, he felt a little tired. "No problem, leave it to us." Fang Heng forced himself to adjust the production line of the zombie clones. The game was temporarily settled. He only needed to wait. After the swamp area was completely cleared and the defensive barrier around the mausoleum was removed, he would go and take a look at the sarcophagus in the center of the mausoleum. Theoretically, the resurrected corpse in the sarcophagus was also a commander-level creature. Before he went offline, Fang Heng thought about returning to the zombie apocalypse. He still had quite a few good things that he had obtained from the main mausoleum. He would let Kaiyu Yao King's research team study them first. Chapter 1791. Admitting the next morning, Fang Heng woke up in a daze. After returning to the zombie apocalypse last night, he did not rest. He returned to the real world and moved the high-level mechanical parts of the spawns back and forth a few times to the Prison Research Institute. He stayed up late and only went to bed at 2 in the morning. Early in the morning, he was woken up by a vibrating message on his phone. This might be the negative effect of a large increase in his intuition attribute. Picking up his phone, Fang Heng saw a few consecutive messages from Kiaowei. "Wake up, I have good news for you. See you in elemental science class, I brought you breakfast." At the end of the message, there was an emoticon that said, "Praise me." Fang Heng looked at the messages on his phone and his sleepiness dissipated. "Kiaowei. What is the Federation up to now?" There was really no time to rest. Fang Heng cursed in his heart and raised his guard. Fine, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Fang Heng got out of bed, washed his face, and sobered up before returning to the Mausoleum World to check. In the Mausoleum World, The zombie production line that Fang Heng had set up last night was operating in an orderly manner. Lu Yanlong and the others naturally worked hard all night last night. They didn't look tired at all. Instead, they were full of excitement. These zombies were too aggressive. These were all real achievements. He could anticipate this month's bonus. The zombie clones were divided into two groups. In just one night, a group of ordinary zombie clones had already paved the stone road between the mine and the obelisk's teleportation point. The zombie clones transported the ores they had excavated to and from the zombie apocalypse through the passage. The other group cooperated with the Starfish Company team to clean up the swamp area and slowly moved forward. Fang Heng once again optimized his hack efficiency and quickly returned to class offline. He really didn't dare to stand Kiaowei up. God knew what Kiaowei was secretly up to. Fang Heng arrived at the big classroom for the elemental science course in advance and found that Kiaowei had not arrived yet. He sat in the back row as usual. Soon, the students arrived one after another. Kiaowei arrived as promised. She entered the classroom with a few of her companions, chatting and laughing. Then, she walked to Fang Heng's side alone. I brought breakfast for you. It's Andy's croissant. Try it. It's a new flavor. It's very delicious. Thank you. There's another piece of good news. Congratulations, you've passed Tier 2 lock training. The first stage of training will begin this afternoon. Really? Fang Heng was still wondering if the croissant had been mixed with some medicine. When he heard Kiaowei's words, he immediately raised his head and was a little surprised. He had checked some relevant information. The Federation's authorization to unlock the lock was very troublesome. He was using a fake identity. Even though Mojai patted his chest to ensure that his identity was real and that he would not be seen through, he still felt a little unconfident. Could he really pass the Federation's review so easily? Of course. Don't be in a hurry to leave after class. I will bring you there. Kiaowei winked playfully at Fang Heng and left without waiting for him to reject her. She sat in the front row of the classroom and chatted and laughed with a few close students. She also turned her head to look at Fang Heng from time to time and giggled. She looked at Fang Heng with pity in her eyes, as if she was looking at a prey trapped in a cage. Appearance could be disguised. This goes the same for strength. However, if he had already mastered the Tier 2 lock, he would definitely give himself away when he tried to learn it again. Kiaowei believed that Fang Heng's disguise would definitely be exposed. Fang Heng did not know what Kiaowei was thinking. He looked at Kiaowei in the front row and was extremely vigilant. He also realized it. Kiaowei had never stopped testing him. The so-called training could very well be bait. However, the bait was too tempting. Let's take it one step at a time. The game was still offline, so there was no emergency. He would check out what tricks Kiaowei was playing. The first and second half of the class passed quickly. Fang Heng felt dizzy. He spent most of his time thinking about how to deal with Kiaowei. It was a big problem. Kiaowei was very enthusiastic. After class, she first took Fang Heng to visit the Federation's exclusive research building in Haines School. Then, they had a working meal in the cafeteria. It was not until the afternoon that both of them left the school and took the subway to the training center established by the Federation in the suburbs. I've troubled you to come with me. Why are you so polite? I am here for training anyway, so it's on the way. Kiaowei pointed at her head and smiled playfully. The difficulty of unlocking the Tier 2 lock is much higher than the Tier 1 lock. To be honest, I have been learning for more than a year. In the words of a coach, I still lack some comprehension. Fang Heng nodded. He had heard of this before. The second stage of the lock was much more difficult than the first stage. Kiaowei had been observing Fang Heng the entire way. Judging from his current performance, Fang Heng was doing very well. But this was also what Kiaowei felt was the most abnormal. She didn't believe that an ordinary person would remain so cold under her initiative. Fang Heng was obviously on guard. There was no hurry. There was still time. She would wait until he gave himself away. Let's go. Don't just stand there. I will bring you to the training ground. Kiaowei thought to herself as she pulled Fang Heng into the training hall. After verifying the information at the entrance of the training hall, Kiaowei brought Fang Heng to the main hall on the second floor of the training hall. The indoor training ground was about the size of a football field. Several large instruments were placed along the corner of the wall. Fang Heng looked at them a few more times. It was a very strange machine. It was a bit like a large globe that had its earth removed, leaving only a few hollow round wheels. A middle-aged man in a black coach uniform walked toward Fang Heng. Hello, are you here to participate in the training? I am Louis, the coach this time. Louis looked like he was in his 60s or 70s. His body was strong, and his muscles were well defined. He was filled with explosive power, and his eyes were very powerful. I am Fang Heng. Louis roughly sized up Fang Heng and compared him to the name list in his hand. He then pointed to a registration table at the entrance of the training ground. Not everyone is here yet. We will officially start in 15 minutes. You can go over there to pre-register first. Alright. I will go with you. Kiawe pulled Feng Heng to register without any explanation. Halfway there, she lowered her voice and whispered, "We're lucky. Coach Louis is a famous coach here and is very experienced." Louis' expression was old-fashioned, and he looked a little serious. He picked up the list of trainers beside him and quickly took a look. There were not many players who came here for the Tier 2 lock training every year. There were only 5 or 6 batches a year. Today's batch was a little different. There were a total of 7 people participating in the training. There were still 2 people who had not arrived yet. Chapter 1792 Testing again. Feng Heng was filling in the registration form when Kiawe's phone rang. Kiawe answered the phone and said a few words. Then, she showed an apologetic expression and informed Feng Heng, "Sorry, Feng Heng. I have something urgent to do." Feng Heng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Go do your work. I can do it alone." "Okay, call me when it's over." Feng Heng watched as Kiawe left, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if he could get rid of Kiawe. After the verification procedures were completed, the last 2 people who participated in the training arrived one after another. Feng Heng also observed the people who were training with him. 2 of them looked familiar. He should have seen them at Hain's school. Louis clapped his hands and gathered everyone at the entrance of the training hall. He swept his gaze across everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, my name is Louis, the coach for this training. I will be assisting you in completing Tier 2 of the lock training. Everyone needs to maintain absolute concentration during the training process. In addition, the equipment used in conjunction with the training will be interfered with by electronic products. Therefore, before the official training begins, please put your mobile phones and other items into the safe." The safe deposit boxes were set up in a row on the wall at the entrance of the stadium, behind everyone. The players didn't have any objections and kept their phones in the safe deposit box according to the instructions. When everyone gathered and returned, Louis nodded and said, "Very good, then we will officially begin training. I will give everyone a rough demonstration first." Feng Heng focused his attention on Louis' every move. Louis slowly raised his hand and gathered his strength for a moment. Then, with a light shout, he suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch forward. Ha! Whoosh! As he swung his fist, it brought with it a tearing sound. Bang! Following that, an explosion sounded not far away. The wooden stake that was more than 20 meters away from Louis was hit by an invisible force and shook on the spot. Upon closer inspection, a handprint that had been pierced through appeared on the wooden stake. A penetrating attack. Feng Heng observed the wooden stake not far away and was secretly surprised. Was this also a passive skill in the game? Clap clap clap. It was unknown who took the lead, but the students clapped. Louis put away his stance and continued, "After entering the game, as one's strength increases, power can gradually overflow through the body. At this time, through the training of the Sea of Consciousness, we can guide and sense the existence of the Sea of Consciousness, connecting the spiritual and physical strength to try to completely control this part of power. This is known as the Tier 1 lock. In comparison, the Tier 1 lock is easier to break. The stronger the basic attributes in the game, the easier it is to sense the existence of the Sea of Consciousness. As for Tier 2, we need to activate a higher level of connection between our consciousness and our body. My teaching style doesn't like to talk too much about theories. What we need to do is to guide the spiritual power in the Sea of Consciousness to flow through the entire body and build a channel controlled by the Sea of Consciousness in the body, completely integrating the body into the control of the Sea of Consciousness. This step is known as the solidifying of the passage." Everyone listened to what Louis said and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Behind me is a training device developed by the Federation, the Star Wheel. It can simulate the mental pressure of the outside world. This pressure can stimulate the Sea of Consciousness and help us complete the solidifying step. At the same time, it is also a protective device that can protect us. Next, I will demonstrate it for everyone." Feng Heng listened to Louis' explanation and seemed to understand. The first stage was to open the Sea of Consciousness and complete the connection between the body and consciousness. As for the second stage, it was to let the body enter the consciousness, allowing the Sea of Consciousness to control the body. At the same time, in a large monitoring room in the Federation training ground, Kiawe gently knocked on the door, walked into the monitoring room, and sat in the middle of a row of people. Investigating Officer Kleinman was sitting in front of the command screen, observing the scene on the screen expressionlessly. A federal investigator reported, "Leader, all targets have been marked." "Yes." On the screen, Feng Heng and the other 7 people who participated in the training appeared. Of course, the main screen was divided into hundreds of images, and it was not just Feng Heng and the other 7 people on the screen. He was only one of them. In the first round of screening, The Federation found a total of 28 suspicious people. Kleinman decided to conduct a second in-depth investigation on these 28 people. On the horizontal bridge, only 14 people were willing to participate in the Tier 2 lock-open training. Exactly half. Kleinman observed Feng Heng, who was listening attentively on the monitor screen, and asked, "Kiaowei, do you still think that Feng Heng is a great threat?" "Yes. Yes, intuition is sometimes very important for investigations. I need you to continue to keep an eye on him." "Understood." Kiaowei observed the content on the screen and fell silent. On the screen, Feng Heng's actions after participating in the training were not suspicious at all. After a few attempts, he also successfully entered the star wheel to try to cultivate. The star wheel made a buzzing noise when it was activated. Feng Heng sat cross-legged in the center of the slowly rotating wheel as if he was floating. A special spiritual magnetic field was activated. Feng Heng followed Coach Louis' instructions. The first step was to gradually control the power in his sea of consciousness to flow throughout his body. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step. The mental power in the sea of consciousness could be freely released and released. However, it was extremely difficult to integrate them into his body. If he was careless, his mental power would fluctuate abnormally and run amok in his body uncontrollably. At this time, the star wheel would take effect and help to return the lost spiritual power to his sea of consciousness. Feng Heng had failed more than 10 times in less than half an hour during his first training session. It seemed that this kind of training could not be completed at home. Without the help of the star wheel, he would have fainted from the huge backlash of his spiritual power. Coach Louis was assisting the players in their training. He noticed the indicator value on the instrument beside Feng Heng, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. He looked up at Feng Heng, who was floating in the center of the star wheel, cultivating. What a strong spirit attribute. Louis took out the training list and looked at it again. He could not help but mutter to himself. Feng Heng. The second stage of the lock training was very difficult. It was almost impossible to break through without reaching the basic spiritual power. If the spirit attribute was extremely high, then breaking through would be twice as effective. Apart from that, breakthroughs were also related to talent. Many of the players trained by the Federation had already begun to undergo Tier 2 lock training. Those with average talent often needed a few years to break through. It seemed that Feng Heng was quite talented and quickly grasped the trick. 1793 training. Louis couldn't help but turn his head and look at the surveillance camera screen behind him. He shook his head gently. The second stage of the lock training was a test. If Feng Heng was pretending earlier, there was no need for him to continue wasting time here to learn. Forcefully pretending to be a beginner and learning, the data on the instrument would also give feedback. It definitely couldn't escape Louis' eyes. Feng Heng was currently immersed in his cultivation and did not know that he had inexplicably passed a dangerous test. After a few attempts, he discovered some small tricks. He wasn't in a hurry. He began to release his mental power from his sea of consciousness bit by bit, allowing his mental power to slowly get used to wandering around his body. As the path was solidified again and again, some mental power would remain in the meridians to guide it. According to Coach Louis, this residual guidance was the embryonic form of the path. As he accumulated and guided the remaining spiritual energy passage, a clear passage would be formed in his body. Feng Heng quickly realized that this thing was a way to make up for one's ineptitude with hard work. Perhaps those players with low spirit attributes would run out of spirit after cultivating for a period of time. But he was different. His mental energy was very abundant. He just needed to work at it. Feng Heng quickly immersed himself in cultivation. Even though he failed time and time again, he could sense that a small part of the initial path in his body was slowly forming. Due to the high concentration of his spiritual power, his ability to sense the passage of time in the outside world had also decreased significantly. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. Coach Louis took a nap in the lounge and opened the door of the training ground again. Seeing that Feng Heng was still cultivating in the center of the star wheel, Louis was even more surprised. He still hadn't left. He had been training players in the training ground for more than 10 years. Based on past experience, almost none of the players who participated in the training on the first day gave up. Many of them stayed behind excitedly to train. It was the same today. As time passed, the dullness of cultivation became apparent. Only 1/3 of the players could really persist for more than half a year. No matter how interested the players were, they would at most train for 2 hours. Counting the training time, it had already been 6.5 hours. He was still practicing? Putting everything else aside, could his spirit attribute keep up? Louis was a little more curious as he stood beside the star wheel and waited. Feng Heng closed his eyes. In the afternoon, as he gradually became familiar with the guidance of his spiritual power, he was already able to try to control about 1/10 of his body with his spiritual power. The constantly flowing passage quickly formed a small part of the prototype of the passage. The fixed passage was reinforced again and again, and the subsequent unsuccessful passages were gradually cleared. With each failure, Feng Heng could feel that he had gone further than before. In his latest attempt, he failed again. His spiritual power started to lose control, and then, under the external force of the star wheel, it flowed back into his sea of consciousness. Feng Heng opened his eyes from his cultivation state and saw Louis standing opposite him. "Coach." Louis nodded and asked, "Yes, how do you feel?" "It's not easy. It's very difficult to control the flow of spiritual power throughout the body, but I think it will get better and better after continuous practice." Hearing Feng Heng's description, Louis was secretly surprised. He was already able to gradually grasp the flow of spiritual energy? Was his talent really that high? "Coach, is there a problem?" "No, everyone's talent is different. Your talent and comprehension are both very good, don't waste it." Louis nodded and said, "Continue. However, cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. It requires time to accumulate. Pay attention to rest." "All right." Feng Heng had no intention of leaving. He continued to close his eyes and concentrate, starting the next cultivation session. Seeing that Feng Heng had once again entered a state of cultivation, Louis could not help but turn his back and look at the surveillance camera installed in the corner. He looked like a cultivation maniac? Could someone like this really be a player who had unlocked Tier 3 lock? In the monitoring room, most of the members of the Federal Investigation Team looked relieved when they saw this. It didn't seem like it. Furthermore, he was extremely talented. 1629 Feng Heng's actions were like a player who had just come into contact with Tier 2 lock. Furthermore, he was extremely talented. Compared to Feng Heng, the other player who had persisted for half an hour and left was more suspicious. Kleinman said in a deep voice, "The probing isn't over yet, stay alert and continue observing." Understood. Thanks to his high spirit attribute, Feng Heng had dozens of times more cultivation time than ordinary players. Unfortunately, the zombie clones couldn't cultivate the sea of consciousness for him. Otherwise, Feng Heng would definitely return to the game and let the zombie clones help him hack the game. Correspondingly, Feng Heng could feel that the channels and meridians in his body were strengthening bit by bit during training. This visible improvement gave him a sense of security. It was very interesting. If he could break through the Tier 2 lock in the real world. Work it out. Anyway, there was no danger in the game for the time being. Work it out. Midnight. After a day of work, Kleinman was looking through the reports of every suspicious person in detail. Suddenly, he flipped through one of the documents. Kleinman slowly raised his head and looked at the person on the surveillance screen. Feng Heng. On closer inspection, the people who came to participate in the training today were more or less suspicious. Only that person. It was too strange. 12 hours had passed since the afternoon training. Just like that, he stayed in the training ground to cultivate. He didn't even eat, drink, or go to the toilet. He maintained the same posture and continued to cultivate the Tier 2 lock. Feng Heng. Investigating Officer Kleinman muttered the name to himself. Could such a person be the demi-human they were looking for? Impossible. The demi-humans did not need to cultivate the second stage of the lock at all. They could directly break through. Louis was very experienced. He had already confirmed that Feng Heng was indeed cultivating and not pretending. So at least Feng Heng was not the attacker that night. Eh? Kleinman frowned. He noticed that Feng Heng had finally stood up on the monitor. Finally. If he did not move, Kleinman would suspect that Feng Heng had gone mad. "Report. Please come in." Kleinman looked at Kiaowei, who had pushed open the door and entered. He said, "It's already so late. Why aren't you resting?" "Captain, I couldn't sleep and did some investigations. I suspect that the Feng Heng we're investigating is very likely to be the same person as the Vampire Apocalypse's World Lord Feng Heng. I consulted a professional to determine from Feng Heng's movements. The analysis report confirmed that Feng Heng deliberately changed his original mode of action. As for the handwriting identification, it doesn't belong to the same person at all." Chapter 1794. Entering, Kiaowei took a deep breath and said, "Team leader, I think there's a lot of suspicious points about Feng Heng. I want to request for another round of investigation to be carried out on Feng Heng." Kleinman looked at Feng Heng on the monitor screen again, tapping his fingers on the armrest as he fell into deep thought. Kiaowei looked at Kleinman, feeling uneasy. Judging from Feng Heng's performance today, he had been mostly eliminated as a suspect. This meant that the follow-up investigation of Feng Heng would definitely be put on hold. Kiaowei didn't believe it. She still firmly believed that there was something wrong with Feng Heng, and it was a big problem. After a while, Kleinman raised his head and said, "Even if your guess is correct, Feng Heng is the same person as the Vampire Apocalypse's World Lord. Do you think he is related to the demi-human race?" "Yes, sir, I am sure." Kiaowei's eyes were filled with determination. You have to know that the Central Federation's attitude towards Feng Heng is unusual. The higher-ups don't want us to touch him. Qiaowei's lips twitched, and she clenched her fists tightly. She did not continue to speak. She couldn't stand the fact that her investigation over the past few days had gone to waste. If her intuition was right, and that Feng Heng was really the world lord of the vampire apocalypse, and if he was colluding with demi-humans or anti-Federation organizations, then there would undoubtedly be a huge storm within the Federation. She would also use this opportunity to get a promotion. This was also one of the reasons why Qiaowei had been targeting Feng Heng. Feng Heng's surveillance level will be lowered temporarily. The remaining 4 people after today's screening will be the focus of our next phase of work. You will have new work arrangements tomorrow. Kleinman saw through Qiaowei's thoughts and looked away from her. His tone softened a little and he said, "You're tired too. Go and rest." "Yes." Qiaowei took one last look at the screen before she left the monitoring platform. She chose to trust her intuition. When she saw Feng Heng's name on a list of suspects, she had a strong intuition. Feng Heng. It must be him. At the same time, in the cultivation room, Feng Heng also opened his eyes from his cultivation state. It was already so late. After cultivating for 12 hours, Feng Heng woke up again and felt sore all over. He quickly jumped down from the star wheel and stretched. The bones in his body creaked. He was a little tired. However, the effect of the cultivation was excellent. A part of the meridians in his body had already left traces, and it would soon be able to form a fixed meridian. His spiritual power could also smoothly flow into 1/3 of his body through the mechanism. If he continued to cultivate at this rate, he would be able to complete the circulation of his meridians in 3 days at most. Feng Heng was looking forward to it. After breaking through to Tier 2 lock, he could use passive skills in the real world, increasing his combat power. As he thought about it, Feng Heng retrieved his phone from the cabinet and left the Federation training hall to take a taxi home. It was already midnight when he returned to the villa. To be safe, Feng Heng first used his mental power to sense the surroundings. After confirming that no one had invaded the area, he returned to the basement and began to move the things stuffed in the basement back to the zombie apocalypse. Being watched by the people of the Federation, he had to be more careful when doing anything. In the game, Caillou Yaokang's team was still in seclusion 24 hours a day to analyze the virus left in the alien spawn's bodies. At the mine area, Liu Yanlong led the Starfish Company team to advance into the depths of the swamp area. There was nothing he could help with. After Feng Heng went online to patrol the area, he went offline and continued to move mechanical parts into the game. He only fell asleep at 3 in the morning. Unknowingly, Feng Heng's daily routine began to change again. He didn't go to class. After breakfast, he went to the cultivation hall to cultivate. He stayed there for the whole day. At night, he went back home to the basement and the zombie apocalypse's warehouse to move the mechanical parts of the spawns. He checked the hacking situation in the game 3 times a day and made some adjustments. The investigator in charge of monitoring Feng Heng 24 hours a day was a little impressed by him. This kid, apart from 3 meals a day and sleeping, was there only cultivation? Feng Heng was happy. Every time he cultivated, he could feel the formation of the veins in his body that the trainer mentioned. The next day, Feng Heng returned home late at night. As usual, he brought some mechanical parts back online. Liu Yanlong brought good news. The swamp area had been cleared. With the help of the zombie clones and the players from the Starfish Company, the swamp area was cleared into a low-lying flat land after being cleaned by the swamp cleaning machine. In the middle of the flat ground, there was a mausoleum built on a large protruding piece of land. The barrier around the mausoleum had been temporarily blocked by the players of the Black Castle using the spatial barrier interference device. Later on, Liu Yanlong made use of Feng Heng's absence to quickly seal the entrance and exit of the Void Stalkers in the mausoleum. They were just waiting for Feng Heng to come over and finish up the work. "Mr. Feng, the mutant crystal conversion device outside has absorbed enough energy. I asked Mix team to send it back to the Federation for extraction. According to the Federation, it will take 4 to 5 days to complete the conversion. Alright, I will have to trouble you to get a mutant crystal as soon as possible." Feng Heng nodded in agreement. The conversion device was a good thing. He could easily get 2 of them. It was much easier than grinding boss creatures. It just took too much time, almost a week to get 2 crystals. Moreover, the cooperation with the Federation was not very stable. "Yes, I will get someone to keep an eye on it." As he spoke, Liu Yanlong brought Feng Heng to the room where the sarcophagus was located in the depths of the mausoleum. Liu Yanlong walked to the sarcophagus and prepared to start working. "Mr. Feng, just like the mausoleums we found before, there are spatial traps around the sarcophagi. Should we clear the traps together?" "Yes, but don't be so tired. We don't have to do it ourselves this time." Feng Heng looked around and waved his hand. Behind them, more than 20 zombie clones staggered into the room. Under Feng Heng's control, the zombies gathered around the sarcophagus and pressed their hands on it. Buzz. The sarcophagus emitted white spatial fluctuations. What the hell? Lu Yanlong looked at the zombies' operation, his face full of surprise. He turned around and stared at Feng Heng. Zombies could also help to use spatial science to erase spatial traps? Was it really reliable? Feng Heng looked indifferent. Zombies could also help to break the spatial trap, but the efficiency was a little low. It was not as fast as him doing it himself, and it would also require a portion of his mental power to guide it. Soon, faint white dots appeared around the sarcophagus. Let's go up and help. Feng Heng patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder as he spoke. He walked up and reached out to touch the sarcophagus to guide it, controlling the power of space to cut off the trigger of the spatial trap. Lu Yanlong looked at the zombies and swallowed his saliva carefully. He then went up to help Feng Heng cut off the spatial trap. Chapter 1795. A simple deal. With the help of the zombie clones, the cracking efficiency was greatly increased. In just an hour, the spatial trap inside the sarcophagus was completely cut off from the internal trap. Lu Yanlong heaved a sigh of relief and took half a step back. The crisis had been resolved. There was still a small portion of the spatial traps sealed in the sarcophagus, but it was no longer affected and would not cause a large-scale spatial collapse. Lu Yanlong looked at Feng Heng, who was standing in front of the sarcophagus in deep thought, and asked, Mr. Feng, let's open the sarcophagus. Yes. Feng Heng nodded. He was just thinking about the Federation's intention of collecting the sarcophagi. Who cares? Continue. After spending so much effort, the target was this thing. Open the lid and take a look. Feng Heng reached out and pressed the lid of the sarcophagus, slowly pushing it forward. Ka. The corpse's body was gradually revealed from under the open sarcophagus lid. Halfway through pushing the lid of the sarcophagus, Feng Heng suddenly exerted force and pushed the lid of the sarcophagus back heavily. Bang! The heavy sarcophagus lid fell to the ground with a thud. The spatial barrier that had been sealed in the sarcophagus suddenly exploded. Whoosh! The corpse lying in the sarcophagus was stimulated and its eyes suddenly opened. The resurrected corpse sat up straight from the sarcophagus and immediately pounced toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Whoosh! The metal long rod in his hand was swung at the resurrected corpse. Bang! The corpse's head was hit by the metal rod, and it made a muffled sound. Then, it was sent flying heavily and landed on the wall behind it with a loud bang, creating a shallow pit on the wall. Feng Heng frowned as he stared at the resurrected corpse that was struggling on the ground and trying to stand up again. Something didn't seem right. This guy was so weak. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too great compared to the resurrected corpse he had encountered in the main mausoleum? After falling to the ground, the corpse rested on the ground for a moment before slowly standing up and pouncing on Feng Heng again. Feng Heng observed the corpse. The posture of the resurrected corpse was very strange. It felt that its limbs were extremely stiff. Before he could get close, the skin on the upper body of the corpse suddenly flipped up, revealing the silver-white metal below. What the hell? Feng Heng's pupils constricted. Ka. Dark holes appeared on the white metal layer under the skin of the corpse. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, more than 10 yellow beams of light shot out from the mouth of the mechanically modified gun. The beam cannon had already locked down Feng Heng and the surrounding area. All attacks were concentrated. Fuck. Even Lu Yanlong, who was standing behind Feng Heng, was affected. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but curse softly. He quickly retreated into the secondary projection space to dodge. Feng Heng also took a step back and merged into the secondary space projection to avoid the beam weapon's all-round attack. Boom. Boom boom boom. The light beams penetrated Feng Heng's position and exploded on the wall behind him. The entire lower level of the mausoleum shook violently. Feng Heng appeared from the secondary space projection again. His figure appeared beside the resurrected corpse, and at the same time, he swung his rod forward. Bang! The corpse was sent flying again. More than 30 lickers immediately rushed up and entered the room from the back. They gathered around the corpse and devoured it. The revived corpse was extremely stiff, and it would take 1 to 2 minutes to stand up after lying on the ground. After being surrounded by the lickers, he could no longer get up. Lu Yanlong also appeared from the secondary space projection and walked to Feng Heng's side. With a puzzled expression, he asked softly, "What's going on? This guy's also a mechanical creature?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they spoke, the cannons under the skin of the resurrected corpse that was surrounded by the lickers opened up once again. However, this time, the cannons were blocked by a large number of lickers. Boom. Boom boom. The beam weapon exploded on the licker's body at close range. The explosion dealt a huge amount of damage to the surrounding lickers, as well as the resurrected corpse. The second wave of lickers fearlessly continued to surround the revived corpse. Boom. Boom boom. The revived corpse was unable to break free from the attacks of the lickers. It could only continuously use its beam weapons. After a few consecutive explosions, the resurrected corpse's health point was low. It fell to the ground and completely lost its movement. A game notification appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player has killed a special life form unknown modified body. The player has obtained 30 survival points. The player has discovered a Tier 1 mutant crystal. Killed? Wasn't it a little too simple? Lu Yanlong also received the game notification and could not help but look at Fang Heng. The resurrected corpse was a modified semi-mechanical creature. At first glance, the mechanical body was indeed quite powerful. When they really started fighting, the shortcomings of the mechanical body were revealed. The attack mode was simple, and the stability of its movements was still poor. Other than the initial shock from being bombarded by the full coverage of a light beam, the follow-up was relatively easy. Fang Heng also found it strange. He was still looking forward to killing the boss to earn the Tier 3 mutant crystals. This was the result. Only one crystal? Fang Heng walked forward and squatted down to check the condition of the corpse on the ground. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown corpse. The corpse has been modified by machinery. Ding! The corpse belongs to an unknown object and cannot pass through the spatial passage. Ding! The player can study the corpse to obtain more information through scientific research, so that's how it is. After checking for a moment, Fang Heng seemed to have understood something. He had misunderstood it earlier. At first, he thought that the virus in the corpses of the spawns had a reaction to the Hyla virus in his body, stimulating the corpses of the spawns to revive. In fact, that was not the case. The corpse hidden in the sarcophagus had undergone a half-mechanized transformation by the spawns. The resurrection of the corpse was because the sensor device installed in the corpse sensed the aura of the virus in his body and was activated into combat mode. The principle was the same as the Void Stalkers. Lu Yanlong listened to Fang Heng's explanation and sighed. They even said that they were honoring the brave warriors who fought bravely for their spawns. In the end, after they died, they ended up being transformed into living beings. They're not good either. Fang Heng shook his head. He could understand why he did this. By modifying the corpse, he could control it better and avoid accidents. Fang Heng pondered and thought of the experiments the spawns had done on the virus. If the corpse lost control completely, would it still be controlled by the spawn's semi-mechanical modifications? Lu Yanlong saw that Fang Heng was silent and asked softly, "Mr. Fang, let's bring this thing back for research?" Fang Heng shook his head and replied, "Don't be anxious. It's just the beginning. You should step back a little. It might be very dangerous next." When Lu Yanlong heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He shut his mouth and did not ask any more questions. He quickly retreated until he reached the entrance of the mausoleum. Chapter 1796 Tier 2 Fang Heng took out a small disc-shaped object from his backpack. It was a special compound that could stimulate the reaction of the original devouring body. It was obvious that the virus in his body could not stimulate the dormant virus in the corpse to wake up. However, there was a high chance that this thing could. Fang Heng slowly approached the corpse with the compound in his hand. Whoosh! When the compound was less than 3 meters away from the corpse that was lying on the ground immediately reacted. Kai. Tiny red tentacles emerged from the corpse's body. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately put away the compound and retreated. The red tentacles that flowed out of the corpse slowly wrapped the entire corpse firmly in the center, forming a red worm-like creature. Ka. The red tentacles completed the transformation in just a minute and slowly retracted from the surface of the corpse's body to the bottom of its skin. The corpse that had fallen stood up again. This time, the shape of the resurrected corpse had changed slightly. There was a large wound on the left side of its body that had not healed, and countless tiny red tentacles could be clearly seen squirming under the wound. Fang Heng reminded in a low voice, "It's coming, it's the big guy this time." Lu Yanlong also sensed the aura coming from the corpse, so he simply retreated to the entrance of the cave. This was the real deal. Whoosh! The corpse instantly turned into a red blur and flew straight towards Fang Heng. At the same time, the tentacles in its body shot out from the wound on the left side of its body. A few tiny red tentacles condensed into red spikes that shot out of his body first, forming a huge net that enveloped Fang Heng. Whoosh! A dark golden book appeared in front of Fang Heng. The Book of Oaths. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A dark golden remnant page flew out from the Book of Oaths. Boom! Boom boom boom! The golden lights collided with the dense red tentacle web and exploded. The holy element could also display an additional killing effect when dealing with resurrected corpses. In addition to the purification effect of the remnant page, instantly, the huge net that was spread out in the air was blown clean. Following that, the remnant page turned into a stream of light and bombarded the corpse continuously, knocking it back step by step. It was visible to the naked eye that the corpse's health point was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, The Book of Oaths energy was depleted by 1/3 in just half a minute. Liu Yanglong, who was watching from the side, was shocked. It was actually the holy element? He watched as the corpse boss health point was reduced from full to half by the holy elemental attack. Feng Heng actually had such a powerful killing move that he had yet to use. Whoosh! 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 4 spiraling magic arrays flew around Feng Heng's feet and a visible icy soul aura seeped out of the magic array. The Undead Bones leader stepped out of the magic array and immediately swung its ice soul-slaying blade at the resurrected corpse. Bang! Bang bang! The resurrected corpse was continuously pushed back by the ice bones. After being severely injured by the Book of Oaths, coupled with the additional soul-freezing effect after the arrival of the ice bones, the various abilities of the resurrected corpse were greatly reduced. Feng Heng switched to his necromancy form again. He gathered his spiritual power and the Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. PFFT. PFFT. Thick and solid soul chains flowed out of the Book of the Dead and quickly wrapped around the corpse. The legs of the corpse were tightly bound by the soul chains. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 2 chains were tightly wrapped around the waist of the resurrected corpse. The movement ability of the resurrected corpse was greatly reduced. Once the corpse was controlled, the battle would follow Feng Heng's rhythm. Feng Heng quickly made a judgment. The attack power of the lickers was too low. It was barely enough to deal with large creatures. They could all charge at the same time and use their numbers to make up for the lack of damage, but it was difficult to deal with agile small creatures. In addition, the resurrected corpse's body had been infected by the virus, so its self-recovery ability was quite good. Relying on the lickers as damage dealers was unrealistic. Therefore, Feng Heng decisively chose to rely on the Undead Bones leader as the main attacker. As he was worried that the Undead Bones leader would be killed instantly, he still had to watch from the side. Once he found that the Undead Bones leader's health point was less than 1/3, he would immediately summon it back and switch to a new Undead Bones leader to join the battlefield. The scene fell into a tug of war again. Liu Yanglong swallowed his saliva carefully. How many trump cards did Mr. Feng have that he hadn't shown yet? Thinking of this, he took a few steps back to avoid the battlefield. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up and help, but a battle of this level had already exceeded the scope of his abilities. Spatial science was used, at best, for escaping. If it was a head-on battle, he would not be able to win. As the battle progressed, Feng Heng's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. It seemed that the Undead Bones leaders were able to work together to suppress the resurrected corpse and beat it up. The situation was under control. However, in reality, Feng Heng had to concentrate on controlling the soul chains and the Undead Bones leaders to fight. He could not relax at all. Fortunately, the resurrected corpse only relied on its instincts to move, and its combat style was still relatively simple. As he watched the health point of the resurrected corpse slowly decrease, Feng Heng switched to the Book of Oaths again and consumed all the remaining energy. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Golden light flowed out of the Book of Oaths once again and bombarded the resurrected corpse. It caused continuous explosions on its body and sent it flying. Boom! The corpse crashed heavily against the wall and slowly fell down. The red tentacle life form under the skin quickly retracted into its body. Swoosh! Blue flames rose from the resurrected corpse, instantly enveloping the entire corpse and burning fiercely. In just a few seconds, the resurrected corpse was burned to ashes. Feng Heng kept the Book of Oaths, and the game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone has successfully killed the mutated corpse. The player has discovered a Tier 3 mutant crystal. Ho! Feng Heng put down the mark he had condensed in front of him and panted heavily. It took a lot of effort to get rid of a commander-level creature. It was too difficult, and this was on top of the fact that the Book of Oaths had helped to deplete 3/4 of the corpse health point. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. The outcome was still good. He had obtained a Tier 3 mutant crystal. As Feng Heng thought about it, he approached the ashes of the wreckage on the ground that had been burned by the blue flames and picked up the Tier 3 mutant crystal left on the ground. Eh? What is this? Amongst the pile of black ashes, Feng Heng found a Tier 3 mutant crystal and a dark gold metal disc. Metal disc? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that in the main mausoleum, Charlene had taken out a similar disc from the corpse in the sarcophagus. Unfortunately, it was eventually taken away by the spies planted by the Federation. Could it be the metal disc with the Avira chip? That was strange. According to what Charlene had said, the corpses in the ordinary mausoleums did not have the Avira chip installed in them. Then why was he able to find it? Was there a mistake in Charlene's information? Feng Heng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He squatted down and reached out to gently touch the round plate. Chapter 1797 Leveling Up the Game notification appeared again. Ding! The player has obtained an item unknown disc. Item, unknown disc. Type, future technology. Description, a disc made of a special alloy. It may contain some secrets. You may be able to open it. Description: the player does not possess the relevant skill. Forcefully activating it may cause internal damage to the disk. Feng Heng was even more confused when he saw the item notification given by the game. It was strange. Could it really be the Avira chip? The Federation was also strange. They were also looking for the sarcophagus. Was it also for the metal disc? Feng Heng felt that something was not right. After thinking for a while, he temporarily put the metal disc into his backpack. First, he would bring it back to Caillou Yaokang and Dodd's research team to take a look. With Caillou Yaokang's ability, he could naturally find a way to activate it. By the time, he would have more clues. Mr. Feng, are you okay? Lu Yanlong had been watching from the side for a long time. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, he hurriedly ran over. He thought that Mr. Feng was getting more and more skilled. Last time, he took a few hours to settle the leader creature. This time, it was less than an hour. He glanced at the gray ashes on the ground and asked cautiously, "It's all settled now, right?" "Yes, it's done." "Alright, we just scouted that the next mausoleum is about 20 kilometers north of here. It's in the middle of a mountain range. The terrain is not suitable for combat." Feng Heng stroked his chin and pondered. With his current efficiency, starting from breaking through the mutated beasts guarding the mausoleum, it would take him 2 days to enter the depths of the mausoleum and farm a commander-level monster for a Tier 3 mutant crystal. He could also obtain 2 mutant crystals through the Federation's mutant crystal conversion device, but it would take a lot of time. It would take him 4 to 5 days to obtain 2. This was still under ideal conditions. If they encountered special terrains and monsters, the time would be even longer. The efficiency was too low. It seemed impossible to increase his efficiency. It seemed a little silly to just farm. He could only think of another way. Feng Heng thought of the Federation. "No need. I will leave the zombie creatures here to help with the mining." "Huh? Go back?" Lu Yanlong was stunned and asked, "Go back to where?" "Let's go back to the federal camp." Feng Heng looked confident and nodded. He said, "Aren't the Federation looking for mausoleums and moving the sarcophagi everywhere? We might as well borrow the Federation's power to help them find the mausoleums and move the sarcophagi together." "Huh?" Lu Yanlong was even more confused. What did he mean? Why did he suddenly rush to help the Federation? His relationship with the Federation wasn't that good, right? "Hey, Mr. Feng. Wait for me." Lu Yanlong was still deep in thought when he raised his head and saw that Feng Heng had already left the room and left through the passage. He quickly quickened his pace and chased after him. Feng Heng's plan was simple. Since the efficiency of killing the tomb boss one by one was too slow, then he might as well pull it. Didn't the Federation have a large number of sarcophagi? He didn't care what the Federation was planning. Anyway, he now had the compound to activate the corpse virus. At that time, he would find an opportunity to activate all the corpses in the sarcophagi. He would directly use his ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, to kill the corpse boss in one wave. It was all about efficiency. As for this period of time, he could help the Federation collect more sarcophagi and speed up the process. Oh, right. Speaking of leveling up, there was another problem in front of him. It was still uncertain how many Tier 3 mutant crystals he would need to level up to level 40. Calculating the time, the mission would end in half a month. Would he be too late? Feng Heng stopped in his tracks. After leaving the mausoleum, Lu Yanlong immediately followed him and said, "Mr. Feng, don't be in such a hurry. I need to inform the Federation about this. I will go offline for a while and ask my friends in the company to handle the commission remotely. Wait for me." "Okay, I will wait," Feng Heng said as he opened the mission upgrade panel. He had already met the requirements to level up to level 37. He might as well level up first and see the situation. Lu Yanlong saw Feng Heng lowering his head to check the mission's attributes, so he placed a sleeping bag beside Feng Heng in the mausoleum and went offline. Ding, the player's level has increased to level 37. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has obtained an additional 1,307 zombie clones. Ding, current number of zombie clones, 7,840. Ding, the player's level 38 upgrade requirement, 200. Tier 1 mutant crystal, 1,000 Tier 2 mutant crystal and 1 Tier 3 mutant crystal. The ground around them began to roll and surge. Green-gray hands reached out from the ground, and the zombies struggled to climb out of the ground. Sure enough, from level 38 onwards, he would need to use a Tier 3 mutant crystal. Feng Heng became more and more worried. It was not safe to level up to level 40. Charlene had helped him farm a lot of monsters in the main mausoleum. At least, he did not lack Type 1 and Type 2 mutant crystals. Leveling up first. Continue. The level up again. Ding, the player's level has increased to level 38. Due to the player's innate skill, The player has obtained an additional 1,568 zombie clones. Ding. Current number of zombie clones, 9,408. Ding. The player's level 39 upgrade requirement, 500. Tier 1 mutant crystals, 5,000 Tier 2 mutant crystals, 5 Tier 3 mutant crystals. Leveling up to level 39 required 5 Tier 3 mutant crystals. The increase was still within a controllable range. Feng Heng calculated with his fingers. Previously, with Charlene's help, he had killed the corpse of the main tomb and obtained a rainbow crystal. The rainbow crystal was a higher grade crystal, and could be exchanged for 10 Tier 3 mutant crystals. He exchanged it directly. Leveling up first. Ding. The player has consumed 1 rainbow crystal. The player has obtained 10 Tier 3 mutant crystals. Upgrade. As a faint light appeared on Feng Heng's body, the surrounding ground surged again. Ding. The player's level has increased to level 39. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has obtained an additional 1,882 zombie clones. Ding. Current number of zombie clones, 11,290. Ding. The player's level 40 upgrade requirement, 5 million Tier 1 mutant crystal, 100,000 Tier 2 mutant crystal, 20 Tier 3 mutant crystal. Feng Heng once again felt a warm energy flowing through his body. After reaching level 39, the total number of zombie clones finally broke through the 10,000 mark. The area had been crowded with zombie clones, and new ones were crawling out of the ground one after another. Feng Heng looked at the level 40 requirement and his heart skipped a beat. Trouble was brewing. The Federation's mutant crystal conversion device had been sent back to the Federal camp for conversion. According to the Federation's estimates, it could convert 2 Tier 3 mutant crystals. He still had 6 left, a total of 8. 4 sarcophagi had been discovered in the secret area of the Federation. If he counted 1 liter from each coffin, he would be able to obtain 12. He was still missing the last 8. Chapter 1798. An estimate Moji Oi and Starfish Company were helping to purchase tradable Tier 3 mutant crystals. As the number of crystals available for trade was very small, he estimated that he could only get 3 to 4 of them. To be safe, it would be best if he could think of a way to get another 5 crystals. Feng Heng calculated. The difference was not big. The Federation should be able to get 2 or 3 sarcophagi in the next 2 days. If he went over to help, it would not be a problem to gather 5 sarcophagi. After 2 days, when the cool down time of the Everlasting Moon skill was over, he would directly use his ultimate skill to wipe out the resurrected corpse boss. If everything went well, the mission would be completed in 2 days and he could complete the mission a week in advance. Let's do it this way. Having made up his mind, Feng Heng raised his head again. At that moment, the entire mausoleum was occupied by 4 to 5,000 zombie clones. After leveling up by 3 levels, the number of zombie clones increased exponentially. Lu Yanlong went offline to contact the team and then went online again. What was going on? As soon as he got online, he saw a zombie crowd surrounding the mausoleum. What had happened? In the blink of an eye, Mr. Feng summoned so many zombies. What was he planning? Lu Yanlong could not help but turn his head and look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng also noticed Lu Yanlong's gaze and asked, "How is it? Have you contacted him? The Federation's mission to collect the sarcophagi is still ongoing, right?" Lu Yanlong composed himself and said, "The company has already accepted the relevant mission. I've asked around. In the past 2 days, the Federation has obtained a new sarcophagus and is currently in need of manpower. Only 1. The Federation's actions were too slow. Wouldn't this affect his leveling up plan?" Feng Heng felt a little resentful. He patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder and said, "All right, I understand. Let's go and help the Federation." The biggest uncertainty in the upgrade plan was the Federation. He had to ensure that there were no problems with the Federation collecting the sarcophagi. In the Federation training ground, Feng Heng levitated in the center of the Star Wheels cultivation machine. He had been training intermittently for 4 days according to the coach's instructions. His mental power could now occasionally complete the entire circulation of his body. A part of the spiritual power circulation path in his body had already formed, forming a faintly visible pathway in his meridians. However, the passageway was still unstable and very thin. Coach Louis had been teaching in the Federation for so many years, but he had never seen someone with such a high breakthrough efficiency. He was full of praise for Feng Heng's cultivation progress. However, when Feng Heng asked when he would be able to completely break through the Tier 2 lock, Louis said that he still needed a long time to go. The next stage of cultivation needed to wait until the meridian channels were completely condensed before he could continue. Feng Heng did not suspect anything and continued to focus on his cultivation. As usual, Feng Heng finished his daily 6-hour training. He jumped down from the star wheel and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner of the training ground. It was about time. He would go back to the game first. At this moment, in the monitoring hall, The Federal Special Investigation Team was currently in the next phase of their work deployment. Feng Heng's every move appeared on the monitor screen of one of the monitoring platforms. From the actions of the past few days, Feng Heng's suspicion had been cleared. He really didn't know how to break through the second stage of lock. No one could act so well. After a series of screenings, the investigation team focused on the three most suspicious people. Feng Heng was not included. Kleinman closed his notebook and reiterated, the target is a player who has the ability to break through a Tier 3 lock in the real world. The danger is extremely high, and we can't rule out the possibility that he's a demi-human. You all must be careful. Don't act rashly, and don't arouse the target's suspicion, understand? Understood. Okay, go do your work. Even after everyone had left, Kiawe remained where she was. Kellerman shifted his gaze to Kiawe and asked, is there anything else? Team leader, I still think there's something wrong with Feng Heng. Kleinman was silent for a moment before saying, Kiawe, you're acting very unprofessional. The word think shouldn't come out of a professional investigator's mouth. You can have your intuition, but you can't just rely on your intuition. Kiawe stood where she was and moved her lips. In the past 2 days, the Federation team had been tracking Feng Heng 24 hours a day, but they had not found any problems. She had even conducted a thorough investigation on Feng Heng in private. She still didn't find anything suspicious. She was not willing to give up just like that. This was the best chance for her to get promoted swiftly. Kiawe was silent for a moment before she said in a deep voice, Team leader, please give me another chance. I will produce concrete evidence. As long as it doesn't affect your work, I will allow you to investigate in private. You only have 3 days. After 3 days, we will carry out the next stage of the work. At that time, I hope you can devote yourself to the mission. Thank you, team leader. I promise. Kiawe's eyes flashed with seriousness as she stood up and left the monitoring hall. She was very sure there must be something wrong with Feng Heng, and it was a big problem. Kiawe left the Federation training building and hesitated for a moment. Only 3 days. She was sure that Feng Heng had always been very careful, so much so that she had never found any flaws in him. If she were to rely on herself, it would be difficult for her to discover it even if she was given another 3 days. She could only use that method. Kiawe took a deep breath and found a person named Arnott from the contact list. Holy Court Arnott. Hello? Arnott, I am Kiawe. There's something that I think you will be interested in. At the same time, Feng Heng returned to his rented villa. After washing up, Feng Heng returned to the basement and stuffed the mechanical parts that were temporarily stored in the basement into his backpack. He moved them back and forth to the zombie apocalypse batch by batch. During these 2 days, Feng Heng maintained a good schedule every day, 6 hours of offline training, 2 hours of moving mechanical parts, 12 hours of gaming, and the last 4 hours of rest. The time was packed. Of course, this amount of time was not enough for him to move all the mechanical parts back from the real world. Feng Heng roughly estimated that it would probably take another 6 to 7 days before the basement was completely emptied. As usual, Feng Heng returned to the villa after a day of cultivation. He returned to the zombie apocalypse with a backpack full of mechanical parts. Before he could unload the goods, he was stopped by Mojai Oi, who rushed over. Feng Heng, you're finally here. Dodd is looking for you. He's in a hurry. He said that there is an important discovery in the laboratory. Everyone is waiting for you to come over as soon as possible. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. A few days ago, he handed over all the relevant virus bodies, ashes left behind by the resurrected corpses, living sample collectors, high-level spawns research equipment, metal discs, and other research items to Caillou King and Dodd's team for research. There was finally feedback. Let's go and take a look together. Feng Heng couldn't be bothered to continue moving the parts and hurriedly followed Mojai Oi to Caillou King's laboratory. Chapter 1799 Signals in the special laboratory of the Zombie Apocalypse Research Building. Caillou King was holding a thick analysis document in his hand, flipping through it page by page. In front of him, Dodd and his team of senior researchers were as obedient as primary school students who were being checked on their homework. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Feng Heng, you came at the right time. Caillou King saw Feng Heng enter the laboratory from the corner of his eye and put down the documents in his hand. I found something during my research and wanted to talk to you about it. Feng Heng changed into his lab coat and walked in from behind the glass door. He asked, how is it? Is it good news? It's hard to say that it's good news. Feng Heng couldn't help but glance at Dodd. Not good news? Then why was Dodd so excited to find him? Caillou King took out an analysis report from the folder and said, let's take it step by step. First, the metal disk. We dismantled the metal disk and discovered that it contained a special chip device. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. He asked first, It's the Avira chip. No, it isn't. Caillou Yaokang shook his head expressionlessly and continued, this chip is completely different from the Avira chip that you described. We believe that this chip is a special chip that can transmit signals over long distances. In the end, it wasn't the Avira chip. When Fang Heng heard this, the excitement in his heart immediately subsided by more than half. He asked, transmit signals? What signals? Mr. Fang, we found the special frequency signal of the spawns. Beside him, Dodd couldn't help but interrupt with an excited expression. We have analyzed the data chip, and we can confirm that the spawns have implanted a special chip in the corpses. In addition to controlling the half-mechanical bodies of the corpses, this chip can also send a data packet containing the various data of the corpses to a certain location every once in a while. For an inappropriate example, it is a bit like the black box on an airplane. Fang Heng nodded in understanding. He could understand the signal Dodd was talking about. But what was the use? Dodd continued to explain, the frequency of the signal transmission is very low. From the analysis of the signal we captured, we can now determine that the signal will be sent to a certain location. Then, after gathering and amplifying it, it will be concentrated on the external coordinates for fixed-point transmission. We can think of a way to deduce the target location of the signal sent by the spawns. It's very likely that that place is the gathering place of the spawns. Hearing this, Fang Heng's eyelids twitched and he immediately reacted. Obtaining the position of the spawns? Was this the function of the Avira chip? So it was highly possible that the Federation was also trying to use the chip in the corpse to deduce the actual location of the spawns and open a passage to the spawns world. Was that why the Federation was gathering the sarcophagi and placing them in a medium-sized mausoleum? This might mean that the medium-sized mausoleum was most likely the place where the spawns gathered to amplify and transmit signals. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. He suddenly realized that everything seemed to make sense. Mr. Fang, if possible, we need to enter the mausoleum world to find the signal points and coordinates of the spawns. Dodd was unusually excited. After experiencing this mausoleum world, they had a deeper understanding of the entire race. It was a special race that was much more technologically advanced than humans. Furthermore, it possessed a mysterious spiritual ability. Yes, it's dangerous to enter the mausoleum now. I will consider it when I have time. As Fang Heng spoke, a game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has triggered the mission data chip. Mission title, data chip. Mission difficulty, A. Mission description, you have verified the metal disc obtained from the resurrected corpse and discovered a special signal transmission frequency. Dodd wishes to further investigate the signal transmission point. Mission requirement, find the point where the data signal is collected and sent. Mission reward, next phase of the mission. Caillou Yaokang continued, that's all for the chip. Next is the research report on the ember and live samples you collected. It can be confirmed that the ember and live samples are the same species as the hilivirus. However, the evolution direction of the two viruses is very different. In terms of strength, it's difficult to say which is stronger. Fang Heng asked, can my zombie clone be modified differently with the virus? Caillou Yaokang seemed to have known that Fang Heng would ask this question. He nodded and said, yes, I've already conducted a feasibility test. The data report I obtained is relatively perfect. In theory, we can completely carry out the next part of the transformation on your corpse. When you have time, we can start the physical test at any time. Fang Heng was stunned. Anytime? Are you saying that you can do it now? Of course. Caillou Yaokang had an expression as if he was looking down on him and said, the preliminary preparation work isn't too difficult. The first batch of live experiments can begin at any time. Mojai Ai was excited when he heard that and said, genius Caillou, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Yes. Caillou Yaokang nodded to a researcher beside him and continued, they still need to make some preparations. It will take about half an hour. I've studied the live samples of the half-machine modified mutated creature and void stalker that you obtained and found something interesting. Caillou Yaokang said as he led everyone to an experimental glass container on the left side of the large research lab. Void stalkers have a strong ability to sense viruses. This ability is not innate, but it has been stimulated by a special genetic modification program and an implanted chip. Of course, the most interesting thing isn't this, but the part of the specific vaccine powder that you obtained. I found a way to extract a very small portion of the antivirus. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Antivirus body? Previously, in the main mausoleum, he and Charlene had found a small severed finger in the secret research room on the second floor. Originally, after testing and analyzing, the instrument would completely destroy the corpse through the antivirus gas left in advance. Unfortunately, it had been too long, and most of the poisonous gas had dissipated, eventually leading to the revival of the corpse. He and Charlene had spent a lot of effort to kill it. After that, Fang Heng dismantled the entire large research machine and brought it back. Caillou Yaokang extracted part of the antivirus from the instrument and conducted research. We tried to extract the residue and analyze it for replication. We already have a successful experience, but replication requires a variety of special materials, some of which are relatively rare. Chapter 1800 Change in form. I asked Mojai Oi to help me collect some. I've made a small portion of the trial products so far. You can take them and use them first. Caillou Yaokang took a box full of medicine bottles from an assistant researcher beside him and handed it to Feng Heng. We've already conducted live experiments. The results are very good, but we don't recommend you to use it on a large scale. From our current research on the virus, the self-repetition efficiency of the virus is extremely high. If you use it on a large scale, the virus will develop resistance. So awesome. He even developed an antivirus potion? Caillou Yaokang was really a big shot. Feng Heng took the medicine box from Caillou Yaokang. The game prompt flashed quickly on his retina. Ding! The player has obtained 24 special potion, item, antivirus special potion, NT 3278, description. A special potion developed by Caillou Yaokang's team based on the simulation of a portion of the mental poison gas residue. After the potion bottle is broken, the liquid potion can be vaporized within 3 seconds and diffused into the air in the surrounding area. The gas will cause additional damage to the special virus in the area. Lastly, regarding the spatial transmission, the Void Stalker's ability to warp is related to its own unique characteristics. This cannot be replicated. Caillou Yaokang closed the notebook in his hand and said, "That's the general situation. It's almost time, we need to get ready. Come with me. We will proceed to the next stage of the live test." "Alright." Feng Heng replied, stuffed the medicine box into his backpack, and hurriedly followed. Soon, Feng Heng and the others entered another large living laboratory under Caillou Yaokang's lead. The preparations for the live experiment were complete. Caillou Yaokang brought them to a large cultivation pod. The cultivation pod opened in front of everyone. Feng Heng controlled a licker to quickly climb over. Caillou Yaokang reached out his hand to block the front of the cultivation pod and said, "There's no hurry. Feng Heng, take a look at that first." Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the right side of the cultivation pod that Caillou Yaokang was pointing at. On the right side of the cultivation pod, there was another protruding glassware. The glassware was filled with a dark yellow liquid. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and went over to observe carefully. Dark red worms were swimming in the dark yellow liquid. The worm's body was extremely small. Unless one was very close and observed it carefully, it was extremely difficult to detect. "I call it the beetle," Caillou Yaokang explained. "It's the product of the fusion of the Hyla virus and some kind of insect. The beetle can live under the skin and provide a stronger defense for the host. Under ideal conditions, if the beetle can be implanted into the corpse, the defense of the corpse will be improved again." Feng Heng observed the worm and frowned slightly. The zombie clone had a lot of health point and its defense was already strong enough. There was no point in strengthening it further. The key was to attack. What about the offensive aspect? Caillou Yaokang glanced at Feng Heng and said, "There's also a huge improvement." Feng Heng's eyes lit up. That would be great. What he lacked right now was the ability to attack. After being infected by the beetle, the agility of the living being can be improved, and the attack strength will also undergo a qualitative change, but... Caillou Yaokang paused and walked to the side of the cultivation pod. He flipped through the experiment log in his hand. What? There are two main problems now. First, the beetle can only be effective on the transformed body after death, so it has a 100% conflict with the liquor. In addition, I've also tested its fusion with the fusion tyrant form. The fusion tyrant form has a worm body, which also conflicts with the beetle, so it can't complete the fusion. Secondly, due to the limitations of the zombie body, even if they fuse with the beetle's ability, I don't think their movement speed and agility will increase. In fact, they might even decrease slightly. Feng Heng opened his mouth and asked, "Decrease? Why did it decrease? Zombies' mobility was already weak enough, why was there decrease then?" "Yes, I've analyzed many zombie forms. I think that the combination of the beetle form and the flesh-armored form is the best." "Huh?" Feng Heng was stunned again. Flesh-armored zombie form? It was actually a trashy form that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory. Flesh-armored zombies. A normal tier 1 mutated zombie. Very weak. Compared to ordinary zombies, the flesh-armored zombies had devolved into hard deformed armor. The armor could even completely block the damage of small firearms. For novice players, encountering these zombies head-on would be a headache. After all, it was a waste of bullets to kill them head-on. However, the weakness was that the movement speed of the flesh-armored zombie was once again reduced. Feng Heng used to think that this thing was a scam. Zombies were slow to begin with, and after the flesh armor was strengthened, it became even slower and became a live target. Besides, his zombie clone had the effect of being immortal. This little defense bonus was simply not enough. Yes, the flesh-armored form is the most suitable. The conversion rate of other zombies is about 0. Caillou Yaokang took a report from the researcher beside him and continued, "In order to test my idea, we need to carry out the transformation of the flesh-armored zombie first." Alright then. Fang Hang decided to trust Caillou Yaokang. Leave the professional matters to the professionals. Past experiences showed that listening to Caillou Yaokang was most likely correct. Fang Hang controlled the liquor to quickly form a cocoon on the ground. Kai. A few seconds later, the normal form zombie clone stepped out of the cocoon and staggered to the other side of the cultivation pod. Caillou Yaokang waved at the monitor in the corner of the laboratory. Crack. The hatch of the cultivation pod was closed by remote control. Kai. The blue liquid was quickly injected into the cultivation pod until it filled the entire pod. A game notification appeared on Fang Hang's retina. Ding. Detected that your zombie clone, normal form, is undergoing transformation. Ding. Judgment in progress. Ding. The current modification requires 200 survival points per person, and 20 Tier 1 evolution crystals. The modification will last for 2 hours. Players can spend additional survival points to speed up the modification. Ding. The current evolution success rate is 99.2%. Due to the influence of the player's talent skill, the evolution success rate has increased by an additional 20%. Do you wish to begin the evolution? Points consumed. Accelerate. Hit the max. Ding. The player has completed the zombie transformation. Ding. The current zombie form has changed. Ding. To solidify the current zombie form, you need to consume 10 Tier 1 evolution crystals and King of Gods 20 points. Gulp. The liquid inside the cultivation pod was quickly extracted. The newly cultivated flesh-armored zombie walked out of the cultivation pod and was displayed in front of everyone. Chapter 1801 Mutated Worm. Fang Hang sized up the flesh-armored zombie and smiled bitterly in his heart. The biggest weakness of a zombie clone was its speed. After the evolution of the flesh armor, it seemed to be carrying a few thick shields on its body. Its movement became even more unsteady, and its agility was reduced once again. It looked like a complete idiot. Mojai was also at a loss and did not know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like a negative evolution. The flesh-armored zombie was more like an inferior product that should be eliminated. Caillou Yaokang took the experimental data report from the researcher and repeatedly checked the various data on the report. From time to time, he even looked up at the flesh-armored zombie and revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad. Caillou Yaokang nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the right side of the cultivation pod, signaling Fang Hang to begin the next step. Was it really not bad? Fang Hang expressed his doubts. He followed Caillou Yaokang's instructions and controlled the zombie to enter the other side of the cultivation pod. Crack. When the flesh-armored zombie had completely entered the cultivation pod, the hatch was locked again. A dark yellow liquid mixed with tiny red worms flowed into the cultivation pod through the pipe. The surface of the water gradually rose until it completely submerged the flesh-armored zombie. The flesh-armored zombie's body started to twitch. Fang Hang moved closer to the glass and squinted his eyes to observe carefully. Tiny threadworms were quickly burrowing into the flesh-armored zombie's skin. The game notification appeared in Fang Hang's vision again. Ding. Detected that your zombie clone is undergoing transformation. Ding. Judging. The player's current level has been raised to level 30. The player has met the current zombie clone mutated worm transformation requirements. Ding. Judgment in progress. Ding. The current modification requires 8 million survival points per person, 200 Tier 1 mutant crystals, and 20 Tier 2 mutant crystals. The modification will last for 48 hours. The player can use additional survival points to speed up the modification. Ding. The current evolution success rate is 57.2%. Due to the influence of the player's talent skill, the evolution success rate has increased by an additional 20%. Do you want to start the evolution? Ding. Does the player wish to accelerate the evolution? Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat. The mutated worm actually had to consume so many mutant crystals and survival points? Compared to the original devouring body, the consumption of the mutated worm form was even greater. This meant that the game's built-in judgment determined that the mutated worm was stronger than the original devouring body after evolution. The good news was that the success rate of the mutated worm's evolution was higher than that of the original devouring body. It had already exceeded 50%. Fang Hang glanced at Mojai beside him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Caillou Yaokang pulled Mojai over to increase the success rate of evolution. Fang Hang chose to fill it up again. Consuming points, consuming energy, accelerating evolution. Gulp. A series of bubbles floated up in the cultivation pod. A moment later, the indicator light on the instrument lit up, and the liquid in the cultivation pod was sucked dry again. Ka. The cabin door opened. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the flesh-armored zombie that walked out of the hatch. At least from the outside, there was no obvious difference between the flesh-armored zombie before and after the transformation. Feng Heng was looking down at the game information regarding the red mutant worm zombie. Ding. The player has completed the fusion transformation of the zombie clone, flesh-armored form, and the mutated worm virus body. Ding. The current flesh-armored zombie form has not changed, fused with the mutated worm form. Ding. Consolidating the current fusion of the flesh-armored form of the zombie clone requires 300 Tier 1 mutant crystals, 50 Tier 2 mutant crystals, King of Gods 15,000 points, zombie clone, fusion with the mutated worm form. Description: a special zombie that has been parasitized by a special mutated worm. It can share life with a corpse. The zombie's movement speed is extremely slow and its defense is strengthened. When the zombie is threatened, the mutated worm will automatically attack. Additional skill: self-ignition, passive effect, unable to be deactivated. Skill description: when the zombie clone dies, the main body will enter a state of spontaneous combustion until it completely destroys itself. It was different from the previous modifications. The mutated worm was more like a parasite. Right now, he could only control the zombie clone. The mutated worm that had fused with the zombie was not under his control. Moreover, solidifying the zombie clone's transformation state also required a large number of survival points and mutant crystals, and this was very expensive. There was only one additional skill, and at first glance, it did not seem to have any practical effect. He didn't know what the actual combat situation was like. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Kaiyu Yaokang. Let's do a physical test. Kaiyu Yaokang observed the mutated worm zombie. He kept writing and drawing on the experiment notebook. Then, he raised his head and said, "Go to the B2 sealed laboratory." Ka. As soon as he finished speaking, a tempered glass door not far from them opened. Feng Heng controlled the mutated worm zombie clone to stagger forward and walk into the laboratory behind the tempered glass. Compared to before, the mutated worm zombie looked even dumber. Looking at it, could he really believe in its ability? Feng Heng was also a little uncertain. He controlled the other 12 lickers to follow it into the laboratory. Bang! The laboratory door closed again. Everyone stood outside the laboratory and observed the situation inside through the tempered glass. Kaiyu Yaokang saw one of the researchers' gestures and nodded at Feng Heng. He spoke, "We're ready. The experiment can begin now. We just need to try to attack the new zombie hybrid. Theoretically, the red beetle that is residing in the zombie will take the initiative to fight back." "Yes, alright." Feng Heng immediately controlled a licker to charge at the mutated worm zombie clone. The mutated worm zombie clone still stood in the same place, looking stupid. The distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. The licker quickly approached and pounced. Based on the movement speed displayed by the mutated worm zombie, it was impossible for it to dodge the licker's attack. Whoosh! Feng Heng's pupils contracted. It actually. Just as the licker was about to leap toward the mutated worm zombie clone, the flesh armor in front of the mutated worm zombie clone suddenly exploded, revealing several red spikes. The spikes stabbed out for about 5 meters, almost instantly piercing through the licker's body. Ho! The red spikes tossed the licker a few times in the air before throwing it into the distance. Boom! Due to the impact, the licker slammed into the tempered glass of the laboratory behind it with a loud thud. After sliding down from the tempered glass, the licker got up on the spot. The holes on its body quickly healed under the effect of the undying body. Fuck. Mojai was shocked by the sudden attack power of the mutated worm zombie. He turned to look at Feng Heng with excitement in his eyes. To be honest, this thing was really good. It looked ugly and cute, but in fact, it hid a murderous intent. Chapter 1802 Sudden Incident. Feng Heng nodded in his heart. The damage from this stab was very high, directly taking away 1/5 of the licker's health point. After all, the licker had inherited his basic health point. It was already a commander-level health point template. Moreover, the spikes were extremely fast, and even the licker's agility couldn't block them. Try again. As Feng Heng thought about it, he controlled the 12 lickers to fly toward the mutated worm zombie from different angles. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen sharp spikes pierced out from the thick armor that covered the body of the flesh-armored zombie, piercing through the lickers that were leaping in the air. Bang! Without exception, the 12 lickers were once again tossed a few times in the air by the spikes before being thrown out. Amazing. It was not difficult for the zombie at all. The lickers were unable to get close to the mutated worm zombie. Feng Heng praised in his heart. From the few simple attacks, the mutated worm zombie still had many shortcomings. For example, its movement speed was slow, and its control was weak. It was like a live target when facing long-range attacks. However, just this kind of spike output ability was worth the price of the ticket. Feng Heng looked at Kaiyu Yokang, who was also participating in a combat test, and asked, can it be mass-produced? Mutated worms need to be nurtured, which will take some time. In addition, the initial activation of the mutated worms also requires a special compound that activates the original devouring body, so it is currently impossible to mass-produce them. Based on the current situation, if you are in a hurry, we can provide about 20 to 50 of them a day given the limit. Kaiyu Yaokang lowered his head and recorded the data while saying, I need to keep this zombie for more detailed tests. After some adjustments, the success rate of the subsequent evolution will also increase. Feng Heng scratched his head. It was difficult. With Kaiyu Yaokang's research team, it wasn't difficult to mass-produce the mutant worms. As for the compound that stimulated the original devouring body, he had also gone to Tongjia's research lab from time to time in the past 2 days. He had already obtained the formula. He was also trying to take some of the raw materials from the research team and bring them back to the game for the research team. It was only a matter of time before he could completely replicate and mass-produce the compound. Right now, the biggest problem was the amount of King of Gods points needed to solidify the zombie clone. This was real money. After a long silence, Feng Heng could only helplessly say, alright, I understand. Let's carry out the test first and try to increase the success rate and production. I will think of a way to settle the rest. After leaving the laboratory, Feng Heng began to think of a way to get some King of Gods points. There were many places in the game that required King of Gods points. However, there were very few opportunities for him to farm for King of Gods points. There was no time. He could only put it aside for the time being. There were more urgent matters at hand. He would consider the issue of King of Gods points after he completed the level 40 mission. After all, this was a rare opportunity. The cool down time of the ultimate skill Everlasting Moon, which he had been waiting for the past 2 days, had been completed. He was also waiting for the Federation to collect more sarcophagi. Now that the skill cooldown was complete, the Federation had collected a total of 9 sarcophagi with his and Lu Yanlong's help. It was just enough. During the safe period, the Federation would bring another one over tomorrow and gather 10 sarcophagi before taking action. With Kaiyu Yaokang's targeted poison gas and his ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, it was not a problem for him to kill a commander-level creature in one go. Even if he were to encounter an emergency, he would have a bottle of skill cooldown reset potion as a guarantee. Counting on his fingers, tomorrow was a good day. He would make a move as soon as possible to put his heart at rest. However, this kind of thing was not suitable for making a big fuss. It would be best if he could think of a way to not make too much of a commotion. Feng Heng was thinking about how to make a move when he suddenly received an emergency message from Lu Yanlong's survival radio. Lu Yanlong, Mr. Feng, something happened to the sarcophagus. Come over as soon as possible. I will wait for you at the usual place. Something happened? Feng Heng's heart sank. Not good. It had only been 2 days since they had accepted the task of transporting the sarcophagus, but the Federation had encountered a continuous stream of trouble. First, the person in charge of the commission office expressed his dissatisfaction with the efficiency of the players who accepted the commission. He asked them to speed up the operation of the sarcophagus and did not allow them to stay in the stone chamber for long. Then, he began to crazily lower the price. Many players were unwilling to be bullied by the Federation and gave up on the commission. It was only because Feng Heng was not entrusting resources that he endured it. Feng Heng, I will be there soon. After a quick reply, Feng Heng immediately returned to the mausoleum game world. Soon, Feng Heng returned to the mausoleum world through the portal. He transformed into a bat and arrived at a forest outside the medium-sized mausoleum guarded by the Federation. At the edge of the forest, Lu Yanlong looked a little anxious as he looked left and right while waiting for Feng Heng to return. Feng Heng returned to his human form and walked toward Lu Yanlong. He asked, what happened? I don't know what the exact problem is, but it feels very wrong. Lu Yanlong's expression was solemn as he replied, the Federation's commission department contacted me in advance just now. They temporarily froze our contract with the Federation and invited us to immediately head to the medium-sized mausoleum to find Nisto and contact him to cooperate with the Federation's special investigation. Feng Heng was stunned. Special investigation? What the hell was this? Feng Heng frowned and asked, why? What kind of investigation? The Federation didn't give a reason or explain what the investigation was. They only said that when the sarcophagus was inspected by the commission department, a huge hidden danger was discovered. The commission that had already been accepted was temporarily suspended, and they asked us to immediately go over and cooperate with the investigation. Our starfish company has already investigated in secret, but there's no news for the time being. Also, I've asked Nisto. He didn't say anything on the phone. He just told us to hurry over and meet up with him. He said that it was indeed a little troublesome and that he had something to discuss with us in person. Lu Yanlong knew Feng Heng's general plan, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He asked, Mr. Feng, is this something related to the Federation's special mission? Have they already gathered all the sarcophagi? So they're finding an excuse to brush us off? Indeed, there is such a possibility. Feng Heng looked in the direction of the mausoleum's entrance and lowered his head in thought. Perhaps the Federation already had enough sarcophagi and did not need their help at all. Of course, there was an even worse-case scenario. The Federation discovered that there was a problem with the sarcophagus, and the follow-up mission was put on hold. Either way, it was very likely that all the preparatory missions they had done in the early stages would be in vain. Feng Heng quickly calculated in his heart. Not good. He had to make a move now in order to stop the loss in time. At least the Federation hasn't put us on a wanted list. The situation isn't the worst yet. Feng Heng shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. He said, let's go. Let's not make wild guesses here. We will know when we go in and see what they're up to. Chapter 1803 Countermeasure. As he spoke, Feng Heng's tone became even more gloomy. If it doesn't work, we will just make a move. Lu Yanlong swallowed his saliva carefully and looked at Feng Heng. Mr. Feng, are you sure you want to go this far? This is a rare opportunity. Be mentally prepared. Let's make a bet. This is the last time. Making a gamble again? And he said this was the last time? Lu Yanlong thought to himself, I don't believe you. He had thought that Mr. Feng's plan was unreliable. He had to deal with so many commander-level creatures alone? Wasn't he a complete lunatic? Now, he had to do something under the Federation's nose. The risk increased exponentially. However, Mr. Feng was so lucky that he won every time. Feng Heng saw Lu Yanlong's nervous expression and patted him on the shoulder. He said, don't be so nervous. Keep smiling. You're making people feel suspicious. Lu Yanlong nodded and patted his face, trying hard to make his facial muscles less stiff. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Okay. Feng Heng was helpless. The Federation's collection of sarcophagi was an extremely important part of his leveling plan. If anything went wrong, he would have to think of another way to obtain the Tier 3 mutant crystal. This way, it was very likely that he would not be able to complete the level 40 upgrade within a month. He had to take a gamble. Let's begin. What else could he do? Lu Yanlong also accepted his fate. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Feng, we must be careful. A team of elite players from the advanced game world is waiting for us at the federal camp. They will arrive in half an hour. We must not meet them head-on. All right. Feng Heng nodded. After all, they were elite players in a high-level game. Their combat power might be on par with Charlene's. Imagine the worst-case scenario, he would have to face a team of players formed by many Charlenes. Who could withstand this? The two of them walked out of the dense forest and followed a small path that temporarily opened up to the cave where the medium-sized mausoleum was located. In the past 2 days, Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong had been assisting the Federation in completing the sarcophagus transportation mission. The few Federation players guarding the entrance already recognized the two of them. As time passed, everyone began to relax a little in their task of guarding the sarcophagus. They had traveled a long distance to transport the sarcophagus. The players chose to stay here for a while and would not immediately chase them away. It was only when the Federation's higher-ups gave the order to increase their vigilance that they began to chase the players away. The guard recognized Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong and did not do a detailed identity verification check on them. He directly let them in and even nodded at them. After Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong entered the cave, they walked towards the direction of the mausoleum. Along the way, they could see scattered federal guards on duty. Feng Heng had estimated the defense level of the cave and had considered forcing his way through. Soon, the two of them passed through a narrow passage and entered a large cave on the right side of the cave. Seeing the rows of sarcophagi inside the cave, Feng Heng felt a little more at ease. At least the sarcophagi were still there. After working hard for half a day, no one had snatched the spoils of war. Nisto. Lu Yanlong saw a few Federation players in the cave and waved at Nisto. Nisto was the person in charge of escorting the Federation's sarcophagus. He was also a player who had advanced to master-level spatial science. Professional. When Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong entered, he was sitting on a protruding rock and talking with a few other players. When he saw the two of them coming, he stood up and greeted them. You're here. Come and sit. Nisto was from the Federation. However, after experiencing the events of the past 2 days, he was also quite dissatisfied with the Federation's higher-ups. At this moment, he was even more displeased. Lu Yanlong had been working well with Nisto for the past 2 days. They were also very familiar with each other. After sitting down, he saw that the atmosphere was solemn. He could not help but tease, didn't the higher-ups not allow us to stay here for too long? What is going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? Nisto sighed heavily, feeling mentally tired. Joining the Federation would allow one to obtain a lot of resources. In contrast, the price was that he had to get involved in these troublesome matters. Don't mention it. We're in trouble. It's not a good thing to summon you here urgently. I won't hide it from you. It's all about the power struggle of the upper echelons. As he spoke, Nisto told him what had happened. You know, I belong to the engineering department. Back then, I chose this department because it looked free and there was no danger. After listening to Nisto complain for a long time, Feng Hang finally understood. The sarcophagus was in quite a bit of trouble. Yesterday, the Federal Commission Department entrusted one of the 12 corporations, Misho Company, to conduct a second inspection of the sarcophagus. There was a problem with the test results. As for what was wrong, Nisto didn't understand. In short, Misho Company believed that Nisto's engineering department did not follow the specific steps when transporting the sarcophagus, causing the abnormality of the corpse inside the sarcophagus. Misho Company had issued a report that it would have an impact on the subsequent mission. The boss of Nisto's engineering department was furious when he heard this. This task had nothing to do with him in the first place. He had come over to help, but he did not thank him at all. Now, he was even accused of creating a problem during the process of transporting the sarcophagus. Who could endure this? If something happened to the sarcophagus and it affected the follow-up mission, he would definitely not be able to get rid of the blame. I asked you to come here to think of a way together. Later, we must think of a way to quickly hand over the work smoothly. The higher-ups of the mission department are present. I heard they might open the sarcophagus on the spot for inspection. Nisto looked at everyone and said, "We're the only ones here. Tell me the truth. Did you touch the sarcophagus during the process?" Everyone shook their heads. One of the players smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, you were there the entire time. We didn't touch the sarcophagus at all other than moving it. You saw it with your own eyes." Nisto nodded and spoke, "Yes, I know. In my opinion, most of the researchers at Misho have found something wrong and are now pushing the blame on us." The other players had seen the ugly faces of the 12 corporations before, and they felt that they were the ones behind this again. Feng Hang understood after listening. However, his thoughts were different from the other players. Was it possible? The problem was with him, right? The corpse in the sarcophagus had undergone mechanical modification, and it would react to the virus aura in his body. Could this be the anomaly that Misho Company detected? Feng Hang lowered his head and pondered. Regardless of whether it was caused by him or not, how should he deal with this matter? The players present were all discussing, "We didn't find anything unusual when we moved it. What abnormalities can there be? It's their people who can't move it, so they asked us to help move it. Now that there's a problem, they're looking for us. They're really shameless. Let them investigate. We didn't do anything. What are you afraid of? Brother, don't be so naive. They're professionals. We won't be able to tell if they did anything." Chapter 1804 Strange Movement. Nisto felt unhappy when he heard everyone's complaints. "I am afraid this matter is not that simple. The higher-ups will come over later to conduct the inspection and certification before the handover. I am worried that they will push the problem to us. If there really is a problem, in the worst-case scenario, everyone might be subject to a special review by the Federation." Feng Hang and Lu Yanlong exchanged glances. Special inspection? This was troublesome. Lu Yanlong felt even more wronged. Indeed, they were prepared to play some tricks on the sarcophagus. But they hadn't made a move yet. How did they end up becoming scapegoats? His luck wasn't too good. Nisto was frustrated. If something happened to these people, he would also be in trouble. Feng Hang thought for a moment, then leaned over and whispered a few words into Lu Yanlong's ear. Lu Yanlong's expression immediately turned stiff. "What's wrong?" Nisto couldn't help but glance at Feng Hang, who was beside Lu Yanlong. This young man in the necromancy uniform rarely spoke when he participated in the commission. Nisto had a deep impression of him. Firstly, Feng Hang did not like to talk. Secondly, Feng Hang's ability in spatial studies was extremely outstanding, much higher than other players. Lu Yanlong said, "I am afraid we will really have to take the blame. My companion has already discovered that there is a slight fluctuation in the sarcophagus. I am afraid that some changes have occurred to the corpse inside. It's very likely that there's no problem with the test conducted by Misho Company." Damn it. Nisto did not doubt Feng Hang's perception. He scratched his head in frustration and thought about what he should do to get rid of this blame. One of the players said, "But even if there's something wrong with the corpse in the sarcophagus, they can't prove that it was caused by our transportation, can they? If something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame. At most, we can argue with them and say that it's their test results. If we argue until the end, we might have to go through the Federation's investigation. Won't this delay things?" Everyone started discussing again. Nisto only felt his ears buzzing non-stop, and he felt more and more irritated. After discussing for such a long time, they still could not come up with an effective plan. Lu Yanlong suddenly said, "Nisto, we actually have a way to solve this problem." Nisto's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head to look at Lu Yanlong. "What?" "Just like you said earlier, the Federation's Commission Department will start the coffin inspection together with Misho Company. I mean, if we inform Misho Company in advance that opening the coffin will cause a special space explosion, causing the corpse in the coffin to change." Lu Yanlong pondered and whispered, "The 12 corporations definitely won't believe it. They will definitely choose to insist on opening the coffin for inspection, right? Then, if something happens and the sarcophagus is completely destroyed, we will have nothing to do with this matter, right?" Nisto was stunned. Beside him, the other two spatial science players also looked at Lu Yanlong in confusion. What did he mean? At first glance, it didn't seem like there was any problem. But what would happen if the coffin was opened? Didn't Misho Company already try to open the sarcophagus once? Everything was safe. There was no news of any anomaly. Nisto said seriously, "Tell me in detail." Lu Yanlong looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "My friend is a high-level necromancy mage. He can do something to the corpse. He can think of a way to stimulate the corpse to enter a berserk state. When the time comes, as long as they open the sarcophagus, we will definitely give them a big surprise." Nisto was still thinking about how to get rid of the blame, but when he heard Lu Yanlong's words, he was suddenly tempted. There was actually such a thing? Nisto immediately lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Indeed, if it was really as Lu Yanlong said, it was indeed a way to shift the blame. If it really exploded, it would only be because the research team of Misho Company was not professional. It had nothing to do with them. "Are you sure you can handle it? They will be here after daybreak. They're expected to arrive in 4 hours at the earliest. We're running out of time." Lu Yanlong turned his head to look at Feng Heng. Seeing Feng Heng nod at him, he agreed, "No problem. We can handle it." Nisto was still a little hesitant. Although this move was ingenious, it was also very risky. Moreover, if anything were to happen. "What do you all think?" Nisto asked for the other players' opinions. "I think we can give it a try." The players hired by the Federation did not want to cause trouble. The main reason was that the follow-up high-level review by the Federation was very disgusting. Which player dared to say that they were 100% clean? Even if there were no problems, it would be very inconvenient to do things after being checked for no reason, wasting so much time, and even getting on the Federation's review list. Right now, everyone was already in the same boat. It would be best if they could think of a way to fool them. But a player asked softly, "What will happen if we fail?" Another player added, "I am also worried about that. The research team of Misho Company is not stupid. What if they see a problem?" No one could answer this question. The cave was silent for a moment. If it was as Feng Heng said, it would be fine if they succeeded. If it failed, wouldn't they be even more burdened? Feng Heng took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the discussion with Lu Yanlong to approach a sarcophagus in the middle of the cave without leaving a trace. He reached out and touched the lid of the sarcophagus. His spiritual perception entered the coffin through the lid. Soon, the cyborg in the sarcophagus was stimulated and entered recovery mode. The players were unaware of Feng Heng's little tricks and were still discussing, "I think we should find a more reliable plan. It's too dangerous. Do you have a better idea?" "I can't think of any. Why don't we find a testing team to come over and argue with them? We can't let them have the final say." Feng Heng saw that it was about time. He put down his hand and took 2 steps toward the sarcophagus. He raised his head to look at the crowd and interrupted them, "Everyone, hush. Listen." Feng Heng made a gesture to keep quiet. The players in the cave immediately shut up and stopped their discussion. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Once it quieted down, everyone heard a small cracking sound. The sound was extremely clear in the quiet cave. It came from the sarcophagus. The players immediately looked at the sarcophagus behind Feng Heng. There was really something strange. Everyone shifted their gaze to Nisto again. Nisto stared at the sarcophagus nervously. What the hell? Could it be that what the 12 corporations said was true? Did the corpse in the sarcophagus really show signs of mutation? How did this blame fall on him? Chapter 1805 Dirty Tricks. Boom, boom boom. Just as everyone was hesitating, the sarcophagus started to shake uncontrollably. It was as if something was struggling to break free from the sarcophagus. The players did not dare to make any movements and took a few steps back. Feng Heng broke the silence and looked at Nisto. He said in a deep voice, "Not good, the corpse has been resurrected." Nisto was shocked and turned to look at Feng Heng. He asked, "Really? Are you sure?" Feng Heng didn't answer. He just raised his hand forward. The Dark Book of the Dead appeared in the air. PFFT. Kai Kai. The soul chains that had condensed into a solid form darted out of the Book of the Dead and wrapped around the sarcophagus tightly, lifting it into the air. When everyone saw Feng Heng's necromancy skill, they swallowed their doubts. Feng Heng continued, "We don't have much time. I can't keep suppressing the sarcophagus for too long. Give me an answer as soon as possible. We still have a chance. We can tamper with the remains, or we can report it to the higher-ups of the federal team and accept the Federation's investigation." Cold sweat broke out on Nesto's forehead. In just half a minute, he quickly thought about the various consequences in his mind. "Good. We will do as you say." Nesto no longer hesitated and immediately made the decision. He said, "It's already come to this. The worst-case scenario is that we will still be the ones to take the blame. Let's all attack together. If something happens, no one can escape. Okay, be careful." Seeing that Nesto had made up his mind, Feng Heng immediately controlled the lid of the sarcophagus in the air to slowly open. Caca, caca. Everyone stared intently at the sarcophagus floating in the air. The coffin lid was slowly pulled open by the soul chains. Boom. An explosion. Whoosh. After the corpse was revived, it immediately broke through the weak spatial barrier in the inner layer of the sarcophagus and swooped down toward Feng Heng. Nesto shouted, "Help him." Several players gathered together to form a spatial barrier in front of Feng Heng. Bang. The corpse seemed to have hit an invisible wall of space. With a thud, it was sent flying backward. As it flew backward, the resurrected corpse let out cracking sounds. Black muzzles appeared under its skin. Lu Yanlong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He shouted, "It's a beam weapon. Everyone, be careful." Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense beam of light shot out from the cannon. Boom. Boom boom. The beam weapon instantly shattered the spatial barrier. The remaining light beams fired at the players. All the players present were proficient in spatial science. Seeing this, they quickly retreated into the secondary space projection to avoid the attack. After a round of artillery fire, Feng Heng flew out from another secondary space projection and caught up with the resurrected corpse. He swung his alloy metal rod and smashed it fiercely at the corpse's forehead. Bang! A dent appeared on the corpse's forehead and it was sent flying again. "Hurry up. Bind it." The remaining players also left the secondary space projection one by one. With everyone's combined efforts, the corpse life form was firmly trapped in place by a spatial spell, unable to move. Feng Heng flew forward and chased after it, continuously waving his alloy long rod and attacking crazily. The health point of the first resurrected corpse was not very high. In just a short moment, the health point of the resurrected body was quickly depleted and it fell to the ground motionless. Seeing this, Nesto immediately surrounded the corpse with everyone. "How is it?" Feng Heng bent down and examined the mechanical corpse for a moment. He nodded and said, "Yes, just as I expected. The corpse has a special mutation reaction." Nesto asked nervously, "Can you handle it?" "It's not a big problem. The sarcophagus hasn't been destroyed yet. We can put the corpse back into the sarcophagus and seal it again. We can set up a spatial magic array inside. I will think of a way to tamper with the corpse. If someone opens the sarcophagus, the corpse will revive, and the entire sarcophagus will be affected." Feng Heng knew what Nesto wanted to ask. He paused and looked back at Nesto, saying, "Unless someone is proficient in both spatial science and necromancy, we won't be discovered." Cheers. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Nesto decided to give it his all and said, "Everyone, we're all in the same boat now. No one wants to be examined by the Federation. Hurry up. There's less than 4 hours before dawn. We have to restore everything before then." Everyone had already boarded Feng Heng's pirate ship. They immediately moved the corpse back into the sarcophagus and continued to follow Feng Heng's instructions to set up a layer of spatial protection on the upper level. Of course, due to time constraints, the defensive layer was set up extremely simply, and it was easy to see through. Then, everyone looked at Feng Heng again. Feng Heng set up a small magic array inside the sarcophagus. He then walked forward and wrapped a small piece of the original devouring body stimulating compound that could activate the corpse with spatial power and placed it on the spatial layer. "Alright, you can go next." Everyone looked at Feng Heng's actions and could not help but be stunned. Was it that simple? Just put such a small thing? Nesto was a little worried and asked, "Feng Heng, can you really guarantee 100% safety?" "Yes, in order to prevent being discovered, other than this sarcophagus, the other sarcophagi also need to be processed. Time is a little tight, so I suggest we start immediately." Feng Heng looked up at Nesto and said, "I won't joke around with my life." Yes. Time was running out, so he didn't have time to think. Nesto continued to call for the players to open the next sarcophagus. Less than 3 seconds after the second sarcophagus was opened, the corpse was revived by the virus in Feng Heng's body again and rushed towards Feng Heng. "Get rid of it. This time, the players were mentally prepared. They set up a spatial barrier to absorb the damage before the concentrated beam bombardment arrived. After the mechanically resurrected corpse finished its first round of attacks and went into cool down, the players once again used their spatial power to firmly confine it. In the end, Fang Heng would take action to empty its health point. The players did not realize that the resurrected corpse's aggro was focused on Fang Heng. As for the fifth and sixth time, the players were already used to it. They even made preparations in advance. Before the corpse completely recovered, they would use spatial skills to firmly lock onto it and then quickly kill it. As the cooperation between the players became more and more proficient, it only took them a short 2 hours to kill all the mechanical resurrected bodies in the sarcophagi in advance and seal them again. After confirming that there was no mistake, everyone returned the 9 sarcophagi to their original positions. Fang Heng, are you confident? Even though he knew very well that they had no way out, Naruto could not help but ask. I am confident. Fang Heng nodded and replied, we might be in danger after the spatial fluctuation erupts. We will evacuate immediately. Chapter 1806 Inspection Evacuate. Everyone looked at Fang Heng in confusion again. I've used a special tool on the corpse. It can produce a special mutation reaction on the corpse when used with necromancy. The level of the corpse is very high, and the strength of the mutated creature will also be greatly improved. With our current ability, we can't deal with it. At this moment, everyone finally understood what the black fragment that Fang Heng had placed into the sarcophagus was. Naruto asked after pondering for a moment, do we need to arrange for guards in advance? Lu Yanlong interrupted, I suggest we don't. It will make us look guilty. Naruto thought about it and felt that it made sense. Everyone gathered around the protruding rock and sat down, waiting for the arrival of the federal team. The players couldn't help but feel uneasy. Naruto wasn't sure if he could avoid the Federation's follow-up investigation and get rid of the blame. 2 hours later, the sun rose. It was not until 8 o'clock that Tabio, the head of the Federation's mission department responsible for the special mission in the mausoleum, entered the cave under the lead of a group of federal soldiers. Naruto immediately stood up to welcome Tabio. Sir. Yes, you're all here. Tabio nodded at Naruto and said, I heard from Musho Game Company that there was a problem with the sarcophagus during the transportation process. I came to take a look. The head of the engineering department who came with Tabio said, Sir. We have no problem with the transportation of the sarcophagus. The team from Musho Company also arrived and immediately retorted, Officers, the sarcophagus is a special item. It has spatial fluctuations. Due to improper storage during the transportation process, the life form inside the sarcophagus has mutated. There are obvious abnormalities in the data report. The abnormality in the data is because we didn't arrange it properly? This isn't good, right? All of our placement procedures are by the predetermined standards. As for you saying that it was affected because of us, where's the evidence? Tabio waved his hand, signaling for both parties to stop arguing. All along, the head of the logistics department and the team from Musho Game Company had been arguing with each other. Tabio had other tasks to deal with, so he didn't have time to listen to everyone's banter. Alright, that's it. Professor Pan, you said you have evidence that the corpse in the sarcophagus was damaged during transportation. We can start now. Alright. Professor Pan from Musho Company followed the team. He took a few steps forward and nodded at everyone. Professor Pan looked to be in his early 50s, and he looked a little old-fashioned. Thank you for your trust, sir. We found some extremely obvious abnormal data when we carried out the second inspection of the coffin. After a series of assessments, we confirmed that there was an abnormality during the transportation of the corpse. Next, I will conduct a live examination of the sarcophagus to prove this to everyone. Professor Pan said and nodded at the 2 players behind him. The 2 players from Musho Company who were in charge of spatial science walked up to the sarcophagus and inspected it, ready to make their move. The person in charge of the Federation's engineering department glanced at Naruto and gave him a questioning look. Naruto saw the other party's questioning gaze and felt a little guilty. Now that things had come to this, he had to do it. Naruto pretended to be calm and gave the manager a look that said that everything was under control. Then, he walked toward Professor Pan and the others. Wait a minute. Professor Pan was about to open the coffin for examination when Naruto stopped him. He frowned and asked, what else? Are you going to open the coffin? Was there need to ask? Professor Pan frowned. He didn't know what Naruto was up to. He felt a little annoyed as he replied, yes, is there a problem? It's best not to. I am not too sure about your mission, but we can sense that there is a spatial device inside the sarcophagus. Once the device is triggered, if it causes any fluctuations, the sarcophagus and the corpse may be destroyed. Professor Pan was stunned. A spatial trap. A large-scale explosion? What a joke. He had opened the sarcophagus to check before. When would there be a special explosion that would cause mutation? Tabio frowned as he listened. The mission lines related to the spawns were still very important to them. If there was a risk, then they really could not open the coffin rashly. Professor Pan, is what he said true? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Professor Pan only felt that Nisto was finding excuses to buy time. He said with certainty, I've checked the sarcophagus. I am very sure that this is impossible. I've studied the spawns for so many years. I am very confident about this. Seeing Professor Pan's confidence, Nisto felt a little uneasy. He hoped Feng Heng was reliable. Nisto secretly prayed in his heart and took a few steps back. He said, I've already reminded you. If anything happens later, it has nothing to do with us. Professor Pan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. He immediately said, even if there was an accident, we have to analyze it in detail. We have to see if it was caused by your mistake during the transportation process. Nisto suppressed his anger as he said, You. Professor Pan, what do you mean by this? Enough. Tabio said, raising his hand to stop the two from arguing. Professor Pan, if you're sure it won't cause any problems, let's start. Professor Pan glared at Nisto and raised his hand to signal his subordinates to open the coffin. The two players from the show company slowly approached the sarcophagus and tried to erase the spatial traps outside the sarcophagus. Nisto and the other players looked at the actions of the players from the show company and could not help but reveal a mocking expression. The level of these two people was a little low. It was estimated that they had just reached the level of intermediate spatial science. It took them half an hour to completely erase the spatial traps. Then, they took a few steps back and nodded at Professor Pan. In the cave, everyone's attention was focused on the coffin. Everyone, I am going to open the sarcophagus next. I will verify it with you on the spot. However, everyone, be careful. Some of the corpses in the coffin have mutated. It might be dangerous. Tabio waved his hand. Two elite Federation players walked forward and stood beside Professor Pan to protect him. Professor Pan did not realize the impending danger. He reminded everyone in a low voice and slowly approached the sarcophagus until they reached the front of it. Ka. The sarcophagus was slowly pushed forward by Professor Pan. Halfway through, Professor Pan suddenly felt that the sarcophagus in his hand could not be moved, as if it was being suppressed by another tearing force. Professor Pan frowned. This was strange. What was going on? Why was it different from the previous few times? Why couldn't it move? Chapter 1807 Resurrection Not Good. In the next moment, the lid of the sarcophagus, which had been suppressed and unable to be pushed open, suddenly felt a pushing force in the opposite direction. Professor Pan was shocked. Tabio immediately sensed that a force was about to erupt. His pupils constricted as he shouted, Protect Professor Pan. Boom. The small spatial trap inside the sarcophagus had been triggered and the entire sarcophagus exploded. The two Federation elite players immediately raised their shields to protect Professor Pan. Be careful. With a cry of alarm, everyone in the cave immediately retreated. The two Federation players who were proficient in guardian skills put away their teasing and immediately escorted Professor Pan back. Amid the chaos, Feng Heng pressed a mark in front of him with both hands while no one was paying attention. The magic array in his right pupil spun rapidly. Feng Heng shouted in a low voice that only he could hear, Explode. Magic array remote control. Under the control of the omniscient eye, the magic arrays hidden in the remaining 8 sarcophagi were activated rapidly. Feng Heng was extremely careful when controlling the magic arrays, taking advantage of the moment when the spatial trap exploded. Violent spatial fluctuations covered up Feng Heng's small movements. No one noticed that he had secretly detonated the magic arrays in the remaining sarcophagi. Boom. Boom boom. In just a few seconds, the remaining sarcophagi in the center of the cave exploded one after another. Professor Pan had just retreated to the back under the escort of 2 players. Before he could even catch his breath, another explosion came. A Federation player beside him quickly pulled him back and continued to retreat. What the? This? Professor Pan looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How did this happen? Why did the sarcophagus suddenly explode? Suddenly, Professor Pan seemed to have realized something. He looked at Nisto and the others, and said, You guys? Were you the ones who tampered with the sarcophagus? Bullshit. Nisto was silent. Before he could flare up, another Federation player beside him could not help but curse, I've already warned you. There are abnormal spatial fluctuations inside the sarcophagus. You! Shut up! Tabio suddenly shouted. The few players who were about to curse were stunned and shut their mouths at the same time. As they turned back, they saw Tabio staring intently at the sarcophagus and asking in a deep voice, Professor Pan, what is that thing? Professor Pan was also shocked. He looked up in the direction where Nisto was staring at. That was. After the sarcophagus exploded into rubble, red wriggling life forms appeared on the ground. It was a corpse. Professor Pan stared at the squirming red life form on the ground, and his expression changed drastically. Tiny tentacles emerged from under the skin of the corpse, wrapping the entire corpse in the center, making it look like a wriggling reptile. Tsk. In just over 10 seconds, the spatial fluctuations caused by the explosion gradually dissipated, and the tentacles that had overflowed from the surface of the corpse gradually retracted. All the players present had strong senses. They could sense that the energy waves emanating from the corpse were gradually shrinking and condensing. The first corpse stood up shakily from the ground. Its body movements looked extremely twisted and strange. It slowly turned around and faced the players. After being stunned for a few seconds, it slowly walked towards the players. Professor Pan, be careful. Please step back a little. A few Federal Guard players carefully stood in front of Professor Pan, vigilantly looking at the resurrected corpse that was slowly walking towards them. Tabio observed the corpse and said in a deep voice, "Go and test it. But be careful." The two Federal Guard players looked at each other and immediately assumed a defensive stance. They raised two large shields in front of them and approached the corpse from the left and right. The distance between the two sides slowly closed. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! When the two sides were less than 10 meters away, the resurrected corpse launched a surprise attack first. Countless tiny tentacle-like objects emerged from the resurrected corpse and instantly condensed into a long and narrow piercing body, stabbing forward fiercely. The two guards immediately raised their shields in front of them. Boom! The sharp spikes collided with the shield. The large shield in front of the guard let out a dull sound of collision. Following that, the guard and the large shield were violently pushed back a dozen steps before the impact was completely dissipated. It's a commander-level creature. Everyone, be careful. The guard player quickly glanced at the game notification and carefully looked at the shield in front of him. He held the handle of the shield tightly with both hands. With just one hit, the durability of the shield dropped sharply, and a shallow pit was even formed on the stone shield. A stone shield blessed by the goddess of war. The shield had reached the legendary level. Its defensive power was even stronger than alloy metals, but it was smashed into a shallow pit. The resurrected corpse did not succeed in its attack, but it did not speed up to pursue them. Instead, it continued to slowly approach the players. Professor Pan had no idea what had happened to the resurrected corpse and why it had evolved into this state. He had just been rescued from the brink of death, and cold sweat could not help but drip down his cheeks. The spatial science players, including Nesto, were even more surprised when they saw the strength of the resurrected corpse. The corpse had already been revived once. This was the second time. The strength of the resurrected corpse that Fang Heng controlled was more than 10 times stronger than the last time. The aura emanating from these corpses was extremely terrifying. They were monsters on a completely different level. Was necromancy really that terrifying? Nesto glanced at Fang Heng from the corner of his eye. What exactly was this thing? How did he do it? Nesto was extremely confused, but he pretended to be angry on the surface. He turned his head and questioned Misho Company, Professor Pan. Answer the question, what are these things? The people from the Federation also turned to look at Professor Pan. Professor Pan stared at the resurrected corpse and wiped the sweat off his face. He said, it might be the virus in the corpse. The virus was infected and revived. After being infected by the virus, its ability has reached the commander level. Hearing the word commander level, the expressions of the players from the Federation turned grave. Hey, maybe? Nesto sneered. He was not satisfied with this answer and asked, so you knew it would come back to life? No, that's not it. In theory, it can't have the conditions to revive. There must be something wrong. There must be. Kai. While they were talking, the red fungus that was wrapped around the corpses on the ground in the distance also retracted back into their skin. One by one, the corpses stood up shakily. Chapter 1808 Retreat. A total of 9 resurrected corpses. Their movements were unusually slow. After getting up, they paused for a few seconds before slowly turning around and walking toward the players. It seemed that every movement was extremely stiff and uncoordinated. However, no one dared to underestimate them. Tabio asked, Professor Pan, what are the biological characteristics of the virus-resurrected creatures? Can we deal with them with our current abilities? Even now, Professor Pan's mind was still chaotic. The scene before his eyes had already exceeded his understanding. Their team had conducted detailed tests on a portion of the remains that they had discovered earlier. They had confirmed that the virus in the remains had utterly lost its activity and could not be revived at all. But what was going on with the remains in the coffins? He was completely confused. As for the weakness of the resurrected body, without a detailed test, he could not answer the question. I don't know, I really don't know. Tabio frowned and his expression was not good. He was not satisfied with Professor Pan's answer. The leader of the Federal Guard team suggested, Sir, the enemy is very strong and there are many of them. It's very dangerous to stay here. I suggest we ask for external support and evacuate the danger zone first. Look. Just as everyone was discussing how to retreat, the resurrected corpses in front of them changed again. The first resurrected corpse closest to the player was staggering forward when suddenly, its movements stopped. 4 thick bones extended from the passil on its neck. Kai. Immediately, fine red tentacles attached themselves to the bone spikes. The bone spikes extended from its body and stabbed into the ground. It directly formed 4 limbs that extended out of the body of the resurrected corpse. The resurrected corpse no longer used its legs to walk. Instead, it was like a giant spider, relying on its 4 limbs that extended out of its body to accelerate and run toward the crowd. With the support of the 4 limbs, the speed of the resurrected corpse had a qualitative change compared to before. What the hell was that? This strange life form made the players' expressions change drastically. Professor Pen was even more surprised. This. Not good. It is quickly familiarizing itself with its body. The virus is mutating the body. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a dull crash. The resurrected corpse that charged forward knocked a player with a large shield flying. At the same time, it was knocked back by the impact. Even players wielding legendary shields could not completely block the crashing impact of the resurrected corpses. And this might not yet be the strongest form of the resurrected corpse. What was worse was, there were 8 other commander-level creatures as terrifying as this in the cave. The players' expressions turned extremely ugly. Tabio frowned. He quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. He immediately shouted, "Evacuate his place first." "Yes, sir." The Federation's guard players once again stood guard at the back of the team, while the remaining players immediately escorted Professor Pen and the researchers to quickly retreat. PFFT. Kai. The resurrected corpse took a dozen steps back and charged forward again. A huge bone spike extended from the back of its tailbone and circled its back before swinging it forward like a steel whip. The bone whip lashed out like a scorpion. Bang. The 2 Federation players held their shields and forcefully withstood the bone whip of the resurrected corpse. 2 deep dents appeared under their feet, and their bodies kept retreating. The players suffered a huge impact at the same time, and their wrists were extremely numb. They were almost exhausted. Swoosh. After the resurrected corpse launched an attack, it retracted its tail and swung it again. Their expressions changed when they saw this. Not good. This was troublesome. Boom. Boom boom. In the next moment, several giant-sized bone barriers suddenly rose from the ground in front of the 2 of them. Turning their heads, they saw a player wearing a necromancy mage uniform appear behind them. A dark book of the dead appeared in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng said in a deep voice, "You guys go first. I will block it. The enemy is very powerful. Be careful." The 2 of them nodded at Fang Heng and quickly rushed toward the exit of the cave. Boom. Boom boom. More than a dozen bone barriers that rose in succession could not stop the resurrected corpses for more than a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, they were blasted apart. Fang Heng glanced at the others who had already left the cave. He narrowed his eyes and put his palms together again. Gathering. Swoosh. 4 alchemy magic arrays appeared in a row at the entrance of the passage ahead, spinning rapidly. The Undead Bones leader revealed itself from the magic array and slashed forward with its ice soul-slaying blade. Boom. The resurrected corpse did not give the Undead Bones leader any face at all. After breaking through the bone barrier, it raised its bone whip and swung it over again. Bang. The bone whip collided heavily with the ice soul-slaying blade. The Undead Bones leader was knocked back, clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Undead Bones leader could delay the resurrection of the corpse. Fang Heng took one last look at the entrance to the cave and took out the advanced chain explosion magic scroll that he had prepared beforehand. The elemental magic scroll, fire attribute large-scale offensive spell. There was no need to master the basics of elemental science. It was one of the top 10 high-tier spells recognized by the players. Apart from the high price, there were almost no shortcomings. Activating the scroll, Fang Heng threw it into the cave passage. Boom. The scroll landed in the middle of the passage and exploded in midair. Boom. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the cave passage was plunged into a violent rumble. Fire spells exploded continuously, and all the players inside the mausoleum felt a violent tremor. Large amounts of rocks fell from the ceiling of the cave. In just a short moment, the entire entrance of the cave was completely sealed off due to the collapse of the falling rocks. After doing all this, Fang Heng turned around and looked at the remaining 9 resurrected corpses in the cave. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The missing 9 Tier 3 mutant crystals. He was counting on them. At the same time, Tabio and the players escaped through the cave passage. Boom. Boom boom boom. A loud rumble came from the back of the tunnel. The 2 players at the back of the team escaped the passage with the help of their companions. They felt their hearts beating wildly, and they exclaimed that they were lucky. If they had been half a minute later, they would have been trapped inside and buried together. Tabio looked at the collapsed passage in front of him with a gloomy expression. He felt a little scared. Perhaps sealing off the passage was the best situation for now. He immediately turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd. The federal team immediately began to count their members and confirm the safety of their companions. Soon, the results were out. Apart from Feng Heng, everyone had successfully evacuated from the cave. There were no casualties. When they learned that Feng Heng was still trapped in the cave, the two Federation players who had brought up the rear immediately had ugly expressions on their faces. Chapter 1809 Final hit earlier, there was a necromancy player who helped us block the attack of the resurrected corpses. He asked us to leave first. When we left, he was still in the cave. Another player looked at the collapsed passage and whispered, "We were the last to come out. I am afraid he's..." Everyone fell silent. He was trapped in the passage and had to face a total of 9 powerful mutated resurrected corpses. Just thinking about it was such a hopeless thing. Everyone, don't worry too much. Feng Heng is a member of our Starfish company. Not only is he a necromancy scholar, but he's also proficient in spatial science. He carries a random teleportation scroll with him. Lu Yanlong explained, Feng Heng told you all to leave first because he's confident that he can use the power of the teleportation scroll to escape. Yes. Tabio nodded and said, "Thank you for your help." There were no casualties, which was a blessing in disguise. The mission's danger level has exceeded the assessment range. Notify the Federation headquarters immediately and request for backup. Tabio said in a deep voice as he shifted his gaze to the director of Misho Company, "You should be glad that there were no casualties." The director of Misho Company wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. "I will provide a report on the incident as soon as possible." Lu Yanlong carefully glanced at the entrance of the cave that was sealed by layers of rocks. Everything went according to Feng Heng's plan. All he had to do was wait here. Mr. Feng was in charge of everything. However, Lu Yanlong felt a little scared when he thought of the terrifying resurrected corpses. He felt a chill down his spine. Did Mr. Feng really have the ability to deal with that terrifying thing? And he had to deal with 9 of them at the same time? Lu Yanlong was still worried when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. What was going on? At the same time, Nasto and a few other players in the team who were proficient in spatial science turned their heads and looked at the collapsed entrance of the spatial passageway. Everyone was surprised. An extremely powerful spatial fluctuation came from afar. It came from the interior of the cave. What exactly happened there? At the other end of the buried tunnel, Feng Heng's figure was revealed from the secondary space projection. There was no way to deal with the resurrected corpse just by relying on the Undead Bones leader. Furthermore, there were 9 of them. Feng Heng did not intend to rely on the Undead Bones to solve the problem. He only needed the Undead Bones to buy him some time. Whoosh! As Feng Heng exited the secondary space projection, he took out a box full of antivirus medicine from his backpack and threw it forward. Bang! Bang bang! The medicine box exploded in the air. The white powder scattered in the air and quickly dissolved in the air before it landed on the ground, spreading rapidly around the cave. The resurrected corpse was affected by the white powder. The bone spikes that had been continuously exploding from its body began to shrink back. Even its body was swaying uncontrollably, and it instantly lost its ability to fight. A game notification flashed across Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The resurrected corpse, unknown, has been affected by a special potion. Health point reduced by 60%. Entering a chaotic state, lasts for 3 to 5 minutes. Defense reduced by 30% for 30 minutes. All damage received increased by 30%. Attack range reduced by 30%, the effect was so good? The potion that Kaiyu Yao Kang developed was godly. Attack. Feng Heng gulped down a bottle of double mentality potion in advance. The potion had been prepared in advance, and it could double the upper limit of one spiritual power within 30 minutes. Following that, Feng Heng gathered his hands in front of him. Close. Whoosh. Almost instantly, another huge crack appeared in Feng Heng's sea of consciousness. His mental power surged into the crack crazily. The game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has used skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Detected that player is currently in an unknown sequence world. Ding. Fusing with the current world. The player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. The player's current status detected spatial science. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player's current environment has been detected. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player and teammates have entered the state of reincarnation. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill. Spatial worm mechanical. Creature. Spatial worm mechanical. It's here. It's the mechanical spatial worm. Just as Feng Heng expected, in the same game world, Using the same academic form to use the skill of the Everlasting Moon was very likely to get the same summoned creature. Therefore, the spiritual energy consumed by the summoned creatures was the same. He drank a bottle of magic point upper limit potion in advance, which meant that he could persist in using his skills for a longer time. At the same time that the Everlasting Moon skill was activated, the entire cave produced abnormal spatial fluctuations. In a state of chaos, a resurrected corpse that was walking forward unconsciously appeared with spatial ripples around it. The resurrected corpse was completely enveloped by the spatial ripples. Dense mechanical space bugs emerged from the space halos and jumped onto the resurrected corpse. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The resurrected corpse immediately reacted strongly after being attacked. Countless red tentacles emerged from under its skin, forming red bone spikes that pierced outwards. However, the red bone spike pierced through the mechanical spatial worm and directly penetrated through the middle. A strange spatial overlap appeared between the two. It was as if the mechanical spatial worm had launched an attack from another spatial projection. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Bone spikes wrapped in red tentacles kept stabbing out of the resurrected corpse. However, all the attacks launched by the corpse life form were missed. The resurrected corpse was stuck in place by the spatial passageway and could not move. It could only continuously launch ineffective attacks. The mechanical spatial worms that landed on its body emitted a pale white light. Fang Heng could clearly see that the upper limit of the resurrected corpse's health point was rapidly decreasing. The four Undead Bones leaders took a step forward and chased after it, using the Ice Soul Slash to finish it off. Swoosh! The blade slashed down. Bang! The health point of the resurrected corpse was depleted. The corpse exploded again after being instantly frozen. The frozen fragments fell to the ground and then spontaneously ignited, emitting faint blue flames. Fang Heng focused and opened his eyes. He had already sensed something. The mental strength consumed by the Everlasting Moon skill was also related to the strength of the target. Compared to the last time he was in the main mausoleum, the pressure of his spiritual control was greatly reduced this time. Perhaps he cool save a bottle of cool-down recovery potion. Fang Heng raised his hand and pointed at another resurrected corpse. Buzz! A white spatial halo immediately appeared around the resurrected corpse that Fang Heng pointed at. A dense swarm of mechanical worms appeared from space and landed on its body. The four Undead Bones leaders also rushed over to attack. Chapter 1810 An Unknown Place Boom. The second leader exploded again under the attack of the mechanical worm and self-ignited on the spot. Next. In less than 3 minutes, all the resurrected corpses were destroyed by the spatial worms. Pant. Fang Heng panted heavily and exited the Everlasting Moon state. The battle went smoother than expected and he could save up the cool-down recovery potion which was meant as a backup plan. He had only suffered a small portion of the mental strength backlash. Fang Heng knew that the people from the Federation outside could return to the cave at any time for inspection. He took a few deep breaths and did not rest. He opened his hands toward the remains of the resurrected corpses in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Several black crystals flew toward Fang Heng's palm under the lure of the force and flowed into the mark on the back of Fang Heng's hand. Ding! The player has successfully obtained 9 Tier 3 mutant crystals, all gathered. A total of 9 Tier 3 mutant crystals. He would also be able to get the last 2 crystals from the Federation in 2 days. By then, he would have completed the upgrade to level 40. There was still more than a week left before the mission was completed. Even if the Federation was in trouble, he would have enough time to think of another way to obtain 2 Tier 3 mutant crystals. Fang Heng lowered his head again and looked at the pile of corpses' remains on the ground. There were still small pieces of metal under the ashes. Fang Heng squatted down and picked up the metal pieces that had fallen to the ground. Ding! The player has obtained 9 unknown metal discs. Ding! As the player has collected a considerable number of metal discs in advance, the player's current mission data chip has been completed. The player has triggered the next phase of the mission in advance. Ding! The player has triggered the next phase of the mission journey to an unknown place. Fang Heng was originally planning to leave after collecting the metal discs. Suddenly, he saw a game notification appear, so he lowered his head to check the mission details. Mission title, A Signal to an Unknown Place. Mission tips, you have obtained a sufficient number of data chips. Please try to send a signal through the spawn's signal amplifier transmitter to find the specific location where the spawn's passage is located and determine the coordinates of the world where the spawns are located. Mission requirements, obtain at least 5 data chips, chip integrity must be above 80%, attempt to repair and activate the transmitter, and initiate information transmission. Mission reward, hidden game world coordinates place of ruins. Ding! The player has obtained enough data chips. You can check the detailed coordinates of the spawn signal amplifier transmitter through the mission. It's here. The hidden game world coordinates. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the Federation had gathered the sarcophagi here because they had received a related mission. The signal transmission machinery left behind by the spawns was nearby. Unfortunately, now was not the time to complete the mission. The Federation's high-level elite team was already on their way. It was too dangerous to forcefully complete the mission now. He decided to retreat first. He would put the mission aside for the time being and think of a way to complete it next time. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng quickly cleaned up the traces left behind and recovered the compound fragments left at the scene until he confirmed that everything was correct. Finally, he glanced at the passage that had been blown up by the spell. Whoosh! The reflection of a magic array that was spinning rapidly gradually appeared under Fang Heng's feet. Light blue spatial light spots appeared around Fang Heng, gradually enveloping him completely. Go offline. Leave. At the same time, outside the cave that was sealed by the collapsed rocks, Naruto and the other players also sensed that the spatial fluctuations inside the cave were rapidly disappearing. Everyone looked at each other. The violent spatial fluctuations just now were extremely abnormal. Something must have happened inside the cave. Mr. Fang should be fine. Lu Yanlong was also very nervous. He muttered in his heart and suddenly realized that the communication device he carried with him had sent him a message. Starfish Company's special frequency communicator could be used for long-distance communication in most special environments. It could only support communication within 20 kilometers, and the length of the message that could be sent was extremely limited. Lu Yanlong's pupils constricted when he saw the message. There was only one symbol. This symbol meant that everything was settled. Mr. Fang had settled things already? So fast? It had only been less than 10 minutes since the passage was sealed. The 9 resurrected corpses were all taken care of? The elite team of the Federation team had not even arrived yet. The peripheral players had not even started digging the passage. Lu Yanlong took a deep breath. It seemed that Mr. Fang had a more hidden innate ability. Soon, in less than half an hour, Arnold learned that something was wrong with the mausoleum. He led the entire high-level elite team of the Federation to provide support. The players also started digging out the collapsed passage. The entire collapsed passage was less than 20 meters long and the digging efficiency was extremely high. The Federation's high-level elite team guarded the entrance of the passage and waited carefully. In the end, only a few thick rocks were left in front of the passage. It seemed that they couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the back of the passage. The players of the Federation's elite group looked at each other and sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that the resurrected corpses had entered hibernation mode again? Arnold whispered, "Open the passage and take a look. Be careful." "Yes, sir." A high-level elite player from the Federation took a step forward and punched forward after charging for 3 seconds. Boom. The last 2 boulders blocking the way were shattered by a single punch. The interior of the cave was once again fully displayed in front of everyone. Arnold frowned. The rest of the people also carefully sized up the situation in the cave. The cave was in a mess. It was obvious that there had been an intense battle here. But where were the resurrected corpses? The entire cave was empty at this moment. There were only some ruins left after the sarcophagus was broken. There was no sign of any corpse or life form. Arnold turned around and looked at the players. The players didn't understand what was going on. When they left, they clearly saw the resurrected commander-level corpses. Why were they gone in the blink of an eye? Tabio couldn't help but shift his gaze to the professional sent by the 12 corporations, Professor Pan. "Professor Pan, what's going on?" "This." Professor Pan looked at the scene in front of him. He did not know what was going on, nor did he know how to explain it. For a moment, he was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. What was going on? Why were the resurrected corpses that he had just seen all gone? Lu Yanlong suddenly asked, "Could it be related to the spatial fluctuations we sensed earlier?" "Yes, it's possible." Professor Pan felt that he had grasped the key point after this reminder. He suddenly looked up and said, "There might be a spatial trap hidden in the sarcophagus. We triggered the trap and it exploded. The spatial fluctuation you sensed just now is very likely a safety device left behind by the spawns to prevent the spread of the virus." Arnold stared at Professor Pan for a moment before looking away. He faintly felt that something was amiss. However, issues related to missions and research were handled by the Federation's mission department. He did not know much and could not make a more accurate judgment. This matter still needed to be handed over to the mission department for evaluation and handling. Chapter 1811. Re-entering after Fang Heng went offline, he returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed with a loud thud. The usage of the everlasting moon had exceeded the upper limit of his spiritual power, and he had suffered a small backlash. He needed to rest for a short period. Regardless of how the people within the Federation were going to argue with each other, he had already obtained the Tier 3 mutant crystal. The most difficult part of the plan was completed. After that, he would be able to bid farewell to the Mausoleum world once he obtained the last 2 Tier 3 mutant crystals from the Federation. He would then return to Punos to complete his mission and ascend to the next stage of his talent advancement. As for what happened next, Feng Heng lay on the bed and looked at the white ceiling. After obtaining the remaining 2 most advanced innate abilities, would he have the capital to go to the advanced game world and spar with the tongues of jealousy? Perhaps it would be a little difficult to make a move now. He would first look at the strength of his advanced talent before considering it. After staying offline for nearly 48 hours and when everything returned to normal, Feng Heng returned to the game world and reappeared in the cave. Before going online, he had contacted Starfish Company in advance. Lu Yanlong got some insider information from Nisto. Ever since the accident in the cave, the Federation's engineering department and Musho Game Company had entered a new round of wrangling over who would take the blame. The person in charge of the mission department was also troubled over this matter. During this period, it was said that the two sides had a big fight. The final result was that the Federation had made some adjustments to the mission, and the sarcophagus mission was reopened. This time, Nisto's team was completely excluded, and everything was handled by Musho Company. If there was another problem with this mission, then Musho Company would not be able to escape from it. They had to take full responsibility. Nisto was naturally happy when he learned of this result, but he was also a little worried. If Musho Company could complete the mission safely this time, they would probably continue to quarrel in the future. Feng Heng felt that he had something to do with Nisto taking the blame for no reason. He still had to think of a way to make it up to him. Entering the game, Feng Heng pressed his hand on the Ghostface Jade Pendant, ready to release the aura of the Death Realm at any time to block anyone in the surrounding environment. His luck was pretty good. There was no one in the cave. Feng Heng put the Ghostface Jade Pendant back into his backpack and looked around the cave again. There were actually more things here. Feng Heng was delighted. Musho Game Company acted quickly. They had rebooted the mission of collecting the sarcophagi in the past 2 days. Moreover, they had not learned their lesson after suffering once, so they still placed the newly obtained sarcophagi in the cave. There were 2 sarcophagi in total. The marks were still fresh. He could make use of this to help Nisto. As Feng Heng thought about it, he approached the sarcophagus and pressed his hand on it. Crack. With a little force, the lid of the sarcophagus was pushed back, revealing a gap. Feng Heng threw a large piece of the original devouring body-stimulating compound into the crack and quickly closed the coffin lid. Ka. The resurrected corpse in the sarcophagus was stimulated by the compound and shook violently. Boom. The shaking lasted for a few seconds before the entire sarcophagus exploded. In the remains of a sarcophagus, countless tiny tentacles wrapped around the corpse, like a twisted red worm rolling and struggling on the ground. Looks like it's going straight to Tier 2. Feng Heng immediately retrieved the compound of the original devouring body that had exploded. While the corpse was still in the mutation stage, he followed the pattern and stuffed the compound into the second sarcophagus again, triggering the worm virus in the second corpse. Boom. The second sarcophagus also exploded. What happened? What was that sound? Why is there an explosion? There's a problem. Hurry up. Let's go in and take a look. Inform the captain. Feng Heng heard shouts and footsteps approaching from outside the tunnel. He quickly put away the compound that stimulated the original devouring body and stepped forward into the secondary space projection. Now, the Federation had entrusted the entire mission to Musho Game Company, so the guards in the cave had been replaced by Musho Company's players. Only a few Federation players were responsible for the security of the entrance and exit. There weren't enough guards to begin with. The location where the sarcophagus was stored was a key area. Normally, no one was allowed to enter. The players from Musho Game Company only guarded the outer entrance. They had never expected that someone would be able to invade from the inside. When they heard the explosion, the players outside rushed over to investigate. By the time the players rushed into the cave, Feng Heng had already disappeared into the secondary space projection. The players only saw the remains of the sarcophagus that had exploded and the red worms that were wriggling on the ground. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Not good. The sarcophagus exploded. It's a mutated creature. Quickly, inform the department leader. Hurry up and go. The guards from Musho Game Company would not be able to deal with 2 commander-level creatures. While the situation was in chaos, Feng Heng had already used the secondary projection space to leave through the passageway. Secondary space projection is really useful. Feng Heng muttered in his heart. He stepped out of the spatial projection and looked at the game notification. The game had given him the coordinates of the spawn signal transmitter, which was nearby. Right now, the entire mausoleum was gradually falling into chaos. The Federation team that was originally in charge of guarding the outside world immediately entered the mausoleum to provide support after receiving the news. Feng Heng changed into the Federation uniform that he had prepared in advance and put on a human skin mask. Some basic disguises. For such a short period, even if he passed by the players who rushed to support, he would not arouse suspicion. Feng Heng swaggered around like this, following the game's mission hints, and quickly found a large cave on the other side of the mausoleum. Inside the cave, several players were guarding a large machine. As soon as Feng Heng stepped into the cave, the players immediately became alert and looked at him warily. Who is it? Feng Heng swept his gaze across the crowd and clenched his right hand tightly behind his back. The Eye of Hellfarum in his hand emitted spiritual energy fluctuations. The players were suddenly stunned. In their eyes, Feng Heng's face had changed, and he had turned into the appearance of their commander. Why are you still here? There's trouble in the cave where the sarcophagus is located. Hurry up and go help. Yes, sir. The guards did not suspect anything and immediately rushed over to support the rest in the cave. Feng Heng watched them leave and quickly walked to the large machine in the cave. He reached out and touched the machine. A game notification appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has discovered futuristic technology. Ding. The player does not possess the relevant skill. Ding. The player has been detected to have a related mission. The player can choose to spend 1 million survival points and 10,000 King of Gods points to temporarily obtain the relevant skill. Try to use the machine to send a signal. Chapter 18:12 Withdraw. Damn it. Feng Heng cursed in his heart when he saw the game notification. What he lacked right now was King of Gods points. Ding. The player's current King of Gods points are insufficient. The player's current World Lord identity has been determined. The player can use points to borrow. Was the system trying to rob him? He had just paid off his old debt, and now they were adding a new one? Feng Heng took a deep breath. He had anticipated all the traps, but he did not expect to be tricked by the mission system in the end. I choose to borrow money. Ding. The player has used the loan mode. The player will receive 10,000 King of Gods points in advance. The player needs to return 15,000 King of Gods points within 30 days. Otherwise, the item will be sold to repay the loan. Warning, if the payment is not made within the time limit, the game will randomly sell the player's belongings. Please be aware of the risks. Feng Heng glanced at the game's warning notification and pressed his hand on the spawn's large machine again. A slow channeling bar appeared on his forehead. It was loading very slowly. It looked like it would take at least 7 to 8 minutes. There's no hurry. Feng Heng whispered, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and took out the second compound Eye of Hellfarum from his backpack. Against intermediate and low-tier players, compound eyes that were lower than Hellfarum's were extremely useful. It could save him a lot of trouble. While Feng Heng waited patiently, the cave on the other side was in chaos. Professor Pan was already asleep at night when he suddenly received an urgent message. He was called out of bed to go online. Something big happened in the game? At first, Professor Pan was still in a daze. When he entered the game and saw what was happening in the cave, Professor Pan broke out in a cold sweat and lost all sleepiness. Did something happen again? And it was related to the sarcophagus? Everything he saw was beyond his comprehension. A few days ago, after the strange incident with the sarcophagus, he had made countless attempts to turn the tables, but he still could not figure it out. In the end, after eliminating all the possibilities, he came up with an answer. Nisto. It must be Nisto's team playing tricks on them. To prove that he wasn't wrong, he gambled everything this time and begged the company to give him another chance to let him carry out the mission alone to avoid any interference from Nisto. After much consideration, Misho Company decided to trust Professor Pan again. Professor Pan was extremely careful with the sarcophagus. He had been checking the condition of the sarcophagus 3 times a day in the morning and at noon for the past few days. Everything was fine a few hours ago, and he only went to sleep after seeing that the data report was normal. However, there was another mutation. What was going on? Professor Pan was in a mess. On the other side, Feng Heng waited for more than 10 minutes before the game notification finally appeared. Ding. The player has completed information collection. Ding. The player has obtained the relevant data package. Ding. The player has successfully analyzed the data. The player has completed the mission journey to an unknown place. Ding. You have obtained the coordinates of the advanced game world Place of Ruins. Ding. The player can choose to build a teleportation passage to this world. Ding. This world level is considered high tier. Please be careful. Ding. The player has been detected to have a regional main storyline mission body and mind. Ding. The player can choose to trigger the relevant hints of this mission after entering the Place of Ruins. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Other than getting the coordinates of a new world, there was still a surprise. The regional main storyline mission was given to him by Charlene in exchange for helping the Black Castle. He knew very little about this main mission line. Perhaps he could ask Charlene before heading to that world. After completing his mission, Feng Heng took one last look at the large machine in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Destroy them all. It was safest to control the advanced game world in his own hands. He didn't want the Federation to get their hands on it and cause trouble for him in the future. Feng Heng took out a time bomb and placed it on the machine, setting it to detonate after 2 minutes. Leave. After leaving the room, Feng Heng stepped into the secondary space projection again. He avoided Mesho Game Company and the people from the Federation and quickly fled toward the exit of the mausoleum. As soon as he left the mausoleum, Feng Heng heard a dull explosion coming from the mausoleum behind him. He turned around and glanced at the mausoleum that was in chaos. Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and flapped his wings to leave the mausoleum area. An hour later, Feng Heng returned to the teleportation point on the obelisk. Lu Yanlong had been waiting for Feng Heng at the teleportation point. He saw a familiar black dot gradually appear in the distance, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He waved his hand and said, "Mr. Feng. Here he is." In the past 2 days, with the help of Feng Heng's zombie clones, the Starfish Company had easily finished mining all the ores before the Federation's exploration team arrived. They then transported all the obtained cosmic crystals back to the zombie apocalypse through the obelisk's teleportation passage. In the future, Starfish Company would condense the basic cosmic crystal ores before distributing the resources to Feng Heng. Seeing Feng Heng return to his human form, Lu Yanlong rushed up to him and asked, "Mr. Feng, are you alright? I just heard that there was movement from the mausoleum again?" "Yes, I did something on the way back." Feng Heng was currently more concerned about the mutant crystal's condition. He casually explained in a few words and changed the topic. He asked, "The goods? Did you get them? Did the Federation make things difficult for us?" Lu Yanlong passed the 2 Tier 3 mutant crystals to Feng Heng and said, "It's done. The Central Federation has given special permission. They don't have the guts to make a move yet." Ding. The player has obtained 2 Tier 3 mutant crystals. Good. Settled. The last 2 mutant crystals were in his hands. Feng Heng was excited. "Well done. Thanks for your help during this period. The things here are almost settled. I have to return to the zombie apocalypse." "Ha, Mr. Feng, I am sorry for saying that. I am just a bystander when I am on a mission with you." "Oh, are you coming back later?" "The company has found a few more mines in the past 2 days. They're all pretty good." Feng Heng checked the mutant crystals and put them into the mark on the back of his hand. He waved his hand and refused. "No, I still have a limited time mission. Let's talk about it after I finish it. I will contact you if I need anything." Feng Heng's heart was burning with passion. All he could think of was to quickly upgrade to level 40 and obtain the remaining 2 talent missions. He didn't have the time to divert his attention to mining with Starfish Company. "Huh?" Lu Yanlong looked at Feng Heng and blinked, wondering if he had heard wrongly. "Rejected?" Mr. Feng chose to withdraw? In the past 2 days, the Starfish Company had discovered a few smaller mines in the Mausoleum world. The reserves were not as much as this mine, but they were still very profitable. With Mr. Feng's ability, they could make a lot of money before the Federation arrived. The partners of the company wanted to compete with the Federation and secretly mine the ores together with Mr. Feng. Chapter 1813 Advancement completed. I will keep the teleportation passage. You all can dig it yourself. Okay, thank you, Mr. Feng. Our company has been working with you for a long time and it's been a pleasure. I am sure you will be satisfied with the price. Lu Yanlong quickly adjusted his state of mind and nodded in thanks. Even though he said that, however, the original excavation plan formulated by Starfish Company now lacked Feng Heng's support, and the efficiency of making money was greatly reduced. It was profitable, but it was clear that the profits were far from what they had expected. "You're welcome." Feng Heng didn't think too much about it. He agreed and opened the game character's attribute panel, choosing to level up immediately. A pale white light instantly enveloped him and a game notification appeared. Ding! The player's current level has increased to level 40. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has obtained an additional 2,258 zombie clones. Ding! The player's current number of zombie clones, 13,548. Ding! The player's level 41 leveling requirement, 3 Tier 1 rainbow crystals. Ding! The player's current level has reached level 40. The player's special mission Gulwo's special assessment has been completed. Player, please find Mentor Gulwo to complete the mission. Player, please pay attention to the remaining time of the mission. As his level increased, the ground around Feng Heng's position began to churn again. More than 2,000 zombie clones crawled out of the ground one after another. Soon, the dense horde of zombies had occupied the teleportation point of the obelisk. He had successfully leveled up by 40 levels, and the number of zombie clones he obtained with each level had reached over 1,000. Feng Heng scrolled through the game notifications and frowned. From level 41 onwards, he would need rainbow crystals. This was quite tough. Previously, he and Charlene had only managed to obtain one after working together to kill a high-tier commander-level creature. It could be said that the difficulty of the subsequent upgrades had greatly increased. But who cares? He would consider the future later. For now, he would focus on the remaining 2 talent rewards first. So what if the difficulty of leveling up increased? With the talent enhancement, his strength might undergo a qualitative change. After a long period of hard work, he finally saw hope. Feng Heng's heart was burning with excitement, and he was in a hurry to complete the mission and obtain the reward. He closed the game notification and patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder. He then said, I still have something urgent to attend to. I will leave first. I will leave the rest to you. See you later. Lu Yanlong opened his mouth and looked around at the zombies around the teleportation obelisk. He nodded and said, all right. Feng Heng was eager to return home. He directly stepped into the teleportation passage on the obelisk and returned to the zombie apocalypse game world. Without any pause, he took out the invitation letter to the Punos world and teleported to the Punos game world. Punos. The Tower of Bones. Feng Heng displayed his invitation at the entrance and was led by 2 necromancy attendants to the upper level of the Tower of Bones. Oh, Feng Heng, you're here. What trouble did you run into to find me so late at night? Most of the necromancy players rested during the day. On the other hand, the high-level instructors seemed to have little reliance on sleep. They did not sleep much, but they did not receive guests at night. Seeing Feng Heng enter, Guo Wo put down the book he was reading halfway. He had always thought highly of Feng Heng. That was why he agreed to meet him. Feng Heng nodded respectfully at Teacher Guo Wo and said, thank you. Teacher, I am here to submit my mission. Hearing this, Guo Wo's eyes were filled with surprise as he stared at Feng Heng. What did you say? Submit the mission? Have you completed your mission? Yes, the mission you gave me has been completed. Guo Wo's eyes flashed with surprise, and his expression was somewhat solemn. He stood up from his chair, walked to Feng Heng, and gently pressed his hand on Feng Heng's wrist. It was really completed. Guo Wo sized Feng Heng up again and nodded in his heart. In less than a month, Feng Heng was able to level up from level 30 to level 40. It had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had only wanted to give Feng Heng a goal to push him forward and give him more motivation. He did not expect Feng Heng to actually do it. Moreover, it was early by more than a week. He had finally found a person among the younger generation of necromancers who had the potential to carry on his legacy. However, this was not enough. There was an opportunity right now. Guo Wo hesitated. Feng Heng had not been exposed to necromancy for too long. He was worried that doing so would make things worse. Feng Heng saw that Teacher Guo Wo's expression was strange and that he did not speak for a long time. He could not help but feel his heart tighten. He asked carefully, Teacher Guo Wo. Yes. Guo Wo retracted his hand. The satisfaction in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He nodded and praised, you did well. I didn't misjudge you. I will reward you according to the agreement and activate your talent potential. As he spoke, a pale white light enveloped Feng Heng. A game notification appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has completed the mission Guo Wo's special assessment. Ding. The player has skipped the level 40 talent upgrade stage. Ding. The player has obtained SSS level advanced talent enhancement option 1, life diversion, passive, can be cancelled. Talent enhancement option 2, mutant infection, passive, can be cancelled. Feng Heng felt a strange power flowing in his body. He could not help but close his eyes to feel it. A moment later, the warm feeling disappeared from his body. Feng Heng opened his eyes again and checked the game notifications. The description of the innate skill, Zombie Clone, had 2 additional passive enhancement skill effects. Talent Enhancement Effect 1, Life Diversion, passive, can be cancelled. Effect Description 1, when there are zombie clones within a range of 1,500 of the player, the final damage received by the player will be shared by all zombie clones. This damage is a loss of life damage and cannot be reduced twice. If the damage exceeds the upper limit of the zombie clone's health point, the zombie clone will receive the maximum damage and die. The remaining damage will be borne by the player. Effect Description 2. The player will still be affected by the negative effects of the additional damage. Effect Description 3. Passive effect after activation. The player can choose whether to activate it. Talent Enhancement Effect 2. Mutant Infection, passive, can be cancelled. Effect Description 1. Your zombie clone has a mutant infection effect. After attacking the target, your zombie clone has a 50% chance of causing the enemy to enter a mutant infection state. The infection probability will fluctuate according to the level of both parties, and the minimum is not lower than 0.1%. The enemy will receive 20 to 100 damage per second. This state cannot be stacked and can be permanently maintained. However, it can be removed by healing items or spells with an S rating or above. Effect Description 2. When a mutant infected creature dies, the creature will be resurrected as a mutant infected body. The number of mutant infected entities generated is related to the strength of the infected organism. The player can choose to consume the stored energy value to double the number of mutant infected entities. Skill description 3, passive effect after activation. The player can choose whether to activate it. Additional description: the resurrected mutant infected body has the same attributes as the player's zombie clone, normal form, as well as passive skills, and is controlled by the player. The mutant infected body cannot be resurrected after death. Additional description: the mutant infected entity has 500 energy points at the beginning. The energy points can provide the mutant infected entity with 4 to 10 days of movement. After the duration ends, the player can consume energy to maintain the mutant infected entity. Additional description: mutant infected entity can also trigger the effect of the mutant infection talent. Additional description: mutated infected entity cannot evolve. Additional description: some living beings cannot be affected by mutant infection. Chapter 1814 Talent Advancement. Feng Heng read the skill description twice, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. What a powerful additional attribute. The first was life diversion. This skill had undoubtedly greatly increased his survivability. It was a godly skill for summon-type players. Coupled with the undying body effect on his body, the two could work together. As long as there were a large number of zombie clones around him, he would be an unkillable meat shield. Now, even a large number of high-tier spells could not kill him. While life diversion was a defensive skill, the second skill, mutant infection, was an offensive skill. This turned out to be a huge surprise for Feng Heng. Feng Heng only had a rough understanding of this skill after reading the description twice. The zombie clone's talent now had a terrifying zombie infection effect. This meant that he could be like a necromancer, constantly summoning zombie clones from the dead, and constantly relying on killing to strengthen the zombie army. What was even more terrifying was that the mutant-infected zombies would also inherit some of his attributes, and there was also the terrifying effect of the undying body. This meant that the mutant-infected entity could infect more and more living beings, leading to the spread of the zombie virus. Moreover, it was a terrifying zombie that had his attributes and most of his passive skills. With this move alone, he could easily destroy the entire low-tier game world. Not to mention the elementary level, even the intermediate level game world might not be able to withstand it. Feng Heng could no longer hide the smile on his face. The defensive ability of the first effect was already very abnormal, but it was not the most practical. The second effect was even more surprising to him now. With the new effect, it was not impossible to create a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones in a short period. Feng Heng, it seems that you are very satisfied with your talent enhancement this time. Feng Heng closed the game notification, cupped his fists, and nodded gratefully before saying, "Thank you, teacher. No need to be so polite. You're the one who's made it this far. There's not much I can help you with. Necromancers have always been very fair. You will have to fight for as much as you want." Guo nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now that your ability in necromancy has improved significantly, it's time for you to improve further. Remember, you're also a member of necromancy. When are you going to consider advancing to master level? I happen to have a very troublesome matter on hand and need manpower urgently. I think you're a good candidate. If you can complete the mission successfully, I can teach you master level necromancy." Feng Heng could not help but frown when he heard this. Guo noticed the change in Feng Heng's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" "I am sorry, teacher. I still have a few special missions to deal with. I am afraid I don't have time for now. It was good to advance to the master level of necromancy, but would his strength undergo a qualitative change after he advanced to master necromancy?" Feng Heng felt that the answer was no. It was the same as master level spatial science. He needed to slowly accumulate and might not achieve a complete transformation. The trouble was that the demonic seed that was about to erupt in his body would not give him time to slowly accumulate and transform. Feng Heng planned to wait until he was almost done with the matters at hand, then calm down and analyze the messy skills to find the fastest way to improve his abilities. Guo nodded and replied, "Yes. You have your ideas and pathway, so I shouldn't say too much. However, there's some fate between us. I will just give you some reminders. Teacher, please give me some pointers. You can give yourself time, but your enemies won't." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He felt that the ancient mentor seemed to be implying something. Guo flicked his wrist and the shrine of bones appeared in front of the table. "I've already dealt with Vienna's soul. You can take the altar back. The Holy Court won't find you from the soul. You can rest assured about this, but..." Guo paused for a moment, and his tone became serious as he spoke, "I won't hide it from you. Donnie is currently facing the Holy Court head-on. Vienna's death is of great importance, and the Holy Court will not give up so easily. Even if they can't link you to Vienna's disappearance, there will definitely be a big battle between us necromancers and the Holy Court. Feng Heng gradually calmed down from the excitement of obtaining the new skills. Hearing Teacher Guowo's words, he nodded with a solemn expression. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. He was able to obtain the high reward of 3 talent enhancements at the same time. In essence, he relied on the follow-up reward of the mission to kill Vienna. The mission reward had exceeded his expectations but at a price. The series of crises that followed after killing Vienna had not ended. A confrontation with the Holy Court was unavoidable. Whether it was necromancy, the vampire's sacred tree, or even the demonic seed in his body, the Holy Court would not let him off. In short, don't hold any hope of reconciliation, and be prepared for battle. Feng Heng warned himself. Yes, as long as you're mentally prepared. Go ahead. If there's anything, you can come to me at any time. You're a member of necromancy, so it's only right for us to protect you. Thank you, Teacher Guowo. After bidding farewell to Teacher Guowo, Feng Heng left the Tower of Bones in a hurry. Actually, Feng Heng's heart was itching to try the new skill. The description of the skill was not enough to accurately show the strength of the skill. It could only be seen clearly in actual combat. Where should he choose to try his skills? He didn't want to waste time choosing another place. He might as well go back to the mausoleum world. It just so happened that Lu Yanlong had just mentioned that there was still a large amount of ores in the mausoleum world. Theoretically, the mutant-infected entities had inherited all the abilities of ordinary zombies, so they should be able to carry out the task of mining and transporting ores, right? If that was the case, Feng Heng's heart couldn't help but palpitate in excitement. Let's go. He would go back to the mausoleum world to try it out. After leaving the Tower of Bones, Feng Heng returned to the zombie apocalypse world. More than half an hour passed, and Lu Yanlong hurriedly returned to the teleportation point on the game obelisk to meet up with Feng Heng. After receiving the news that Feng Heng had cancelled the cooperation, he had just returned to the world to report the situation to his boss, and now, he was going home to lie in bed and rest. After receiving Feng Heng's message, he immediately jumped out of bed, wiped his face with cold water, and hurriedly went online. Lu Yanlong was in high spirits. Seeing Feng Heng walk out of the portal, he waved at him. He asked, Mr. Feng, did you change your plan again? Feng Heng had been studying the skill description along the way. He raised his head and replied, yes, you're right. The things over there are almost settled. There are some small changes, so I thought I'd come and give it a try. Chapter 18:15 The test. When Lu Yanlong heard Feng Heng's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, I knew it. Mr. Feng didn't look like someone who would give up easily. How could he stop when there were so many ores to be mined? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like his style. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng has always made a wise choice. What is more important than making money? Making money will make one happy, right? Lu Yanlong laughed and took out the map of the mining area skillfully. He rubbed his hands nervously and said, Mr. Feng, this is part of the area that Starfish Company has explored these days. The Federal camp is in the west, so we should try to start from the east so that we won't run into the Federation. Right, we're competing with the Federation this time, so we have to hurry. Where do you think we should start? Yes. Feng Heng agreed and looked at the map. After thinking for a moment, he pointed at a location marked on the map. Let's start from here. Lu Yanlong looked at the area Feng Heng pointed at and nodded. The place that Mr. Feng pointed at was a little strange. It was a gathering area of wild creatures. There was only a very small mining area nearby. Why did he choose that place? Lu Yanlong was thinking about the meaning behind Feng Heng's choice when someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw Feng Heng had already jumped behind the fusion tyrant form and said, Let's go. Hurry up. Alright, I am coming. Lu Yanlong replied and swiftly climbed onto the back of the fusion tyrant form, following Feng Heng to the mine. The two fusion tyrant forms ran wildly in front, followed by over 200 lickers. In less than an hour, the group had entered the outskirts of the forest. They were about to enter a vast plain where many mutated creatures lived on. Although it was already late at night, there were still many figures wandering on the plains. Feng Heng controlled the fusion tyrant form to stop at the edge of the forest, a layer of red light attached to his pupils. The vampire's ability Night Vision. The black shadows that appeared on the plains belonged to a relatively low-level mutated creature. The wild foxes of the plains. They were a type of nocturnal creature that lived in groups. They usually lived on plains and had a strong sense of territory. In the elementary and intermediate games, wild foxes of the plains often appeared, and their attributes were relatively mediocre. However, in the advanced game, the strength of the wild foxes in the plains had increased after the mutation. Moreover, it would be very troublesome if they gathered together. As the wild foxes of the plains had a strong team nature, if one of them was involved in a fight, the rest of the group would also be attracted. Therefore, players usually did not choose to provoke them. Very good, very suitable for testing the strength of the talent enhancement. Feng Heng was slightly excited and waved his hand forward. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A large group of lickers and over 10 fusion tyrant forms immediately rushed forward after receiving the order. They ran into the plains and attacked the wild foxes of the plains. The wild foxes of the plains felt the killing intent coming from the intruders. After being invaded, all the wild foxes of the plains were agitated and exploded with rage. Whoa! The howling of the wild foxes echoed in the night sky. This was a warning given when someone invaded their territory. The group of lickers did not have any reaction and directly charged in. Whoa! The voice became short and hurried. The wild foxes of the plains began to gather. A large number of black shadows could be seen on the plains in the distance, quickly gathering in the middle of the battlefield. So many. In the distance, Liu Yanglong, who was following Feng Heng, could not help but shrink his neck. He wondered why Mr. Feng would provoke these wild foxes. Mr. Feng, Okay, don't worry. You will find out soon. Feng Heng looked expectant. The licker at the front pounced on the wild fox, igniting the start of the battle. The zombies and the wild foxes collided head-on. The slaughter began. A large number of wild foxes swarmed over from all directions. The entire plain was filled with the cries of the wild foxes. Suppression of numbers. A large number of wild foxes swarmed over and almost instantly drowned the 200 lickers in the center. In an instant, rows of game notifications appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Licker, has been hit by a wild fox of the plains. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant Form, has dealt 2,128 hammer damage to the wild fox of the plains, causing it to be sent flying. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Licker, has dealt 928 biting damage to the wild fox of the plains. Ding! The mutated infection effect of the wild fox of the plains, Mutant, has taken effect. Feng Heng looked at the game notification and observed the state of the battlefield. He had an epiphany. So that was the case. Other than the difference in level between the two parties, the mutant infection also had a hidden and offensive mode. For example, if the licker used attacks such as biting and claw attacks, once the skin was bitten and came into contact with blood, there was a 90% chance of causing the enemy to enter a mutant infection state. After entering the mutant infection state, the enemy would also have a debuff that would continuously reduce health point every second. Less blood loss. It was negligible to high-level creatures with high health point. It was only an addition. Another example was the Fusion Tyrant form. If the Fusion Tyrant form attacked the enemy with a fist strike and did not cause the enemy to bleed, the mutation infection effect would rarely be triggered. Feng Heng roughly estimated that the probability of triggering it was less than 5%. If he used a long-range beam weapon to attack, it would probably not trigger the mutant infection effect at all. Feng Heng nodded in his heart. He analyzed the effects of passive talent enhancement and pondered how to perfectly use this move in the future, as well as the possibility of carrying various black technologies. Liu Yanlong stood at the side and observed. He already had some understanding of the licker. Although the number of wild foxes was rapidly increasing, more and more wild foxes were crowding over from all directions, tightly surrounding the zombies in the center. However, the zombies controlled by Feng Heng were extremely durable. They couldn't be killed at all. He just didn't know what Mr. Feng wanted to do. Farming monsters. There was no need for that. Feng Heng had already screened the locations beforehand. There were two main points. First of all, the wild foxes of the plains had not been semi-mechanized by the alien spawns, so they could be infected. Secondly, the wild fox could only use its powerful body to attack physically, so it could not cause fatal damage to the zombie clone that had the undead effect. This gave Feng Heng an almost infinite margin for error. The licker could be attacked an unlimited number of times, but it would not die. However, the wild foxes of the plains could not do this. It's here. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes, his gaze focused on a wild fox of the plains that was being attacked by the lickers in the distance. The wild fox of the plains was pinned down by the three lickers and was forced to the ground, biting down until its health point was completely depleted. Chapter 18:16 The effect. Ding. The player's zombie clone, Licker, has dealt 772 biting damage to the wild fox of the plains. The wild fox of the plains has died. The player has received 12 survival points. Ding. The mutant infected effect of the wild fox of the plains, mutated form, has taken effect. Feng Heng stared at the corpse left behind by the wild fox of the plains. Kai Kai. The corpse left behind by the wild fox of the plains began to squirm strangely. The center of the corpse slowly bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a flesh cocoon on the spot. The flesh cocoon expanded rapidly in just 5 seconds until a hole was torn open. Crack. With a soft tearing sound, A greenish-gray palm reached out from the flesh cocoon. The mutant-infected zombie clone tore open the cocoon with both hands and struggled to climb out of the cocoon. However, before it could fully climb out, it was sent flying by a wild fox from the plains. Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and the game hint appeared on his retina again. Ding! The player has not chosen to consume energy points to obtain additional infected bodies. Player has obtained a zombie clone, mutant-infected body. Ding! Your zombie clone, mutant-infected body, has been attacked by the wild fox of the plains, mutated form, receiving 1213 damage. Ding! Your zombie clone, mutant-infected body, has activated the undying body effect. Health point recovered to 1213, good. Fang Heng observed the game hints and secretly cheered in his heart. The mutated infected body had completely replicated the undying body effect of an ordinary zombie clone. The most important passive skill effect had been perfectly inherited. In this way, Fang Heng's heart started to beat faster. It could be predicted that as the battle continued, the number of his zombie clones would only increase, and the number of enemies would decrease. Just think about it, after a wave of group battles, their side did not suffer any losses. Instead, they received several reinforcements. Wait, this is... Fang Heng looked at the game hint and his heart skipped a beat. Right, the talent enhancement effect also had an energy adjustment mode, which could consume energy to obtain more mutant-infected bodies. The energy tank was obtained after the level 30 talent enhancement. The transformation of the zombie clone required energy from the energy tank. The energy value was provided by energy that could be converted. For example, the cosmic crystal mine that he was working with the Starfish Company to mine. Fang Heng tried to adjust the passive skill mode to energy consumption mode. Ding! The player switched to energy consumption mode. The number of mutant-infected bodies obtained has increased. Fang Heng suppressed the excitement in his heart and waited patiently to observe. The mutant-infected zombies were as slow as normal zombies. They would only find an opportunity to counterattack after being attacked a few times. But this was enough. It could still cause damage. Another wild fox of the plains was knocked to the ground and coincidentally fell into the attack range of the lickers. 5 or 6 lickers pounced on it. PFFT. PFFT. Their sharp claws left many wounds on the wild fox's body. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Licker, has dealt 477 biting damage to the wild fox of the plains. The wild fox of the plains has died. The player has received 15 survival points. Ding! The mutant infection effect of the wild fox of the plains, mutated form, has taken effect. It's here. Fang Heng stared at the corpse of the wild fox on the plains. The corpse once again wriggled and condensed into a flesh cocoon. Kai. The flesh cocoon expanded for a moment before exploding. 2 mutant-infected entities crawled out of the exploding flesh cocoon. Ding! The player has currently chosen to consume energy points to obtain additional infected bodies. The player has 2 obtained zombie clone, mutant-infected body. They're here. A total of 2 infected entities. After the energy usage enhancement, he could obtain twice the number of mutant-infected bodies. Fang Heng looked at the hint again. His energy tank had been depleted to less than 100. At least for now, he could still afford to consume energy. Lu Yanlong still didn't understand what Mr. Fang was doing. What was wrong with Mr. Fang? Why did he suddenly want to attack these wild foxes? Farming monsters and resources? Surely not. It was understandable to say that he was farming monsters. He had seen Fang Heng's zombie horde before. There were thousands of them. However, the main zombie team did not appear, and only 200 lickers and 10 fusion tyrants forms joined the battle. His fusion tyrants forms didn't even use long-range beam weapons to attack the enemies. How long would this last? On the other hand, Mr. Fang looked excited. Lu Yanlong didn't dare to ask any more questions and forced himself to continue watching patiently. As he watched by the side, his expression gradually became solemn. He quickly realized that something was wrong. This. Lu Yanlong even suspected that he was seeing things. He could not help but rub his eyes again. What was going on? Zombie creatures? Looking carefully, he noticed that small calluses had suddenly appeared from the remains on the ground. Flesh cocoons? When did they appear? Lu Yanlong realized that the situation wasn't as simple as he thought. He observed the battlefield even more carefully. He realized that he had just witnessed an extremely frightening scene. He quickly turned his head to look at Fang Heng beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Mr. Fang? What was going on? The flesh cocoons were condensed from the dead wild foxes. This situation looked extremely terrifying. As more and more wild foxes fell, more and more calluses were formed from their corpses, and more zombies were formed. These zombies were obviously under Mr. Fang's control. Unconsciously, cold sweat appeared on Lu Yanlong's forehead, and his body felt a little cold. 10 minutes passed and a large group of zombies had actually gathered in the middle of the plains. The horn for the counterattack began to sound. Lu Yanlong looked at Feng Heng with shock, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. So, what new skill did Mr. Feng learn? Lu Yanlong was already shocked by the fact that he was using zombies to kill monsters without taking any damage. After finally accepting the setting, he didn't expect that Mr. Feng would improve so much in just a few days. After a fight, the zombies did not suffer any casualties. Instead, the number of zombies was increasing. Feng Heng looked at the scene in front of him and gently clenched his fists. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied. Just as he thought, the mutant-infected body had the same combat ability as the ordinary zombie clone and the same mutant contagion ability. The contagion could infect even more enemies. It was like a virus spreading. Ultimately, the number of zombie clones gradually surpassed the number of wild foxes on the plains. He was directly using numbers to subdue the opponent. So, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes again and looked away from the distance. With great interest, he controlled a mutant-infected body to stagger back. Chapter 1817 to 1817 Get to work. Could the mutant-infected body have passive skills? Feng Heng gave the mutant-infected body in front of him an order to fell wood. After receiving the order, the mutant-infected entity staggered to a big tree at the side and reached out to pull the trunk. The game hint appeared again. Ding! The player's zombie clone, mutant-infected body, is collecting and obtaining a inferior quality branch. Success. The mutant-infected body was the same as the ordinary zombie clone. It was not affected at all when it carried out the collection mission. In this way, the only thing he lacked now was a convenient collection tool. Normal zombie clones could carry some tools. Now that there were so many mutant-infected bodies, the collection tools were not enough. They still needed to be continuously transported from the zombie apocalypse world. As Feng Heng thought about it, he looked up at the zombie clones that were fighting the wild foxes on the plains. Brother Lu. Lu Yanlong was still in shock when he heard Feng Heng calling him. He turned his head and said, "Ah, yes, I am here. Where is the next mining area?" Lu Yanlong came back to his senses. He lowered his head and opened the map to take a look. He replied, "It's on the right. About 2 kilometers away." "Yes, I see." The test was completed. He didn't want to waste any more time. Get to work. Feng Heng immediately opened the game log and remotely controlled the lurkers in the zombie apocalypse to quickly gather and enter the apocalyptic world through the obelisk teleportation passage. At the same time, the various tools needed to mine ores were also transported into the mausoleum world from the zombie apocalypse. Since he was going to be hard at work, then he would make a big deal out of it. It didn't matter if it was ores or materials, he wanted all of them. Bring them all back. In any case, anything without a name would not belong to anyone. Whoever picked it up would get it. Lu Yanlong watched as the mutated creatures on the plains decreased. What replaced them were zombies that kept crawling out of the flesh cocoons. The number of zombies was rapidly expanding. The entire plains was filled with the figures of the zombie clones. Then, the zombies began to fell trees and mine ores in the nearby area, collecting all the resources they could find along the way. They gathered to become a stream of zombies and kept going back and forth via the obelisk teleportation passage. Lu Yanlong swallowed his saliva carefully. He was truly shocked by the scene in front of him. Indeed, he wanted to compete with the Federation with Feng Heng and obtain more resources from the mausoleum world. However, he had never expected such a fierce competition. After half a night of crazy expansion, Feng Heng went online again the next morning. Lines of game hints appeared rapidly. Ding! When the player is offline, the player's zombie clone has killed 39,182 mutated creatures. Click here to check the details. The player has obtained 82,713 additional zombie, mutant-infected body. Ding! The player collected 2,178,143 pieces of withered weeds, 91,733 pieces of broken wood, 271,823 pieces of shrapnel, 87,362 pieces of inferior quality wood. Looking at the game hints, Feng Heng was shocked. When he went offline last night, he only gave the order for his zombie clones to explore the surroundings, attack the enemies, and collect supplies. He did not expect that the number of mutant-infected bodies had already exceeded 100,000. Lu Yanlong didn't sleep the whole night either. He followed the zombie crowd to maintain order. Last night, he had witnessed with his own eyes what it meant to be barren. As the number of mutant-infected zombies increased rapidly, they could suppress the mutated creatures in the wild in large numbers. There were no natural enemies. They packed up all the collectible items within their line of sight. Even the large rocks they encountered on the road would be broken by the zombies before being carried back. The troublesome thing was that without Feng Heng present to watch over and control them, things began to become chaotic subsequently. The obelisk teleportation passage was too small and not enough for such a massive number. The large amount of materials they had collected were piled up beside the teleportation passage and could not be disposed of. The entrance to the teleportation passage was also extremely congested. Helpless, Feng Heng decided to temporarily stop collecting low-grade wood and stones after careful consideration. He continued to adjust the layout of the material collection production line. Lu Yanlong looked at Feng Heng, not knowing what to say. Initially, he only wanted to get some resources before the Federation arrived. He wanted to earn as much as he could. He did not expect that in just half a day. He was not asking them to collect everything. While controlling the zombie clones, Feng Heng was also thinking about it. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the zombie clones. Not only in the mid-tier game world but even in some advanced game worlds, the zombie clones could also fight. Judging from the map, except for a few special places where the zombie clones couldn't enter, most of the other areas were within the range of the zombie clones. He would not cause any trouble in the mausoleum area for the time being. After all, cybernetically enhanced bodies would not be infected by the mutant zombie virus, nor would it help to increase the number of zombies. In short, he could use the zombie clones to farm a wave of resources first. After all, he could only maintain the mutant-infected bodies for a mere 5 days. After 5 days, he would need to use up his stored energy to continue maintaining them. Feng Heng patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder and said, looking at the time, the Federation should have discovered this place soon, right? Should we go somewhere else? Moreover, there are too few teleportation points, affecting the efficiency of the transportation of resources. Lu Yanlong was stunned for a moment before nodding in agreement. Mr. Feng, you're thoughtful. I understand. We will immediately find a new obelisk teleportation point. Just as Feng Heng was crazily plundering the resources of the mausoleum world, the players who were assigned by the Federation to carry out reconnaissance missions in the perimeter of the camp also gradually realized that something was wrong. A small team that had accepted a scouting mission suddenly discovered that their team had gradually entered a barren area. Strange. What's this place? The players felt as if they had entered a desolate land. The ground was bare and traces of new trees being felling down were visible. Judging from the map, this area was originally a forest area. However, what they saw in front of them did not look like a forest. It was a complete ruin. What exactly happened here? Just as everyone was puzzled, they suddenly discovered a few swaying shadows in the distance. Be careful. The team leader immediately raised his hand to signal the players to be on guard. He gripped the dagger in his hand and stared at the figure that appeared in front of him. Was it a zombie? It was the same as the ordinary undead beings in the elementary game. When the figure got closer and everyone saw the appearance of the zombie, they were even more surprised. The players looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Why would there be peculiar undead creatures in the mausoleum world? Chapter 1818 Attack. It was not just these few figures. As they stayed in the same spot for a few minutes, more and more zombies showed up from afar and approached them. They look like zombies. You guys cover me, I will test them out. As the team captain spoke, he switched his long-range shack and fired at the zombie horde in front of him. Bang! Bang bang! The bullets poured out and landed on the zombies in front of them, exploding into dark red blood mist. However, the creatures were terrifying. Bullets bombarded them, but other than pushing them back a few steps, it did not have any significant effect at all. The bullets were ineffective against them? The team captain emptied his magazine of bullets and saw that none of the zombies had fallen. They were still dragging their swaying bodies towards the party. This was troublesome. Judging from their health point, they looked like elite-level creatures. However, their movement speed was as slow as the zombies in low-level games. Fortunately, the zombies didn't mutate after the attack. It might be a special life form. Let's think of a way to get one back. The player team captain shouted again, and then he condensed a mark with both hands in front of him. Charge. A bright red crystal spear appeared out of thin air beside the team captain. Whoosh. Under the control of his mental power, the crystal spear stabbed fiercely at the zombie at the front. Puff. A soft sound rang out. Bang. The crystal spear pierced through the mutant-infected zombie's body and knocked it to the ground. The other 6 players in the team formed their mark in front of them at the same time. 6 crystal spears condensed in the air and quickly pierced the fallen mutant-infected zombie. The mutated infected zombie was pierced through by the crystal spears and was firmly stuck on the ground, unable to move. The players were surprised. It didn't die. The mutated infected zombie was nailed to the ground and was still struggling crazily. It was so difficult to deal with. The team captain frowned when he saw this. The hand seal condensed in front of him quickly changed and he shouted, "Explode!" Boom. The 7 crystal spears that pierced into the mutant-infected zombie exploded at the same time. The sudden burst of high damage caused the mutated zombie's corpse to explode. The violent explosion swept up the sand and dust in the surroundings. The party of players immediately retreated and checked the game log. Something's wrong. The game log doesn't have a kill description. This special creature might be related to the mission. The players immediately realized that something was wrong. There were no survival points awarded after killing the zombie. This meant that the zombie creature was very likely related to the special mission. Just now, they had used a killing move against an elite-level creature to barely kill a zombie. The players had not had the time to carefully check the remnants of the zombie after killing it. Looking forward again, the sand and dust in front of them gradually dispersed. As if attracted by the explosion, a large number of beings appeared in the distance. Everyone was shocked. So many. They had spent so much effort to deal with one zombie, so how were they going to deal with so many more? Not good. Their numbers are increasing. Retreat first. Let's go. The captain called for the team to retreat immediately, and at the same time, he cursed in his heart. What the hell? He had thought that it was just a simple reconnaissance mission, but he did not expect to encounter such a difficult creature. Not only did they waste so much ammunition, but they also wasted so much effort to get nothing. Return to the camp first and report the situation to the Federation. Soon, the Federation's command camp in the Western District received reports of the presence of mutated zombies. Tabio, who was in charge of the Mausoleum World mission, received the report and immediately called for a meeting. The night before yesterday, something strange happened to the sarcophagus in the mausoleum. It had not been completely dealt with until now. The follow-up thorough incident report had not been completed yet, and there was another problem here. Was it also related to the Mausoleum World mission? Tabio was suspicious. Professor Pan put down the report and said, "Sir, ordinary zombies can't have such a strong defense. I am afraid that these are the products of contamination after being infected by the mutant worm virus in the spawns." Everyone in the meeting room nodded in agreement. The players who accepted the mission were not weak, so they were capable of defeating ordinary zombies. There must be a problem here. Tabio asked, "Why is this happening?" "I am afraid it's a virus contamination from the spawns." Professor Pan paused for a moment, then continued with a serious expression, "I guess that this was done by the Black Castle. They deliberately leaked the infected virus to the outside world. Their goal is to bring us trouble and buy themselves time." "No, you're wrong. The Black Castle has already decided to leave. Besides us, there's no one else in the Mausoleum world who wants to compete with us for the main mission. Then, that could also be a conspiracy they set up in advance. Perhaps it is a special task that we have not triggered yet." Professor Pan continued to argue, "Misho Company needs to invest more research funds to provide more accurate reports. I think since there is no point reward for killing these beings in the game, it means that they are likely to be task creatures. We can find a solution." Tabio thought for a moment before saying, "Let's put the unknown zombie creature aside for now. What is the status of the repair of the signal transmitter?" "The damage is serious. We suspect that when the corpses of the mausoleum rebelled, they were invaded by unknown people. The resurrection of the corpses must be related to the invaders." Tabio was expressionless. "Can it be repaired?" "It's very difficult. We've applied to dismantle the machine and send it back to the advanced game world for maintenance and assembly. Offline, in the Federation's training base. The zombie clones had been hacking and plundering the mausoleum world for a few days. Coupled with the powerful effect of the new talent, mutant infection, the number of zombie clones rapidly increased, and the plundering effect was shocking. The amount of resources transported into the prison shelter through the obelisk teleportation passage was measured in tons every day. The prison was quickly filled up with resources. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Mojai quickly called the people from Starfish Company over to unload the goods. He would first sell all the resources that were not very rare, then store all the precious materials in another warehouse. As a first-class material supplier that had worked with Fang Heng for a long time, Starfish Company was even more happy. The entire company was in full operation, and business was booming. Meanwhile, offline, Fang Heng closed his eyes and focused. He was in the star wheel of the cultivation field, trying to control his spiritual power to flow through his body through the sea of consciousness. Ever since he successfully controlled his spiritual power to flow through his body for the first time 2 days ago, the most difficult part of the first step was finally completed. The next step was to familiarize himself with it. He repeated it over and over again until he condensed the spiritual energy in his body and formed the meridian passage. Now, Fang Heng had a 50% success rate of letting his spiritual power flow through his body. Chapter 18-19 Uneasiness. In theory, he could already complete his cultivation at home without the protection of the star wheel. Fang Heng once again controlled his spiritual power to flow into his body. After completing his cultivation, he opened his eyes. "Coach Louis. Well done. Coach Louis observed the changes in Feng Heng's body through the data instrument and secretly praised him. He had been watching Feng Heng's training for the past few days. The latter was more than 10 times more talented than ordinary people, and he was furthermore top-notch in terms of hard work. Feng Heng asked, "Coach, can I start the second phase of training now?" "There's no hurry." Louis waved his hand and said, "The mental strength flowing in your body has just been condensed and formed. It still needs some time to solidify. Your talent is very good, but this also needs time. You shouldn't be in a hurry for success, understand?" "Okay, coach." Feng Heng nodded and jumped down from the star wheel. "I feel that my control over my mental strength has improved. Can I continue the training without the help of the star wheel?" "Theoretically, yes." Louis nodded and said, "But I suggest that we be more careful. For safety reasons, it's best to have the assistance of the star wheel." "I understand." "Thank you, coach." Feng Heng said goodbye and left the training hall. According to his current cultivation efficiency, he estimated that it would take some time to complete the solidifying of the mental strength circulation passage in his body. During this period of cultivation, he could already get rid of the star wheel. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue staying under the Federation's nose. He would come again after he had a clear breakthrough. Louis looked at Feng Heng's back as he left and sighed silently in his heart. What a pity. Feng Heng did not pass the second review of the Federation. He had received an order from his superior that he could not teach Feng Heng a follow-up method to break through Tier 2 of Lock. Feng Heng didn't know that the Federation had such an operation. He thought that since he couldn't break through Tier 2 of Lock in a short period, he could temporarily shift some of his focus to the game. There were still many things that could be done in the game and there was still some time before the half-year eruption of the demonic seed. At the moment, his strength was still not enough to face the demonic seed head-on. He had to seize the time to quickly improve. Tongjia Research Institute's compound analysis body had already been obtained. There were still a few special items left, and he would be able to obtain them in the next 2 days. As for the next step, Feng Heng thought for a moment and wanted to look for Instructor Dicky to seek his opinion. Another day ended. When Feng Heng finished his cultivation and took the subway back to the villa, it was already night time. After returning to his room, Feng Heng washed up and returned to the game world. It was autumn, and the weather was getting colder. In Hain's school, Kiaowei sat on a chair outside the outdoor basketball court. A gust of wind swept up the withered leaves on the ground, and they fell gently on her shoulder. Kiaowei reached out and slapped the fallen leaves down. She was getting more and more frustrated. Kiaowei knew that something must have happened. It was an innate sixth sense. Whenever something bad happened, she would always feel uneasy. Kaik walked over to Kiaowei and handed her a cup of milk tea. She said, "Kiaowei, you're not in a good state today." "I am sorry, I am a little out of sorts." Kiaowei replied and took the milk tea from her companion. She turned to look at the old school building next to the basketball court. After several rounds of investigations, the investigation team firmly locked the list of suspects on the last 2 people, Chipo and Sangdazi. For the sake of safety, the leader of the investigation team invited the combat department of the Central Inspection Bureau to come and help. Kiaowei and Kaik formed a team of 2 and were responsible for monitoring Sangdazi. The 2 of them had been watching Sangdazi for some time. The investigation team wanted to find out more about him and dig out more valuable information, so they didn't take action for the time being. But today, Kiaowei was feeling uneasy. What could have happened? Kiaowei took a sip of her milk tea. The milk tea that was usually mellow and sweet had a faint taste of sourness. Could it be Arnott? Kiaowei couldn't help but think about Arnott. Arnott came from the Holy Court. He was an extremely powerful holy knight chosen by the god of the Holy Court. In the past, by chance, she had worked with Arnott. At that time, she was mainly in charge of providing information, while the Holy Court was in charge of direct combat. She told Arnott about Feng Heng. She suspected that Feng Heng, who was studying at Hain's school, was the same person as Feng Heng, the Vampire Apocalypse's world lord in the current game. It was a pity. Kiaowei had no concrete evidence for her speculations about Feng Heng. After hearing this, Arnott said that he would go over to take a look after he finished his mission. It should be about time, right? Kiaowei hesitated for a moment, then turned on her phone and dialed Arnott's number. "What is it?" "It's me, Kiaowei. I want to ask about the last time." An impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is it related to Feng Heng? We just completed a mission and are about to go to him to verify it." "Now?" "Yes, we're already on our way. We will be there in about half an hour." Kiaowei could not help but frown. She spoke. "He should still be in the villa. You might get to see him face to face." "That's good. We can test his strength in person. Don't worry, we won't reveal your identity. If he is indeed Feng Heng, we will bring him into the Holy Court. Thank you for your information." You don't have to worry about the rest." Before Kiawe could continue, the other party had already hung up. Kiawe was a little unhappy. She remembered previously when she had participated in the cooperation with Arnott. The other party had only used one blow to finish off the enemy, which she felt was terrifying. Even the teacher couldn't tell how strong Arnott was. But Arnott's arrogant personality was very annoying. In Arnott's view, the others were merely tools. Kike saw that Kiawe was holding her phone again. The latter lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Kike nudged her and whispered, "Kiawe? Is there something wrong? You're very strange today." "I am sorry." Kiawe put away her phone and glanced at the old school building. The demi-human suspect, Sangdazi, had never shown up. However, from the various performances of the previous stalking, Kiawe furthermore agreed with the team leader's judgment. She could basically confirm that Sangdazi was a demi-human. The team leader had already set up layers of control around them. Her team was only part of the peripheral surveillance team. She could not depart on her own during the mission. However, Kiawe was extremely uneasy. She had to go over and take a look. "Kike, I need to depart for a while." "Now? We're still on a mission. What's so important?" "Help me apply for depart from the team leader. It's very important." "I am sorry, I know. I will be back before tonight's operation." "Alright, come back quickly." "Yes, thank you." Kiawe nodded and left in a hurry. Chapter 18:20 Attack. Half an hour later, a black Chevrolet pickup truck stopped in front of Fang Heng's rented villa. "Arnott, is your information accurate?" "It's someone I met during my last mission. She wasn't sure if the information was correct, so we just came over to take a look." Arnott opened the car door and walked towards the villa. The two of them stood in front of the villa and looked up at the overall structure of the villa. Reader released his aura and tried to sense it. He frowned and said, "I can't perceive the aura of the undead. There doesn't seem to be anyone inside." Yes, he might have just left. Ever since the incident with the vampires, the Holy Court had regarded Fang Heng as their most dangerous enemy. Recently, there were even unverified rumors that Fang Heng was very likely to be one of the demonic seeds. Vampires, necromancy. It was related to the vanishing of the Saintess. And now, there was even a possibility of a demonic seed? With all kinds of buffs stacked on top of each other, the Holy Court would not let Fang Heng off. Danger should be eliminated promptly. Previously, Fang Heng had been under the protection of the Necromancer Association and stayed within the organization. The Holy Court did not have a good way to deal with Fang Heng directly. So Arnott, who had just received the news, did not believe it. Coincidentally, he happened to pass by. Therefore, after completing a troublesome mission with his partner, he decided to make a trip here to scout for information. They seem to have missed him. Fang Heng was not in the villa. "What should we do?" Arnott said, "Since we're already here, let's do a more complete investigation." "Yes." The two of them retracted their aura at the same time. Arnott stepped forward and took out a lock-picking tool from his small bag. Crack. After fiddling with it a few times, the door of the room let out a soft sound. Arnott pushed open the door. He and his partner quickly exchanged glances. The two of them stepped into the villa and checked separately. Arnott walked up the stairs to the second floor, and from there, he began to carefully explore room by room. He did not find any suspicious clues in the rooms. There was nothing in the villa that could connect Fang Heng to the vampires. It seemed that the information was not accurate. Indeed. If it was a disguise, why would anyone use the same name? It would be too easy to be seen through. Arnott laughed at himself. The Federation people were as untrustworthy as ever. As expected, he had come for nothing. Arnott returned to the first floor the same way he came. Just as he went down the stairs, he happened to see his companion, Reader, poking his head out from under the stairs. Reader's expression was a little serious as he spoke in a deep voice, "Arnott, I've found something. Come with me to the basement to take a look." He found something? Arnott's heart skipped a beat. He became more alert and followed Reader into the basement. The basement was very messy. Reader walked through piles of junk and quickly found a few mechanical parts. He walked back and handed them to Arnott. "Look at this. This is a mechanical component?" Arnott played with the parts in his hand. He raised his head and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this thing?" Reader's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, "Yes. This is not an ordinary metal component. It's very high-tech." "Are you saying that it came from the game?" "Yes, I've studied the relevant materials in the game." "I am very sure?" Arnott couldn't help but rub his chin. He spoke, "That's strange. How did Fang Heng come into contact with this special metal? I have seen his background information. Is he related to the laboratory? Did he come into contact with anyone in the laboratory?" "It's possible, but even so, items brought out of the game are regulated by the Federation. Ordinary people can't bring items out of the laboratory. So there's a problem with him. As he spoke, the two of them suddenly sensed something. Their expressions turned solemn at the same time as they leaped back. Swoosh! A rapidly spinning magic array suddenly appeared on the basement floor. Sparks of light appeared around the space. The two stared at the magic array with surprise in their eyes. A figure quickly condensed inside the array. Fang Heng had just returned to the game world and settled the settings of the zombie clones in the game. He was about to go offline and sleep. Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed that something was wrong. His blood perception told him that there was someone else in the basement beside him. Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes and saw Reader and Arnott standing in front of him. The two of them looked at Fang Heng in surprise. A special way to enter and exit the game. Demi-humans. He was actually a demi-human. They did not find any evidence that Fang Heng was the same person as the Vampire Apocalypse's World Lord. However, they unexpectedly discovered that Fang Heng was a demi-human. Fang Heng also stared at the two of them. He was in big trouble. His biggest secret had been discovered. What should he do? For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Who are you? Arnott looked at Fang Heng warily. He took out a photo from his pocket and compared it to Fang Heng. He asked, "You're Fang Heng? Who told you to come and find me?" Arnott did not answer but looked at Reader. Reader shook his head and said, "No, I can't sense the aura of the undead or the vampires on him. It seems like he's not the person we're looking for, but..." Arnott interrupted, "But it's also possible that he has a tool to hide his aura. In short, there's indeed something wrong with him. Take him back first." They were from the Holy Court? Teacher Gulwo had just reminded him to be careful of the Holy Court, but the other party had come knocking on his door quickly. Fang Heng listened to the two of them talk as if no one else was around, completely disregarding him, and could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. How should he deal with this situation? "I don't understand what you're saying. This is my villa." Arnott stared at Fang Heng and shook his head before speaking. "I don't mean to disturb you. Regardless of whether you're the person we're looking for, we need you to come with us." Fang Heng took half a step back and clenched his fists. A battle could not be avoided. He only wanted to acquire more information from the other party. "Where are we going?" "To the Holy Court." Arnott and Reader took a step to the side, their positions slightly scattered, accurately blocking the basement exit. "We have no purpose of meddling in a demi-human dispute. You are similar to the person we are looking for. Come with us." "That's funny. You want me to follow you just because of my name? We don't wish to fight here. This will be very troublesome. If you are reluctant to cooperate, then we can only..." There was a hint of contempt in Arnott's eyes. He had full confidence in his strength. So what if he was a demi-human? Just take him away. Arnott's pupils suddenly constricted as he shouted, "Careful. Take him down." The next second, Fang Heng poured the potion into his mouth. Chapter 1821 Fallen resentful ghost. Before he could finish his sentence, a holy light burst out from Reader's body. As he lunged forward, he thrust his long sword forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Fang Heng. The sword stabbed into Fang Heng's heart. Kai. The long sword pierced through Fang Heng's heart. Facing the demi-human, Reader wasn't as careless as Arnott. He did not hold back at all. The moment he attacked, it would be a fatal move. However, in the next moment, Reader's pupils constricted. What was going on? This sword did not seem to have caused much damage to Fang Heng. He could even feel the aura of the undead seeping out from Fang Heng's body. A person who studied necromancy. Was he really Fang Heng? Ding. The player has used a special potion, Evil Spirit's Blessing. Ding. The cooldown time of the player's skills has been reset. The player's current state has been restored. Ding. The player has switched to necromancy academic mode. Fang Heng stared at the two people in front of him. They looked fearless, obviously having absolute confidence in their strength. The only chance of winning was to take advantage of their underestimation of the enemy. He would directly use his strongest killing move on them. There were not many skills that he could use in the real world, only the everlasting moon. Whoosh! Reader stared at Fang Heng. He realized that Fang Heng's figure was gradually becoming illusory in front of him. He saw the phantom of the red moon appear behind Fang Heng. At the same time, game notifications flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Ding. The player has used the skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Detected that the player is currently in the chaotic world. Level high. Ding. Fusing with the current world. The player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. The player's current status has been detected. Necromancy. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. Detecting player's current environment. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player and teammates have entered the state of reincarnation. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill. Fallen resentful ghost. Creature. Fallen resentful ghost. Description: an eternal sorrow born at the bottom of the river of oblivion in the death realm. It can arouse the resentment of those who return to the river of oblivion and sink into eternal oblivion in resentment. Additional skills: illusion of resentment, fallen. Reader and Arnott's eyes gradually turned dreamy as they looked at the pale white moonlight that appeared behind Fang Heng. Whoosh! The golden power of the holy light exploded in front of Arnott and Reader. The holy power protection has been activated. Under the stimulation of the holy light, the two of them suddenly woke up. It was an illusion. After Reader woke up, his face turned pale. He subconsciously wanted to gain control of his body, but he noticed that he had already sunk into a swamp. What was this? He looked down. Just as he was affected by the illusion, countless souls emerged from the mud under his feet and grabbed his legs tightly, dragging him down into the mud. Get lost! Reader shouted as he swung the long sword in his hand. Whoosh! Golden light exploded forward. Bang! This was... A hint of panic appeared on Reader's face. Holy light was extremely effective against undead creatures. However, only a few resentful ghosts that had been slashed by the holy light's long sword were affected by it and retreated. However, in the next second, more resentful ghosts reached out from the swamp and clasped at him. Arnott. The situation is not good. Think of a way. Reader turned around to look for his companion. Arnott was much stronger than him. But when he turned his head and saw Arnott's condition, Reader's face instantly turned pale. This was bad. Only then did he realize that it wasn't just the ground. Dark ripples appeared on the walls and ceiling of the basement. Light-colored vengeful spirits kept flying out from the walls that had turned into mud in all directions. The entire room was filled with dark vengeful spirits. The reason why he had not been attacked by the vengeful spirit was because of Arnott. A dark golden holy light surged on Arnott's body, and layers of golden halos spread out, driving away the vengeful spirits that were attacking him. However, the golden light was gradually dimming. The radius of the light circle around Arnott was gradually shrinking. Arnott's expression was extremely grave. His situation was not much better than Reader's. Similarly, he was also grabbed tightly by the resentful ghost's soul body that reached out from under his feet. This was big trouble. He had originally thought that Fang Heng was just an insignificant character in the real world, so he did not even have the time to report this investigation. He had never expected to encounter a demi-human. Moreover, his strength was terrifyingly powerful. What made Arnott feel even more hopeless was that Fang Heng was right in front of them, but there seemed to be a huge gap between the two of them that could not be crossed. The golden light emitted by Arnott gradually dimmed under the repeated attacks of the vengeful spirit creatures. Not good, he couldn't resist it anymore. Arnott's face gradually turned pale, and the golden holy light that spread out quickly dissipated. Bang! The countless vengeful spirits that were scampering about in the basement seemed to have found a vent, and they surged madly toward Arnott and Reader. Reader kept waving his holy light long sword to kill the vengeful spirits. However, the effect of doing so was extremely limited. Every time they were hit by a vengeful spirit, they would feel their bodies weakened a little. Reader lost control of his body and was slowly pulled into the swamp by the resentful ghost's soul body. He felt the call of death as his vision gradually sank into darkness. Whoosh! In less than a minute, Fang Heng recovered from the state of the everlasting moon. He stared at the fallen Arnott and Reader duo in front of him, a layer of gray light attached to his pupils. The strength of Arnott and his companion was still not at the level of a commander-level creature in an advanced game. Therefore, Fang Heng did not suffer any backlash after controlling the everlasting moon, and he still had some spiritual power left. Whoosh! Fang Heng did not dare to delay. He quickly placed his hands in front of him and formed a mark. Close. Swoosh! The shrine of bones appeared in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked up at the sky. Under the gaze of the gray pupils, Reader and Arnott's souls were slowly hovering toward the ceiling. Fang Heng pointed at the sky and whispered, "Go." Two gray oars shot out from the shrine of bones and quickly entangled the two souls in the air. Bang! Bang bang! The moment the dark light clasped their souls, the golden holy light protecting their souls exploded and dispersed the gray aura. Fang Heng frowned and let out a disdainful snort. Ha! It was just a mere holy light protection. Was this the reason why the Holy Court was so arrogant? The souls of high-tier members of the Holy Court would be protected by the holy power. After death, they would seek to be revived in the Holy Realm or the Land of Prayer. However, Fang Heng had already broken through Saintess Viana's holy protection of the soul. In comparison, breaking through the holy light shield of the two of them was not a problem at all. Chapter 1822 Uneasiness. His spiritual power was triggered once again, and the gray aura that overflowed from the Shrine of Bones climbed toward the souls of Arnott and Reader. Bang! Bang bang! The golden light was stimulated and exploded again, constantly removing the gray aura's control. Until the third time. And the fourth time. As Feng Heng repeatedly urged the power of the Shrine of Bones to attack the souls, the golden holy light shield protecting the souls finally could not withstand it and exploded with a bang. The two souls lost the protection of the holy power and were firmly entangled by the two grey auras. The soul bodies let out a sharp shriek and struggled crazily. However, both Arnott and Reader had never cultivated soul power and hence were unable to resist the control of the Shrine of Bones over their souls. Whoosh! Feng Heng controlled the aura of the Shrine of Bones to grab their souls and inject them into the altar. Phew! After doing all this, Feng Heng exhaled heavily and put away the Shrine of Bones. He lowered his head and looked at the two corpses on the ground. What a huge loss! He had been caught off guard by the people of the Holy Court and had lost a bottle of cool down recovery potion for nothing. Next, he had to face more problematic issues. How should he settle this? The souls of Arnott and Reader had already been imprisoned, so there wasn't much of a problem. If he had to think of a way to wipe away all the traces, it was a gamble of luck. He bet that no one knew that the two of them had been here. Feng Heng lowered his head and quickly thought about how to deal with the situation. From the conversation with Arnott, they probably weren't sure of his identity before coming here. There was a high chance that it was just a normal probe. Should he run away immediately, or should he wait and see? Feng Heng hesitated for a moment and crossed out the option to continue staying. No, he could not wait any longer. The risk was too great. This time, he had used the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon. In addition, Arnott was too confident in his strength, so he was taken down in one blow due to his carelessness. When the Holy Court realized that Arnott and Reader had gone missing, the second round of investigations would soon arrive. Feng Heng knew that things might not be as bad as he thought, but the risk was too great. He did not dare to take the risk. He had to leave this place immediately. The faster, the better. But before he left, he had one more thing to do. A compound that could activate the original devouring body. The original devouring body compound was too important. The next two powerful zombie clones needed this stimulating compound for their evolution. It could greatly increase the combat strength of his zombie clones. There were three very important raw materials for the original devouring body stimulator compound. These three materials were all cultivated and obtained in advanced games. The materials obtained by the laboratory had to go through the approval of the Federation. They had just been sent to the laboratory last night, so he had no chance to get them for the time being. He had to think of a way to take them away before he left. He would make his move tonight. If it was only a few hours, it should not be a problem. Feng Heng was deep in thought. For safety reasons, he had to deal with the corpses first. It was not difficult. As a world lord, he had a special space-time jump backpack. Normal corpses could not be stored in his backpack, but he only needed a coffin. After putting the corpses in the coffin, he could stuff the coffin into his backpack. Feng Heng closed his eyes on the spot, and a rapidly spinning magic ray appeared under his feet. Soon, Feng Heng returned to the game world to bring the coffin out. Before he could load the corpses, a phone suddenly rang in the basement. Ring ring. A phone? Feng Heng walked to the corpse and took out a phone from the pocket of Arnott's body. Looking at the caller ID on the phone interface, Feng Heng could not help but narrow his eyes. Kiaowei. So it was her. That woman. That's how the Holy Court had learned about him. It was because of Kiaowei. A murderous look appeared in Feng Heng's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm composure and threw the phone into his game space backpack. After that, Feng Heng placed the two corpses into the coffin and threw the coffin into his warp backpack. Feng Heng took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number skillfully. Fauna, I am in trouble and need your help. I think you guys are more professional in this kind of thing. Outside Feng Heng's rented villa, a car was parked by the street. Kiaowei observed the villa outside through the car window. Miss, we have arrived at your destination. As if she hadn't heard him, Kiaowei continued to stare at the villa. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the villa looked particularly gloomy under the night sky. The driver urged impatiently, Miss? Are you waiting for someone? Why don't you make a call? I still have another service to go. Wait a little longer. Kiaowei rudely interrupted and handed 100 yuan bill to the driver. The driver immediately beamed with joy. He took the money happily and shut his mouth. The villa looked extremely quiet. There was no energy fluctuation or movement. Did Arnott and Reader make a move? Or had they already left? Kiaowei's heart was beating uncontrollably, and it was beating faster and faster. She was very sure of her intuition. Something terrible must have happened. Kiaowei took out her phone and tried to contact Arnott again. Not in the service area. What was going on? She had just called Arnott's phone on the way. At that time, it had rung. Why was it out of service now? Kiaowei put down her phone. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She could not help but look at the villa again, and fear rose in her heart. Did something happen? It was impossible. Arnott was a battle talent nurtured by the Holy Court. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was faced with an opponent he could not deal with, he would not be killed without retaliating. The last time they met, she hadn't even seen how Arnott attacked before his opponent had already fallen and lost his ability to attack. Moreover, under extreme circumstances, even if they were in a life-and-death crisis, the clergymen of the Holy Court had the holy power to protect their souls. They could be revived under the holy light. So nothing would happen. There won't be any problems. Kiawe muttered to herself as if she was comforting herself. She kept telling herself that Arnott was extremely strong and would not be defeated so easily. But what if? Kiawe looked at the villa again. Suddenly, Kiawe saw a pair of dark eyes peeking out from the window on the second floor of the villa. The moment their eyes met, Kiawe's hair stood on end as if she had been electrocuted. Dangerous. It was Feng Heng. Feng Heng was still there, but she had lost contact with the people from the Holy Court. Kiawe almost immediately thought of the worst. She yelled frantically in the car, "Hurry! Drive! Where are we going? Go back! Hurry up! Hurry up and drive!" The driver was likewise shocked by Kiawe. He cursed her in his heart and stepped on the accelerator to depart the villa area. Chapter 1823 Sudden attack. As they gradually moved away from the villa, Kiawe's thumping heart did not stop. Instead, it beat even faster. She had a premonition of danger and she was extremely confident in her sixth sense. Not good. Something must have happened. She wasn't sure if those eyes belonged to Feng Heng, but those cold eyes didn't belong to someone from the Holy Court. In a panic, Kiawe immediately dialed her phone. Damn it. Quickly pick it up. Hurry. Kiawe promptly called her team leader, but his phone was already switched off. Kleinman was currently at Haines School, keeping an eye on the me-humans. After this period of planning, they were now at the most critical stage of drawing in the net. Kiawe tried to call a few times but failed. She then called her team member, Kike's cell phone again. Kike? Yes, I am here. What's wrong? You sound scared. Did something happen? There's something wrong with Feng Heng. Kike? I can be sure. There must be something wrong with him. Help me tell the team leader that there is a big problem with Feng Heng. He is extremely dangerous. On the other end of the phone, Kike frowned. She didn't know what situation Kiawe had encountered that could make her so flustered. She quickly comforted her. Kiawe, calm down. Are you safe now? The uneasiness in Kiawe's heart didn't lessen at all. She looked outside through the car window in a panic and replied, I don't know. It should be safe now. Okay, I understand. The team leader is now in charge of tonight's arrest operation. I can't see him. Calm down. I need you to tell me what happened. You said that there's something wrong with Feng Heng. Do you have evidence? Kiawe was speechless. Evidence? She had no concrete evidence. She couldn't reveal that she, a member of the Federation, had contacted the people from the Holy Court in private to conduct an investigation. It was fine if they uncovered a problem with Feng Heng. However, she had no actual evidence now. Kiawe was silent for a while and Kike couldn't help but sigh in her heart. During this mission, she was in the same group as Kiawe. She had seen Kiawe use her private time to investigate Feng Heng more than once. She felt Kiawe was already a little possessed. Indeed, there were many suspicious points about Feng Heng. However, Kiawe had investigated for so long and did not find any substantial evidence. Kike didn't want her friend to continue walking down the same road. She tried to persuade her, Kiawe, where are you? I am coming to find you now. Kike, I am on my way back to school. Listen to me and help me find the team leader. Kaka. Boom. As she spoke, Kike abruptly heard an explosion from the other end of the phone. Kiawe? What's wrong? The loud explosion from the phone made Kike feel that something bad had happened. Her expression changed drastically and she shouted into the phone. Kiawe? Kiawe. Beep, beep, beep. The signal disappeared. No way. Could it be? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Kike's forehead. She promptly dialed back, but the other end of the phone was still searching for a signal. Something had happened. Kike promptly opened the internal communication channel to report. Haines School, in the second teaching building, the meeting room on the third floor had been secretly transformed by the Federation into a temporary command room. The investigation was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the past few days, the Special Investigation Team's main focus was on Sang Danzō and Shippo, the two school members. Other than these two, Kleinman's keen senses noticed the existence of a third hidden demi-human race. Kleinman was an excellent hunter. He had always been patient. He hadn't made a move all this while and his goal was to catch them all in one fell swoop. At present, the entire Haines School had been built into a dragnet. They released the bait that they had prepared in advance. As expected, Danzō and Chipo couldn't resist the temptation and made their move tonight. Lightsonville.c and the third person hiding behind the scenes. He could finally find him. This was a matter of great importance. The strength of the demi-human race hidden in the dark could not be estimated. Kleinman had applied in advance for the elites of the Inspection Bureau to come and assist in the capture. Most of the members of the investigation team were responsible for monitoring the surroundings. Through the hidden surveillance cameras installed within the campus, Kleinman could see that the target had been lured by the bait and was stepping into the cage he had designed in advance. Kleinman enjoyed this sense of accomplishment as he waited quietly for his prey to come. Just as Kleinman was enjoying this happy moment, there was a knock on the door. The special investigation team member in charge of peripheral intelligence entered the hall. He deliberately lowered his voice as he walked to Kleinman's side and carefully placed a document on the table in front of Kleinman. Kleinman glanced at the document and asked, "What is it?" "Sir, the Inspection Bureau has just received an emergency report. They suspect that it might be related to our current mission, so they sent it over urgently for your decision." Kleinman raised his eyebrows slightly. An emergency? He hated sudden incidents the most. "Yes, thank you." Kleinman retracted his attention from the surveillance camera, opened the document, and read it quickly. Shortly after, Kleinman's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Kiawe. His old friend had asked him to take care of her before he left. But she actually died. Kleinman's face became extremely gloomy, and he felt a little angry as he read the report carefully. Kiawe's car was attacked and she was confirmed dead on the way to the hospital. The Inspection Bureau intervened as soon as they sensed the power fluctuation. They suspected that it was done by the Black Castle. Coincidentally, Kiawe was on the phone when she was attacked. The person that she was talking to over the phone was her team member, Kike. From Kike's questioning, Kiawe sounded very anxious and nervous at that time. She told her that there was a problem with Fang Heng on the phone. Fang Heng? Kleinman thought of Fang Heng. He had his doubts about Fang Heng earlier. But soon, the suspicion of Fang Heng was completely dispelled after a few tests. Kiawe had always been extremely suspicious of Fang Heng. She kept an eye on him and had been secretly investigating him. He had also given his permission for this. In an instant, the suspicion of Fang Heng was magnified infinitely in Kleinman's eyes. Kleinman refused to believe in coincidences. He quickly realized that his judgment was wrong. Indeed, Fang Heng might not have anything to do with the demi-human race incident, but he was most likely related to the Black Castle. Kleinman asked, "Where's Fang Heng?" "He's not at home right now. We're tracking Fang Heng's whereabouts. We've already withdrawn our tracking of him a few days ago. Should we bring him in for questioning for investigation after we find him?" Kleinman hesitated. They still lacked direct evidence. First, he had to deal with the demi-humans. This was the biggest problem. "No, let's keep an eye on him after we locate him first. Don't alert him. If we ascertain that he wants to leave, we can take action and bring him back." Chapter 1824 Arrest. Kleinman halted and emphasized, "Right now, the arrest operation is our priority. All units, report the current situation. Tonight's operation cannot go wrong. Do you understand?" "Understood." As soon as they decided on the battle plan, a player who was monitoring the periphery area through the monitoring platform noticed something and reported, "Leader, we found Fang Heng at Haines School. He's heading towards the Federation's research building." Fang Heng? At this time? He appeared at Haines School? They had just been searching for Fang Heng, and now he had showed up openly in Haines School, right before their eyes. When the investigation team heard this news, they immediately became vigilant. In terms of time, Fang Heng was almost back at Haines School when Kiawe got into trouble. There was no time for him to commit the crime. An investigator spoke subconsciously, "Strange. There's no one in the laboratory at this time. What's he doing there?" Another investigator said, "The demi-human's gathering place is in the old school building area, which is a distance away from Fang Heng's location." Kleinman thought for a moment. There seemed to be a troublemaker in the inescapable net that he had set up. He would not allow anyone to disrupt the capture plan. Send a team over to find Fang Heng. Ask him to come back for interrogation first. Yes. At night, Fang Heng returned to Haines School. He was assured that Black Castle would deal with Kiawe. Now, he needed to go to Haines School to get the last 3 special raw materials that could stimulate the synthesis of the original devouring body. After acquiring the materials, he would leave immediately. He could make it in time. However, Fang Heng did not expect Kiawe to have such extraordinary intuition. He had been targeted the moment he entered the school. As usual, Fang Heng swiped his ID card and entered the laboratory. The relevant special materials were handed over to Tong Jia's research team last night after going through layers of approval. "It ought to be here." Feng Heng checked the records in the laboratory and soon discovered the corresponding materials from the laboratory cabinet. With a light press, the material disappeared from his palm and was placed into his game backpack. Done. It was easy. Items placed in the game backpack could smoothly pass through the periphery item safety detection area. Of course, after the laboratory discovered that the relevant materials were missing, they would soon be able to pinpoint him. However, by then, he would have already run away. Feng Heng successfully passed through the periphery detection area and stepped into the elevator to return. After that, he could leave the city. Regrettably, he only attended half of the school course. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened. Feng Heng frowned. Two people were standing outside the door. They had serious expressions as they focused their gazes on Feng Heng. One of them showed his ID to Feng Heng and said, "Mr. Feng Heng, we are the Federation's investigation team. You are involved in a vicious case. Please come with us." Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Not good. They were from the Federation. How could they move so fast? What ought he do? In an instant, multiple thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. Should he make a move? No way. Haines School might not be a good choice. He could only utilize a backup plan. He would leave the school with them first. Feng Heng had guessed in advance that there might be risks in this operation, so he had prepared a backup plan. The Black Castle Guild would secretly protect him. If something went wrong, Black Castle would choose to ambush the Federation when he was halfway out of Haines School. By then, with the special passive ability of the Undying Body and the special ability to quickly enter the game, Feng Heng believed that it would not be a problem for him to escape. I still have something to do. The research project I am working on is at a critical stage. Without an arrest warrant. Please cooperate with us. The Federation's investigation team member's tone was unquestionable, and he even cast a glance at his companion. The two of them approached Feng Heng from both sides. Feng Heng's face revealed a disgusted expression. He immediately took half a step back and shouted in a low voice, "All right. I know. Don't touch me, I will go with you." "Thank you." The two members of the Inspection Bureau had received instructions beforehand not to make too much noise. Seeing that Feng Heng was willing to cooperate, they escorted him out of the research building. Feng Heng did not show any aggression. After passing through the security check of the research institute, he left with the two investigators. The federal investigator brought Feng Heng to the exit of Haines School, preparing to take Feng Heng to the Inspection Bureau for investigation. Feng Heng asked tentatively, "What happened to Kiaowei?" "You will know when we get to the Inspection Bureau." The investigator was not stupid and was unwilling to reveal more information to Feng Heng. Feng Heng asked a few questions but did not get a response, so he also fell silent. The three of them walked forward without saying a word. Just as the three of them were about to reach the exit, the expressions of the two investigators suddenly changed. They turned to look behind the research building. The two of them heard the urgent cry for help from the party channel in their earphones. "Not good. We've been discovered. Requesting backup. We need to call for backup immediately. Warning. High-level energy reaction detected. Dangerous person discovered. Gu Qingzu, female, 26 years old, massive mutation reaction. The current environment has triggered an extreme danger level signal. It's the demi-human race. High-level demi-humans. Gu Qingzu is a high-level demi-human. Activate the emergency plan. The team members are seriously injured. We need backup. Execute evacuation and lockdown procedures." Feng Heng couldn't hear the conversation on the Federation's walkie-talkie. He saw the two Federation members suddenly stop and look in the direction of a building behind them. He couldn't help but turn to look at the building. Old school building? Whoosh. Feng Heng frowned. Suddenly, he felt an extremely sharp sound in his eardrums. Bang. Immediately after, all the glass windows of the old school building were shattered. What happened? Feng Heng stared at the old school building. He could sense a powerful wave of lifeblood energy seeping out from the direction of the explosion. Judging from the strength of the vitality, that person was extremely powerful. He even had the strength of a leader in an advanced game world. The two federal investigators looked nervous. They looked at each other and then turned to look at Feng Heng. "Take him away from here first." One of the federal investigators took out a pair of handcuffs and gestured at Feng Heng. "It happened so suddenly. Sorry for offending you. I refuse." Feng Heng said coldly and took a step back. The federal investigator was stunned. He realized that Feng Heng's aura had changed. Just a moment ago, he was just an ordinary researcher. When he spoke, Feng Heng's aura changed. "This is an emergency. Please cooperate with us." Before the member of the federal inspection team could finish, the second half of his sentence was stuck in his throat. Chapter 1825 An accident. What the hell? Buzz. Behind Feng Heng, not far from the exit of Haines School, Blue beams of light shot into the sky. Countless blue pillars of light rose from the ground with the Haines School campus as the center and shot into the sky. Looking from above, the blue pillar of light surrounded the school. Ka. The light beams changed slightly and quickly changed their angles. They intertwined in the air and formed a blue net that enveloped the entire Haines School in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The blue light once again spread above the light beam, completely sealing off the sky above Haines School. That was. Fang Heng could sense grave danger from it. Such a big formation? They locked down the entire school? No, the seal should not be targeted at him. It was very likely to be targeted at the powerful lifeblood force that he felt from the old school building. The expressions of the two members of the Federal Investigation Team changed even more when they saw this. Not good. The defensive barrier was activated. What kind of powerful enemy did they encounter that even the elite team of the inspection team could not resist and even took the final safety measures? An urgent shout came from the earpiece again. Team D9, attention. The target, Gu Kingsu, is rapidly approaching you. Please take note. The target is heavily injured. We must intercept her. We need to stall for time. Reinforcements are on their way. When the two members of the Federation's investigation team heard the warning from their earphones, they were shocked. Team D9? Wasn't it the number of their group? The enemy managed to escape from the encirclement of so many elite teams? The two of them could no longer care about Fang Heng. They turned around and looked behind them, their palms sweating. From afar, a figure was rapidly approaching them. Fang Heng also stared at the figure. The other party was extremely fast. Moreover, the strength of his lifeblood was extremely high. Was he the one who caused the violent disturbance in the old school building? Stop. Two members of the Federation's Inspection Bureau tried to block the enemy's path, shouting and quickly throwing out several dark spheres from their hands. Boom. Boom boom. The ball was thrown at the enemy and exploded in the air. A burst of flames covered their vision. Amid the intense burning flames, a figure directly passed through the flames. Bang. The figures intersected. What terrifying power! It was so fast that Fang Heng did not even see how the enemy attacked. After a brief contact, two members of the Federation's investigation team spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Run. Fang Heng immediately dodged to the right. Whoosh. However, the figure did not intend to let him go and chased after him at a close distance. Not good. Fang Heng watched as the enemy quickly closed the distance between them. Minute. He couldn't avoid it. Fang Heng realized that he had been completely locked onto by the enemy's aura, and there was no way for him to dodge. The difference in strength between the two sides was very large. He could only use that move. Hide in the game. Before the attack was about to arrive, Fang Heng closed his eyes tightly. At the same time, the shadow of the magic array appeared under Fang Heng's feet. However, the illusion of the magic array did not spin as quickly as before. In the darkness, Fang Heng saw the ancient wooden door again. However, it was completely different from when he entered the game through the door made of wood in the past. This time, Fang Heng discovered that the wooden door was wrapped in a dense blue net. What was going on? The wooden door was entangled and could not be pushed open. Fang Heng's heart tightened. The blue net made Fang Heng think of the large light beam that enveloped the Haines School. Was it a blockade set up by the Federation? It was a special method aimed at him. He could not enter the game. Fang Heng's expression changed and he opened his eyes abruptly. In front of him, the enemy's right hand had already formed a hand knife, and his fingertips were gently touching his heart. Just a little more and the enemy would be able to easily pierce through his heart with a hand knife. However, the other party stopped at the last moment of the attack. It was only then that Fang Heng saw the enemy's appearance. What the hell? When he saw the face, Fang Heng's pupils dilated dozens of times. His mind went blank for a moment. It was a woman. It was her. Fang Heng stared at the face in front of him. It completely overlapped with the face in his memory. Zai. How could it be her? How was that possible? Although there were a few parts of the face in front of him that were not quite right, and it looked like it had been partially disguised, Fang Heng could connect her with Zai at a glance. Fang Heng was extremely surprised and almost shouted, Zai. Zai's expression changed a little when she heard the name, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Whoosh! Zai quickly pulled her hand back and flew past Fang Heng, heading towards the exit of Haines School. Only then did Fang Heng come back to his senses and turn his head to look at Zai's back, his eyes flashing with incomparable surprise. Zai headed straight for the blue network of defense built outside Haines School. Boom! She threw a punch. The energy wave exploded from the center of the fist and spread out in all directions. A visible airwave spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. Fang Heng quickly raised his arm to block in front of him. The barrier in blue shook violently after the attack. Zai's eyes were cold as she clenched her fists again in the face of the blue barrier. Boom. Another dull crash. A second, stronger wave spread out. The entire blue network of defense surrounding Hain's school shook violently again. Terrifying energy fluctuations. Feng Heng was secretly shocked. When the aftershocks spread out, Feng Heng put down his arm and looked ahead. Zai stood in front of the barrier and her body swayed slightly. The previous fierce battle with the elite team of the Federation's investigation team had consumed most of her strength. She was seriously injured and was already at her limit. After launching the last two attacks with all her might, she finally reached her limit and fainted. Losing power? Feng Heng looked at Zai who had fallen in front of the barrier and frowned. His heart was in a mess. Why was Zai here? And Zai didn't seem to know him? Indeed, his current face was partially disguised, but this basic disguise could not be hidden from Zai. Not good. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat as he turned around to look behind him. In the distance, more than 10 extremely powerful lifeblood fluctuations were rapidly approaching. It was the Federation's investigation team. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to leave immediately. However, the entire Hain school had been completely sealed off by the blue barrier. Feng Heng looked up at the blue defensive barrier outside the school. This was troublesome. Even Zai couldn't break through the network. Ka. Suddenly, the barrier in blue emitted a faint cracking sound. Chapter 1826 Escapee? Tiny cracks appeared on the blue barrier. Then, the cracks gradually expanded and quickly spread to the entire defense net until it exploded with a loud bang. Bang. The blue defensive barrier surrounding Hain's school was instantly shattered. Countless blue specks of energy in the air turned into fragments and scattered. It was broken. Zai. Feng Heng looked down at Zai who was lying on the ground. What should he do with Zai? Take her away. Time was too tight. Sensing that the lifeblood power fluctuations behind him were getting closer and closer, Feng Heng did not have time to think more carefully. He swiftly walked forward and helped the unconscious Zai up, preparing to carry her on his shoulder and take her away. Feng Heng had just pulled Zai up when his heart suddenly moved. What was going on? Zai's expression changed a little. From the outline to the details, there were subtle changes. It was slightly different from before. Just now, Feng Heng was sure that the person in front of him was Zai. But now, just a few subtle changes in her face made Feng Heng hesitate. Was she really Zai? There was something wrong. Feng Heng frowned. Time was too tight for him to think too much. He carried the unconscious Zai on his shoulder and swiftly walked towards the school's right exit. He would meet up with Fauna first. On the roadside, an off-road vehicle was parked not far from Hain's school. Fauna looked at the blue spatial barrier in the distance and was shocked. She had received an order from her superior to come here to receive Feng Heng. If everything went well, she would use the special channels of the Black Castle to evacuate Feng Heng from the city. Fauna never expected that while she was waiting for Feng Heng, a huge energy crystal barrier appeared outside Hain's school. A special barrier was set up by the Federation around Hain's school. When was it set up? The Black Castle had not received any information beforehand. This meant that the Federation must be carrying out some special secret operation. Combined with the powerful energy fluctuations she had sensed from the school, she guessed that the Federation's target was an extremely dangerous person hidden in Hain's school. Is it the demi-human race? Fauna could tell that the powerful barrier net set up outside the school was targeted at demi-humans. Speaking of which, the team from the Black Castle had also reported some irregularities during their last mission. It might be related to demi-humans. Fauna collected her thoughts. She was more concerned about Feng Heng now. Feng Heng had to enter the school at this time. Could he have been dragged into some big trouble? Fauna kept looking in the direction of the school's side entrance, worried. Just as she was hesitating if she should get out of the car to take a look, the barrier outside the school suddenly shattered. Then, she saw a figure swiftly leaving Hain's High School and running towards the spot where her SUV was parked. It was Feng Heng. Did he bring someone with him? Fauna frowned and immediately started the off-road vehicle to chase after Feng Heng. She stopped in front of Feng Heng and rolled down the window. Feng Heng, I am here to pick you up. Let's go, get in the car. Yes. Feng Heng saw that Fauna was picking him up and heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the car door and immediately took Zai to the back seat. The off-road vehicle immediately started and sped out of the city. Feng Heng immediately checked Zai beside him. Zai was seriously injured. Large and small wounds had dyed most of her clothes red, and there were a lot of burn marks on her skin. However, her injuries were slowly recovering. It seemed that Zai also could heal herself. However, this healing ability was far inferior to the immediate effect of the undying body. It seemed that Zai was only temporarily unconscious. She was seriously wounded and suffered a serious backlash from the battle. Fang Heng stared at Zai's face. It was very strange. When he first saw her, he was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Zai in disguise. But now, Fang Heng was not sure. He felt that Zai's face had changed. Words could not describe it. There were only some changes in the details, but it felt like they were two different people. It was very strange. What was this strange illusion? Fauna observed Gu Qingzu's condition through the rearview mirror from time to time. She could not help but ask, "Are you very close to Gu Qingzu?" Gu Qingzu? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and looked up at Fauna in the driver's seat. "She's Gu Qingzu? Do you know her?" Fauna glanced at Fang Heng through the rearview mirror and thought to herself, how can he take her away without even knowing who she is? "I don't know her. I've seen her photo before." Fauna explained, Gu Qingzu is an outstanding graduate from the previous batches of Hain's school. The school's exhibition board still has Gu Qingzu's photo hanging on it. Sometimes she comes to school, but I've never had direct contact with her. Fauna had stayed in the school for a while. She recognized Gu Qingzu at first sight after getting into the car. Fang Heng frowned. Not Zai. It was Gu Qingzu? Who was Gu Qingzu? Or was Gu Qingzu just a disguise for Zai? Fang Heng, the uproar just now was very big. Now that the outside of the city might be sealed off, it might be very unhandy to bring her along. How are you going to deal with it? Fang Heng hesitated. He had an intuition. Regardless of whether the person beside him was Zai or not, she and Zai had an inseparable relationship. Take her with you. I have a lot of questions for her. Help me find a safe place. We will hide first. Okay. I also suggest hiding for a while before leaving. I have a safe place where she can also receive treatment. Thank you. Fang Heng nodded and felt a little more at ease. He turned to look at Gu Qingzu beside him. Gu Qingzu's eyelids moved slightly. She struggled to open her eyes and muttered, "We can't stay. We can't hide. We can only go to the City of Darkness over there." Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he asked, "You're awake?" Gu Qingzu lay on the chair, looking extremely haggard. She had already woken up when she entered the SUV. However, her body had suffered a severe backlash and she could barely move. Her mental state was also extremely weak. It was just that she was not out of danger yet, and she could not determine the identity of Fang Heng and Fauna, so she forced herself to stay awake with her last breath. At this moment, she could roughly tell that Fang Heng and Fauna were not on the same side as the Federation. When she heard the two of them say that they needed to find a place to hide, she forced herself to open her eyes. Gu Qingzu said intermittently, "The Federation. They have set up a special barrier around Hain's school against our people. Even if the barrier is fractured by an external force, the people inside the barrier will also be affected. We have all left a special mark when the barrier exploded. The Federation will track us through the mark. They are already on their way to catch up. I can't hide. Go to City of Darkness." Chapter 1827 City of Darkness. After Gu Qingzu finished her last sentence, her head tilted and she fainted again. Fauna had been observing Gu Qingzu through the rearview mirror. When she saw that she had fainted again, she could not help but frown. She thought for a moment and asked, "Fang Heng, she just said that she was from the same race. Is she a demi-human?" Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Indeed, the defensive barrier that was set up by the Federation was targeted at the demi-human race. Combined with Gu Qingzu's words just now, it was very likely that she was a demi-human. Therefore, he was just unlucky this time. He happened to encounter such a thing when he went to school to steal things. Fang Heng nodded and replied, "Very likely." Fauna asked, "How credible do you think her words are?" Fang Heng nodded again and pondered. After Gu Qingzu broke the outer barrier just now, the stars that fell when it exploded were very likely to be the traces left behind by the barrier. Fang Heng tried to close his eyes again. Not good. There was still a blue net seal on the wooden door to enter the game. His strength in the game was still sealed. He was in big trouble. Fang Heng opened his eyes and nodded as he replied, "Yes, it should be true." He then asked, "What kind of place is the City of Darkness?" "It's a special area. That place can block the perception and tracking of the outside world to a large extent. The Federation's control over that area is very low. Many factions have gathered together to occupy that area. They're all small fries who can't be seen in public. They're just a motley crew." Fang Heng asked as he glanced at the unconscious Gu Qingzu, "Is there anything else you can do to avoid the Federation's investigation?" Fauna thought for a moment and shook her head. She said, "There are indeed a few places that can avoid being tracked by the outside world. However, I can't confirm the type of tracking mark that is left on your body. I can't guarantee that it will be effective. The City of Darkness is indeed the most suitable place. Alright, let's go to the City of Darkness. Haynes School. In the Federation Command Center, the entire Special Investigation Team was working at full speed. The first phase of the mission was not completed perfectly. Gu Qingzu, the hidden leader behind Sangdazi, broke through the blockade of the inspection team's elites at the last moment and escaped from the besieged area. The higher-ups of the Federation's Inspection Bureau were furious. They immediately sent out an even stronger special team, demanding that the suspect, Gu Qingzu, be arrested and brought to justice. Kleinman was extremely excited. He had caught a big fish, and it was an unexpected big fish. However, Gu Qingzu's strength had exceeded Kleinman and the Federation's Inspection Bureau's expectations. The enemy was so strong that she could break through the encirclement of the Federation's investigation team. Team leader, we've successfully captured Sangdazi and Chipo. Both of them are seriously injured and exhausted. They're being sent to a special medical institution for treatment. The situation doesn't look good. In addition, Gu Qingzu is seriously injured. She has already broken through the school's periphery barrier and is currently fleeing. The casualties of the Inspection Bureau are still being tabulated. According to your instructions, all the entrances and exits of the city have been sealed off. The Inspection Bureau has already mobilized special elites to pursue Gu Qingzu. I believe there will be feedback soon. Kleinman nodded lightly. He had already laid down an inescapable net. Gu Qingzu? She definitely couldn't escape. Kleinman was already thinking about his next step. When Gu Qingzu was caught, he would use Gu Qingzu as a starting point to eradicate the demi-human race forces hidden in the Central Federation cities. Kleinman pondered and noticed that his subordinate had not left and asked, "Is there anything else?" "It's about Feng Heng. We're currently conducting a personnel investigation. When the incident happened, the two members who arrested Feng Heng were seriously injured and unconscious. We found that Feng Heng has temporarily disappeared." "Yes." Kleinman's expression darkened. "He's still in school, right? Find him and arrest him immediately. We haven't found Feng Heng for the time being." In addition, the probe team found that there was another marked person who escaped with Gu Qingzu. "There were companions?" Kleinman asked. "Who is it?" The subordinate said hesitantly, "We're investigating. We haven't confirmed the target's identity yet. We believe that person is Feng Heng." Under the night sky, Fauna drove her car all the way. On the way, she contacted the team from the Black Castle through a special channel. The location of the City of Darkness is outside the city. The incident that just happened in Haynes School had a huge impact. The Federation has set up a periphery blockade of the city. We will break through from the small road later. We will run into the Federation's obstruction during this period. Fauna reminded, "Don't worry, our people are already in position. They will help us break through the Federation's defense line." "Thank you. I owe you a favor again." Fauna nodded and replied, "You're welcome, Feng Heng. Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. Trust me, compared to what you've helped us with, this is nothing." Feng Heng remembered this favor and glanced at Gu Qingzu, who was unconscious beside him. He didn't know if meeting Gu Qingzu was a good thing or a bad thing. The temporary loss of the ability to enter the game was a huge weakness for him. Gu Qingzu should have a way to recover. Feng Heng had a strong premonition that through Gu Qingzu, he would be able to figure out his secret. Soon, the sounds of intense battle could be heard in front of them. The Federation had already sealed off all the exits of the city as soon as they received the order from their superiors. But the entire city was huge. It was impossible to completely cut off all the entrances and exits in a short period. The plan that the Black Castle had prepared in advance was now showing its effect. They had arranged the escape route and were ready to fight the Federation head-on. Now was the perfect time. The Black Castle team had made their move in advance and cleared the obstacles for Fauna. Fauna drove the off-road vehicle smoothly through the blockade set up by the Federation and made a detour in the direction of the City of Darkness. "Thank you." Seeing that he was out of danger, Feng Heng relaxed a little. He thanked her again and asked, "By the way, you haven't told me what kind of place the City of Darkness is." Fauna explained after some thought, "It's hard to give an exact definition. Do you know about the game Rift? Is it related to the game?" "Yes, in recent years, the boundary between the world and the game has been gradually disappearing. Game rifts have appeared all over the world, and the frequency is increasing. The various regions and the Federation have been repairing new game rifts, and the investment in recent years has also been increasing. Most of the worlds connected to the game rifts are different, and most of them are one-way transportation channels. They can only enter our world from the other side. Once the rift appears, it will often cause a great disturbance in the local area. By the way, you've been to the Necromancer Association. The Death Realm crevice is also a type of game rift. Some rifts can be destroyed by the Federation, but there are also a few rifts that cannot be destroyed, so they can only be sealed. There is still a small portion of the seal that cannot be completely removed. The Federation can only lock the periphery areas. Chapter 1828 Black Fog. Fauna paused and looked ahead. She said, the rifts in the City of Darkness are extremely difficult to deal with, but it's still alright. Very few unknown creatures appear from the rifts in the City of Darkness. It's one of the least dangerous types. After observing the rift for a few years, the Federation adjusted the danger rating to the lowest level and designated the area around the rift as a forbidden area. There are special strength fluctuations in the City of Darkness area. Any communication and energy perception will be blocked after entering the area. This is extremely special. After that, the criminals discovered that the perception barrier could avoid a lot of trouble, so they all carried out some shady transactions in the rift area. As more and more people gathered, several small forces jointly established an underground trading point there. It is widely known as the City of Darkness. Feng Heng understood. The City of Darkness was probably an underground platform jointly built by several small underground forces doing some shady things in the dark. Fauna drove the car for more than 2 hours before slowing down and stopping at the edge of a forest. Feng Heng checked his phone. They had not officially entered the City of Darkness area, and their cell phone signal had completely lost its signal more than 10 minutes ago. Feng Heng stuck his head out of the car window and looked out. There were a few thatched cottages built by the forest. It was already late at night, and the lights in the thatched cottages were still on. Feng Heng, wait for me. Fauna said as she got out of the car and walked into one of the thatched cottages alone. Soon, Fauna left the thatched cottage with a cloth bag. She got back into the car and threw the cloth bag to Feng Heng in the back seat. What is this? Feng Heng opened the cloth bag and found that there were tiny shells inside. They are polar blue clam shells and have been processed with a special technique. Each one has a special mark. The inside of the City of Darkness is almost isolated from all communication with the outside world. It's also impossible to use the internet, and even games are not allowed. Therefore, most of the transactions inside are barter trade. Fauna continued to explain, these shells are hard currency. The few thatched cottages outside are an exchange point. You can use the shells here to exchange for Federation currency. One shell is worth 100,000 Federation coins. Alright. Fauna continued to drive the off-road vehicle forward until she stopped in front of a catacomb. We're here. Feng Heng helped Gu Qingzu out of the car. In front of him was a mountain wall and there was a catacomb entrance on the wall. This is one of the entrances to the catacomb in the City of Darkness. Follow me. Fauna turned on the flashlight and stepped into the catacomb first, leading the way. There are many entrances to the City of Darkness, and the Federation will need a lot of manpower to guard this place completely. At first, Liu Anbing was worried that the game rift would spread, so the guards were very tight. After a scant years, they found that the rift was not dangerous, so to save money, they gradually weakened the defense strength. Later, this place was discovered by someone with ulterior motives. At first, it was just some small organizations and some people's private activities. Later on, it gradually developed on a large scale. A few small local forces joined forces to completely occupy this place and set the rules. The Federation has completely wiped out the forces in the City of Darkness several times before. However, after each annihilation, the City of Darkness would rise again within a scant months. Feng Heng nodded and said, it's understandable. Fauna reminded softly, don't look down on just a few small forces. Players from major forces often gather information and trade in the City of Darkness. It's also very dangerous inside. Yes, I understand. Entering the catacomb, several forks soon appeared in front of them. Fauna wasn't familiar with the interior of the City of Darkness. She took out the map she had just bought in the small wooden house and compared it to the map. After walking for about 10 minutes, Feng Heng heard the sound of water flowing in front of them. At some point in time, the surroundings were enveloped in a dark fog. Walking in the fog, Feng Heng realized that his perception had also decreased significantly, in addition to his visual range. It was related to this unidentified fog. As Feng Heng thought about it, a layer of red darkness appeared in his pupils. With the help of the night vision ability of the vampire bloodline, he could see further. There was an underground lake ahead. There were a scant small boats floating on the lake. Many people were gathered by the lakeside, looking over. When Feng Heng got closer, one of them waved at them and said, "Hey! Are you going to the City of Darkness?" Fauna whispered to Feng Heng, "I came here once with my companions when I was on a mission, so I am not very familiar with this place. The inner city of the City of Darkness can only be reached after crossing the river. Let's go in and take a look. We will find a place to treat Gu Qingzu first. We will make plans after she wakes up." "Alright." Feng Heng nodded and followed Fauna to the lakeside. The group of people on the lake shore seemed to be in cahoots. "Looks like you guys have met an enemy, right?" A short and skinny old man walked up to him immediately. He saw Fauna and Fang Heng's unfamiliar faces and noticed Gu Qingzhou on Fang Heng's back. He smiled and said, "You've come to the right place. I guarantee that your enemies won't be able to find you. The entrance fee is very cheap. 2 polar blue clam shells." Fauna immediately threw a small bag filled with polar blue shells at the old man. "We will be staying here for a scant days. We need someone to accompany us the entire time. I am happy to be of service to the 2 bosses." The old man opened the bag and took a look. He immediately smiled with wrinkles all over his face. He called out, "Ziaki, they need a guide. Take them there. Be smart. You have to let the boss know that their money is worth it." "All right." On the lake, a dark-skinned young man on the kayak agreed. He drove the kayak closer to the people on the shore and waved at them, "Bosses, please board." Fang Heng carried Gu Qingzhou and jumped onto the kayak. Ziaki didn't look very old. He smiled honestly and waited for Fang Heng and Fauna to sit down before driving the kayak along the underground lake. "Are the 2 bosses looking for a doctor?" "There's only one relatively large medical center in our city of darkness. The others are all small individual clinics. To be honest, their standards are very ordinary. The bosses don't seem to be short of money. It's better to go to a large medical center." "Yes. After we enter the city, take us to a medical center to settle down." "All right." The kayak went deeper into the underground river, and the black fog around it became thicker and thicker. Fang Heng's perception was suppressed again. He tried to reach out his hand. The strange black fog was slightly different from the outside. The black fog seemed to be attracted by something unmoved closer to the humans. This caused their bodies to be enveloped in a faint layer of black mist. Once they were far away, everyone seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black fog, and it was challenging to see their faces clearly. Chapter 1829. Fang Heng muttered in his heart and tried to perceive the black fog. The black fog had a kind of absorption effect on his perception. At least for now, the black fog around his body did not have any negative effects on his body. Half an hour later, the kayak gradually converged into the main river along the river. After advancing for more than 10 minutes, it arrived at the river bank. A city built in an underground cave appeared before Fang Heng's eyes. The city was completely built underground. Coupled with the influence of the strange black fog, the communication system was completely ineffective, causing the entire city to be isolated from the outside world. After getting off the boat, Ziaki brought Fang Heng and Fauna into the city. It was already midnight, but the inside of the City of Darkness still looked lively. People could be seen hurrying along the streets. Everyone kept quiet at the same time. Their bodies were covered in a thin layer of black fog, adding a sense of solemnity and strangeness to the underground city. "Is this your first time here? Let me give you a brief introduction. The Ghost Market is the largest trading market in our City of Darkness. You guys came at the right time. There will be many good things at the end of every month. You might be able to find some treasures. I heard that someone has found a holy weapon before." Ziaki introduced the place as he led Fang Heng and Fauna forward, "but there are also many scammers. If you 2 want to go shopping, you can bring me along. I might not be able to differentiate the good stuff, but I can help the bosses avoid the fakes." Fauna interrupted, "Take us to the medical center first." "All right, bosses, please follow me." Ziaki saw that the 2 of them were not interested in the ghost market, so he stopped talking and enthusiastically led the way. The City of Darkness itself is not big. In front of us is the only medical center in the city. "Oh right, this is the first time both of you are here. There are some things I have to remind the bosses so as not to delay your schedule." Fauna was as cold as ever as she said, "Yes, go ahead." Although the City of Darkness is not big, it is jointly managed by several gangs. The managers here usually wear hats with blue gemstones inlaid on them. If the leader encounters any disputes in the city, you can look for them. They can guarantee our safety to a certain extent. Theoretically, fighting and killing are prohibited in the City of Darkness. Of course, you also know this kind of thing can't be avoided. It's better to be careful. Also, I wonder if you have heard of the Monk Gang? They are usually in the outer city and rarely seen in the city. If you encounter them outside the city, it's best not to have a conflict with them. Hearing this, Fauna frowned. She had never heard of this gang before. The Monk Gang? A very powerful gang? You seem to be very afraid of them from what you said? Haha, compared to the 2 bosses, it's naturally not worth mentioning. Ziaki laughed and continued to explain. The Monk Gang is a small syndicate that just entered the City of Darkness 2 years ago. After that, they have a firm foothold here. They are usually active in the outer city. The City of Darkness was not big. It was divided into 2 urban areas, the north and south. The entire southern district was the Ghost Market area, while the northern district was a living area. Other than that, there were very few people outside the city. After a few turns, they entered a medical center under Ziaki's lead. Ziaki was familiar with the medical center. As long as they had enough money, Zyaki could invite the head to treat Gu Kingzu personally. The head of the medical center roughly examined the unconscious Gu Kingzu, and there was a strange look in his eyes. A terrifying self-healing ability. The head immediately knew that he had encountered an extraordinary person. His tone became more cautious as he looked at Feng Heng and said, "Dear guests, the patient's injuries are very serious. Fortunately, the patient's physical condition is very good and she is already recovering on her own. There won't be any major problems. Our medical facilities are limited here. I will prescribe some medicine to assist in conservative treatment." The head thought about his words and continued, "Given her physical condition, she'll wake up tomorrow. I'm sure the patient has a better therapy plan than me. Alright, we'll stay here for a while." Fauna handed over a small bag filled with clamshells and said, "Help us arrange 2 rooms." Beside them, the medical apprentice walked forward and said, "Yes, dear guests, please follow me. I'll bring you to your accommodation." "Wait a minute." Feng Heng reached out to stop the apprentice. He looked at the head and asked, "There's a tracking mark on the patient's body. Do you have any way to remove it?" "Sir, you think too highly of us. We can only perform some basic therapy here. At most, we can treat external injuries. We can't deal with the tracking mark you mentioned." Zyaki blinked as he listened. This was not what the head had uttered in the past. It was said that as long as enough money was given, he could cure all diseases. Why was he so humble today? "Okay, I got it. Sorry for the trouble." Feng Heng nodded and followed the apprentice to the backyard. Fauna still had some doubts about Gu Kingzu. She discussed it with Feng Heng and decided to stay alone to take care of Gu Kingzu. Feng Heng would stay alone in the room next door. Feng Heng returned to his room, washed up, sat on the bed, and tried to enter the game again. He closed his eyes. The entrance to the game appeared in front of him again. It was troublesome. The door was still sealed by the blue seal. Moreover, there was no sign of it weakening. Feng Heng tried to push it forward. It couldn't be pushed open. The blue seal wrapped around the door tightly. It was not something that he could push open with a casual push. It seemed that he could not use this move to enter the game at the moment. Feng Heng thought to himself. He could only stay in the City of Darkness for a while and wait for Gu Kingzu to wake up tomorrow morning to see the situation. Gu Kingzu might have a better understanding of seals and knew how to break them. Feng Heng opened his eyes and lay on the bed. Yesterday, he was still an excellent student who was learning skills in school. Today, he suddenly became a fugitive hunted by the Federation. The change happened too quickly. Feng Heng tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well go outside and take a walk. What if he could find a way to undo the tracking spell in the City of Darkness? As he thought about it, Feng Heng got out of bed and greeted Fauna, who was next door, before returning to the hall of the medical center. Zyaki was sitting on a chair and chatting with the apprentices in the clinic. When he saw Feng Heng, he immediately went up to him. "Boss, are you used to living here? What can I do for you?" Feng Heng nodded and said, "Yes. Someone cast a tracking spell on me." Zyaki immediately understood. He nodded and said, "Boss, there are a few in the City of Darkness that can solve this problem. They are all excellent at it. Do you know what kind of tracking technique they have set up?" Feng Heng shook his head. "That's a little troublesome. I'll take you to the biggest one first. I'm more familiar with that one. There's no problem with the technology and the service is the best. The price is a little high, but I won't charge you if they can't solve it." "Okay, lead the way." Chapter 1830 Appraisal. An hour later, after going around in circles, Feng Heng and Zyaki returned to the entrance of the City of Darkness. Zyaki's face was bitter. They had tried more than 10 of them. Not to mention undoing the seal, none of them could even tell that Mr. Feng Heng had a tracking seal on him. Zyaki suspected that if he didn't follow him, Mr. Feng would have been beaten out as a troublemaker. "Mr. Feng, I am sorry. We saw the last one just now." "Forget it." Feng Heng waved his hand. He didn't have much hope, so he wasn't disappointed. The tracking level of the seal on his body was very high. Furthermore, it was targeted at the demi-humans. It was normal for ordinary people to not be able to tell. "Boss, are we going back now?" "No, we're already here. Let's go to the ghost market on the way." "Alright, boss, let me provide some recommendations." Hearing about the ghost market, Zyaki suddenly became interested and led Feng Heng to the ghost market in the southern city. The entire City of Darkness was not big. The ghost market was the most lively area in the city, and it was jointly managed by several sects that occupied the ghost market. At the entrance, players could rent a marked sign. With a sign, one could set up a stall at the corresponding stall. There were stalls on both sides of the streets of the ghost market, and the locations and stalls varied in size. The prices were also different. If they encountered any disputes in the ghost market, they could seek help from the sects to resolve them. "Boss, The rules of the ghost market are that you pay for the goods. As long as the transaction is completed, no one will care even if you go back on your word immediately. In addition, most of the ghost markets are fake and defective. Of course, there are also good things, but most of them come from shady sources. You have to be more careful when you go out and use them. Zyaki lowered his voice and whispered into his ear, also, boss, the few stalls closest to the entrance are controlled by a few big gangs. The goods they sell are all verified and basically all fake. If you want to pick up the leftovers, you have to go to those small stalls. Yes. The ghost market was filled with black fog just like the outside world. Everyone was covered in a thin layer of fog. Fang Heng strolled, following Zyaki's reminder. He avoided a few large stalls at the entrance and strolled around some small stalls with interest. In the past, he had bought most of the items related to the game online. This was the first time he had visited a stall in the offline world. Most of the stalls sold interesting gadgets. After visiting a few stalls, Fang Heng quickly realized something. The ghost market and the City of Darkness were too compatible. The black fog in the City of Darkness could absorb perception, which would greatly affect the buyer's judgment of the items for sale. However, it did not affect him much. Fang Heng stopped in front of a stall and focused his attention on a jade talisman. A faint dark light flashed on the jade talisman. Can I take a look? The young stall owner sat on a small stool behind the stall. He glanced at Fang Heng and smiled, boss, you have good eyes. The rules of the ghost market are that you can touch it, but you can't take it. Fang Heng reached out to touch the jade talisman. When his fingers touched the jade talisman, he felt a cold feeling. Necromancy. Fang Heng immediately sensed something and raised his head to ask, how much? At the same time, a line of game notifications appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Ding! The player has discovered a special item Ghost Curse Jade Talisman. Item, Ghost Curse Jade Talisman. Level, B. Description, an excellent exhibit for the graduating students of the Necromancer Association. Its highlight is that it can automatically absorb energy from the environment to recharge, achieving the effect of repeated use. Description, after use, randomly release 1-2 low-level necromancy spells on targets within range. After use, it will take 24 hours to charge. In special environments, charging speed will fluctuate. The stall owner extended a palm to Fang Heng and said, 500, or something I'd like to exchange for. Huh, it's too expensive. Fang Heng put down the jade talisman in his hand and stood up to leave. He couldn't help but laugh. According to the valuation, it was equivalent to 50 million Federation coins. To purchase such a thing? He was asking for an exorbitant price. After thinking about it, Fang Heng felt that he couldn't make such a complete evaluation. Low-tier undead spells were mostly very weak and couldn't play a decisive role at the current stage. Moreover, they were random spells and were too unstable. However, the fact that it didn't need to expend spiritual energy and use it repeatedly was the highlight of this jade talisman. To normal people, this jade talisman was very useful. Along the way, Fang Heng realized that most of the stalls were selling fake goods. Some of them were indeed low-end items in the game. Without exception, they were all extremely expensive, and they were not very useful to him. Zyaki followed behind Fang Heng, and the way he looked at Fang Heng was also a little strange. All the items that Mr. Fang had set his eyes on and asked for a price for were worth at least 100 clamshells. This foresight. Even the sex elderly was not as powerful as him. After strolling around for a while, Fang Heng's curiosity waned. That was true. How could there be so many leaks for him to pick up? For the remaining 2/3 of the journey, Fang Heng took a quick look around, preparing to go back early. Fang Heng stopped in front of a stall. Before he arrived, many people had already gathered in front of a stall. The young man sitting behind the stall looked a little vigilant. He sat on the ground and looked around from time to time. Seeing so many people surrounding him, Fang Heng was a little curious, so he went closer to take a look. There were some decorations placed in front of the stall. They looked a little old. Candles, candlesticks, crystal decorations, porcelain bottles, broken stones, wooden blocks with patterns, and so on. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. This is... Fang Heng noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but squat down. Through his perception, he could distinguish some things. All the items in front of the stall could absorb perception without exception. It had similar characteristics to the black fog that enveloped the City of Darkness. The two were related. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to reach out to touch the candlestick. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown special item candle stand, unappraised, an unappraised item. Interesting. Along the way, they finally found something interesting. Most low-level items did not need to be appraised. The appearance of an unidentified entry meant that there might be something good. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention around him, Feng Hang lowered his head and pulled down the brim of his hat. Swoosh! The reflection of an alchemy array appeared in his right eye. The alchemy array spun rapidly. The omniscient eye. Special effect appraisal. Blood flowed out of his eyes. Ding! The player has consumed health point and magic point to appraise the target item. Ding! Appraisal successful. Item candle stand is surrounded by an aura. Type: ritual item. Effect: when carrying out certain mystical rituals, it can have a favorable or adverse effect on the ceremony. The probability of success of the ritual will fluctuate by around 1% to plus 1.5%. Chapter 1831 Ritual Item. A ritual item. Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder that the items placed on the stall could emit a similar aura. The aura came from the same source as the aura that enveloped the entire City of Darkness. Could the City of Darkness be related to it? Feng Hang couldn't help but have an idea. He looked up at the stall owner and asked, "The price?" 50. All of them. 1. Choose any one. No matter how big or small, it's the same price. Feng Hang threw a small bag full of shells over and said, "I want one." "Friend, you know about this?" Feng Hang turned his head to look. The middle-aged man who had been watching from the side cupped his hands at him and handed over a small bag of shells. "Little brother, to be honest with you, I also feel that this thing is a little interesting. However, I really can't tell what it is. I feel that it's strange. Can you help me solve my doubts?" "Yes." Feng Hang took the clamshells and picked the glass bottle with the strongest absorption ability from a stall based on his perception. He casually mentioned, "It's a ritual item. The aura on it is very similar to the aura in the City of Darkness." "Thank you, little brother." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at the boss. He said, "Boss, I want 5. The stall owner put away the clamshells and nodded. "Choose." The stall owner had just finished counting the shells and stuffed them into his backpack when he suddenly saw something and his expression changed. He was even more nervous than before, and there was even a hint of panic. He urged, "Stop picking. It's all the same, hurry up. Hurry up." The middle-aged man was unwilling. He frowned and replied, "I've already spent money. Why are you in such a hurry?" Feng Hang looked back curiously. Behind them, a group of people led by a monkey-faced player came to explore the stalls one by one. The stall owner had noticed them. Coincidentally, the young man who led the way raised his head and saw them. He seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at the stall owner and shouted, "Over there. It's him. Take him down. Don't let any of them leave." The people following behind the young man immediately squeezed through the crowd and pounced on the stall owner. The stall owner's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He did not even want the things on the stall anymore and pushed aside the crowd to escape in a hurry. "Ha! Do you still want to run? Chase after him." Whoosh! Swoosh! Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat. The black fog surrounding the stall owner showed a weak fluctuation. The fog under his feet quickly condensed into a ball and wrapped around the stall owner's ankle. Plop! The stall owner suddenly felt as if something had grabbed his feet tightly. He staggered and lost his balance, falling forward and then onto the ground. A group of people behind him immediately rushed forward to subdue him and pull him up. "Take him away." A group of people quickly surrounded the people who had gathered in front of the stall. The middle-aged man in the lead took half a step forward and stood in front of everyone. There was an obvious scar on his face, which looked extremely terrifying and gave people a ferocious feeling. "I am Monk Gang's Yin Mo." Yin Mo paused as he spoke. He looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This person just broke into the Monk Gang's holy land. The things he sells here are all stolen from the Holy Land. Everything belongs to the Holy Land. We need to reclaim them." "The Monk Gang?" Feng Hang was curious. Previously, he had heard Xiaki talk about the Monk Gang. This group of people gathered outside the City of Darkness most of the time. What was this holy place they were talking about? "Hey!" A middle-aged man with a bald head and a thick neck among the crowd snorted and said, "I don't know about the Monk Gang. I only know that I bought it from him. There's no reason for me to hand it over. I pay for it, and I get it. This is the rule here. You can't break the rule with just a word." The other gamers naturally did not want to return the items they had spent a lot of money on, so they started to cheer. Yin Mo nodded at one of his subordinates beside him. The latter immediately took out a bag filled with clamshells and threw it over. "Can we do it now?" The bald man opened the bag and took a look. He put on a posture of raising the price. "You want to buy it now, right? What a coincidence, I still want to sell it. I just spent 50 yuan on it. If you want it now, you have to double it." Upon hearing this, the people from the Monk Gang behind Yin Mo surrounded him. Yin Mo reached out to stop his subordinates give it to him. The subordinate reluctantly took out another bag of polar blue clam shells and threw it at the middle-aged man. Hee, you guys are really rich. The bald man weighed the bag in his hand and sighed, but I am sorry, I changed my mind. I am not selling it. Ianmo stared at that person and asked, how much do you want? 10 times. Ianmo suddenly narrowed his eyes. Coupled with the scar on his face, he looked exceptionally fierce. The thick-necked bald man was naturally confident in his aggressiveness. He did not come alone. The dozen or so people behind him had also gathered together to get into position. Feng Heng could not help but take a small step back. That was strange. He was just buying something. How did he get involved in such a mess? Didn't they say that the ghost market's security was alright? Feng Heng reached out to touch the glass bottle hidden in his pocket. Whoosh! The glass bottle flickered slightly and was stored in the game Space Warp backpack. Woo-woo. Seeing that both sides were about to start fighting, suddenly, the entire ghost market was filled with the sound of chirping. What was going on? The people from the Monk gang heard the cry and looked at Ianmo. Ianmo frowned and said, pack your things. Let's go. The people of the Monk gang did not delay any longer. They immediately packed up the remaining stalls and quickly evacuated from the ghost market. When the remaining players in the ghost market heard the alarm, their expressions changed. The stall owners acted as if they were facing a great enemy and began to pack up. It was strange. What's wrong? Just a moment ago, it looked as if there was going to be a fight, but now they were going to leave? Feng Heng was doubtful and looked at Xiaki. What's wrong? It's an emergency signal from the City of Darkness. There are intruders. Intruders. Xiaki was also nervous. He nodded and said, yes, they are from the Federation. Feng Heng suddenly felt that something was wrong. As soon as they arrived in the City of Darkness, the Union began to take action against the City of Darkness. He believed that there was a connection between the two. This has happened in the past. From time to time, the people of the Union would carry out a wave of crackdowns in the City of Darkness to boost their performance. However, in recent years, the people of the prominent factions in the City of Darkness would spend money to bribe them. There are rarely such sudden surges. Xiaki felt that the situation wasn't looking good and hurriedly said, Boss, the situation doesn't look good. The alarm level this time is the highest. Let's go back to the clinic to take a look. Okay, let's go back first. Chapter 1832 The Pursuit Outside the Cave at the Periphery of the City of Darkness. 2 hours ago, the Federation confirmed that Gu King Zuzora had disappeared from the City of Darkness. The Federation requested for immediate action. It only took less than an hour for the Federation to seal off the periphery of the City of Darkness. Gu Qingzu was the biggest target of the Federation's mission this time. They definitely couldn't let her go. Kleinman had heard of the game rift in the City of Darkness. The Central Federation had too many troublesome matters to deal with. They could not always deploy manpower to guard the rift, nor could they think of a way to permanently resolve the rift. Every time the city was completely cleaned up, there would be a lack of follow-up effective control, and it would soon rise again. Aside from the Central Inspection Bureau, the Federation's military was also involved in this operation. The higher-ups had already issued orders. In addition to capturing Gu Qingzu, the entire City of Darkness was to be thoroughly cleaned up. In the conference room, the commander of the Federation's military, Zhu Chen, looked around at everyone. The inside of the City of Darkness is filled with a black fog that blocks perception. This will greatly affect our operations. We will slow down and gradually enter the City of Darkness to investigate to prevent the target from escaping in the chaos. Minister Zhu, you're thoughtful. The military will be in charge of the battle. The Inspection Bureau will provide information on Gu Qingzu's location. We will give you feedback as soon as we have any information. If you need anything else, we will cooperate. Kleinman nodded and said, our investigation team will also provide all kinds of information and cooperate with the military. Thank you. Soon, Kleinman heard the sounds of fight coming from outside the temporary camp. The players inside the City of Darkness had noticed that something was wrong and were trying to break through the various secret passages. The few small gangs that controlled the City of Darkness were no match for the Federation's military. Soon, the sounds of fighting gradually stopped, and the first batch of players who tried to escape were arrested without exception. At the same time, in the City of Darkness, Feng Heng hurried back to the medical center. Gu Qingzu's self-recovery ability was not bad. After resting for a while, the external injuries on her body had mostly recovered. With Fauna's help, she changed into a set of clean clothes. How's the situation? She's still unconscious. There seems to be trouble outside? Feng Heng nodded and said, it's the Federation. They're here. Fauna frowned and looked at Feng Heng, saying, they should be looking for us. What shall we do? Think of a way to leave? Feng Heng shook his head. Not good. The Federation's goal was to capture Gu Qingzu. With their usual style, they would most likely set up heavy guards at the exits outside the City of Darkness. Escaping in a rush was just walking into a trap. Secondly, the Federation followed the mark on their bodies. If they stayed in the City of Darkness, they could still use the strange black fog inside the City of Darkness to track them. Once they left the City of Darkness, they would lose the protection of the black fog. Even if they could break through the periphery, they would still be pursued by the Federation. Instead of running, it was better to think of a way to hide. Soon, the medical center became chaotic and noisy. The situation looked worse. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Zyaki shouted from outside the door, "Bosses. Is it convenient for me to come in?" Fauna opened the door. "Mr. Fang." On the way back, Zyaki and Fang Hang separated temporarily and went to find out what was happening outside. At this time, he had received first-hand information and rushed back to report. "Lightsnville, how's the situation outside?" "I've just checked. It's very bad. The people of the Federation have obstructed all the entrances and exits outside our city. It looks like they're going to clear our city completely. I will take both of you and evacuate through the emergency exit first. Can we leave?" Zyaki nodded repeatedly and said, "We've been making a living in the City of Darkness, so we know a few hidden entrances and exits. We can take advantage of the chaos and escape through the small exits. Hurry up, or it will be too late." "No, we're not leaving." Fang Hang shook his head and refused. He asked, "You're very familiar with the City of Darkness. Do you know where we can conceal here? Hide?" Zyaki's face showed doubt when he heard that. If there was a chance to run, why not? What did he mean by hiding? "Bosses, it's very dangerous to stay here." Fauna interrupted coldly, "There is, or not? Answer my question." Zyaki shuddered. Yes. Uncle Liu built an emergency safety zone in the middle of the secret passage for safety. We can conceal there, but it's still too dangerous. Once the safety zone is discovered, we won't be able to escape. Take us there first." This. Zyaki saw that Fang Hang and Fauna were determined. He nodded helplessly and said, "All right, bosses, follow me." Fang Hang carried the unconscious Gu Qingzhou on his back and left the room with them. Most of the people in the hall of the medical center had already left, and it looked like a mess. When the news of the Federation besieging the outside of the City of Darkness reached the city, the entire city was in chaos. Different from the previous main passage, this time Zyaki brought Fang Hang and the others to a dark river in the west of the city. "Bosses, please wait here for a moment. I will go and sail the boat," Zyaki said and jumped into the river. Soon, Zyaki poked his head out of the lake and swam towards the wooden pier, pulling out the wooden boat hidden below. "Boss, hurry up and get on the boat. The passage is just." As Zyaki spoke, he noticed Fang Hang and the others' gazes and couldn't help but look behind him. On the surface of the lake, more than 10 small boats were rapidly rowing towards them. Zyaki saw the figure standing on the leading wooden boat. His eyes lit up. He waved and shouted, "Uncle Liang." Uncle Liang's expression was a little ugly. When the ship approached, he said to Fang Hang and the others, "There's no need to board the ship. Go back. The Federation is serious this time. All the exits outside have been sealed. Going there would only be sending yourself to death." Zyaki became even more nervous when he heard that. This. The middle-aged man behind Uncle Liang said, "What bad luck. We were just thinking of taking you guys away. We didn't expect to meet the people from the Federation's military. In the end, we were almost killed." While everyone was getting off the boat, Uncle Liang said, "The people who came this time are all from the Federation's military. They're too strong, and they're very cautious. They didn't chase us when they met us. They searched carefully along the way. The few temporary safety points we set up definitely can't escape their eyes." Fang Hang and Fauna exchanged glances. Even the Federation's military was mobilized. The last trace of hope was dispelled. There was no doubt that the Federation was here to find them. Chapter 1833 Gang Bosses, the Federation's arrival this time is strange. I am afraid we can't hide from them. If the two bosses don't have any trouble with them, why don't you just stay here? You can come out very quickly after being locked up in the Federation for a few days. There's no need to risk your lives with us. Uncle Liang paused and then said, "Otherwise, you can only go back with us and meet up with the local forces in the City of Darkness. If we gather together, we might be able to find a way out." All right. Surrendering and waiting for death was not an option. They had to try if there was a chance of survival. Fauna said coldly, "Uncle Liang, there's no need to test us. We're in as much trouble as you are. Surrendering is impossible. I will just go with you." Good. Without further ado, everyone immediately took action and returned to the inner part of the City of Darkness. Fang Hang felt that things were getting more and more troublesome. If he was alone, Perhaps he could use the strength of the Black Fog to find a way to play hide-and-seek with the Federation in the City of Darkness. However, with the unconscious Gu Kingzu, he couldn't afford to play hide-and-seek. Although these players' strength was average, they had spent most of their time in the City of Darkness and were extremely familiar with the terrain. There might be a way. By the time Uncle Lee brought the players to the edge of the riverbank of the City of Darkness, a large number of players had already gathered there. Everyone had been blocked in the City of Darkness, unable to advance or retreat. The players were clamoring and venting their dissatisfaction, and the scene was getting out of control. "Dman, what's wrong with the Federation today? Boss Lee, didn't you already tell us that you've made arrangements with Federation? Why didn't we receive any news this time? Tell me, what do we do now?" The gang leaders who controlled the City of Darkness had gloomy expressions. "Shut up. The regional sheriff Rum and I have a life-and-death friendship, but he didn't even inform me in advance. It must be a secret operation of the superiors." Jite glared at the crowd and said fiercely, "I am responsible for more than 10 lives. I am more afraid of being found by the Federation than you are." Jite was the leader of the most powerful small gangs in the City of Darkness. Seeing Jite get angry, everyone quieted down. Another gang leader saw this and tried to persuade him, "Boss Jite, don't be angry. The Federation is blocking the way outside. Everyone is panicking. That's why they're talking nonsense." "That's right, Boss Jite. We're all on the same boat. You've been here for more than 10 years, so you're most familiar with the environment here. You must know how to get out of here. Everyone wants to go out. They're too impatient. Boss Jite, just say the word and everyone will naturally follow your lead." When Jite heard this, the anger in his heart subsided a little. Only God knew what the Federation was going crazy about. Just now, he had brought his subordinates to go outside to test the waters and see which department of the Federation was leading this operation. He wanted to get close to them. He never expected it to be the Federation's military. He had just revealed his face, and before he could even say a word, he was hit in the face by a few bullets from the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that his subordinate had sailed the ship quickly, he might not have been able to keep his life. In the past, the Federation had attacked the City of Darkness a few times. However, this was the first time that the military was deployed. The Federation did not leak any information about this operation beforehand. They were also very cautious. They did not continue to pursue us after they encountered us. They continued to clean up along the way. I guess they want to catch us all in one fell swoop? Jite had long realized how tricky the situation was. He snorted and looked at everyone before speaking, "So, don't even think about finding a place to hide. Judging from the Federation's current situation, you can't hide anywhere. In my opinion, we should just fight it out with them. When they enter the city, we will use the terrain to give them a hard time." Everyone fell silent. If they wanted to fight head-on, the casualties would be heavy. Everyone was afraid of death. Their opponent was the Federation's military. The Federation's highest standard regular army. The ending was already imaginable. With just a mob like them, it would be impossible to win against them. Instead of fighting with them, they might as well surrender. A small guild's boss asked while everyone was hesitating, "Do you think it's because of the issue over there?" "I don't think I've seen anyone over there." Jite's expression changed when he heard that. Ever since several small forces took control of City of Darkness, it had been peaceful. 2 years ago, the people of the Munt Gang entered the City of Darkness and quickly rose to become the largest force. Strangely enough, the Munt Gang had never been involved in the distribution of interests in the City of Darkness. They had only occupied a small part of the city. They were very restrained and had always been at peace with the other sects. It was rare to hear that they had done anything out of line. There was only one thing. Anyone who intruded into the outer area of the City of Darkness held by the Munt Gang would be driven away by the Munt Gang. In the past 2 years, very few people entered the area occupied by the Munt Gang. He wondered what the Munt Gang was up to in that area. In fact, that area contained the core area of the game rift. The black fog surrounding it was extremely dense. In the past, when the Munt Gang was not around, almost no one would go near it. "Yes. We haven't seen the people of the Munt Gang. Do they have a way to deal with the Federation?" When all heard this, a trace of hope rose in their hearts. Jite couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was different from most of the ordinary players present. 2 years ago, he had witnessed the power of the Munt Gang when they first arrived. He didn't dare to go there alone. But now, so many people were assembled together. He could give it a try. That makes sense. This matter has something to do with the Munt Gang. Let's go to the Munt Gang and request an explanation. Let's go. Go to the Munt Gang. Ask them for an explanation. He didn't care if the Federation was here for the Munt Gang. In any case, he would go over and take a look first. The players knew this very well. In any case, they could not defeat the Federation. They were not going to survive. Why were the monk gang hiding behind them? In the worst-case scenario, he would drag the people of the monk gang down with him. Giant made up his mind. He assembled a group of players and fled aggressively in the direction of the monk gang's camp outside the city. Lights and the monk gang. In the crowd, Fang Heng and Fauna looked at each other when they saw that the situation had changed. Just nice. He was also intrigued about the monk gang. The entire underground cavern area of the City of Darkness was not large. The group left the city on the west side and rushed towards the base of the monk gang. As they got closer to the base of the monk gang, the black fog in the air became thicker. Fang Heng followed behind the team and carefully observed the surroundings. Chapter 1834 Alliance Dong Dong Dong. Suddenly, several gunshots sounded. Fang Heng raised his head and looked up. A series of bullets were fired from the tall wooden sentry tower. Who is it? The territory of the monk gang is right in front. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Leave this place immediately. Giant walked out from the crowd and took 2 steps forward. He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know that the people from the Federation have already attacked? Let your boss come out and talk." There was a moment of silence on the sentry tower. "Hey." Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Giant sneered and the veins on his neck bulged. He continued to shout, "The City of Darkness is a land without a master. We are all ants living at the bottom of society, barely able to make a living here. It's fine that the monk gang occupied this place in the past, but now that the people of the Federation are coming, you're stopping us from hiding. You want us to stay outside and fight the Federation? You want us to die? If you were me, what would you do?" Giant's words were quite impactful. In addition, the pressure from the Federation outside was too great. When the players heard this, they were ignited with anger and their eyes turned red. Fighting with the people of the Federation was a death sentence. If they were lucky, they would just spend the rest of their lives in prison. It was like letting the monk gang take advantage of them. How could they tolerate such a thing? Instead of doing this, he might as well fight with the people of the monk gang and teach them a lesson. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Giant gave a cold humph sound and gestured to his men to force their way into the base of the monk gang. He was sure that the people on the sentry tower would not dare to shoot. Indeed, just as Giant had expected, the members of the monk gang on the sentry tower did not dare to continue firing when they saw so many people. They hurriedly went to report the situation to the gang leader. Fang Heng followed the main group into the interior of the monk gang's encampment. After entering the entrance of the sentry tower, he realized that there was a different world inside the base. The higher part of the cave was shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see clearly. As for the passage on the ground of the cave, it was blocked by huge rocks. Huge rocks and rock walls blocked the path ahead in a disorderly manner as if it had been deliberately transformed into a maze. Beside him, Xiaki followed Fang Heng and stood inside the entrance of the monk gang's encampment. When he saw this scene, his face showed a surprised expression. He sighed softly, "I didn't expect the monk gang to be like this." "What's wrong? I remember you said that you grew up here but you have never been here before?" "Not really. I've been here many times, but this place wasn't like this back then. Later, it was completely occupied by the monk gang, and I haven't been here since." Xiaki uttered and looked into the distance. He used his memory to point at the high place that was covered by thick fog and said, "That's the place. I remember it very clearly. That's the place with the densest aura, and it's also the most dangerous. There used to be a cave on the rock wall there. It's said that the game rift is there. In the past, there were often cases of people going missing near the game rift, so even if there was no monk gang, very few people would go near it." Fang Heng and Fauna both looked up in the direction Xiaki pointed. That area was covered by a thick black fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. In the past, the black fog wasn't that thick. I could still vaguely see an outline. Xiaki whispered, "I heard Uncle Liu mention that before the monk gang came to the City of Darkness, many big guilds and forces went there to investigate. They confirmed that there was nothing in there other than the game rift. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been occupied by the monk gang." While they were talking, Giant, who was leading the team, had already led his team into the base of the monk gang. Looking at the maze-like base that was built by the monk gang, Giant's heart sank. He didn't know where to start. While he was hesitating, the leader of the monk gang and a group of people appeared from the black fog. "Giant, why are you so angry? My people are a bit insensible. I apologize to you on their behalf." It was a young man wearing a white brocade. Unlike Giant, the leader of the monk gang gazed very young and refined. At first glance, he looked like a university student with excellent character and learning. How could such a person be a gang leader? Mengruui smiled and gazed at the leaders of the other forces behind Giant, saying, "In the past few years, the monk gang has been getting along very well with the leaders. What's wrong today? I am afraid it's not very good to barge into my base without informing me, right?" Jite snickered and said, "There's nothing to be happy about. Your fist is bigger than mine. We couldn't beat you in the past, and we admit it. Today's situation is different. You know that the people from the Federation outside want us dead. Mr. Jite, you must be joking. I am also having a headache about the outside world. We should cooperate in the face of a great enemy. How about this? Everyone can enter the base of the Munt Gang. We can discuss how to deal with the Federation together." Mengrui already had a plan in mind before he came. Time was of the essence, so he laid out his conditions directly. As he spoke, his expression became more serious, "But there is one thing I want to make clear. The deepest part of the base is the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. We can cooperate, but please do not enter the Holy Land no matter what. This is our bottom line." Mengrui gazed at everyone and asked, "What do you think, bosses?" Jite frowned and questioned, "Holy Land? Don't tell me your people are hiding in the Holy Land and letting us fight to the death with the Federation outside? No, our people will also fight alongside you on the outer perimeter. The interior of the Holy Land is very small, and there is absolutely no place to hide. I can swear on my life on this." Jite stared at Mengrui. He did not believe in any nonsense about outsiders not being allowed to enter the gang's Holy Land. He felt that there was probably something shameful in the Holy Land. Mengrui appeared very calm, and his tone revealed a bit of determination as he spoke. "This is my bottom line. If you don't agree, then we will fight to the death. The Munt Gang will accompany you to the end." As he spoke, the two young men who had been standing behind Mengrui took a step forward at the same time. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He identified one of them. It happened to be the muscular young man who had almost fought in the ghost market, Yin Mo. Jite's expression changed several times when he saw the two of them. He did not know and was unsure about Mengruui's strength. However, when the Munt Gang had just arrived, the two men beside Mengrui had already beaten up all the forces in the entire City of Darkness. It was useless for him to spend money to hire external help. They would all be beaten up. The small forces that occupied the City of Darkness were not good people. It was only because they could not defeat them that they consented to the Munt Gang occupying the outer area of the City of Darkness. Later on, when they saw that the Munt Gang did not affect their interests and that they were extremely careful, they simply turned a blind eye. Chapter 1835 Disguise Good. "We will do as you say." Jite had engaged with Mengrui a few times, so he knew that the latter was a man of his word. Since the other party had already relented, there was no need to fight to the end. A gentleman keeps his promise. I hope Mr. Jite will keep his promise. Mengrui waved his hand and signaled for the guard to retreat. "Everyone, please follow me." Mengrui led everyone through the modified maze area. The maze was shrouded in black fog, and his perception was suppressed to the extreme. Feng Heng relied on his vampire bloodline blood perception ability to only sense within a range of less than 5 meters. He observed his surroundings and couldn't help but praise in his heart. The internal passages of the encampment were well connected. It was indeed very suitable for guerrilla warfare against the Federation by taking advantage of the terrain. Soon, under the arrangement of the Munt Gang, the ordinary gang members who had came to take refuge were placed in groups in different caves to rest temporarily. Feng Heng carried Gu Qingzhou on his back and was arranged to rest with Fauna in the cave where the injured were. Several gang leaders were brought to the Parliament Hall of the Munt Gang to discuss how to deal with the Federation. After a few rounds of discussion, they decided to defend the internal area of the Munt Gang. They would try to use the terrain advantage to break up the people of the Federation. In that case, let's act according to the situation. This time, there are many dangers. We can only fight to the death to survive. Mengrui nodded at everyone. Since 2 years ago, the Munt Gang had established a firm foothold in the City of Darkness. They had been setting up internal defense facilities in the base to prevent any crisis. He just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. With the advantage of the terrain and the black fog, they could deal with the Federation for a while. However, Mengrui knew very well that they would not be able to hold on for too long. The Munt Gang also had intelligence sources in the Central Federation. This time, the Federation's attack came without warning and was unusually swift and fierce. They did not leave any leeway in their attacks, as if they were determined not to give up. Why? Could it be that the news was leaked? Impossible. In the outside world, the Central Federation placed great importance on this operation. They gathered the 3 departments, including the military, to work together to fight. Kleinman led the Federation's special investigation team to provide information and provide advice. It was not up to him to intervene in the specific battle command. However, just now, he received a definite piece of news from his subordinate. The investigation team finished up by taking stock of the information of the teachers and students in Hain's school and confirmed the missing people. Feng Heng was among them. This meant that the aura that had escaped with Gu Qingzhou was very likely Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Kleinman felt a little angry. He didn't notice this earlier. Fang Heng's disguise was too good. Before he came to Hain's school, his old friend had entrusted him to take care of Kiaowei. Unfortunately, he did not keep his promise. Therefore, this time, he would not let Fang Heng escape. In this way, he could answer to his friend. Kleinman, we've already sealed off the entire cave. I don't want to be too sure, but it won't be easy for Gu Qingzi to leave. Thank you. That person is very important to the Central Federation. It would be best if you could find him alive. We will try our best. While the two of them were talking, soldiers of the Federation were dragging corpses and prisoners out of the cave one after another. A player from the Federation reported, "Sir, we've cleared all the entrances and exits of the caves outside the City of Darkness to the underground river. We're gradually cleaning up the interior of the City of Darkness. In addition, during the cleaning process, we found a special area guarded by people outside the city. A scouting team encountered a concentrated resistance force during the investigation and has temporarily withdrew outside the area. After asking the relevant personnel, we learned that this area belongs to a small local force called the Munt Gang. Please give us your instructions." The Munt Gang. The military commander muttered. Then he turned to the people beside him and asked, "Have you heard of this name before?" Everyone shook their heads. The chief of the inspection bureau frowned and said, "The City of Darkness is a mix of bad guys and good guys. However, there are no resource points inside. Strangely, the Munt Gang can block the probing of the military team." Kleinman called one of his men over and commanded, "Go and investigate the background of the Munt Gang. Hurry up." The military commander nodded and said, "Let's complete the search of the City of Darkness first. Then, we will eliminate the base of the Munt Gang. I don't believe that a gang that we've never heard of can block all our people." Understood. Inside the cave, Fang Heng curiously sized up the layout of the cave. The cave was not newly opened. It was about 20 meters deep and stored some basic resources. Most of the wounded were gathered here. The rest of the combatants had been placed in other caves in batches. They would enter the maze area to assist Munt Gang in the battle. The players and injured players who did not have any combat ability did not cause any trouble. They stayed here to rest. There was a shortage of combat personnel. There was not even a single guard at the entrance of the cave where they were resting. There were only people who came to warn them not to go out and run around so as not to affect the battle outside. The strange thing was that the black fog seemed to be leaking out from the walls of the cave. Fang Heng approached the rock well and sensed it for a moment. He had already felt it the first time he entered the cave. At this moment, as the fog thickened, Fang Heng could use his perception to check the strange power contained in the aura. It seemed a little familiar. However, he could not tell where he had felt something similar. He stayed where he was for a moment. Seeing that Gu Qingzi showed no signs of waking up, Fang Heng looked at Fauna and said, "I am going out to check on the situation. I will be back soon. Help me take care of her." "Yes, I will. You be careful too." Fang Heng left the cave. In the outside world, the Federation team had already entered the area where the Munt Gang was stationed. The City of Darkness side was divided into various teams, and with the help of special terrain and the Black Fog aura, they fought against the enemy. The first wave of attacks from the Federation was quickly repelled. However, the crisis did not recede. The second batch of soldiers from the Federation army arrived one after another. They gathered from the periphery and blocked the entrance of the entire encampment. Soon, half an hour later, the Federation's second wave of targeted attacks was officially launched. The Federation used small teams as units to enter the encampment. The military's hard power was much higher than the City of Darkness mob. The situation was not optimistic. As the maze area was filled with black fog that could absorb his perception, even Fang Heng found it difficult to figure out the route. After leaving, he could only move forward with his sixth sense. He didn't know if he was going in the right direction. Suddenly, Fang Heng's heart moved. The sound of a chase came from ahead. Chapter 1836. Wounded Fang Heng immediately hid behind a vertical stone pillar and poked his head out to observe. More than a dozen players from the Munt Gang were fighting against a small regular army of the Federation. The members of the Munt Gang were no match for them. It remotely looked like a battle between the two, but in reality, the Munt Gang was being chased by the Federal team all the way. It was only because they were in the black fog that the Federation army team was afraid of an ambush. They did not dare to chase into the depths of the fog but instead pursued cautiously. Otherwise, the players from the Munt Gang would have suffered worse. Someone in the team was already injured. Bang! Bang! The Federation army players continued to fire and chase. Outside of the game, the guns used by the Federation were also extremely practical long-range weapons, especially the standard equipment provided by the military. The weapons were equipped with the highest level of technology in the Federation. The bullets fired could cause additional damage and various additional negative effects on any living creatures. Actu led his team from the Monk Gang and had just encountered a smaller federal team. He had been thinking of taking them down, but he did not expect that their opponents would be tough. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also seriously injured by the bullet. Right now, he was being chased by the Federation. Bang! Another gunshot. Actu's pupils contracted as he felt a sharp pain in his back and shoulders. Following that, his entire body staggered forward from the huge impact of the bullet. It was him. Feng Hang saw Actu's appearance. The two muscular players had been following Meng Ruui, the leader of the Munt Gang, earlier. One of them was Yin Mo, and the other was the person in front of him. He had heard Xiaki say that the three of them had grown up together and their feelings for each other were stronger than brothers. Boss. A few members of the Munt Gang immediately came forward to help him. It was not an ordinary bullet. It was from a high-energy sniper rifle. A bloody hole appeared on Actu's shoulder from the bullet. Let's go. Actu endured the pain and tried to stand up, but he felt his legs go soft and almost fell to the ground. Don't worry about me. You guys go first. Actu shouted and was about to let the others go first when he suddenly saw a figure appear from behind the stone pillar. He frowned. He was not from the Federation, but he looked very unfamiliar. Was he the person who came with Jite? Why was he running around alone? Actu was about to speak when he heard Feng Hang shouting at him, "You guys go first. I will block them." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hang had already dashed toward the Federation's people. Don't go. What a reckless fellow. Actu's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this guy who had appeared out of nowhere to be so fierce, charging straight into the midst of the enemies. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. When the people of the Federation saw the figure approaching quickly from the black fog, they immediately stopped their search and fired at the figure. Dense bullets poured out. Pa, pa, pa. Feng Hang relied on his agility attribute to forcefully dodge the bullets in the black fog. The bullets were so dense that he couldn't completely dodge them. One bullet grazed his body and he quickly hid behind a stone pillar. Ding. The player has been attacked by an unknown poison. Ding. The player has received the fatigue and drowsiness effect. Ding. Affected by the effect of undying body, some negative effects have been removed. Ding. The player is affected by an unknown effect. The player is immune to this effect. After being hit by the bullet, several negative effects immediately appeared on his retina. They were special bullets used by the Federation's military and they spelled trouble for ordinary players. Fortunately, they were ineffective against him. Furthermore, Feng Hang had already switched to his sacred form before joining the battle. The sacred form had a good resistance to all kinds of abnormal conditions. In addition to his significant health point and the terrifying percentage of health point recovery effect of the undying body, as well as the ability to remove physical negative effects, he could completely withstand it. Actu was shocked when he saw this. Where did this guy come from? Why was he so strong? One person could withstand the damage output of an entire federal team? Without any skill buffs, Feng Hang was already extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people just by relying on his agility attribute bonus. Taking advantage of the terrain, he kept dodging back and forth between the stone pillars. He quickly approached the federal team and tried to find an opportunity to attack. Where did this imp come from? Get lost. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the federal team. Whoosh! The Federation officer, Red, had predicted Feng Hang's movement in advance. He jumped out from the side and punched forward. Feng Hang saw the other party and narrowed his eyes. The basic attributes he inherited outside the game were not low. He wasn't afraid of a head-on clash. Come on. Feng Hang saw that he could not dodge, so he decided not to dodge. He also raised his fist and punched out. Bang! As the fists collided, Feng Hang instantly sensed a terrifying force blasting toward him, and his body flew back uncontrollably. What brute force? Feng Hang was shocked. He was sent flying by the other party's punch, and his back slammed heavily into the stone pillar behind him with a thud. Feng Hang quickly got up and looked at the middle-aged man in the uniform of a federal officer in front of him. His eyes flickered with surprise. His strength attribute was stronger than his? The Federation's military was indeed difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the Monk Gang could not stop them. The difference in strength was too great. The federal officer, Red, also took a few steps back after the punch. He looked at Feng Hang, who was shrouded in the black fog, and his eyes were also flashing with surprise. After unlocking Tier 3 of Lock, he relied on the bonus of his fist skill in the support of his close combat talent, Overlord Fist. Very few people in the real world could fight him in close combat. He did not expect to meet an opponent in such a place today, and the opponent looked so young. He was not an ordinary person. Red had a plan in his mind. He reached out his hand to signal his men not to shoot. He gazed at Feng Hang and laughed. Good. This kid is very interesting. How was it? Are you convinced? If you're not convinced, let's continue again. Feng Heng looked at Actu and his men who were retreating with the help of their companions and twisted his neck. The people from the military were a little crazy. If it was in the game, he would have used his zombie clones to fight back a long time ago. He would not have been so aggrieved. Hey, so what? Why would I be afraid of you? Feng Heng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He changed his angle and assailed Red again. Ha ha ha. Good. You have guts. Red laughed and quickly charged toward him. Both sides were dueling intensely. Behind them, Actu stood up again with the help of the crowd and retreated. He stuffed a few pills into his mouth and bandaged himself to stop the bleeding from the injuries on his body. Looking at the young man who was engaged in an intense battle with the Federation's military, Actu was surprised. Where did this person come from? He gazed younger than him. He could actually fight to a stalemate with the Federation's military? Chapter 1837 Rescue. Hahaha. Young people are interesting. Helping these people who commit crimes will not end well. How about joining our military? I will vouch for you. Come back with me, and all your past mistakes will be written off. Ret rarely had such a comfortable time. Yet, his strength was still able to suppress the other party. When he realized that this kid was like a cockroach that could not be killed, he immediately became even more interested. Feng Heng was a little speechless. He thought to himself, you can't protect me from what I've done. He looked behind him and saw Actu gesturing at him. Should he stall for more time? Feng Heng looked at Ret and smiled. He said, alright, if you can defeat me, I will go back with you. Ha ha ha. Good. Then I am going to be serious. Ret laughed. He felt that the young man in front of him seemed like him when he was young. He wanted to recruit him. His expression changed slightly and became serious. Whoosh. Under the influence of the black fog, Ret tapped the ground lightly and disappeared from Feng Heng's sight in the blink of an eye. His speed had increased again. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Under the shroud of the black fog, it was impossible to tell the other party's movements with just one's eyes. Perception. Feng Heng immediately released his perception and roughly estimated Ret's movement trajectory through his blood perception. Prejudgment. Bang. He threw a punch forward. Feng Heng felt his fist hit the other party, and then an even stronger strength surged over. Bang. Feng Heng was sent flying again. Good. Ret praised Feng Heng again as he was impressed by him. Feng Heng was blown away and knocked against the stone pillar rear him. His body was in pain as if it was falling apart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up again. He relied on the effect of the undying body to quickly recover from his external injuries. Suddenly, several game notifications flashed across his retina. Ding! The player has entered a special area. The player is affected by a special strength and has entered a state of stamina depletion. The player's skill will undergo an additional authentication. If the authentication fails, the current skill will fail. The player's attack will consume twice as much stamina. Ding! In the special area, the player's stamina will continue to decrease. Hint? That's right. It was the fog. Feng Heng immediately realized that the fog that enveloped the interior had changed. The black fog became more condensed than before. Not only did it further affect perception, it could even affect his stamina. Take this. Feng Heng suddenly heard Actu's shout from behind. He immediately turned around and grabbed a pill that Actu had thrown at him. Feng Heng glanced at the yellow pill in his hand and swallowed it. Ding! The player has used an unknown drug. Ding! The player has been weakened by the loss of stamina. The effect of stamina points lost was suppressed. With Actu's pills, the effect of the stamina exhaustion was reduced by half. The players from the Federation army who entered the cave did not have it easy. They couldn't further get the game notification. Most people had yet to realize the change in the black fog. Again. Ret was very strong in close combat, but his perception was much weaker. He didn't receive any notifications from the game, so he didn't notice the abnormality of the black fog around him. Whoosh! Seeing Feng Heng get up again, Ret accelerated his movements and attacked Feng Heng. Bang! He swung his fist forward and punched Feng Heng, who was in a defensive position, again. He slammed into the giant stone pillar behind him. Boom! Feng Heng stood up shakily once again. The injuries on his body healed rapidly. Ret looked at Feng Heng with admiration. The more intense the battle, the more he felt that the young man in front of him was filled with tenacity. After being attacked with such brute force, he still didn't fall. He was a natural-born warrior. However, he soon noticed something strange. He started to pant and felt a little tired. This was very abnormal. In the past, he would only feel tired after 5 minutes of continuous high-intensity battles. What was going on today? The battle had only been going on for less than 3 minutes. It was far from being a high-intensity battle. Why did he feel tired? Was his combat strength starting to weaken? Rhett's perception was weak, but he was very sensitive to the changes in his body. He quickly retreated when he understood that something was wrong. What was going on? When he looked up again, he saw that Feng Hang did not continue to hold on after standing up from the ground. Instead, he ran away without looking back and fled into the dense black fog. Rhett frowned, feeling further stranger. A soldier walked over and asked, "Captain, are we still chasing?" "Wait a moment." Rhett signaled his men to calm down and gave the command, "This fog is strange. Let's retreat first." In the Mage encampment, the other small teams from the Federation who were trying to explore soon understood that something was wrong. The players of the Monk Gang had undergone special training. They did not linger in battle. Instead, they fought and ran, using harassment tactics to continuously consume the opponent's stamina. They would wait until the Federal team has used up more than half of their stamina points before confronting them. There was a problem. The black fog was abnormal. Within the range of the black fog, the rate at which one's stamina decreased was extraordinary. They had thought that it was just a cave and that they would be able to defeat their opponents. They did not expect to encounter such an abnormal situation. Soon, the small teams from the Federation branch began a large-scale retreat. "Friend. Over here. Follow me." Acta waved his hand at Feng Hang from behind, waiting for him to regroup before retreating quickly. "Thank you for earlier. How should I address you?" "You're welcome, I am Feng Hang." "Brother Feng Hang, you're still the best." The Federation's armed forces is just like what the outside world says, difficult to deal with. "I almost lost my life." Acta sighed. He originally thought that he could defeat a small team from the Federation with his full strength. He did not expect that he would fail to do, and instead, he was seriously injured. If not for Feng Hang's help, he and the entire team might have been completely wiped out. Fortunately, Big Brother has made arrangements. The armed forces seems to have retreated. "I will bring you back first." "Yes." Feng Hang followed Acta back to the hall of the headquarters of the Munt Gang. The hall of the Munt Gang was built in the depths of the black fog. The situation was urgent, and the headquarters hall was temporarily used as a meeting hall for the players. On the way back, Feng Hang and Acta saw injured people being carried to the headquarters for treatment. In the hall of the headquarters, many gang leaders from the City of Darkness had already rushed back in advance and were discussing something with Mengruui. Mengruui saw Acta returning with injuries. He hurried forward and asked with concern, "How are your injuries? Are they serious?" Acta looked guilty as he spoke, "I am sorry, Big Brother. I've embarrassed our gang. I am fine. I will be able to continue fighting after resting for a while." "Yes, don't force yourself." Mengruui patted Acta's shoulder with concern. Then, he looked at Feng Hang who was near him, and asked, "Who is this?" Chapter 1838 Operation This is Brother Feng Hang. "Thank you for your help just now." Mengruui nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, brother. I will remember it in my heart. If I have the chance to survive this crisis, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." "You're welcome." Feng Hang saw that the gang leaders had something to discuss, so he walked to a corner of the hall and sat down to rest. Acta asked, "Big Brother, how's the situation outside?" "Yes, the Federation's military has temporarily retreated from the base and is blocking the periphery area of the encampment entrance. They're coming aggressively this time. I am afraid they want to eliminate all the forces in the City of Darkness." The leaders of the major gangs in the hall felt that the situation was not good. They were lucky enough to defeat the Federation's military because of the mysterious abilities of the Monk Gang and the Black Fog. At this moment, everyone had placed all their hopes on the Monk Gang and looked at Mengruui. "Mr. Meng, there are so many of us here, and you know the Black Fog the best. What do you think we should do?" Mengruui shook his head and said, "There are no other entrances to the Holy Land. I am afraid it will be very difficult to pass this stage. I've already sent out a rescue signal to the outside world. We can only continue to hold on and hope that the people outside can think of a way to help us." Everyone fell silent again, waiting for the people outside to save them. Would they really come? Furthermore, they were currently surrounded by the Federation's military. There were only a handful of people in the world who had the guts to fight the Federation head-on. Acta looked conflicted. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Big Brother, why don't we just use that? We might as well fight them to the death." Mengruui glanced at Acta, signaling him to shut up. How could he mention the secret of the gang in front of so many outsiders? Ake realized that he was wrong as soon as he finished speaking. He shrunk his head and quickly shut his mouth. However, the words had already left his mouth. Everyone looked at Mengruui. Jide saw the exchange in their eyes and said, "Mr. Meng, we've already come to this. Do you still have anything you want to hide?" "That's not the case." Mengruui shook his head and said, "I know the situation is urgent. However, this matter is related to the secret of the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. If we don't control it well, All of us will die without a burial place. Hearing Mangruui's words, everyone suddenly felt that something was going on. If they couldn't control it well, they would die together? What if they managed to control it? Mr. Meng, we're willing to give it our all. That's right, Mr. Meng. The Federation is quite wary of the Black Fog. According to my judgment, they won't launch another attack before they find a way to deal with it. We still have some time. Mangruui looked torn as he replied, we can still deal with the Federation for a while. Let's think about it again. Don't rush to make a decision. Was there time for them to think? Everyone was anxious and began to persuade him. Mr. Meng, it's not that I am pessimistic, but in my opinion, there won't be any reinforcements from the outside. The Federation is making a huge commotion this time. Who else can help us? Do you really have the heart to watch the Federation destroy everything that the Munt Gang has spent so many years building? Leader Meng, we can't hide. No matter what, we have to be prepared to die together. It will be too late when they come again. Alright then. Mangruui couldn't resist the persuasion of so many people. He hesitated for a while and took a deep breath before speaking. This is no small matter. If we're not careful, everyone will die on the spot. I hope that everyone can lend me a hand. After finally persuading Mangruui, the players perked up and said, Mr. Meng, just tell us what you need us to do. I need everyone to find players who know occultism. Mangruui gathered all the guild leaders and started discussing in a low voice. While everyone was talking, Fang Heng's gaze focused in the direction of the cave. Thick black fog seeped out from the depths of the cave. More than 20 players from the Munt Gang gathered at the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave was the Holy Land of the Munt Gang. What was in the Holy Land? A game rift. Also, it seemed like the Munt Gang still had some trump card that they hadn't used. He wondered if he could deal with the Federation outside. Fang Heng was getting more and more curious. Very soon, the leaders of the Munt Gang and the other gangs came to an agreement. Big brother, I will assemble some occultism players to charge the ritual magic array first and get ready for action. Actu nodded at Mangruui. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led his team and prepared to leave. The other gang leaders also returned to their respective resting caves to assemble all the players who knew occultism to help. Fang Heng stood up as well as said, Actu, I know occultism too. I will go with you. I want to help as much as I can. Alright, thank you, brother. In the base of the Munt Gang, some caves were dug out by the people along the connected stone wall at intervals. Lightsville the caves were not deep, about 20 meters. In one of the caves, a special ritual was being carried out. Fang Heng recognized it at first glance after stepping into the stone cave. More than a dozen players dressed in the uniform of the Munt Gang sat around the ritual, controlling it to operate. Black fog seeped out from the center of the ritual. The quality of this black mist was much higher than ordinary black fog. So, was the change in the black fog in the base related to the ritual? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the Munt Gang could control this strange fog. Fang Heng pondered and glanced at Actu. It was very strange. He had tried to control the black fog before, and once it came into contact with his perception, the black fog would immediately devour his perception completely. There was no way to control it. After the black fog overflowed from the center of the ritual, a portion of it spread out of the cave, while more of the aura was absorbed by the surrounding stone walls. Upon closer inspection, there were also some occultism patterns on the stone walls of the cave. Actu had brought more than 20 players with him this time, all of whom were from the major guilds in the City of Darkness. They were the first batch of occultism players selected. Everyone looked at the black fog that kept seeping out of the rotating ritual in the center, and their eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Everyone, the ritual requires mental strength to operate. The large magic array on the right can temporarily store a portion of mental strength. So what we need to do now is to pour mental strength into the magic array. Once the Federation officially invades the base, we will be able to trigger the ritual to the maximum in a very short time. We will be able to resist the Federation's attack with the black fog and create an opportunity for us. Actu stood in front of everyone and gave a brief explanation of the purpose of gathering everyone here. After a pause, Actu reminded everyone, be careful. The magic array has undergone a special structural transformation to adjust to the ritual. It will automatically absorb the spiritual power of the outside world. Therefore, only those who understand occultism can inject spiritual power. During the infusion process, if you find any signs of spiritual power losing control, please immediately stop the transfer of spiritual power. Don't compel yourself. Chapter 1839. A suggestion understood. Everyone nodded and became more careful. Fang Heng also withdrew his gaze from the ritual and followed everyone to the magic array that was spinning in front of him. The magic arrays were connected to each other in the middle of the ritual. It was a very good technique. However, this magic array. He had never seen anything like this before. Feeling curious, Feng Heng lowered his hat and focused his eyes on the magic ray. Whoosh! The magic ray reflected in the pupil of his right eye spun rapidly. Ding! The player is attempting to appraise an unknown magic ray. Ding! Analyzing. Ding! Through analysis, the player has obtained partial information about the magic array, energy injection type, unknown characteristic, description, a special magic array specially made for a certain ritual. It can guide spiritual energy into the magic array to store and assist in activating the ritual, only for a certain ritual. A special magic array suitable for ritual energy. It was rarely seen in the past. Feng Heng muttered to himself as he pondered. As for the specific effects of the ritual, he had no idea. He judged that it should be related to the overflowing black fog. The players did not care about the structure of the magic array. They were divided into 3 groups under the arrangement of the Munt gang. They gathered in front of the magic circle and began to inject spiritual power into the magic array to activate it. Feng Heng also joined the players and tried walking to the magic array. He pressed his palm on the edge of the magic array. TSK. As soon as he touched the magic array, a weak force connected to his body. Feng Heng felt his mental power slowly being drawn out of his body through his palm and slowly flowing into the magic array. It was fine at first, but as time passed, the attraction from the magic array became stronger and stronger. It was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his body was being drained at a rapid rate. 2 minutes passed. Seeing that the speed of his spiritual power was a little too fast, Feng Heng quickly retracted his hand and stopped injecting his spiritual power. He raised his head and looked around. The other players also noticed the strange magic array. After a few attempts, the players had gained experience. They would often stop after injecting their mental strength for half a minute and rest for a while before injecting their mental strength again. They were afraid that they would lose control and be sucked dry by the magic array. Feng Heng could persist in transferring spiritual power for a longer period of time. At least 5 minutes would not be a problem. But there was no need for that. He realized that using this method of extracting spiritual power would affect the origin of his sea of consciousness. It wouldn't cause permanent damage, but compared to normal spiritual power consumption, this kind of extraction would make it difficult for spiritual power to recover in a short period. Feng Heng was even more curious about the magic array. He stood in front of the magic array and activated the omniscient eye in his right eye. The lines of the magic array were quickly broken down and reconstructed in his pupils. While Feng Heng was studying the magic array, the rest of the players had almost lost all of their mental strength to the magic array. They sat down and drank potions while resting, seizing the time to recover. Most of the players in the City of Darkness were not strong. It was not easy to gather so many players who knew occultism. Everyone, work harder. The magic array is our greatest trump card. We might even be able to completely drive the Federation out. Acta urged, trying his best to boost the morale of the players. It was a pity. The effect was limited. Players generally had low mental power. In addition, the magic array had a special characteristic of absorbing mental strength. Even if they drank potions, their recovery ability would be very limited. It would not be good if this continued. Feng Heng observed for a moment. He walked to Aktu's side and whispered, Aktu, most of the people here have very low levels of spiritual power. The efficiency of injecting spiritual power is very low. It's just a drop in the bucket for the entire magic array. I know, but... Aktu's expression turned awkward as he shook his head. He had no choice. He couldn't say anything that would hurt morale. Aktu sighed and said, this is all we can do now. Feng Heng observed the magic array and touched his chin. He pondered and said, it's true that we can only do one step by relying on mental strength. But have you ever thought that maybe we can modify the magic array? Modify? This was Aktu's first time hearing such a thing. He felt that it was rather novel. He could not help but look at Feng Heng and ask, how do we modify it? Mind power is also a type of origin power. Many powers can mimic the circulation of mind power. Of course, there are different methods of simulation, and the final results are different. Feng Heng looked at the magic array in front of him that was operating. As he pondered, he said, I am thinking if we can carry out some simulations and simulate the energy into mental strength and inject it into the magic array. As long as we can find the corresponding method, there's a high chance that we can trigger the magic array to operate. Huh? Aktu was stunned when he heard this. He could understand these words if they were taken apart, but when they were put together, they became something that he could not understand. Aktu scratched his head and asked, Feng Heng, do you know a lot about this? A little. I've done some research on alchemy, but I will need your cooperation to do this. Yes, I need the ritualists to collaborate with me for some tests. Aktu hesitated for a moment. But Feng Heng, the Federation might raid at any time. We don't have much time left. I know. Feng Heng retracted his gaze from the arcane formation and said, If I am not wrong, the ritual before us is just one of the branch rituals. Right now, more than 10 caves are holding rituals at the same time. Even without us, it won't affect much. If we're lucky enough to succeed, Feng Heng said seriously after a pause, we might be able to turn the tide of the battle. Aktu's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Heng say that he could turn the tide of the battle. Brother Feng Heng, can we do this? Yes, there's a need to give it a try. Alright, I will go talk to Big Brother. Wait for me. Aktu had been saved by Feng Heng once and trusted him very much. Hearing Feng Heng's words, he immediately rushed back to discuss with Meng Rui. Coincidentally, when Aktu returned to the meeting hall, the leaders of the various gangs were discussing their next step. When they heard Aktu suggest that they temporarily stop the transference of mental energy and conduct some random tests, he was immediately opposed by the players. The leaders of the various gangs were not satisfied with Aktu's suggestion. Don't waste a moment thinking about this. If you have time, why don't you focus on thinking about how to deal with the Federation? Don't mess things up. You're still researching? The Federation is blocking the entrance. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Chapter 1840. A trial. The Mundo gang has been researching for so long, but they still haven't come up with a feasible plan. I don't think they will find anything unexpected with their eyes. Who is that Feng Heng? Do you know him? I just heard him talking nonsense over there. Be careful not to be deceived. Aktu did not say a word at first, but when he heard that someone was attacking Feng Heng, he immediately glared back. His eyes were wide with anger as he argued, he is my friend. I believe in him. Everyone, please calm down. Meng Rui stepped forward to help. He looked at Aktu and nodded, go ahead. We need to try something. Aktu nodded at Meng Rui and immediately did a head count. He selected a dozen people to go back to Feng Heng for reinforcement. Meng Rui, why are you indulging your younger brother like this? No worries. Meng Rui shook his head and explained to the crowd, even if a single magic array fails, it won't affect the overall situation. Judging from the current situation, the people from the Holy Court will arrive soon. The next wave of attack from the Federation will be in conjunction with the Holy Court. We don't have enough hard power. We have to win with a small advantage to have a chance of survival. Jite gave a soft humph. He felt that Meng Rui was covering up for him. However, since they had already said so, everyone stopped persuading him. On the other side, Feng Heng was still studying the magic array ritual when Aktu brought another group of players to the cave. Feng Heng, Big Brother has agreed to our research. Oh right, I just took some power source bodies and magic array blueprints from the warehouse. Come and see if they're useful. Blueprint? That's great. Feng Heng was studying it when he heard that there was a blueprint. He immediately raised his head. The process of transferring the magic array to the ritual had been specially handled. He had just studied it for a while, and his progress was limited. Feng Heng took the blueprint and studied it carefully. The 20 or so members of the Mundo gang who had come with Aktu were quietly waiting at the back. After a while, Feng Heng put down the blueprint and stared at the ritual for a moment. Aktu asked softly, Feng Heng, how is it? Do you have any ideas? Yes, a little. Everyone, let's begin. Let's try the ritual first. I need to perform some fixed tests. Understood. While Feng Heng was activating the ritual and carrying out the spiritual power simulation tests, the Federation was also working out an action plan to deal with the Mundo gang. After the failure of the first wave of attacks, the Federation immediately withdrew from the base of the Mundo gang and set up countermeasures around the base. The Alchemy Magic Array. The Federation's military quickly formulated 5 plans and chose the most suitable one. They would use the Purifying Magic Array. Completely purify the black fog. Many academics had additional purification abilities. For example, natural science and elemental science. Another example was the sacred study. According to the Federation's experience in dealing with the black fog, the first 2 academic methods had limited effects on the black fog. There was only sacred study. The purification effect was extremely good. Unfortunately, sacred study was firmly bound to the Holy Court. No players in the military were proficient in sacred study, hence, they could only settle for the second best option and temporarily set up elemental science and natural science magic array in the outside world. The 2 formations could purify a part of the black fog that was leaking out of the camp of the Mundo gang and ensure the safety of the temporary camp of the Federation. Soon, the reinforcements sent by the Holy Court arrived. The Holy Court worked closely with the Central Federation. The Holy Court had also participated in the previous battles against the City of Darkness. When the military began to deal with the City of Darkness, the Holy Court had already received the news that Archbishop Robert had personally brought a team of believers as reinforcements. Not long ago, the Holy Court arrived with their men. Archbishop Robert, the leader of the Holy Court, observed the black fog that shrouded the Holy Land of the Mundo gang. He paused for a moment, and his eyes showed a serious look. Kleinman asked, Archbishop, Did you find anything? Yes, I am not worried about the demi-humans now, but the game rift. Robert looked at the entrance of the Munt gang's encampment. His eyes were filled with worry. He continued, we have been here a few times before. The black fog was never as thick as it is now. I did not expect it to be this grave before we came. Kleinman said, I am afraid these changes are related to the Munt gang. The head of the Federation's Inspection Bureau asked, will it be related to the demi-humans? Gu Qingzu came here as soon as she escaped from school. Could it be that she deliberately led us here? Kleinman thought for a moment and shook his head. He said, it doesn't seem like it. But we still have to be prepared. We haven't found Gu Qingzu's whereabouts. It's very likely that she is also in the camp of the Munt gang. As he spoke, a soldier came forward to report, Sir, we've just completed a thorough search of the inner area of the City of Darkness. We did not find any traces of Feng Heng and Gu Qingzu. The spiritual tracking marks on the periphery are still undetectable. Based on this, we can judge that the two of them should be staying in the area of the City of Darkness. Kleinman said, this way, we can confirm that Gu Qingzu and Feng Heng are undoubtedly in the encampment of the Munt gang. These two groups are gathered together. No wonder it's so troublesome. The military commander looked at Archbishop Robert of the Holy Court and asked, Archbishop Robert, the Holy Court has always been very good at dealing with these sinister auras. Is there any way to deal with the current situation? Yes, everyone has found the best solution. I've already learned about the changes in the black fog on the way here. I've specially ordered someone to bring a special alchemy magic array tablet. With this, we can fulfill the evolution of the entire base of the Munt gang in one fell swoop and disperse the black fog. That's great. Leave the black fog to the Archbishop. We will cooperate fully. Everyone discussed for a moment, and soon, the fight plan was completed. The Holy Court cooperated with the Federation's military to set up 2 alchemical spells based on the sacred study. One was a fixed large-scale magic array. The other was a mobile medium-sized magic array. The former was set up outside the base of the Munt gang. The large-scale magic array could purify the black fog that overflowed from the Munt gang's encampment. After the medium-sized magic array was constructed, it would be engraved on a movable alchemy tablet. The various teams of the Federation Army, with the cooperation of the Holy Court, brought the stone tablets into the passage. With the help of the alchemy tablets to spell power, the players will be immune to the effects of the black fog on stamina depletion in the area around the alchemy tablet. Next, they only needed 7 medium-sized alchemy tablets to be arranged and assembled according to the preset points of the Archbishop of the Holy Court. They would then be connected to the large-scale magic array set up outside to form an external magic array that could activate all the dispelling effects to the maximum. When the magic array is completely installed, at least 90% of the black fog in the entire base of the Munt gang will be dispersed. Good. Act accordingly. Chapter 1841 Crisis 2 hours later, the large-scale holy element magic array that was set up in the periphery of the holy land of the Munt gang was operating rapidly. A golden pillar of holy light bloomed from the magic array. Pillars of light pierced through the layers of darkness, breaking through the thick black fog on the upper layer, and rushing straight to the top of the cave. The surrounding black mist emitted sizzling sounds as soon as it came into contact with the pillars of light. The black fog and the dark golden light intertwined and melted. The black fog that enveloped the surroundings visibly decreased. The holy pillars of light quickly dimmed. The Archbishop gestured for the Holy Court team to stabilize the magic array. He nodded his head and said, Commander, we can begin now. Zhu Chen, the commander of the Federation's military, ordered, let's go. The Federation was divided into 14 teams, with 2 teams escorting the mobile alchemy magic array slabs into the Munt gang's base. The players of the Holy Court also split up and joined their teams. While maintaining the operation of the medium-sized alchemy magic array slabs, they entered the depths of the Munt gang's encampment under the escort of the Federation Army team to set up the magic array. Compared to before, the attacking Federal team had another huge advantage. The pillars of light released by the medium-sized alchemy magic array allowed the players to determine the location of their teammates. Of course, this also allowed the players of the Munt gang in the black fog to confirm the enemy's location at the first moment. As the military rushed into the camp of the Munt gang, the battle between the two sides started again. Outside the encampment, Commander Zhu Chen judged the situation of each team through the movement of the pillars of light. The battle had started for more than 10 minutes. Judging from the situation of the pillars of light, it was still optimistic. The Federation's military was twice as powerful as the Munt gang and the other major forces in the City of Darkness, and they had the help of the Holy Court. The 7 pillars of light that invaded the interior advanced triumphantly, gathering at the predetermined location. There didn't seem to have much effect. The resistance they encountered seemed a little too weak. Zhu Chen was muttering in his heart when his expression suddenly changed slightly. The situation took a turn for the worse. A large amount of black fog could be seen seeping out from the depths of the camp. A thick black fog quickly filled the entire interior of the Munt gang's encampment and continued to surge toward the outside world. Kai. The holy element purification magic array was activated rapidly and dimmed instantly. A few pillars of light that had penetrated deep into the camp of the Munt gang were so dim that they were difficult to see clearly. The holy light gradually swayed within the black fog. It seems that the Munt gang has already made preparations. Increase the activation of the magic array and increase the energy source, the Archbishop of the Holy Court ordered with a frown. At this moment, in the command hall, Mengrui was also under tremendous pressure. The Holy Court still came. He had long expected the Holy Court to join in the battle, but the other party even had black technology like a mobile alchemy magic array. Minute, it's those dogs from the Holy Court. It's a special alchemy magic array. This magic array has a miraculous effect on the black fog. These dogs are really persistent. They can be found everywhere. This was the first time the Munt gang had a direct fight with the Holy Court. However, the other gangs in the City of Darkness had witnessed the power of the Holy Court and immediately shouted, "Mr. Meng, what should we do? Aren't you going to make a move? The people from the Federation seem to be plotting something. Mr. Meng, they're almost here. Aren't you going out yet? If we wait any longer, they will be here soon. Say something. Wait a little longer." Mengrui only said one sentence and then said nothing. He no longer responded to everyone's urging and only observed the golden pillars of light rising from the encampment. As the Federation's pillars of light approached the interior of the encampment, the players became more and more nervous. The entire conference hall fell silent. After waiting for nearly 7 minutes, when the Federation's invasion teams had approached the depths of the encampment, Mengrui finally retracted his gaze from afar and turned to look at everyone. "Gang leaders, the Federation is cooperating with the Holy Court to set up a super large-scale purification magic array. Once they are successful, half of the black fog enveloping the City of Darkness will be dispersed, and we will completely lose the capital to deal with the Federation." As Mengrui spoke, he waved his hand to signal for the members of the Munt gang to attack. All the players of Munt gang took action and pushed the ritual magic array to its limit. Instantly, energy gathered and the ritual began. A thick black fog overflowed from the cave. Just as Mengrui had planned, the Federation would release the black fog after they had entered the base of the Munt gang. Almost instantly, the people from the Federation outside were drowned in a thick black fog. Even the pillars of light rising from the magic array were greatly affected. The players were shocked when they saw this. They knew that their chance had come. "Now's the time, stop them now," Mengrui said sternly. "Gang leaders, this is our last chance. We have to stop them at all costs and destroy the magic array slate in their hands. Don't worry, Mr. Meng. The dogs of the Federation are destined to never return. Let's go. Brothers. Attack together. Teach the Holy Court a lesson." Now that they were in a life-and-death crisis, the bosses of the City of Darkness temporarily put down their prejudices and united against the Federation. They led their subordinates and rushed towards the faint pillars of light. The two sides fought head-on again. As soon as they came into contact, the City of Darkness side fell into an absolute disadvantage again. Compared to the Federation's military, the strength of the City of Darkness side was way behind them. Mengrui stood in the hall and looked at the holy pillars of light outside. He shook his head inwardly. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, Feng Heng was still modifying the magic array. At the edge of the cave, Acta was watching the fierce battle between the players of the Munt Outlaw and the Federation. He was more anxious than anyone else. "Feng Heng, Acta could not help but urge him again. An hour ago, Feng Heng's preliminary research simulation test had been completed. Next, he began setting up the magic array. At this stage, he couldn't provide any help. He could only wait by the side. He waited for Feng Heng to finish his modification. In fact, Feng Heng had also noticed the intense battle outside. Although the black fog had obscured his senses, the sounds of battle could be heard intermittently in the cave. Under the influence of the central ritual, the ritual in the cave was also activated. A large amount of black fog overflowed from the sorcery array that was activated by the ritual and spread out of the cave. At the same time, the spiritual energy that he had just stored was being quickly consumed. At this speed, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Soon." Feng Heng replied in a low voice as he concentrated on setting up the sorcery array. "Wait a little longer, it will take some time." "I will be quick." Acta couldn't wait any longer. He clenched his fists and said, "Feng Heng, you stay here and establish slowly. I will hold them off for a while." Feng Heng did his best to modify the sorcery array. He didn't even turn his head to look at Acta but instead shouted to him, "Be careful." Acta waved his hand and led a team of his men to chase after the nearest line of defense that had been lit up by the sacred pillars of light. Chapter 1842 Counterattack. Very soon, Actu caught up to the spot where the pillars of light had lit up. In front of them, the first batch of players from the City of Darkness who had tried to deal with the Federation had been mostly wiped out. You again. Actu's face darkened when he saw the leader of the Federation's military team. It was Ret. He had suffered a loss at Ret's hands before. He didn't expect to meet him again this time. Actu naturally wanted to get back at them, but he also knew that the gap between the two sides was huge. This kind of gap was not something that could be made up for with just hot-bloodedness. Ret also noticed Actu and smiled. Hee, it's you. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. You were lucky last time. I hope you will be as lucky this time. Go. Seeing that Ret and his men had already set up the alchemy stone slab, Actu immediately signaled for the players behind him to charge forward. Actu did not personally rush forward to join the battle this time. Instead, he formed an imprint with both hands in front of him. The black fog that enveloped the surroundings quickly gathered in front of him, condensing into a pure black arrow. Whoosh! The black arrow that was more than a meter long condensed and pierced towards Ret and the Federal team players. Boom! The black arrow was affected by the holy power and exploded in the air. The dense black fog and various negative effects once again enveloped the Federation players. Actu's expression changed when his attack succeeded. Swoosh! He saw Ret's figure suddenly appear in front of him from the black fog. Not good. Actu cried out in his heart and quickly changed the imprint in front of him. The surrounding black fog condensed into a black round shield in front of him. Boom! The round shield had just condensed when it emitted a dull thud. It exploded with a punch from Ret. Actu spat out another mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by the remaining force of Ret's punch and disappeared into the thick black fog. Ret was also entangled by the black fog that enveloped him, and he couldn't chase after them. TSK. Ret realized that he had lost his perception of Actu and let out a disdainful snort. If it was a one-on-one fight, with his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to get rid of Actu. However, in such a strange environment, the enemy could borrow the power of this strange black fog to attack him. Ret looked behind him. Although the people of the Munt gang were still trying to attack the team from all angles, the sacred alchemy stone slab was still intact under the protection of the team, and it was still constantly eliminating the holy light that enveloped the surroundings. Everything was going according to plan. Bang! Not far away, Actu's back was slammed into a large stone pillar behind him. He gritted his teeth and stood up again. If he had recovered from his previous injuries, he wouldn't have lost so badly now that he couldn't even take a blow from Ret. In front of them, the players who were attacking the Federal team fell one by one. Seeing that the people from the Holy Court had already placed the stone slab in the predetermined position, Actu's heart sank to the bottom. A total of 7 magic array stone slabs were needed to complete the magic array. 7 pillars of light shot into the sky. He could see the general location of the 7 pillars of light. 5 of them had already arrived at the magic array and were awaiting orders. This meant that most of the player teams that went to stop the Federation's military had failed. There were only 2 left. Once the stone slabs were all set up. At that time. Huh? Of course. Suddenly, Actu noticed something. He was instantly shocked and turned his head to look behind him. That was. Not far away, Terry, who was guarding the stone slab, also noticed something. He frowned and raised his head to look at a nearby rock wall. In the encampment, a thick black fog that was even more dense than before continuously seeped out from the cracks in the stone walls. This black fog was very unusual. After the dense aura seeped out, it fused into the black fog outside and immediately spread out. Coincidentally, Ret's team was close to the black fog and were the first to be influenced by the black fog. Kai. The holy stone slab's magic array released a pillar of light that continuously emitted a sizzling sound. The pillar of light quickly dimmed under the corrosion of the black fog. What was going on? Terry judged that the situation was not good and turned to look at the auxiliary priest of the Holy Court in the team. The power of the black fog is getting stronger. It seems that the Munt gang has used some method to speed up the circulation of the black fog and release a thicker black fog. I was not expecting them to be able to do this, but this might be their last fight. The priest's face also showed a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "Colonel Terry, please don't worry. The holy pillar of light will still be effective. As long as the 7 light pillars can be successfully returned to their original positions, the black fog will still be completely purified. I understand. Leave it to us." Terry focused his eyes and looked at the thick black fog in front of him. He shouted to his soldiers, "Raise your vigilance. You must protect the holy stone slabs." Understood. Amidst the black fog, Actu was still in a daze as he looked at the black fog that was constantly seeping out from the high ground. What a surprise. Such a strong black fog aura. Fang Heng. It must be him. He really did it. The players of the Munt gang all had a special skill. After a period of cultivation, with the help of some special medicine, Not only could they be immune to the influence of the black fog, but they could also use the power of the black fog to fight. This gave them a great advantage in fighting in the black fog. As the density of the black fog increased, their combat ability in the black fog also increased rapidly. The opportunity had come. Act 2's spirits were roused. He gulped down a vial of expensive recovery potion and formed an imprint with his hands in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Thick black fog congregated in front of him, forming a pure black arrow. Compared to before, the arrow was several times larger. Whoosh! The black arrow darted at the direction of the holy pillar of light. Boom! The arrow exploded. Under the influence of the black arrow, the entire pillar of light instantly let out a roar and dimmed down. Its dispelling ability was reduced by several times. Ret's expression changed. The black fog instantly surrounded their entire team. The dispelling effect of the alchemy Magikure's pillar of light was insufficient. All sorts of negative effects came one after another. Similar scenes were still happening in various places in the maze of the Munt Gang's base. Originally, the alliance of the Munt Gang and the City of Darkness was completely suppressed by the Federation's military, and they were on the verge of despair. Unexpectedly, the black fog in the cave suddenly became dense again. Under the influence of the black fog, the Munt Gangs counterattacked aggressively, as if they had been triggered. Chapter 1843 Dealing with Yanmo, the second in command of the Munt Gang, had been fighting against the Federation to stop them from setting up the Magikure. Both parties were entangled in a battle, but he was suddenly stimulated by the black fog and his strength increased greatly. The strength to control the black fog instantly increased by nearly 30%. The situation instantly reversed. He could stop them. Yanmo quickly assessed the current combat strength of both sides, and an elite light instantly appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Yanmo sped up and rushed to face the captain of the Federation's military team. He struck out with a punch. Before the fist arrived, the black fog attack triggered by the fist attacked forward first. Bang! The captain of the Federation army defended the attack with both hands in front of him. The black fog exploded. Instantly, the captain felt a sense of weakness in his body. Oh no! The influence of the black fog was too great. He was able to fight Yanmo with a 60-40 ratio just now, but now he was at a disadvantage. In the conference hall of the Munt Gang's encampment, Menrui saw the black fog erupting in the distance. His eyes were fixed on it, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. That position was. How could there be such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation? Suddenly, Menrui thought of Act 2 who had suggested to him to improve the Magikure. It was Fang Heng. They had succeeded. Menrui didn't have much hope at first. He just wanted to try his luck and make a big deal out of it. He didn't expect it to succeed. They were already in a desperate situation and could face death at any moment. However, Fang Heng's successful modification of the Magikure allowed them to successfully extend their lives. I will go find Fang Heng. The rest of you stay here and guard the Holy Land. Understood. Menrui could no longer care about protecting the Holy Land. He immediately went to look for Fang Heng after saying that. He urgently needed to know how Fang Heng did it. Lights and if they could borrow the power of the Magikure to simulate spiritual energy to activate the Magikure and significantly increase the efficiency of the ritual, they might even be able to break through the Federation's blockade this time. He had completely removed the seal in the Holy Land. Outside the encampment, seeing the beams of holy light that invaded the interior of the Munt Gang's base dimming and gradually coming to a halt, the members of the Federation team fell silent. They had thought that victory was in their hands, but they did not expect a thick black fog to seep out at the last moment. Judging from the feedback from the Holy Light Pillar, the situation was very bad. Seeing this, the Archbishop of the Holy Court, Robert, had a solemn look on his face. Commander Zhichen stared at the interior of the encampment and asked in a deep voice, Archbishop Robert, if we choose to attack now, what are our chances of winning? Robert frowned. He thought carefully and replied, the chances of winning are not low, but I don't recommend attacking by force. Why? Archbishop Robert raised his head again. He looked at the thick black fog that could not be dispersed. He uttered in a deep voice, I am not worried about the Munt Gang. I am worried about the Game Rift. The source of the black fog comes from the Game Rift. The density of the black fog has far exceeded the warning line. In the worst-case scenario, if the enemy controls the opening of the Game Rift. The Archbishop did not continue, but the meaning was already very clear. It was very likely that the Munt Gang had already found a way to control the Game Rift. What if they forced the other faction into a corner and destroyed the Game Rift completely? At that time, the problem would not be so easy. Kleinman and the leader of the Federation's Inspection Bureau looked at each other. Now, they realized it. The gravity of the matter increased once again. Originally, the mission objective was to capture the extremely dangerous demi-humans. Now, it had become a possible mutation of the Game Rift. He needed to be extra cautious when dealing with this matter. No one wanted to be the last one to take the blame. It involves the mutation of the game rift. We have to be prepared for the worst. Archbishop, do you have any solution? Yes. The Archbishop pondered for a moment and said, I suggest a temporary retreat. While everyone was discussing, one of the pillars of light that kept flickering in the cave finally lost its luster. This meant that one of the pillars had been destroyed by the Munt gang. Everyone's heart sank. Zhu Chen shook his head when he saw this and said, forget it, let's retreat first. He had already lost a movable alchemy stone slab, and the entire large-scale magic array couldn't be completed. There was no point in continuing. I've already contacted the headquarters of the Holy Court. They're also very concerned about the black fog that erupted here. Oracle Audelia is already on her way here. You mean Lord Audelia? When everyone heard this, their eyes could not help but flash with surprise. In the real world, the Holy Court had 3 other powerful figures besides the Holy Court's Pope. Oracle Audelia, the controller of the Holy Weapon, the Silent Libra. She had once destroyed a high-level world's game rift single-handedly. From then on, he became famous. Many people had heard of her name. He did not expect her to be on her way. With Audelia's personal arrival, the problem of the black fog should be properly suppressed. Yes, this matter is very important. Only by using the holy weapon to suppress it can we ensure that the game rift is safe. With the help of the Oracle, we will be able to take down the base of the Munt gang. The Archbishop continued, to prevent the aura from spreading further, we will continue to set up a magic array around the perimeter to prevent the Munt gang from escaping. The military commander, Zhu Chen, thought about it and nodded, all right, we will give them one more day. The Archbishop gestured for the believers to control the magic array outside the camp of the Munt gang to emit intermittent light, sending a signal to the infiltration teams to retreat. Zhu Chen could choose to continue attacking. There was indeed a chance to annihilate the Munt gang. The military didn't want to see such casualties. If there was a safer way, Zhu Chen was not willing to risk his subordinates' lives. Soon, the teams retreated from the encampment. Many soldiers were slightly injured and were taken for treatment. The leader of a conflict team, Ravi, retreated to the outside world with a guardian alchemy stone slab and followed Zhu Chen. He said, Sir, there's something I need to report. As he spoke, Ravi whispered a few words into Zhu Chen's ear. Zhu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Ravi's report. He asked softly, this is a serious matter. Are you sure it's reliable? I am sure. Please give me a chance, sir. We must take them down. Good, very good. Zhu Chen nodded. He admired Zhu Chen's drive to climb up and was willing to give him a chance. He nodded and said, you will be in charge of this operation. Act according to the circumstances and ensure that the plan succeeds. Thank you for your nurturing, sir. Ravi was excited. He cupped his fists and thanked him before immediately going down to organize the operation. Kleinman noticed Zhu Chen's whispers and asked, Officer Zhu, from the looks of it, do you have any new plans? Zhu Chen looked as if he had everything under control. He kept them in suspense and said, a hard fortress is often broken through from the inside. If everything went smoothly, they might not have to wait for the reinforcements from the Holy Court. They could solve the problem of the Black Fog one step ahead of time. Chapter 1844 Planning inside the base of the Munt gang, Act to realize that Ret's team wanted to retreat. He had been suppressed for so long. Now that he had finally found a chance to counterattack, he naturally would not let it go easily. He immediately led his men and chased after them. It was a pity. Even though they were retreating in a panic, the Federation's military cooperated in an orderly manner. Actu had chased them for a long distance. Other than exhausting both sides, he did not cause any actual damage to the military. Seeing that the enemies were gradually retreating from the base, Actu could only return to the cave with his subordinates. Brother Feng Heng. You're amazing. You saved our lives again. When they returned to the cave, Actu stepped forward and gave Feng Heng a big hug. Big brother, I told you. I didn't misjudge you. Brother Feng Heng is reliable. Meng Ruui had arrived a little earlier than Actu and was already studying the magic array with Feng Heng. When he heard Feng Heng's words, he raised his head and looked at Feng Heng again. He cupped his fists solemnly and thanked him again. Indeed, it was all thanks to Mr. Feng Heng's assistance that we were able to defeat the Federation. Thank you. You're welcome. At this moment, besides Meng Ruui, many other leaders of the forces of the City of Darkness had also gathered to investigate the situation. Once again, they stopped the Federation's attack, and the players' morale increased greatly. When they found out that it was Feng Heng's modified magic array that had worked, they started to praise him in various ways. I knew you guys could do it. Those bastards from the Federation, you guys didn't see it just now. They were peeing their pets when they were running away. If I had to say, it's still Brother Feng Heng's effort. Brother Feng Heng, after this matter is over, let's go and have a drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. It was completely different from their previous attitudes. Everyone was praising Feng Heng and flooding him with flattery. It was as if the people who had questioned and objected earlier were not them at all. Among the crowd, Jai didn't say a word. He just looked at Feng Heng from afar, his gaze somewhat unusual. Just now, he had failed in the battle with the Federation team. His life was in someone else's hands. In order to survive, he could only beg for mercy. He had thought that his life was doomed, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly have a chance. Under the thick black fog, the monk gang launched a counterattack. The Federation soon received a signal from the outside world to retreat. Originally, he thought that he would be taken out by the Federation. He didn't expect the captain of the federal team, Ravi, to give him a chance. He wanted him to be the mole and help the Federation break through the black fog. Even now, Jai was still hesitant. From the looks of it, the monk gang seemed to have a way to deal with the Federation. If he could survive, he naturally wouldn't be a traitor. Meng Ruoui asked seriously after checking the magic array, Brother Feng Heng, can we continue to promote the magic array's operation method? Can we continue to increase the efficiency? Everyone quieted down and looked at Feng Heng, waiting for his answer. Yes, but I don't think the magic array will be able to improve its effects much after this. Feng Heng explained, it's mainly a problem of energy. Activating the magic array requires energy to simulate spiritual power. We've asked the people in the gang before, and they don't have much energy stored in the Munt gang. Meng Ruoui thought about it and felt that it was a pity. The encampment lacked energy. Even if Feng Heng could set up a magic array in the Holy Land, he would not be able to completely open the game rift. Meng Ruoui exhaled in his heart and did not hide anything. He nodded and admitted, indeed, under normal circumstances, the ritual consumes very little energy. We don't have much energy reserves in our base, so the energy we can provide now is very little. Hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. After all this time, they were just struggling on their deathbeds. When all the energy was used up, they would be finished. The people of the Federation only needed to stand guard outside. In a few days, they would run out of ammunition and food. When Jai heard this, his expression changed. Meng Ruouy's words dispelled his last hesitation. Minute. This was Meng Ruouy's final trump card. They couldn't resist the continuous attacks of the Federation if they followed this group of people. It was only wise to seek protection from the Federation as soon as possible. Help the Federation. Jai took a deep breath and made a decision. He would not spend the rest of his life in prison. Meng Ruoui saw that the morale was somewhat low and said, everyone, please don't give up. I've already asked for help from the outside world. Someone will come to save us. I can assure you that he's extremely powerful. Even the Federation's military is afraid of him. In addition, we are also thinking of a way to escape internally. The plan is already in place. The more time we delay, the more hope we have of separating. Everyone listened to him. They did not know if Meng Ruoui was telling the truth or not. In short, they had already reached the point of despair, so they really came to listen. Jai sneered in his heart. He said that there would be external reinforcement. Did they really have helpers who dared to fight the Federation head-on? Just to save them? Jai didn't think that anyone here had such a big face. As for the other escape methods mentioned by Meng Ruoui, he had already mentioned them many times. However, whenever someone inquired him what it was, Meng Ruoui would always say that it was a secret of the Holy Land. Meng Ruoui did not know what Jai was thinking. He called his subordinates to immediately take stock of the inventory and gather all the available energy sources in the base to provide energy for the magic array. For the time being, he estimated how long he could hold on and see how long he could last. One of the players asked, if that's the case, the people from the Federation outside have temporarily halted attacking. Should we also temporarily stop the energy supply? Save as many as you can? No. Meng Ruoui vibrated his head and refused the suggestion. Stopping the operation of the magic array will cause the black fog to weaken significantly. The Federation is not sure about our internal situation. Stopping the operation now is undoubtedly a signal to them that we are running out of energy and will only give up the initiative. Moreover, the 2 large-scale purification magic arrays outside the base are currently in operation. Without the support of energy, we won't last more than 2 hours. Everyone pondered about it and felt that what Meng Ruoui uttered made sense. Unfortunately, my gang still has a lot of energy hidden in it. If only I could use it. What's the point of saying this now? The energy you hid has long been confiscated by the Federation. Our gang has quite a few too. When we ran away just now, we were in a hurry. At most, we brought some valuable things. We didn't think of bringing energy. Dman, it would be great if we could break out of this encirclement. The Federation has set up a holy magic array outside. It will definitely require a large amount of energy. As everyone was discussing, Aktu's eyes lit up. He asked, that's right, big brother. The Federation has energy sources outside. Now that the Federation is uncertain about our situation, it's a good opportunity. Why don't we just go and use the Black Fog to snatch a wave from the Federation? Chapter 1845. Misleading. Mengrui pondered for a while, but his expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so anxious. The Federation's military is far from being in chaos. We still need to think about it carefully. The energy body can still last us for a while. Let's wait and see what the Federation is up to. It won't be too late for us to take countermeasures." Mengrui looked at Feng Heng and cupped his fists. He said, "Brother Feng Heng, can you hold on? We need to activate the energy supply in a short time to deal with the sudden attack of the Federation." "Of course, no problem," said Feng Heng as he stood up. He continued, "I need another ritual team to help with the fine-tuning, as well as some materials for the setup. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Feng Heng. I will get someone to prepare the materials now." Feng Heng nodded and said, "Oh right, there's something I need to trouble you with. A friend of mine is seriously injured. She should still be in the casualty cave." "I understand. I will get someone to bring her over and do my best to treat her." "Thank you. Also, you need to draw the magic array in a quiet area." Actu stepped forward and said, "Brother Feng Heng, I will bring you there." Feng Heng nodded and followed Actu to another cave to set up a magic array. After the simple discussion, the guild players left one after another. Mengrui watched the crowd leave in silence. Ianmo walked behind Mengrui and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, I just feel that I missed something." Feng Heng took the time to check on Fauna and Gu Qingzu, who were sent to the rest area of the Mutt Gang's base. Fauna was still resting with her eyes closed, drawing out a portion of her perception to look over Gu Qingzu. When she saw Feng Heng coming over, she shook her head at him. Gu Qingzu had been unconscious the entire time and showed no signs of waking up. Feng Heng paused for a moment before returning to the cave and setting up the second magic array. With the experience gained from the first trial, he was almost twice as fast when setting up the second magic array. After the magic array was completed, Feng Heng sat on the edge of the stone wall to rest. The next step would be to wait for the Monk Gang to send over the energy to run the magic array and test the stability of the magic array. According to his experience, it shouldn't be a problem. Counting the time, it was already dawn outside, right? Feng Heng closed his eyes and tried to sense the game entrance in his body. No way. It still could not be opened. The blue lines surrounding the entrance of the game showed no signs of weakening. What a pity. Feng Heng sighed in his heart. If he could still enter and exit the game, he could just use the space warp backpack to move the energy crystals out. But he couldn't do it. Under such circumstances, he couldn't fall asleep, and he couldn't enter the game either. However, he was still a little impatient. With that in mind, Feng Heng simply sat on the spot and entered the second stage of the lock cultivation mode. There was a benefit to the second stage of lock, which was that he was sufficiently focused and immersed. Immersed in cultivation, the disturbances of the outside world could naturally be blocked, allowing him to calm down. After this period of cultivation, a trace of his spiritual power had already appeared in the channel that was constantly flowing through his body. Every time he successfully circulated his spiritual energy, the trajectory would slightly deepen. He did not know when it would end. According to the instructor, it was a huge project to completely solidify the spiritual power channel and form a spiritual power network. It would take a long time to cultivate hard. It could be a year. It could also be 10 years. Feng Heng felt that he was already very familiar with it. He could now use his spiritual power to quickly flow through his body. Take it slow. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating for, but when Feng Heng felt his mind completely calm down, he opened his eyes. Phew, Brother Feng Heng, you're finally awake. I thought you were possessed. Acta heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Feng Heng had woken up. When he came to find Feng Heng earlier, he was shocked when he saw Feng Heng cultivating in the cave. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. How could he persist in cultivating in such an environment? This kind of self-discipline was a little exaggerated. Originally, Actu had planned to wait for Feng Heng to finish his cultivation before speaking to him. Thus, he sat at the side and waited. Unexpectedly, he waited for more than 4 hours. He even suspected that Feng Heng had met with an accident during his cultivation. It was only because he gazed normal on the outside that he did not forcefully interrupt. Feng Heng explained while waving his hand, "I am fine. There's still a long time before I break through. It can help me stay focused during cultivation and calm down very quickly." Actu stared blankly at Feng Heng, blinking his eyes. He didn't understand what Feng Heng was saying. "Brother Feng Heng, were you cultivating to break through the lock just now?" asked Actu after a moment of hesitation. "Yes, indeed." Feng Heng's body felt stiff after 4 hours of maintaining the same movement. He stood up and stretched his stiff body. He looked at Actu and asked, Have you broken through Tier 2 of lock? Yes, ever since I entered the game, I've been following Big Brother to break through the lock. 3 years ago, I've previously broken through Tier 3 of lock. Acta gazed at Fang Heng and hesitated for a moment, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Act 2, what's wrong? Is there a problem outside again? Ah, that's not it. It's just. Lightsnvlakta thought for a while and said seriously, Brother Fang Heng, to be honest, cultivation is a little personal. But, your cultivation method seems a little special? Special? What do you mean? Fang Heng was confused by Act 2's question. I didn't see wrongly. You should have been cultivating to break through Tier 2 of lock, right? Yes. That's strange. Brother Fang Heng, why have you been going around in circles at the first stage and not going through the second stage of cultivation? Is there any special method to break through the lock? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Act 2's question. He vaguely realized that something was wrong. Fang Heng explained with a frown, the instructor told me that I haven't completed the first stage of cultivation yet. I can't carry out the second step of cultivation for the time being. Acta gazed at Fang Heng with an even stranger gaze and said carefully, Fang Heng, this. Act 2, you and I are friends. If you have any questions, just say it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Acta relaxed a lot and said, I want to ask your master where he got the method to break through Tier 2 of lock. From the Federation. The Federation? Acta was even more puzzled after hearing it. Chapter 1846 imparting all along, the Federation's method had always been considered orthodox in breaking through the lock. The Federation had always been strictly controlling the breakthrough of the lock as well as leveling up and repeating the process. Every year, they were refining the method of training and breaking through. At present, almost all the breakthrough methods circulating in the outside world were obtained from the Federation. Later, due to special circumstances, they had undergone various strange supplements and improvements. But they were all the same. Without a doubt, the method provided by the Federation was considered the most professional and the one that consumed the shortest amount of time. Acta lost his confidence when he heard this answer. He muttered softly, that's strange. What's wrong? Acta said straightforwardly, Fang Heng, the cultivation method you got from the Federation seems to be a little wrong. Huh? Fang Heng was shocked. Would the cultivation method given by the Federation be fake? However, he reacted almost instantly. That's right. It was very likely that the entire cultivation method was fake. Fang Heng finally realized the problem. There was a problem with his cultivation method. The Federation had always been suspicious of him, so why would they give him the method to unlock Tier 2 of lock so easily? It was only during this time in the Federation training base that the breakthrough of Tier 2 of lock was very smooth, so he did not think in this direction. He was completely fooled by the Federation's coaches. It seems like I've been deceived by the people of the Federation. The method of breaking through the lock that I obtained isn't normal. Fang Heng finally understood, but he was not in a hurry to conclude. Instead, he looked at Act 2 and asked, Act 2, you know how to unlock Tier 2 of lock, can you tell me the method to unlock it? Of course, no problem. Acta heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Fang Heng's words. He thumped his chest happily. I was worried that it was a special unlocking method of your organization's internal inheritance. By the way, I need to know your early cultivation progress and method first. Alright, I was cultivating with the help of the Federation some time ago with the help of the Star Wheel. Under Acta's guidance, Fang Heng sat down cross-legged again and began to recount the entire process of cultivation. Brother Fang Heng, the method for Tier 2 lock is mostly the same. It's mainly divided into 2 steps. The first step is like what the Federation taught you. You need to control your spiritual power to complete an internal circulation in your body. You do need to rely on the meridians created by the flow of spiritual power. Acta continued to explain, however, the spiritual energy flowing through the meridians formed in the body can only be used as an aid for cultivation. Solidified mentality meridians can help your mental strength flow better in the early stages, but it will also affect the release of your mental strength later. It's more like a shackle. As cultivation becomes longer, the shackles on your body will become thicker and thicker. Fang Heng frowned and asked, shackles? Why do you say that? The effect of the meridians flowing in his body was extremely good. He could not figure out what it had to do with shackles. This is related to the second step of cultivating the lock. The ultimate goal of breaking through the lock is to circulate the spiritual energy in the body and then release it out through the body. The meridians are equivalent to restricting the flow of spiritual energy, preventing you from achieving the final effect. After listening to Act 2's explanation, Fang Heng realized that the Federation was a huge fraud. It was simply a trap for him. Fortunately, he met Act 2. Otherwise, if he continued to train according to the method given by the Federation for a few months, the shackles would become thicker and thicker. It would even be difficult for him to break through. Act 2, what should I do now? It's not a big problem. Acta did not know that Feng Heng had only cultivated the second stage of the lock for less than half a year. He said, "Fortunately, you haven't cultivated for a long time. You still have time. If you had accumulated it for 10 or 20 years, it would have been troublesome. Now, I need you to use your spiritual power to completely break through the shackles that were previously solidified. Completely shatter this barrier." Good. Feng Heng closed his eyes once again and followed Acta's guidance, activating his spiritual power. Whoosh! Lightsenville Feng Heng's spirit attribute was much higher than that of ordinary players. With a sudden burst of his spirit, the spirit network that he had spent half a month building up was shattered under the impact. It was difficult to construct. However, it was extremely easy to destroy. Feng Heng tried to feel it again. After destroying the channels in his body, his spiritual power flowed more smoothly, and its activity increased greatly. However, it also became more disorderly and somewhat difficult to control. Feng Heng opened his eyes again and looked at Acta. "Is that alright? So fast?" Acta was a little surprised when he saw Feng Heng easily break through the shackles in his body. Shackles were initially constructed to assist in the training of spiritual energy flow. The second step, breaking through the shackles, was not easy. Ordinary people might need to continuously attack before the shackles would gradually loosen until they were completely broken. Generally speaking, the stronger one's spiritual power was, the stronger the power to break through the constraints would be. Therefore, Feng Heng's spiritual power must be extremely strong. Acta thought to himself and nodded, "Yes. Next, you need to carry out the second step of the official cultivation. The spiritual power flowing in the body is only the initial control. The second step requires the spiritual power to be released after flowing in the body. External release." Feng Heng muttered to himself. Following Acta's guidance, he tried to control his spiritual strength and release it outwards. Acta tried his best to explain, "Yes, spiritual strength is released through various parts of the body. It's a little like releasing your perception." "Yes." Feng Heng tried again. The difficulty of this step had increased by a lot. Losing the stability of the meridians in his body, the movement of spiritual energy in his body became somewhat difficult and needed some adjustments. Feng Heng tried several times in a row, but he still could not complete the movement of his spiritual power. "Feng Heng, it's okay. Normally, you can't succeed at the beginning. Just take it slow." Acta felt that Feng Heng was already very impressive. He was able to attain such a level on his first cultivation. His talent was extraordinary. Alright. Feng Heng felt that he had already found the feeling. He was still one breath away from the final step. He would be able to find a breakthrough after trying a few more times. "Okay, I understand. I will try again." "Alright, there's no rush. Brother Feng Heng, you're very talented. You will be able to complete this step very quickly. Oh right, when you're about to release your spiritual power, your body will instinctively reject it." Acta continued to guide him. "You need to break through this layer of rejection. This may take a long time. But as long as you break through the first time, your body will adapt to this state. After that, it will be much easier." Acta was teaching Feng Heng the various tricks to break through Tier 2 of lock. Suddenly, he frowned and turned around to look outside the cave. Chapter 1847 Betrayal. Feng Heng also realized something and looked out of the cave. There was another commotion outside. The dark golden pillar of light released by the magic array once again entered the interior of the Munt Gang's base. It seemed that the Federation had invaded the interior of the Munt Gang's base again. Acta's heart tightened and he said, "Looks like the Federation is making a move again. Brother Feng Heng, I will go back and take a look first." Feng Heng felt that he had found some clues to break through Tier 2 of the lock. He thought that following him would not be of much help, so he said, "Okay, go ahead and do your work. Be careful." "Yes, I will come back after I defeat the Federation." In the base conference hall of the Munt Gang's encampment, Mengrui sized up the holy pillar of light that lit up in the encampment outside the cave and was secretly suspicious. That was strange. The Federation's attack this time was very abnormal. There were only 7 light pillars on the movable alchemy slab brought by the Holy Court. 2 were destroyed in the previous battle. There were only 5 left. Clearly, the remaining 5 magic arrays were not enough to complete the large-scale purification magic array. Could it be that they wanted to fight with all their might? Mengrui didn't think so either. The intruders were all small-scale elite teams. Mengrui realized that there must be a problem with the Federation's attack this time, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Ianmo quietly observed the movements of the holy pillar of light outside. He said, "Big brother, the Federation's attack this time doesn't seem to be as strong as the last time. I will personally bring people over to deal with them." "No, don't be anxious. Let's wait for a while. The Federation's attack this time is a little strange. Let's observe it a little more." Mo had always listened to Meng so he stayed behind with peace of mind. Meng continued to observe. The current situation was unclear. He would fight passively first and then observe the situation. At this moment, somewhere near the mouth of the monk gang's encampment, taking advantage of the chaos in the base, Jite quietly brought his subordinates to the meeting point with the Federation. A small team of more than 10 people from the Federation had already arrived in advance. The Federation team that invaded the base of the monk gang with the magic array's pillar of light was all a cover. The Federation's real killer move was the elite team led by Ravi and Rhett. To avoid detection, the number of people participating in the secret operation was not large. Soon, Jite and Rhett's team met up. Jite said, "I've found the person you wanted me to find, Gu Kingsu. She's injured and unconscious. She's staying in the headquarters of the monk gang for treatment." Rhett and Ravi looked at each other. This information was extremely important to the two of them. What else? There's also Fang Heng. Just now, that kid Fang Heng modified the magic array. He has something to do with the large-scale black fog that appeared in front of us. Rhett narrowed his eyes. It seemed that their judgment was right. The demi-humans and the people of the monk gang were entangled together. The special changes of the black fog were also closely related to the demi-humans. "How's Gu Kingsu? Have you seen her?" "I saw her from afar. She looked fine." "I heard that she was unconscious." Ravi asked, "What about the defense of the headquarters? What do you think?" "It's very tight. When I just came out, Meng and Mo were still guarding the base headquarters." Rhett and Ravi exchanged glances. Meng was indeed difficult to deal with. They had originally planned to lure the people of the monk gang out, and then take advantage of their absence to work together with Jite to directly break the internal magic array that created the black fog, or find a way to bring Fang Heng and Gu Kingsu out first. Jite looked at the two of them and asked, "How is it? What's your plan? Now that Meng and Mo are both on guard, can you win?" "This is not a question you should ask. Just do your part. We will help you solve your problems." "TSK." Jite shrugged and said, "Up to you. I am just reminding you. Fang Heng and Actu went to another cave to set up a magic array. You guys go there and deal with him and the magic array. By then, the density of the black fog will be reduced. It will be easy to deal with the monk gang." Vera thought that this was a good suggestion. He thought about it and nodded. "All right, take us to Fang Heng first. Follow me." Jite had already decided to cooperate with the Federation. Before coming to meet up, he familiarized himself with the terrain of the encampment and led everyone around the guards until they arrived at the cave where Fang Heng was. Outside the cave, 2 guards of the monk gang were standing guard. The black fog had brought great trouble to the Federation. Similarly, the vision of the ordinary members of the monk gang would also be affected. "I will distract them. You guys assist me." Jite called out to his subordinates as they walked towards the cave entrance. "Who are you?" The players guarding the entrance immediately shouted a warning when they noticed them. "It's us. We just saw a suspicious person and came over to take a look," Jite explained as he brought his subordinates closer to the cave entrance. The 2 guards did not let their guard down because of Jite's words. They looked at Jite, who was the leader, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. "This place is very good. The people of the Federation have not appeared." "Stop, don't come any closer." "What? Actu isn't inside?" As if he didn't hear him, Jeter persisted to talk to himself and slowly approached the cave entrance. "I told you to stop." The 2 guards of the monk gang shouted. "Shut up." Jite had not expected the security of the monk gang to be so tight. Seeing that he could not get past them, he revealed his ferocious side and charged at the guards of the monk gang. "Not good. They are enemies. Be careful. Stop him. Activate the alarm." In an instant, the area alarm in the base sounded. "Idiot." Vera was hiding behind a huge protruding rock not far away. When he saw Jite miss, he cursed in his heart and waved his hand. "Let's go." The Federation's elite team immediately rushed towards the entrance of the cave. More than a dozen guards of the monk gang rushed out of the cave and engaged in a chaotic battle with Jite's subordinates and a small team of the Federation army. Actu was not too far away from the cave. When he spotted the invasion signal from the cave, his expression changed. "Damn it. It's the Federation." Actu hurriedly retreated to support them. He did not expect to confront the elite team of the Federation that was about to invade the cave entrance just as he returned to the cave entrance. "Stop." Rhett and Ravi heard the shouts from behind. They frowned and quickly gazed at each other. Their luck was terrible. It was supposed to be a perfect cooperation from the inside and outside, but it was destroyed by that idiot Jite. They did not expect Actu's reinforcements to be so fast. Since they had already been exposed, they had to settle this quickly and find Fang Heng immediately and seize him away. When Actu saw Jite mixing with the Federation's people, he immediately understood the Federation's intention for this attack. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Jite! It's you! We, the Monk Gang, kindly took you in, but you betrayed us." Chapter 1848 Breakthrough. Jite laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. You're like a 3-year-old kid. What do you mean by betraying me? We were just cooperating with each other before, and we each took what we needed. Now that you've lost your value, the cooperation is naturally terminated. I will kill you." Aktu's heart was burning with anger as he led a dozen of his subordinates and charged toward Jite. Despicable Federation. They had almost succeeded. Aktu sprinted forward while forming an imprint with his hands in front of him. The black fog that shrouded the area formed a pair of giant-sized hands behind Aktu's back. The hands were raised high and slapped toward the Federation's people in the area ahead. The hands condensed from the black fog collided with each other. Bang! A dense black fog wrapped around the air exploded. Ho! Jite and the other players were instantly pushed back by the force. Rhett and Vera controlled their bodies to retreat, putting their hands in front of them to resist the explosion of the black fog. The two of them looked solemn. They looked at each other again and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They could sense that the black fog was filled with a large number of negative effects. The antidotes developed by the Federation had limited effects. Do it as soon as possible. I know. As the time they stayed in the black fog increased, their strength would only continue to weaken. Stop them. Aktu shouted as his body shot out from a layer of black fog. His eyes were red, and his body was covered in a thin layer of black fog. He used his body to block Rhett and the others. HMPH, go. Vela snorted and attacked Aktu from the left and right with Rhett. Bang. Rhett punched forward. The black fog exploded. Ha ha ha. Is that all you have? Aktu was knocked back a few steps. Laughing loudly, he charged forward again. After a short exchange, Rhett and Vera felt a lot of pressure from Aktu. The black fog's ability was too abnormal. Without the black fog, in a normal environment, any one of them would be able to suppress Aktu. Under the influence of the black fog, Aktu's strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, they lacked the holy pillar of light to disperse the surrounding black fog, so their strength was greatly weakened. Given the difference in power, only the two of them could try to suppress Aktu. Moreover, as time passed, the two of them would only become weaker. Helpless, Vela glanced at Jite from the corner of her eyes. Jite had just been blown away by the explosion of the aura, and his aura was extremely unstable. He had just recovered a little and stood up. Seeing that a few of them were entangled, he immediately gathered his subordinates and ran into the cave. Don't even think about it. Aktu saw the intentions of Jite and the others. He was angry and anxious. He flew up, wanting to intercept them again. Rhett and Vera naturally didn't give him a chance. They worked together to stop Aktu. Jite. You will regret it. Aktu couldn't get away from Rhett and Vera, so he could only watch Jite enter the cave. He tried to threaten him. Haha. Jite sneered in his heart. Originally, he was not willing to join the battle between the Monk Gang and the Federation. He didn't expect the people from the Federation's military to be so weak. He had no choice. Since things had come to this, there was no way he could survive in the City of Darkness. He could only go all the way and help the Federation. Since they had already reached this stage, Jite wanted to take this opportunity to sneak into the cave and take Fang Hang down. Jite led a dozen of his subordinates into the cave and quickly looked around the surroundings. More than a dozen players of the Monk Gang gathered around the rear. They seemed to be concentrating on the ritual. He had no time to deal with them. Thick black fog overflowed from the ritual. There was still Fang Hang. Jite immediately noticed Fang Hang, who was sitting on the ground beside the cave. He noticed that Fang Hang's eyes were closed as if he was cultivating. Hey! It was so noisy outside, yet he was still cultivating under such circumstances. He was really courting death. Jite gripped the dark golden blade in his hand tightly and quickly approached Fang Hang, ready to knock him out and hand him over to the Federation. Halfway through, Jite suddenly realized something. He slowed down and narrowed his eyes. It seemed a little strange. Fang Hang was just sitting on the ground, but the aura he emitted was indescribably strange. He didn't care anymore. The Federation's military wanted him alive. Knock him out first. Jite raised his blade high and aimed the back of the blade at Fang Hang. Then, he slashed down fiercely, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard in the air. Ho! Just as the blade was about to land, Fang Hang, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Whoosh! Jite found that his wrist, which was holding the hilt of his sword tightly, was being held by Fang Hang. He stared at Fang Hang and felt an unshakable force on his wrist. Ho! Fang Hang grabbed Jite's wrist and threw him to the right. Bang! Jite was kicked into the air and slammed into the wall behind him. Boss! When the gang members saw this, they immediately surrounded Fang Hang, who was sitting on the ground near the edge of the rock wall. Jite struggled to stand up by supporting himself against the wall. He looked at Feng Heng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Wasn't he a player proficient in alchemy magic arrays? How could he have such terrifying brute force? Did he throw Jite away with one move? Jite's dozen men surrounded Feng Heng, but no one dared to take half a step forward. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Jite's men who were surrounding him. He then slowly lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He was already on the verge of breaking through the second stage of the lock. His mental power could already flow smoothly into every corner of his body, but it was restricted by an invisible membrane on his body and could not leak out of his body. Feng Heng was still trying to gather his spiritual power to break through, and his awareness of the outside world had dropped to the bottom. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, he would suddenly be stimulated by Jite from the outside world. He activated the human body's self-protection, and his spiritual energy was suddenly stimulated, breaking through the surface of his body. He completed his breakthrough. After knowing what had happened, Feng Heng looked at Jite with gratitude. He really had to thank Jite. Otherwise, it would take a lot of energy to break through Tier 2 of lock. Tier 2 of the lock cultivation was like a window paper. Once it was broken, it would be easy to use spiritual energy to release it. So now, he could already use the passive skills in the game in the real world? Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have any passive skills. The undying body effect was a special reward for world lords. It could be brought out of the game. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from Jite and used his spiritual power to sense the awareness of the outside world. The most distinct change was that in the real world, his sensitivity to blood had greatly increased. Even though he was in the dark fog, his awareness of blood was still sharp. Chapter 1849 Releasing A? Suddenly, Feng Heng realized something strange. After releasing his mental strength, he became more sensitive to the black fog aura that shrouded the cave. It seemed that Tier 2 of lock was not just a passive skill in the game like what the outside world said. In fact, the key point was the degree of control over mental strength. Tier 2 of lock was the complete release of mental strength. Most of the passive skills in the game were just additional. Based on this, the breakthrough of Tier 1 of lock outside the game was the release of perception. Tier 2 was the release of mental strength. What would Tier 3 be? Feng Heng didn't care about Jite's group of subordinates gathered around him. He even lowered his head and pondered. Different from perception, there were new changes when his mental strength came into contact with the surrounding black fog. It wasn't like his perception, which would be completely devoured upon contact. It seemed to be controllable. Having just mastered a new skill, Feng Heng was like a curious baby, constantly trying to figure out how to use it. From the feedback of his mental strength, the black fog gave Feng Heng an extremely gentle and comfortable feeling. It seemed that he could easily control the black fog with his mental strength. Oh, right. The people of the Mundo gang could also control the black fog. So they were also using their mental strength to control the black fog? As Feng Heng thought about it, he began to use his mental strength to control the black fog. How far could he control it? He had the illusion that he could easily activate the black fog. It was even more convenient than activating the Book of the Dead to control the soul chains. Jite climbed up from the ground with the help of his subordinates and together, they surrounded Feng Heng. He looked at Feng Heng and was bewildered. He felt that the aura emanating from Feng Heng's body was extremely strange. There seemed to be an invisible aura overflowing from his body. The aura seemed to have strangely fused with the surrounding black fog. Looking closely, the black fog around Feng Heng was trembling weakly. To the extent that the black fog nearby was attracted by him and kept condensing around Feng Heng. Something was wrong. Jite had a bad feeling, and his heart was beating wildly. He realized that there must be something wrong with Feng Heng. No matter what it was, he couldn't let it continue. Jite shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack together. Kill him." Jite shouted and once again raised his long blade to slash at Feng Heng. The rest of his subordinates also attacked Feng Heng. Feng Heng had his eyes closed as he tried to comprehend the changes in the black fog outside and control it. When he heard Jite's shout, his expression turned solemn and he raised his hand in front of him. Whoosh! The dense black fog suddenly revealed an aura of ferociousness under his spirit urging. It instantly condensed into a huge chain and was thrown forward. You! Seeing the change in the black fog, Jite's pupils suddenly locked. Bang! Before Jite could get close, he was hit hard on the shoulder by the chain formed by the black fog. He felt a huge pressure surging over him. Jite was once again thrown out and slammed into the wall. The place where he was hit by the black chain turned black, and he couldn't even feel anything. Poisoned effect? Jite was shocked and immediately gulped down a bottle of low-grade antidote. After swallowing the potion, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Jite was extremely shocked. He raised his head and saw Feng Heng slowly stand up from his original sitting position. The black fog gathered behind him. In a short moment, more than 10 black chains floated behind him. At this moment, Jite actually saw a strange smile appear on Feng Heng's face. This kind of smile made Jite feel extremely terrified. Feng Heng was in a good mood and had a smile on his face. Interesting. Practically speaking, controlling the black fog was similar to controlling the soul chains in the Book of the Dead. It was much easier and the effect was also good. Feng Heng put his palms together in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Dozens of black chains were instantly activated and dashed toward Jite's subordinates in a frenzy. The chains formed by the black fog danced wildly. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Almost instantly, Jite's subordinates were flung away by the black chains that danced wildly. Jite was shocked by the scene in front of him. He looked at Feng Heng with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and his body trembled in fear. What was going on? Lightsenville, how did he suddenly become so strong? He had just arrived at the base of the Munt gang. How could he control the black fog so easily? That monster was even stronger than Yinmo, the second in command of the Munt gang. Previously, he had been warned by the Federation's military to be careful of Feng Heng, but he never expected Feng Heng's strength to be so tyrannical. Whoosh! Jite's pupils contracted again. Several chains condensed from black fog flew towards him again. Get lost! Jite yelled and quickly jumped to the right. At the same time, he waved his sword in an attempt to forcefully blast the black fog away. Kai! However, the black fog chain wrapped tightly around Jite's swinging blade and his right arm. Jite immediately felt a force tightly binding the right side of his body. Without waiting for him to struggle, the black fog chains came one after another and bound his body tightly. Jite realized that he was being slowly pulled into the air by the iron chain. He was unable to move at all. He was both angry and afraid. He was furious that the Federation did not give him accurate information about Feng Heng, and he was even more afraid of the terrifying strength that Feng Heng had displayed. He had never expected that he would not even have the slightest bit of resistance in Feng Heng's hands. Jite had completely lost control of his body. He could only shout crazily, "Feng Heng! Let go of me! You will regret this. If you touch me, the Federation will." Feng Heng had no interest in listening to Jite. It looked like he was playing around, but in fact, he was trying to gradually regulate the black fog. He wanted to try and see how far he could control the black fog. Whoosh! Swoosh! The black fog lifted Jite into the air and the links gradually tightened. A pained expression appeared on Jite's face. He found that he was gradually losing regulate of his body under the power of the black fog. His body became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Bang! Feng Heng released the links formed by the black fog and frowned as he looked at Jite, who had fallen to the ground and fainted. He did not die but fainted first. It seemed that the black fog had other characteristics compared to the Book of the Dead soul chain. It looked like Jite was poisoned, or was it the loss of stamina? Alright, no matter what, there should be more room for improvement in his regulate of the black fog. Perhaps he could find Acta to discuss how to regulate the black fog. However, the strange thing was. Chapter 1850 Learning. Feng Heng stroked his chin again. Why? Why was he able to control the strength of the surrounding black fog so easily? At the very least, many people in the Federation military possessed the Tier 2 lock ability. However, they did not have such an ability. Therefore, it could be concluded that the ability to control the black fog should not be an ability that normal people could possess after breaking through to Tier 2 of lock. It was his problem. So where did the crux of the problem lie? As Feng Heng thought about it, he raised his head and looked around. Most of Jite's men had lost their ability to fight after the first round of chain attacks. The remaining few barely managed to get up from the ground, and they stared at Feng Heng in fear. They did not even dare to run. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The black chains flew towards the remaining people. Feng Heng quickly used the black fog chains to deal with Jite's remaining subordinates and looked outside the cave. He heard the shouts of Acta fighting outside the cave. Not good. Acta might be in trouble. Feng Heng didn't think too much about it and quickly rushed to the periphery of the cave. He had to help Acta solve his problem first. Outside the cave, Acta was fighting with Ret. He was fighting 1 against 2, and he was worried about Feng Heng's safety. He just wanted to get rid of the 2 of them and go to the cave to save Feng Heng. In his anxiety, he couldn't use his full strength and was suppressed by Ret and his companion. Whoosh! Ret's figure dashed out of the black fog. He threw a punch. Boom! Acta's black fog shield had absorbed most of the damage, but he was still knocked back by the punch. His blood was boiling. What should he do? The 2 of them were too difficult to deal with. He could not get close to the entrance of the cave at all. Feng Heng was the only one in the cave, and he was still cultivating. If he encountered danger and the ritual was interrupted. Boom! After taking another punch from Ret, Acta retreated. When he was anxious, he was easily distracted. Rhett and Vera immediately took advantage of Act 2's distraction and attacked continuously, forcing Act 2 to retreat away from the cave entrance. They were waiting for Jite to finish off Fang Heng and disrupt the magic array. Act 2 was continuously suppressed by his opponents, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was feeling extremely uncomfortable, he suddenly saw a figure flying out from the cave behind him. Act 2's heart skipped a beat when he saw the person's face through the black fog. He immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Whoosh! Rhett noticed Act 2's gaze and expression. His heart skipped a beat and he turned around. What the hell? He also noticed a black shadow dashing out of the cave. It was coming towards him. The black shadow rapidly approached him as its speed rose to the limit. Sneak attack? Rhett felt the killing intent coming from behind him. He snorted coldly and immediately changed his target. The fist that was originally aimed at Act 2 was now aimed at the figure behind him. Rhett let out a soft gasp in his heart as he threw a punch. Before the first arrived, a black fog attacked first. Bang! The fist shattered the thick black fog. Then, his fist collided fiercely with the fist behind him. Rhett immediately felt that something was wrong. A punch was sent out, and an even greater strength came after. He was unable to neutralize the strength of this punch and retreated a few steps. Rhett was shocked by the punch. How could there be someone who could suppress his skills and talent purely in terms of strength? Rhett was even more surprised when he saw his face. Fang Heng? It was him. How was this possible? It was clearly the same person. The last time they met, his power was still above Fang Heng, and he firmly suppressed the latter. But this time, he was at a disadvantage? Naturally, one of the reasons was that his stamina had decreased greatly. However, it was not to the extent of this. The biggest reason was still the black fog. Rhett's expression was solemn. Fang Heng had obviously mastered the ability to control the black fog. Damn it. After Fang Heng and the monk gang joined forces, both of their strengths had increased significantly. When Vera saw Fang Heng come out, she could not help but snort coldly in her heart. That idiot Jite. It seemed like the operation had failed. He could not even handle such a small matter. Act 2 was pleasantly surprised after confirming that it was Fang Heng and shouted to him, Fang Heng. Fang Heng asked Act 2 as he forced Rhett to withdraw with a punch, are you alright? Hee, no problem. I am very good. Seeing that Fang Heng was safe and sound, Act 2's heart was finally at ease. He chuckled and looked at Rhett, then I am relieved. They will have a taste of being beaten up next. Whoosh! Act 2's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit, and his body was instantly enveloped in a layer of black fog. The black fog could be operated in such a way? Fang Heng observed Act 2's actions and found them extremely interesting. He would learn from him. Fang Heng immediately manipulated the black fog to gather around his body, condensing the black fog to form an armor around his body. Not bad. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He only needed to use his spiritual power to control the black fog to condense it into an armor with extraordinary defensive capabilities. The black fog was weightless and did not affect his agility at all. Act 2 was also shocked by Fang Heng's actions. What was going on? How did Fang Heng know how to use the black fog? Now was not the time to talk. Act 2 temporarily restrained his doubts and whispered, Fang Heng, think of a way to make them stay. Understood. Act 2's hands formed a seal in front of him. Gather. The black fog condensed into two huge palms behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! He raised his palm high and pressed it down on the two individuals standing in front of him. Boom! An area attack. The palm exploded as soon as it landed on the ground, causing a wave of damage in the surroundings. Rhett and Vera dodged back and forth in the gaps between the palm attacks. This move was not bad. Fang Heng watched from the side and could not help but praise in his heart. A large-scale attack mode. The consumption of spiritual power was not great. Moreover, it was divided into two parts. When the palm landed on the ground, it would explode, causing a second explosion of black fog, affecting an area within the area. Other than that, he could control the black fog through his spiritual power. Speaking of spiritual power control, one had to mention occultism. Therefore, the hand seals and incantations of occultism could play a significant supporting role. So if that was the case, looking at Act 2's actions, Fang Heng immediately understood. Not bad, not bad. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Then, he imitated him and formed the same hand seal in front of him. Gather. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The black fog was immediately affected by his spiritual power and rapidly condensed behind Fang Heng. In the blink of an eye, the black fog condensed into a dozen huge fists. Boom! Boom boom! His fist smashed toward the area in front of him. Fuck! Rhett and Vera were shocked. Chapter 1851 Drawing inferences from one instance. What was going on? He was originally a melee player, Why did he suddenly start to use AO spells to bombard them? Furthermore, from the degree of the condensation of the black fog on the fist, the strength of the fist was definitely not inferior to Actu's palm. It even looked more threatening than Actu's palm. Not to mention the Federation, Actu was shocked when he saw this scene. What was going on with Fang Heng? The people of the monk gang needed the help of medicine to master the control of the black fog. They would need a long period of training to do so. Why did Fang Heng not seem to need it at all? He could actually draw inferences from one instance. It looked like he was even more ferocious than himself. Whoosh! Swoosh! Ret and Vera frantically dodged the punches and palms. They felt immense pressure from the rapid attacks and their stamina was rapidly decreasing. This couldn't go on. They had to retreat first. The two of them looked at each other and immediately took out an advanced magic scroll. Ice shield. Whoosh! They poured their mental strength into the magic array, and a condensed ice shield spread out around the two of them. Actu shouted, Fang Heng. They are trying to escape. Stop them. I know. Fang Heng shouted. As he ran forward, more than 20 fists quickly condensed behind him and boomed toward Ret and Vera again. Ret and Vera were about to go crazy. Moving spell casting? How could there be such an unreasonable person? Actu was also shocked. There was actually someone who could control the black fog to cast a spell attack while still chasing at such a speed? He had never heard or seen such a thing before. Fang Heng stared at the two of them and the black fog behind him condensed into fists that kept booming forward. Boom. Boom boom. The black fist landed on the ice crystal barrier and collided violently, releasing a series of booms. The barrier kept trembling. Boom. Boom boom. Finally, as the last few fists landed at the same time, the ice crystal barrier exploded with a bang. The dense black fog also exploded at the same time. Run. A loud shout came from within the black fog. Vera and Ret were covered in blood as they rushed out of the black fog and attacked quickly. Fang Heng looked in the direction the two of them fled in, and his eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Their speed had almost doubled. Moreover, the lifeblood in their bodies was very abnormal. In Fang Heng's spiritual perception, the lifeblood of these two people was dazzling and terrifying. A secret technique related to vitality. Moreover, the price of using it was extremely high. Fang Heng thought to himself. Fuck. Fang Heng. Let's chase after them. Actu caught up. He wanted to chase after the two of them when he saw the direction they had fled in. Wait. Fang Heng stretched out his hand to stop Actu, who was about to give chase. Actu was impatient and asked anxiously, Fang Heng, why aren't you chasing after them? They are already heavily injured. The bloody robe combat technique that they used is passed down internally within the Federation and consumes a lot of vitality. They won't be able to hold on for long. There's no need to chase them. The price of unleashing their potential is too high. Even if we let them go back, they won't be able to recover their combat strength in a short period to continue fighting. Fang Heng looked at the direction the two of them were running in and advised, in this situation, we can't be sure that Jite is the only one who betrayed the Munt gang. The gang headquarters might be in danger. Let's go back and take a look first. Actu broke out in a cold sweat. That's right. There was still the gang headquarters. This bunch of bastards from the Federation was too sinister. They actually colluded with the mole to trick them. Fortunately, Fang Heng happened to be in the cave. Jai and the others had met with an obstacle. But what about the headquarters? If Big Brother and Second Brother were distracted by the people outside and broke into the headquarters cave with the help of other spies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Fang Heng, you're right. Let's return to the headquarters. Actu was instantly shocked. He immediately lost the intention to pursue the enemy and ordered his subordinates to bring the unconscious Jite back to the headquarters. The people of the Munt gang were not good either. Actu had already thought it through. Once this matter was over, he would use Jite as an example in front of everyone. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Betrayal comes with a price and they will have to pay with their lives. When the two of them rushed back to the cave headquarters in the depths of the encampment, they saw that the security outside the cave was tight. There were no signs of damage. Actu heaved a sigh of relief and brought Fang Heng into the cave. Everything in the cave was in order. Actu grabbed a guard captain and asked, "Where's Big Brother?" Earlier, the cave area had issued an invasion alarm. Leader Meng and Leader Yin had already investigated the Federation's actions in advance. They had thoroughly cleaned up the team and found the rebels who were preparing to cooperate with the Federation. Leader Meng wants to take advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a rebel team and launch an attack. He wants to take this opportunity to destroy the magic array that the Federation has set up at the periphery. Leader Meng instructed us to guard the cave in the Holy Land immediately after you return to prevent the Federation from making any more moves. The team leader lowered his head to look at the time on his watch and said, "In 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we will activate the black fog with all our strength and cooperate with Leader Meng." Feng Heng and Acta couldn't help but look at each other. Mengrui was something. After seeing through the Federation's plan, he immediately counterattacked. After eliminating the crisis, he even wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the Federation's hands. The current situation was a little chaotic, so he disguised himself as a traitor and sneaked in to launch an assault. There might really be a chance of success. Good. Actu had always been very obedient to Mengrui. When he heard what Mengrui was doing, he immediately ordered his men to strengthen the defenses inside and outside the cavern hall. He was on guard against the Federation's attack once again and was preparing for the ritual. After everything was arranged properly and under the urging of the members of the Munt gang, the speed of the ritual accelerated several times. Thick black fog seeped out from the cracks in the rock wall and enveloped the outside world. Actu once again shifted his stare to the spots of holy light within the encampment. The specks of light swayed under the effect of the black fog as if they could be extinguished at any moment. It seemed that the Federation had begun to retreat. Actu was worried about his big brother and second brother's situation and prayed in his heart. Feng Heng patted Actu's shoulder and consoled him, "Don't worry. Your big brother and second brother have a very strong manipulate over the black fog. With the help of the black fog, even if the plan fails, there will be no problem for them to protect themselves." Yes. Actu nodded. The situation just now was urgent and he didn't have time to ask. Now that he had finally breathed a sigh of relief, Actu thought of the peculiar things that had happened to Feng Heng and could not help but turn to look at him. Black fog. He could manipulate the black fog that was unique to the Munt gang. Ever since his big brother, Mengrui, moved here, he had been learning how to manipulate the black fog with him. It was strange. Mengrui seemed to be born with the ability to manipulate the black fog and now, Actu saw the same ability in Feng Heng. Chapter 1852 Awakening Feng Heng, you. Actu felt that something was amiss. He could not help but ask, "Have you learned how to control the black fog before?" "Never before." Feng Heng shook his head. "How did you learn to control the black fog?" "I don't know either. It's like an instinct. I can control the black fog by releasing my mental strength. I can master this ability after breaking through Tier 2 of Lock." "You too?" Feng Heng also found it strange. He had naturally learned the ability to control the black fog after breaking through Tier 2 of Lock. It was as if he was born with it. Innate? Hearing this answer, Actu had the urge to vomit blood. He had spent a lot of time and energy learning how to control the black fog. On the other hand, Feng Heng just used his instincts to get started. Moreover, he could even control it better than him. "I didn't. When I learned how to control the black fog, I spent a lot of time and suffered a lot." Actu said honestly and shrugged. He suddenly paused as he spoke. He suddenly realized something and turned to look at Feng Heng. He stared straight at him, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "What's wrong? What did you just say?" Actu looked at Feng Heng like he was a monster and repeated, "What? You uttered you've broken through Tier 2 of Lock." "Ah, right. I was quite lucky. When I was cultivating, I received external stimulation from Jite, and my mental strength was triggered. My luck is pretty good, so I broke through. Otherwise, I would have spent more effort." Feng Heng felt a little emotional at the mention of this. He really had to thank Jite for saving him a lot of time. Actu was stunned by Feng Heng's words. Tier 2 of Lock. Feng Heng actually broke through Tier 2 of Lock. Actu couldn't help but think of all the hardships he had gone through when he had broken through Tier 2 of Lock. In comparison, Feng Heng only took less than 2 hours to master it. Feng Heng didn't think that breaking through Tier 2 of Lock was anything to be surprised about. After all, he had spent more than half a month from the beginning. He took way too much time then. Compared to this, the black fog was what he was most puzzled about. He continued to talk about the black fog. "What about you? Actu, how did you learn how to control the black fog?" Actu calmed himself down. He took a minute to digest this fact. Then he continued, "Big brother taught me how to control the black fog." Everyone in the Munt gang was taught how to control the black fog by Big Brother. Mengrui? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he entered the City of Darkness, he had never seen Mengrui join the battle. He had heard some rumors from Xiaki. He said that the strongest people in the Munt gang were Yanmo and Actu, but he had never heard of Mengrui. "Is your big brother very strong?" "Yes, that's right. Big brother's strength is the strongest among the three of us. However, Big brother hasn't fought for a long time." Actu seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes could not help but flicker. "About 5 years ago, we received a special mission. The difficulty of the mission was very high. At the last critical moment, to obtain a higher level of mission, Big brother was seriously injured. Although the mission has been completed, there is no way to completely heal Big brother's injuries. After that, we spent a lot of effort and teleported to several advanced game worlds to find a cure. Until one day, After I left for more than a month and completed the individual ring missions, I found that Big Brother had suddenly become the leader of the Munt gang. Then, he brought us and a group of gang members to the City of Darkness in the real world and settled down here. At that time, I heard that Big Brother came into contact with a special mission that could help him treat his serious illness. Later on, our focus was more on the real world. Feng Heng looked outside the cave and asked again, "Did your Big Brother figure out how to use the black fog after coming to the City of Darkness?" Actually, I am not too sure either. Actu recalled, "I remember that not long after we arrived here, Big Brother brought us to cultivate the black fog together." Feng Heng rubbed his chin. It seemed like Mangruui was still hiding something from Actu. While the two were talking, a member of the Munt gang walked up to Actu and whispered something into his ear. Actu's eyes lit up when he heard that. He turned to Feng Heng and said, "Feng Heng, good news. Your friend is awake." "Gu Qingzu?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he replied, "All right. Thank you, I will go and see her now." "Okay, go. I will be here." Feng Heng was worried about Gu Qingzu's condition. He immediately followed the members of the Munt gang to the lounge to search for her. In the lounge, although Gu Qingzu had woken up, her condition was still very bad. Previously, she had been attacked by the Federation. To protect her companions, she had forcefully fought against the elite team of the Federation's investigation team. Later on, to break through the barrier, she forcefully activated the power in her body that she had not completely controlled. In the end, she suffered a serious backlash. Fauna had always been on high alert against Gu Qingzu. She had been watching her from the side since she woke up until Feng Heng arrived. Feng Heng walked into the lounge, his gaze lingering on Gu Qingzu's face for a moment. Although the facial contours and hairstyles were somewhat similar, Feng Heng could no longer associate Gu Qingzu with Sai as I. They were two completely different people. Then why did he have this delusion before? Feng Heng couldn't help but ponder. He nodded at Fauna and said, "Fauna, I want to talk to her alone." "Okay, I will wait for you outside." Fauna got up and left the lounge, closing the door behind her. Gu Qingzu was also observing Feng Heng. She thought that Feng Heng was of her race. Gu Qingzu clearly remembered what happened before she fainted. She watched Feng Heng walk towards her step by step and nodded in thanks. "Thank you. I remember that you saved me. Thank you for shielding me and bringing me to the City of Darkness." "You're welcome. Let's not talk about this first." There were no outsiders present. Feng Heng looked straight into Gu Qingzu's eyes and asked in a deep voice, "I want to know who you are." "I am Gu Qingzu. I am the same as you. We're both demi-humans. You don't have to be so careful." Gu Qingzu did not have any hostility towards Feng Heng. Instead, she was somewhat grateful as she spoke, "I will not lay a hand on my clansman. I am also willing to believe you." Feng Heng's worry deepened as he stared at Gu Qingzu. The other party seemed to have misunderstood. He was not a demi-human. Feng Heng didn't hurry to clarify, "You know Zai as I, right?" "Zai as I?" Gu Qingzu felt a little strange when she heard this name. She repeated it in a low voice. She thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, I've never heard of this name." Chapter 1853. The past didn't know? This answer was far beyond Feng Heng's expectations. She had never even heard of the name Zai as I. Feng Heng was stunned on the spot. This answer was something he had never thought of. He continued to ask, "You don't know her?" "Previously at Haines School, when I called out Zai as I's name, your expression changed significantly." "Why is that so?" "Is that so? Maybe it was a little strange when I heard an unfamiliar name. You mistook me for someone else. Also, you surprised me a little." Gu Qingzu recalled the situation at that time and explained, "You're very lucky. I happened to see you enter the game using a unique method of the demi-human tribe. That's how I identified you. Otherwise, you might have ended up like those lackeys of the Federation." Feng Heng frowned. "That's right." Feng Heng thought of something and took out his phone from his backpack. Although there was no signal and the magnetic field was severely disrupted, the phone still had a photo of Zai as I. Feng Heng immediately pulled out a photo of Zai as I from his phone and handed it to Gu Qingzu. He asked, "Do you know her?" "She is Zai as I." The moment she saw Zai as I's photo, Gu Qingzu's expression changed significantly. "She is Zai as I?" "So she is Zai as I." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and said, "You really know her?" "Who is she?" "The person who gave me strength." "This is a long story. Are you willing to tell me? It might be very important to me." Gu Qingzu's gaze lingered on Feng Heng for a moment, and she gradually sank into her memories. "That was a long time ago. I lived in a village outside Reeder County. On a peaceful night, the village was massacred by outsiders. My parents told me to hide in the basement. I heard shouts and pleas from outside. The village was razed to the ground overnight. When I woke up, I was already brought to the Federation's Research Institute. There were other demi-humans like me in the Research Institute. They were all locked up here. It was only now that I found out the reason why the village was massacred. It's all because of me. Because of my demi-human tribe bloodline. To study the demi-human tribe, the Federation captured us for live experiments. In the Research Institute, our every move is under the surveillance of the Federation. To survive, we can only accept the various experiments that the Federation gives us. At that time, I was one of the youngest. To protect us, the tribesmen fought to take part in those dangerous experiments. We could only watch as our tribesmen died in pain after receiving the experiments. Even after their death, they continued to conduct experiments. Gukingzu recalled the past, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. She continued, their bodies and souls could not be at peace. Their bodies were dissected and studied, and their souls were tortured endlessly. My people have been trying to resist. Finally, one day, we found an opportunity. My people started a riot in the Research Institute. I escaped from the Research Institute under the protection of my clansmen. To protect us, my clansmen died one by one in front of me. There were a total of 372 companions. When we escaped from the Research Institute, there were only 20 of us. At this point, Gukingzu's expression gradually returned to being cold. From then on, we bore the hatred of our dead comrades. We didn't do anything wrong. It was only because of our bloodline that we paid the price. Is this fair? Feng Heng looked at Gukingzu and shook his head gently. He had seen some information about the Federation's research on demi-humans on the dark net, but he was not sure if it was true or not. Gukingzu laughed self-deprecatingly and replied, perhaps being weak is the greatest sin. We constantly sought power and gathered strength in secret until one day 6 years ago, our whereabouts were accidentally leaked and we were pursued by the Federation again. Just when we were at our wits' end, Zai appeared in front of me. She saved me. She told me that I have a trait that she needs. She was willing to give me a chance to obtain great power, but if I failed, the consequence might be death. Gukingzu said lightly, I accepted her suggestion and took the initiative to participate in the ritual she mentioned. Hearing Gukingzu's description of the ritual, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. A ritual. Therefore, Gukingzu also went through the ritual. However, Gukingzu was willing to accept the ritual. But he was different. From some fragmented memories, Feng Heng was sure that his predecessor was forced to accept the ritual. Feng Heng already knew what the ritual was about, but he still looked at Gukingzu and asked, what kind of ritual was it? Gukingzu hesitated for a moment and shook her head, you don't desire to know more. This is also for your safety. As expected. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. The demonic seed. Zai was closely connected with the demonic seed. No, I understand. Is it the demonic seed? I've also experienced the demonic seed ritual. Gukingzu did not expect Feng Heng to say this answer and looked at him in surprise. Did you succeed? Feng Heng nodded lightly. Gukingzu's eyes were filled with more surprise, and then she retracted her gaze. I really envy you. Unfortunately, I failed. I was lucky enough to keep my life. Hearing Gukingzu's description, Feng Heng clenched his fists again. A failure. Was he a successful experimental product of the ritual? Gukingzu could not help but sigh. Although the ritual failed, Zai still gave me a second chance. She acknowledged my revenge and bestowed me with a special power. What power is it? I am sorry. I promised her that I wouldn't tell anyone. Feng Heng didn't ask about the type of power and changed the question. How much do you be aware of about Zai? No, I haven't seen her since that ritual. I don't know when she will appear in front of me again. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then raised his head and asked, can you locate a way to reach out to her? Sure, I have her reach out to information. Gukingzu nodded and said, but I've never contacted her. My name has always been on the Federation's wanted list. I don't desire to have too much contact with her. I am worried that I will bring her trouble. Gukingzu looked around and sighed, the last time I saw Zai was here. Feng Heng raised his head abruptly, what? You mean here? Yes, we had the ritual here. I recall it very clearly. After the failure of the ritual, I never contacted Zai again. Gukingzu looked at Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, I just heard Fauna talking about the Federation outside. It seems that our situation is not optimistic. Yes. Feng Heng thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, what do you have in mind? Chapter 1854 Doubts. I forcefully used a strength that Zai left for me, and I suffered a huge backlash. I need some time to recover. I will think of a way to bring you out of here. It was me who caused the trouble, so I will try my best to escort you out of here. Where are the shackles? Do you have a way to undo the shackles? After being shackled, I still can't enter the game. Yes, The shackle imprint and the tracking imprint were left behind by the Federation to target the demi-human tribe. As far as I know, there are two ways to remove the imprint. The first is time. The tracking imprint will gradually fade after 7 days and completely disappear after 28 days. The second way to eliminate it is through a ritual. The ritual is very complicated, and it can't be carried out in our current situation. We can only wait. After 7 days, I have a way to weaken the tracking imprint. At that time, we can avoid the Federation's tracking for a short period and try to escape. Alright, I understand. I will buy you some time and think of a way to delay the Federation outside. Feng Heng nodded and took out a bottle of quick recovery potion from his pocket. Do you need this? It can help a little. Gu Qingzu downed the bottle of medicine that was handed to her and sat cross-legged. She formed a hand seal in front of her and closed her eyes to rest. Feng Heng pushed open the door to the lounge. Fauna had been waiting outside the door. When she saw that the two of them had finished their conversation, she nodded at him. Then, she looked at Gu Qingzu, who was resting on the spot. She asked, Feng Heng, is she trustworthy? I feel that she might be hiding some things from me. However, she has no ill intentions towards me. We need to work together to deal with the Federation. We can trust her. Okay, be careful. I will keep an eye on her. Alright, I will go outside and take a look first. Feng Heng walked towards the hall again. So, Zai had also been here. From what Gu Qingzu said, the time when Zai took her to hold the ritual was about 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Feng Heng thought of something and his pupils constricted. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the headquarters of the Munt gang, which had undergone a large-scale transformation. The black fog was constantly seeping out from the cracks in the stone wall. Ritual. Feng Heng muttered to himself. He and Zai had both experienced the ritual. The ritual they held was used to awaken the demonic seed. He remembered very clearly that the location of the ritual was not in the cave. Instead, it was in a place that looked like a bell tower. There were a total of 7 types of demonic seeds. He and Zai did not participate in the same ritual. It was true that Gu Qingzu might be a failure. However, the venue where the ritual was held was very likely related to the demonic seed. Then, he thought of the black fog. No wonder. No wonder he felt that the black fog was familiar when he first entered the City of Darkness. Now that he thought about it carefully, this fog was slightly similar to the aura fluctuation he sensed when he was fighting the tongues of jealousy. In addition to his ability to control the black fog just now, it was very likely related to the power of the demonic seed in his body. Therefore, in the rift in the game world deep inside the entrance of the Holy Land in the headquarters of the Munt gang. Combining all the signs, Feng Heng had a vague guess in his heart. It was very likely that it was a world connected to the demonic seed. Meng Ruoui had come here 2 years ago. He was most likely related to the demonic seed. Meng Ruoui was hiding something from Act 2, and it was very likely that he was protecting Act 2. The more information he came into contact with the demonic seed, the more likely he would be contaminated by the demonic seed. The more Feng Heng thought about it, the more he sensed that his guess was right. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but unfortunately, the entrance to the Holy Land of the Munt gang had always been guarded by their people. The people of the Munt gang valued the Holy Land very much. It would be difficult to get them to let him in. Perhaps. It was time to talk to Meng Ruoui. When Feng Heng returned to the headquarters of the Munt gang, Meng Ruoui had not returned yet. Acta was still waiting anxiously. The central ritual in the headquarters had been pushed to its limit. Thick black fog continued seeping out of the ritual magic array. Act 2, how's the situation? Not too good. Acta stared at the outside world with a frown. He did not forget to pay attention to Feng Heng and asked, how's your friend? Is everything alright? She's awake for the time being. She still needs some time before she recovers. Feng Heng said as he gazed outside at the encampment of the Munt gang, which was shrouded in a thick black fog. The pillar of light that had invaded the encampment had already retreated. An intense battle erupted outside the encampment. It seemed that Meng Ruoui had already executed out his plan and initiated a surprise attack on the temporary magic array area outside the Federation. As for whether the ambush would succeed, it was hard to say. Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the Holy Land of the Munt gang behind him and said, Act 2, I want to go inside the Holy Land and take a look. To the Holy Land? Act 2 turned around and rejected him almost reflexively, no way. Absolutely not. Feng Heng was silent for a moment before saying, I have some guesses. We might be able to find a way to strengthen the black fog in the Holy Land. This. Act 2 hesitated for a moment. He knew that Feng Heng could improve magic arrays. After some thought, Act 2 shook his head and said, Feng Heng, the Holy Land is an important place for the Munt gang. No one is allowed to enter, even if it's an emergency now. Wait a little longer. We will discuss it when Big Brother comes back. I can't let you in now. Feng Heng saw Aktu's insistence and shook his head helplessly. In the outside world, the light released by the holy light pillar flickered. Clearly, the battle was still ongoing. But soon, as time passed, the density of the black fog released by the ritual gradually decreased. Aktu saw that the situation was not looking good and frowned. Why is the efficiency of the ritual decreasing so quickly? A member of the Munt gang, who was assisting in the ritual, replied in a low voice, "Third Master, the magic array is running out of energy. The energy stored in the magic array is almost exhausted. The concentration of the black fog released by the ritual will continue to decrease. We can only hold on for 3 hours at most. By then, the energy will be completely exhausted. It would last for at most 3 hours. Moreover, the density of the black fog would continue to decrease." Aktu stared worriedly at the holy light pillar that bloomed outside the encampment. "Aktu." Feng Heng gazed at Aktu again and said in a deep voice, "The situation outside isn't looking good. Your big brother has led his men to launch a surprise attack on the Federation outside the encampment. This is undoubtedly a risky move. Once he succeeds, it will undoubtedly buy us a lot of time. But if we fail, the energy we have left will no longer be enough to create enough black fog to resist Federation's next attack. Our situation will only get worse. Don't say any more." Aktu was already feeling uneasy. He could not help but interrupt, "My brother will never fail." Feng Heng frowned. Aktu was very obedient to Mengrui. It seemed like he could only wait. He hoped that everything would go smoothly for Mengrui and that he would return as soon as possible. Chapter 1855 Miscalculation. Suddenly, Feng Heng sensed something and looked up at the entrance of the encampment. Whoosh! A holy pillar of light shot into the sky. Boom! Dense holy light shone and spread out rapidly, causing the black fog to dissipate. What the hell? Even though he was deep within the Munt gang, Feng Heng could still perceive the violent holy power fluctuations erupting in the distance. What exactly happened over there? The others also sensed the fluctuations that erupted outside the base, and they were shocked. The holy light that followed the explosion seemed to have been stimulated, and the black fog that enveloped the depths of the Munt gang's base also caused violent fluctuations. The black fog was guided, and like a floodgate opening, it quickly surged toward the direction of the holy pillar of light at the entrance of the encampment. The explosive holy light collided with the thick black fog. Kai. The black fog rapidly melted under the illumination of the holy light. The holy light was also gradually dimming under the influence of the black fog. Big brother. Aktu stared into the distance and muttered to himself. He knew that Mengrui must be in trouble. The holy light and the black fog intertwined for more than a minute before slowly dissipating. More than half of the black fog in the entire camp had been consumed. The strength to control the black fog gradually weakened. The holy pillar of light was still outside the camp. Aktu looked at the holy pillar of light in the distance that was gradually blooming with light again, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. This was bad. The strength that controlled the black fog in the base disappeared. This meant that it was very likely that his big brother and second brother had lost their ability to fight in the war with the Federation. The situation was very bad. What should he do? Aktu's heart was in a mess. Feng Heng was also staring at the pillar of light rising from the base. The strength of the magic array's pillar of light was terrifying, and the energy fluctuations it emitted even penetrated the black fog. Who did the holy court send this time? Mengrui had clearly grasped the timing of this ambush very well, but he did not expect to meet an even stronger opponent. Aktu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were slightly red. His chest heaved up and down a few times as he shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Let's kill them together." "Wait. Aktu, calm down." Feng Heng pressed Aktu's shoulder and stared at him. "Do you still remember what Leader Meng told you? He told you to guard the Holy Land." Aktu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked outside the base. "If anything happens to Big Brother and Second Brother, it is useless for us to stay here. I want them to pay the price." "Ha ha ha ha. What a joke. What effect do you think you can achieve if you go over now?" Hearing the wild laughter, Aktu and Feng Heng twisted to look at Jite, who was tied up by ropes. Jite had just woken up, but he had been pretending to faint to save his life. He had thought that he was going to be in big trouble this time, but he did not expect to see the holy fluctuations that erupted in the outside world. He immediately knew that his chance had come, so he stopped pretending. He laughed loudly, flipped over, and struggled to kneel on the ground. "You guys don't know yet, right? This time, the Oracle of the Holy Court, Autolia, has come personally to completely clean up the black fog in the City of Darkness." "Ha ha ha. What a joke. You guys are delusional enough to think that you can break through the Federation's defense? Ridiculous." Hearing this, Aktu's heart sank. Oracle Autolia. She was one of the Holy Realm's representatives in the real world and the controller of the Holy Weapon, the Silent Libra. She was extremely powerful. If she had come personally, No wonder even Big Brother and Second Brother couldn't resist it. A mere insect is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. So what if the three of you go together? It's like sending yourself to death. Why don't you let me go now? When the time comes, I'll plead with the Lord Oracle. If you're willing to help the Federation, what's wrong with letting you all live? Jite sneered and glanced at Fang Heng from the corner of his eyes. He said, also, I guess you guys probably don't know yet, right? This time, the Federation's cleanup of City of Darkness is all because of this kid. He and his friends are all high-ranking wanted criminals of the Federation. The Federation was lured here by this kid. Actu was stunned when he heard that. He twisted to look at Fang Heng. Jite continued, Actu, don't be so stubborn. As long as you help me take down Fang Heng and his friends, I promise you guys will be fine. Shut up. Actu was provoked. He took 2 steps forward and kicked Jite over. His eyes were cold as he gazed at him. Are you playing tricks with me? I'll tell you that the Monk Gang and the Federation will fight to the death. Fine, since the 3 of us are going to die anyway, I'll bury you with us first. Jite saw the intense light in Actu's eyes and was frightened. His face instantly twisted pale. He had never expected that his persuasion to surrender would provoke Actu. If he had known earlier, he would have continued to pretend to be unconscious. Don't be rash. Fang Heng stretched out his hand and placed it on Actu's shoulder, saying, Actu, things are not so bad that we have to be buried with him. What he said might not be the truth. The outside world might not be as bad as we think, but we have to take action now. Take me to the Holy Land to take a look. Perhaps there might be a turning point. Actu clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to calm down and think. But he couldn't do it. In fact, everyone in the cave, including him, had already believed most of Jite's words. Unless Oracle Audiolia came personally, who else could activate and release all the strength of the Holy Magicary? Who could easily defeat Mengruui and Yanmo in such a black fog environment? It was impossible. Actu took a deep breath and shook his head. It's useless, Fang Heng. I've gone into the Holy Land to take a look. There's nothing else in the Holy Land other than the Game Rift. Just relying on the Game Rift won't help us at all. Let's try. I have to take a look inside the Holy Land. Take me with you, and I promise I won't act rashly. What if I can find a way to help your big brother? Fang Heng tried to persuade him again. Actu, if Oracle Audiolia comes here personally, we will only be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go over now. The Holy Land might be our last chance. Actu couldn't stand Fang Heng's repeated persuasion. In addition, he was worried about the safety of his 2 brothers. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, how confident are you? Only 50%. But if we don't go, there will be nothing left. Actu gritted his teeth as he said, all right, I'll bring you in. The situation had reached a critical point. Actu no longer insisted and hurriedly brought Fang Heng to the entrance of the Holy Land. He waved his hand to signal for the guards guarding the entrance to leave. However, the few guards guarding the entrance of the Holy Land did not make way. Instead, they continued to block the entrance of the Holy Land. Actu scowled and said, what are you guys doing? Get out of the way. Leader Meng has persistently instructed that no one is allowed to enter the Holy Land unless they obtain his approval. Chapter 1856 Rift in the Holy Land. Actu's tone was filled with anger and he asked in a deep voice, including me? The 2 guards didn't say anything, but their actions showed it all. They continued to block the entrance of the Holy Land. Actu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. The situation had already reached such an urgent stage, yet the guards of the Monk Gang still didn't move aside. He suddenly felt that there must be some secret in the Holy Land. Otherwise, why would Big Brother and Second Brother keep stopping him from entering the Holy Land? We don't even know if my brothers are dead or alive. I am asking you to move aside. Did you hear that? The 2 guards looked at each other and hesitated. Leader, please believe that Leader Meng gave this order for you. Shut up. Actu no longer had the patience to continue listening. He drew out his knife and shouted coldly, I will say it one last time. The 2 captains sighed in their hearts and signaled for their subordinates to make way for them. They stood respectfully to the side. Fang Heng, let's go in and take a look. Yes. Fang Heng agreed. He glanced at the guards and followed Actu into the cave of the Holy Land. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as they entered the cave of the Holy Land, a thick black fog blew towards them. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He saw that the passage inside the cave was a little narrow, and a passage gradually extended forward. Under the shroud of the black fog, their vision was greatly affected. Actu had been here a long time ago. He took a step forward and led Fang Heng deeper into the cave. The entire winding passage was very long, more than 800 meters long. Soon, the 2 of them reached the end. About 10 meters away from the end, Actu extended his hand, signaling Fang Heng to stop. Fang Heng, we're here. Feng Heng raised his head and observed the scene at the end of the cave. The game rift. The rift was about the size of a fist. It levitated in the air and continuously emitted a red halo. Thick black fog seeped out of the rift intermittently. It was indeed as Actu had said. In the deepest part of the cave, apart from the game rift, there was only a magic array on the ground and around the rock wall. Feng Heng, as you can see, there's nothing else in the depths of the Holy Land other than this game rift. Big Brother is preventing outsiders from entering the Holy Land for safety. There's really nothing else. Yes. Feng Heng observed the game rift and then looked around. He carefully examined the tiny alchemy magic array patterns attached to the ground and the rock wall. His eyes suddenly lit up and he pointed at the patterns on the wall. Something was strange. Actu, did you have these magic array patterns when you first came here? This. Actu looked carefully in the direction Feng Heng pointed at. He observed the magic array lines and tried to recall them. Yes, indeed. When I first came, these things didn't seem to exist. Usually, only Big Brother and Second Brother would came to the Holy Land. They should have found someone to settle them. Actu was also a little uncertain as he asked, could the magic array be related to the control of the black fog? Could it be to prevent the black fog from spreading? Not necessarily. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the wall and stared at the spatial rift in front of him. The magic arrays on the wall were still moving. It was obvious that the magic arrays were connected to the ritual that was being held by the monk gang outside. Lightsenville, perhaps it was due to the ritual and the magic arrays, the black fog was slowly seeping out from the game rift. According to Fauna, most of the rifts in the game were connected to another game world. So the game world behind this rift was an advanced game world related to the demonic seed? Perhaps he could think of a way to enter that world. Feng Heng carefully observed the structure of the alchemy magic arrays under the game rift and suddenly realized something even weirder. Strange. The magic arrays outside the game rift were actually shrouded in a dark golden light. The holy light? A special seal? Was it a seal left behind by the holy court? When did this happen? Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued, and he subconsciously wanted to go closer to observe. Actu saw Feng Heng walking closer and closer to the game rift. He quickly extended and held his shoulder, reminding him softly, Feng Heng, it's too dangerous. Don't get too close. The spatial rift will sometimes send out waves. It will be troublesome if you get involved in it. Okay, I will be careful. Feng Heng continued to walk forward and stopped 3 meters away from the game rift, staring at the holy light outside the game rift. The seal was actually stacked up in layers, with more than a dozen layers being added. One of them was a holy seal, and the strength of the seal was extremely high. There were several layers of other seals wrapped around the holy seal. It was very strange. He needed to check closely. As Feng Heng pondered, a magic array appeared in his right eye. The omniscient eye. Ding. The player is using the omniscient eye to examine the alchemy magic array, huh? After using the omniscient eye for a few seconds, Feng Heng suddenly felt that something was wrong. The black circular game rift in front of him suddenly emitted intense fluctuations from the center. Actu also detected the changes in the rift and his expression changed. He withdrew and shouted, Brother Feng Heng. Be careful. Retreat quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, dense black fog exploded from the rift and spread very quickly. Feng Heng did not have time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the dense fog that exploded in front of him. The black fog that gushed out of the game rift was completely different from the black fog in the outside world. It was extremely invasive. When it covered his body, it instantly invaded his body from the outside and followed his body to the origin of his sea of consciousness. What the hell? Feng Heng's pupils contracted. He did not expect the black fog to become so bizarre. After the black fog invaded his body, it broke through the origin of his sea of consciousness in just a few seconds. However, in the next moment, the gray fog that had been obediently entrenched in his sea of consciousness was instantly activated. It was like a hungry beast that had just woken up. The gray fog pounced towards the intruder. The black fog that had intruded into the sea of consciousness was like a 3-year-old child, being devoured by the gray fog in minutes. Then, the gray fog quietly settled in a corner of his sea of consciousness. The game notification flashed on Feng Heng's retina again. Ding. The player has been impacted by the demonic seed's contamination effect. Ding. A higher level of contamination has been detected in the player's body. Ding. The player is resistant to this contamination. Pollution. It was indeed pollution. Feng Heng's heart raced when he saw the game notification. He was immediately convinced of his previous judgment. It was one of the 7 deadly sins. Now, he was certain. The other end of the game rift was connected to the world of one of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 1857 Multiple seals. As for which demonic seed it was, he could not be sure for the time being. He was very familiar with the strength of jealousy and he was sure that it wasn't her. It was also not the wrath that he had perceived before. The power fluctuations were also different from the demonic seed in his body. So it would be. Something's not right. Feng Heng thought about it and felt that it was strange. If this place was related to the game world of the 7 deadly sins and was extremely dangerous, why had no one been affected by the 7 deadly sins pollution when the Federation discovered this place more than 10 years ago? One had to know that the 7 deadly sins pollution had a strong propagation ability and was extremely dangerous to spread in the real world. A casual post on social media could cause thousands of people to be contaminated. The Federation had no reason to leave this place alone. Feng Heng realized something and his expression changed. He turned his head to look at Actu, who had been pushed back by the black fog. Actu had also been affected by the spreading black fog earlier. However, he looked fine on the surface and did not suffer any actual damage. He asked as he quickly caught up, Feng Heng, are you alright? Actu, have you not been here for a long time? Actu didn't know why Feng Heng's expression suddenly became so serious. He thought about it carefully and nodded. Yes, 2 years ago, when my big brother and I first came here, we came to the Holy Land once. After that, my big brother set a rule that no one is allowed to enter the Holy Land, including me. Oh no. Feng Heng's heart sank, and he looked at the alchemy magic arrays patterns carved on the surrounding walls. The magic array patterns flickered with a faint light under the black fog. The ritual runes in the entire passage were operating continuously. So that was how it was. The black fog that had just gushed out of the game rift was gradually purified by the ritual magic arrays in the passage until it was purified into a black fog that could not pollute the place. Finally, it flowed out of the Holy Land. Feng Heng finally understood everything. When Meng Ruoui first entered the cave in the Holy Land, the black fog that seeped out of the game rift did not have the power to contaminate anything. Meng Ruoui had modified the game rift. This was also the reason why the black fog had changed. Meng Ruoui's strict defense of the Holy Court was not only to hide the secret of the demonic seed but also to prevent the demonic pollution from spreading. Actu had not been polluted by the demonic seed previously, which was why Meng Ruoui had not allowed Actu to enter the Holy Land. Unfortunately, after experiencing the impact of the black fog just now, Feng Heng looked at Actu and asked, Actu, feel your sea of consciousness. Can you feel something inside? Huh? Actu was stunned. He was indeed affected by the black fog just now. He felt as if something was trying to invade his body. However, Actu's perception attribute was not strong. It dawned on him that this strange feeling only lasted for a moment before disappearing, so he did not take it to heart. Hearing Feng Heng's reminder, Actu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly sat down on the spot and focused on checking his sea of consciousness. His consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Actu's expression changed slightly. Just as Feng Heng had said, he soon realized that there was a gray mist in his sea of consciousness. A thin layer of fog lingered in his sea of consciousness. Actu immediately opened his eyes and looked at Feng Heng. He said, I felt the fog in my sea of consciousness. What was that? It's a demonic seed. Demonic seed? What is the demonic seed? Actu had never heard of the demonic seed. He looked at Feng Heng with a puzzled expression, waiting for an explanation. I am sorry, Actu. I am afraid that your big brother and second brother didn't allow you to enter the Holy Land for another reason. Forcing you to come here was my fault. Feng Heng shook his head and sighed guiltily. He quickly explained the situation regarding the demonic seed. Actu fell silent for a moment after hearing that. No wonder he felt that his brothers were hiding something from him ever since he returned from his mission 2 years ago. It was no wonder that his control over the black mist was far inferior to his big brother and second brother. However, he had always trusted his big brother and second brother and had never taken them to heart. At this point, all the doubts from before had been answered. It's fine, brother Feng Heng. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. Actu wasn't afraid of the demonic seed. He was more concerned about his big brother and second brother's current situation. What about now? Feng Heng, what should we do now? You've already seen the game rift and know that the black mist is related to the demonic seed. Do you have a way to save big brother? Yes. Feng Heng nodded and looked at the game rift again. The magic array in his right pupil spun rapidly. If I had come here earlier, I could have modified the magic arrays on the rock walls to increase the conversion efficiency of some of the magic arrays and increase the efficiency of the black fog's overflow. However, this modification is extremely dangerous and will take at least 10 hours. It's definitely too late now. Then what should we do? Time is too tight. I can only think of one way. Actu asked anxiously, what is it? Feng Heng was still staring at the game rift. Blood kept seeping out of his right eye. There are more than 10 alchemy magic arrays outside the game rift. Based on my judgment, the deepest ones are the ceiling magic arrays. The traces are very deep. They should have been left behind by the Federation and the Holy Court to seal the game rift more than 10 years ago. Among them, the seal of the Holy System is the strongest. There were several new seals after that. Someone must have added them later. The person who added the seals shouldn't be your brother. He was very powerful and directly opened a very small rift in the Holy Seal. It was equivalent to opening a small passage. However, the rift was quickly sealed again. Nothing seems to have changed. The last few layers of seals should have been left behind by your brother. He started from the small rifts that he had broken earlier, allowing the black mist to seep out intermittently in a controlled manner. It was released after being cleansed. Actu listened to Fang Heng beating around the bush and abruptly felt a headache. He could not be bothered to fully understand and asked, "Brother Fang Heng, just tell me what to do. What can I do to save my brothers? If you want, I will do it immediately. If we can destroy all the seals." At that time, a large amount of black mist will seep out, and the efficiency of the external purification ritual will not be able to keep up. Actu's pupils contracted and his heart started beating faster. At that time, the black mist with the pollution effect will dissipate. "Fang Heng, are you saying that we will perish together? If the Federation wants our lives, we will poison them, right?" No. Fang Heng shook his head and said, "The seal is very strong. Considering our current abilities, we won't be able to break the seal in a short time. Moreover, the pollution effect is very strong. Once it is leaked, the members of the Monk Gang will be the first victims of the contamination. Worse still, many innocent people will also be affected by the contamination." Chapter 1858 Shattered in the game world, Fang Heng did not feel guilty about doing bad things, but in the real world, he was not willing to do so. Then what should we do? The Federation doesn't know our bargaining chip. In their eyes, we are all a bunch of lunatics. Therefore, we can use this to negotiate with the Federation. Fang Heng put away the omniscient eye. The wounds on his eyes healed quickly. Negotiate? Yes, I will use the black fog in the game rift as a threat. Fang Heng said in a deep voice, "Get a trustworthy person to negotiate with the Federation. Tell the Federation about the existence of the game rift related to the demonic seed. Tell them that we can either directly break the game rift and release the demonic seed pollution, and everyone will die together, or we can let them release your big brother and second brother first. In short, we need to stall for time. I need to further analyze the game rift and think of a way to increase the release speed of the black fog." Actu's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's right. The Federation did not know the true situation of the game rift. This way, he could save big brother and second brother, even if it was to stall for time. "Brother Fang Heng, can you do it?" "I am not sure, but we can at least try to buy us some time." Actu could not help but clench his fists again and said, "All right. I got it, I will get someone to do it immediately." Actu replied and immediately returned to the outside of the cave to make arrangements. Fang Heng remained where he was, staring at the game rift in front of him and muttering to himself. Zai. He used the omniscient eye to analyze the situation for 3 minutes before he could see the general situation of all the seals outside the game rift. He was very sure that the person who had broken more than 10 Federation seals was undoubtedly Zai. At the deepest level, the Federation had once sealed the game rift with a total of 12 layers. However, Zai was able to directly open a tiny rift in the 12 seals, causing the black fog to flow out at an extremely slow speed. Every once in a while, an extremely weak portion would flow out. What terrifying strength! To do that, she had to have at least a master-level understanding of alchemy magic rays. Fang Heng even wondered if Zai had something to do with Meng Ruui bringing the people of the Monk Gang here 2 years ago. He would not think about this first. Fang Heng pulled his attention back to the multi-layered magic seal in front of him. He felt that Meng Ruui might not want the contamination to leak out, just like him. Therefore, many defensive seals were added to the outermost layer of the magic array. While providing defense, it would also weaken the effect of the fog. The fastest way to increase the efficiency of the black fog was to remove the seal on the outermost layer of the alchemy array. It allowed the fog to flow out of the rift to the maximum. Fang Heng focused his attention on the layers of magic arrays, and he soon had an idea. After 3 groups of people had been continuously stacking seals on the game rift for more than 10 years, the entire seal had become extremely complicated. Even if he wanted to break it, it would not be that easy. Under normal circumstances, there were many ways to break a seal. The most convenient way was to break it with brute force. However, the enclosures were stacked layer upon layer, and it was extremely easy for the various seals to interact with each other. Using force was the most difficult method. He would take this one step at a time. Fang Heng took a deep breath and focused his attention on breaking the seals from the outside to the inside. Only Fang Heng had the omniscient eye's assistance, which allowed him to judge the specific situation of each seal and make targeted adjustments to break it. After observing for a while, Feng Heng was about to make a move when he suddenly noticed something. His gaze focused on an auxiliary magic array. Feng Heng, how's the situation? In a short 10 minutes, Act 2 had already made a quick run and arranged for a trustworthy subordinate to negotiate with the Federation. He was worried about the situation in the game rift in the Holy Land, so he rushed back as soon as possible. Act 2 returned to see Feng Heng standing in front of the seal, hesitating. He could not help but ask, is there trouble? Yes, I found something strange. The function of this magic array was. It was a small magic array that had been added in the later stages, and it was attached to the magic array. It seemed to connect the ritual magic array on the wall outside the game rift. Even the omniscient eye couldn't capture the true effects of the magic array. Is it a protective device? Feng Heng tried to reach out and touch the magic array, wondering if he could obtain more information through his awareness and mental power. TSK. The moment his finger touched the magic array, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The auxiliary magic array was triggered and began to spin uncontrollably. Light symbol not good. Immediately after, the alchemy magic attached to the walls in the cave was triggered. It quickly circulated and emitted a dazzling blue light. Even the entire cave began to shake uncontrollably. His feet trembled violently. Gravel kept falling from above. Act 2 also sensed that something was wrong and carefully retreated to the side. Brother Feng Heng, what's the situation? He was in big trouble.